Time Warner, it will be even harder for us to pursue a foothold in the cable operator business in the future. I've talked with Ian. He wanted to discuss some restrictive agreements with AOL early on, but I feel that's unnecessary. This isn't about short-term gains. Helping AOL merge with Time Warner will ultimately help us, Eric said, lightly stroking the bandage on his arm through the shirt fabric. He paused for a moment and added to Katzenberg, "Also, once you're in Washington, you may as well meet with the President and First Lady privately. Given everything that's happened, I think he should be able to see reality. Instead of stirring up a war to divert attention from his political issues at home, Hollywood's stance would be of greater assistance." In February, following the final round of impeachment voting in the Senate, Clinton managed to navigate through the Lewinsky scandal without serious repercussions. During this time, the White House was heavily lobbying the Department of Defense to initiate a war in Kosovo, even proposing a full-scale ground conflict to distract from the Lewinsky affair and reshape his political image and influence. Katzenberg nodded attentively but still expressed his concern. "Eric, are you not at all worried about the implications of the AOL-Time Warner merger for us?" "What is there to worry about?" Eric smiled and replied, "Just take a look at Steve Case's management appointments for the new company. Post-merger, although AOL's management leads the new firm, the internal power dynamics of Time Warner will not change. With no absolute control, do you think Steve Case can successfully implement his development strategy?" Katzenberg thought for a moment, clearly agreeing with Eric's perspective, before asking, "What would you do, Eric, if you were leading the AOL-Time Warner merger?" Eric halted the motion of rubbing his arm, his expression turning colder as he replied, "First and foremost, a major purge. Either non-obedient individuals leave, or I will. Phoenix must rise from the ashes. You must disrupt the old to build anew." Even now, the various media resources held by Time Warner were still incredibly robust, rivaling those of Firefly Group. Warner Brothers, Time Incorporated, Warner Cable, Turner Broadcasting, HBO, and others were all high-quality media assets. However, even with a premium acquisition, AOL could only offer $63 billion for Time Warner, which was significantly less than half of the general valuation media attributed to Firefly Group. The underlying reason for this situation lay in Time Warner's unending internal competition. In retrospect, if Steve Ross, the founder of Time Warner, could have continued to lead for another 20 years like Murdoch or Redstone, the company would undoubtedly be in a different position today. Unfortunately, Steve Ross passed away in 1992. As for Steve Case, even without previous memories, just observing his willingness to compromise on control issues before the merger completion made Eric pessimistic about the future of the new company. As the workweek commenced, the Blair Witch Project maintained its strong momentum at 200 theaters across North America, with almost all display rooms showing sold-out screenings. On March 12th, when the first week's box office earnings were reported, the numbers astonished many once again. Although it finished $3 million behind Payback during the opening weekend, the Blair Witch Project managed to reach an astonishing total of $21.27 million after a successful run in 200 theaters over the workweek, successfully surpassing Payback for the weekly box office crown. Meanwhile, the dramatic drop in attendance during weekdays affected Payback, leading to a second-week earnings of only $20.54 million, placing it in second. At the same time, due to rigorous operation, the screening size of the Blair Witch Project was increased to over 2,100 screens starting March 12th, officially rolling out across North American theaters. New Line Cinema allocated an additional $10 million for advertising, beginning promotional campaigns for the Blair Witch Project through traditional media channels. After the first meeting, Universal Music took a full week before responding again. Eric scheduled a meeting time with Edgar Bronfman again on Friday morning, but this time Universal Music CEO Doug Morrison did not attend. In Eric's office at Firefly Studios, after brief pleasantries, Edgar Bronfman got straight to the point. "Eric, since the Yahoo Music Store needs a cut from digital music sales, I believe the record companies are also entitled to a share of the profits from Firefly Electronics hardware sales." Eric put down his coffee cup and shook his head, saying, "Ed, there's no such precedent. Have you ever heard of a projection equipment sales company sharing profits with a movie studio?" Clearly no such precedent exists, Edgar Bronfman responded calmly. But I'm sure you get my point. Eric understood perfectly what he meant. Seagram was trying to invest in Firefly Electronics. However, if Firefly Electronics was merely a portable music player company, he might consider it, but the company involved too many of Eric's future plans. As Eric mulled over how to phrase his response, there was a knock on the office door. Caroline pushed it open, holding a mobile phone. "Sorry, Mr. Bronfman and Eric, but there's a call coming in from New York." Eric turned to Caroline and asked, "Couldn't it wait?" "It's Mr. Paul Rowland from WM," Caroline explained. "He says it's an urgent matter. He's heading to JFK and is about to fly to Europe." Hearing it was Paul Rowland, Eric inferred it was likely about Carmen Cass. He wondered what had happened this time. Hopefully, she hadn't bitten someone again. With that thought, Eric stood up apologetically and said, "Well, Ed, I'm sorry about this. Just one moment." Although Edgar Bronfman felt slightly displeased, he didn't show it and smiled graciously. "No problem. Go take your call." Stepping out of the office, Eric took the phone from Caroline, and, despite being aware of his bright-eyed cousin beside him, he felt a bit guilty as he walked out into the corridor and finally put the phone to his ear. "Paul, what happened?" Chapter 1104, Lion's Share. On the other end of the phone, Paul Rowland was speaking rapidly about something, causing Eric's brow to furrow gradually. When Paul Rowland finished, Eric turned to the Caroline, who stood not far away, and asked, "Carly, Estonia is right next to Finland, isn't it?" "Yeah," Caroline nodded, replying, "Helsinki is just across the sea from Estonia's capital, Tallinn. It's less than 100 kilometers apart. Help me get a hold of Olli Kalasvuo," Eric instructed, then turned his attention back to his phone, saying to Paul, "You won't make it to Europe in time, so I'll have someone there take care of things. You stay in New York and coordinate things here." At the end of last year, Jorma Ollila officially left Nokia. Upon Jorma Ollila's recommendation, former Nokia Chief Financial Officer Olli Kalasvuo took over his position, becoming the new chairman and CEO of Nokia. Caroline was puzzled as to why Eric suddenly wanted to contact Olli Kalasvuo, but she quickly picked up a cordless phone from the secretary's office and skillfully dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. After a brief conversation, Caroline came over and handed the cordless phone to Eric. Edgar Bronfman didn't expect Eric to take half an hour just to make one call. As time passed, he even started to wonder if the other party was intentionally keeping him waiting. His growing dissatisfaction accumulated, and just when Edgar Bronfman was contemplating whether to leave, Eric finally pushed open the office door and walked in. "Sorry, Ed," Eric said, still holding a phone as he approached. "I ran into a really troublesome issue that made you wait." Edgar Bronfman forced a smile and tried to appear curious. Eric, however, offered no explanation. "Anyway, let's continue our earlier discussion. Ed, to be frank, Seagram investing in Firefly Electronics is definitely not a good idea. You know very well that Firefly Electronics does not lack funds, so for a long time to come, this company has no plans for an IPO or dividend distribution. Moreover, the industry generally values Firefly Electronics at around $30 billion, and I believe you cannot accept investing at this valuation." "All right, Eric." Edgar Bronfman stifled his frustration. "Then, Firefly should show some sincerity if they want Universal Records to join the digital music store, but up until now, I haven't seen any sincerity from you." "Ed, you should understand that as long as Universal Records joins Yahoo Music Store, both Yahoo and Firefly Electronics, or even the whole Firefly Group, will allocate as many resources as possible to promote Universal's music content. This advantages us in ways other record companies can't match. Of course, we also have our own record business, but as everyone knows, Firefly Records is quite small and hardly makes a dent in the bigger picture." Eric paused for a moment before adding, "However, I will certainly show my sincerity. The revenue split between Yahoo Music Store and record companies is 70-30, and that cannot be changed. But if Universal agrees to cooperate, Firefly Electronics can return a certain percentage of sales revenue back to Universal Records through marketing subsidies over the coming years. In reality, as long as he could convince Universal Records to open up its content, Eric would be willing to return all music sales revenue to them over the next few years. even if it meant losing some margin in the process. Compared to the gigantic profits from hardware sales, the revenue share from the digital music store was something Firefly could afford to let go. Of course, Yahoo Music Store was part of Yahoo Network's operations. Since Yahoo was already public, Eric could only use Firefly Electronics to subsidize record companies for the sake of financial reporting and stock prices. Edgar Bronfman fell silent for a moment. From Eric's tone, he could roughly gauge how substantial these so-called subsidies might be. Yet, thinking of the recent media analysis of Firefly Electronics' revenue data, Edgar Bronfman still felt resentful. Among the 5 major record companies, Universal was the largest, but its annual revenue was only around $5 billion, with profits hovering around the $500 million mark. However, media analyses indicated that Firefly Electronics, which had only launched its products 2 years prior, already had annual profits equivalent to twice that of Universal Records. How could this not stir envy throughout the entire record industry? Indeed, many believed that the money Firefly was earning was essentially the profit lost by the record industry during the overall decline of recent years. If possible, Edgar Bronfman would have preferred not to partner with Eric Williams at all. It's just that the current situation for the Seagram Group wasn't looking good. In the past few years, as Seagram fully transitioned into the media industry, it had made several acquisitions, including MCA, Polygram, and the cable network, which resulted in an overall debt of $12 billion for the company. Moreover, since Edgar Bronfman had focused most resources on the record business to build the world's largest record group, while he had achieved his goal, the sudden downturn in the record industry had put the Seagram Group's operations in jeopardy. Last year, while Michael Eisner's Universal Pictures posted solid profits, Seagram Group still faced a loss of over $1.3 billion for the fiscal year 1998 due to the struggles in its record business. With the integration of Polygram with Universal not going smoothly in the coming years, if the overall record industry did not reverse its fortunes, the Seagram Group might continue to incur losses. The Bronfman family controlling Seagram even began to consider selling the company while shifting blame toward Edgar Bronfman. Edgar Bronfman certainly didn't want that to happen. Although he had a tendency to be stubborn, he wasn't someone lacking in capability. After discussing it with Universal Records CEO Doug Morris, they both agreed that collaborating with the Firefly system was very necessary and could potentially become the key to reversing the current situation for Seagram Group. "Eric, this isn't enough," Edgar said after pondering for a moment, shaking his head. "If Yahoo Music Store wants Universal Records content, Firefly must offer more." Eric instinctively placed his left hand on the bandage on his right arm. He had developed this habit unconsciously lately, but his expression remained calm. "So what does Seagram want?" "A zero-interest loan." Edgar bit down on his lip, recalling media reports about Firefly's abundant cash reserves. He temporarily changed his previous figure, boldly stating, $3 billion. Due to uncontrolled expansion and massive losses, the Seagram Group's financial chain was perilously stretched. Not to mention that the $12 billion debt incurred an annual interest payment of around $600 million. Even though the overall economic landscape in North America was thriving, the Seagram Group found itself in a very difficult position to secure financing from external sources. $3 billion? That's impossible. Eric shook his head while rubbing the bandage on his sleeve. "I can offer you a maximum of $500 million, and it must be repaid within 3 years. It was unclear whether Edgar Bronfman sensed the ease in Eric's tone, but he suddenly became resolute. Eric, however, wouldn't budge easily. Firefly undoubtedly had funds, but $3 billion was a massive amount. Since they were willing to temporarily forego all digital music sales revenue, Eric certainly wouldn't be overly concerned with the interest from parting with $3 billion. But such a sizable sum raised his worries that if the Seagram Group fell into deeper trouble, they might not be able to repay. To put it starkly, if the Seagram Group went bankrupt, Eric had no interest in the assets of its record business. As for Universal Pictures, $3 billion was simply unmanageable, and no other creditors would easily relinquish such a prime asset to Firefly. After over an hour of negotiating various details, the meeting ultimately reached no agreement. However, although they hadn't settled on the loan, Edgar Bronfman agreed to allow Universal Records to begin preliminary discussions with Yahoo and Firefly Electronics on their departure. After seeing Edgar Bronfman off, it was nearly noon. With no call from Europe yet, Eric was about to reach out himself when his phone rang again. The 9-day Paris Fashion Week was drawing to a close. Thanks to the arrangements made by some guy, Carmen Cass had been shining brightly at this year's Fashion Week. But, just as she was gearing up for the final shows over the next 2 days, she unexpectedly received a call from her sister back home. Their mother had been kidnapped. Upon hearing this news, Carmen was stunned. Kidnapping? How could such a thing be linked to her? She knew Eastern Europe was chaotic due to poverty. In the years following the tumult, she had heard countless stories about kidnappings, extortion, and even assassinations. Stories about Estonian gangs in Finland being beaten back by Russian mafia. Yet, she had always thought that such things were far removed from her ordinary life. And then, suddenly, it happened to her. It felt like the sky was falling down. Her mother had divorced her father when she was very young, raising them 3 siblings alone with great difficulty. She remembered how her mother worked late nights and would sneak in and hold her when she thought Carmen was asleep, but she was actually awake. Small child, small mind, not knowing what to say, so she just pretended to sleep. The kidnappers were demanding a ransom of 10 million Estonian kroons, which didn't amount to much, about $600,000. Yet, despite having signed a contract with Victoria's Secret, she didn't have that kind of money at all. For some reason, the first thought that crossed her mind was of the man whom she had bitten hard. And then she came back to her senses and hurriedly called Paul Roland. He quickly replied, asking her to provide the contact information of her siblings and told her to wait patiently and not to do anything rash. How could she bear to wait? She only wanted to get back and rescue her mother as soon as possible, so she frantically borrowed money from familiar and unfamiliar people around her. However, though many models under WM had decent incomes, none of them had much cash on hand. She didn't dare explain why she needed to borrow money and ultimately only managed to gather a little over PS 200,000 before hastily boarding a flight to Tallinn. No matter what, she needed to get back quickly. However, while leaving London was fine, upon arriving at Tallinn airport, she made a careless mistake and forgot to declare her cash, leading to her being detained. She had already become something of a celebrity in Estonia, and the customs officer didn't make things too difficult for her. They merely wanted her to explain the source of the cash. How could she dare to explain? Although she had never been involved in a kidnapping case, she knew well enough that such matters needed to be kept discreet. She couldn't cause a fuss, or else. Seeing her disheveled state only made the customs officials more suspicious, and they dared not let her leave easily. Instead, they had to report to higher-ups and wait for instructions from above. So there she was, trapped in the airport holding room like a stubborn and dazed little beast. Inside, she hoped that someone would come to help her. If that happened, she would rather have him bite her back. She ended up thinking of that guy once more. She would never admit that she was a girl who lacked a sense of security deep down, but at that moment, she realized that this man somehow gave her an enormous sense of security that she had never experienced before. Chapter 1105, Jador. In just 2 days, Carmen Cass deeply felt the power and influence held by that man far away in Los Angeles. Upon receiving instructions from Eric, Nokia's professional crisis management team flew directly to the central Estonian city of Pärnu. Before her flight from Paris to Tallinn had even landed, they had already rescued her mother. They also quickly helped her resolve issues with customs. While her mother had not suffered any harm, Carmen dared not allow her to stay in that small town in central Estonia any longer, and she wasn't even at ease with her being in Tallinn. After some hesitation, the Nokia team's leader suggested moving her mother to Helsinki. Carmen felt a bit apprehensive, but quickly agreed. So, in 2 short days, she encountered troubles that ordinary people might never face in a lifetime, and she didn't have to lift a finger. Someone effortlessly handled all of it for her. Moreover, no one ever mentioned any costs that might be involved. When she offered to repay the ransom that Nokia had fronted, the manager from the Nokia PR department who assisted her simply said it was outside his jurisdiction, and that was the end of it. Her sister, having witnessed everything, had recovered from the shock and even joked with their mother, asking if Carmen had another identity, like a Finnish royal princess or something. Of course, Finland had no royal family. However, Compared to the generally fated kingdoms of Norway and Sweden, Nokia's influence in Finland certainly exceeded that of any royal family by tenfold or 100-fold. Such a company was merely part of Eric's many holdings. With the troubles resolved, it was time to return to work. Paris Fashion Week had concluded, and she could have flown straight back to the U.S. However, Paul Rowland, who had come from New York, insisted she return to Paris for a potential endorsement opportunity, prompting her to rush back. Upon landing at Charles de Gaulle Airport, it was already the afternoon of March 15th. Paul Rowland personally came to pick her up, accompanied by her rather pitiful assistant, Camilla. Since she had hurried back to Estonia alone, unable to bring her passport, and left to stay in Paris, Paul chastised her quite harshly. "Don't be so impulsive next time," Paul lectured once they got into the car. "I know you're worried about your mother, but I clearly told you to stay in Paris until the situation was resolved. Did you take a moment to think? Going back alone won't help. It could complicate things." Listening in silence, Carmen waited for Paul to finish before quietly saying, Can I say thank you to him?" This thought had been circling in her mind for 2 days. But she regrettably didn't have Eric's contact information. While others might have been aware, she hadn't mustered the nerve to bring it up with anyone at Nokia while in Helsinki. Only facing Paul had allowed her to finally voice her desire. Paul Rowland didn't seem to realize how much courage it took for her to say that. He casually glanced at his watch and replied, "Los Angeles is 9 hours behind Paris. It's not even 6 in the morning there yet. You should thank Mr. Williams in person next time." Then he started lecturing again. She could only listen, feeling a strange mix of disappointment and an unacknowledged expectation. With the closing of Paris Fashion Week, the half-year fashion season officially ended. Fashion icons who had been running around the world no longer needed to rush. Many stayed in the fashion capital of Paris to enjoy some leisurely time after the hustle. Thus, in the evening, the party hosted by Louis Vuitton Moët Hennessy at the Crillon Hotel near Place de la Concorde was crowded with celebrities. Louis Vuitton Moët Hennessy, abbreviated as LVMH, comprised 3 companies: Louis Vuitton, Moët, and Hennessy. Just by looking at the name, one could see it included 2 globally recognized brands, Louis Vuitton and Hennessy. Moreover, as the world's largest luxury goods group, Louis Vuitton Moët Hennessy also controlled several luxury companies such as Dior, Givenchy, and Marc Jacobs, covering a range of products from fine wines and champagnes to fragrances, cosmetics, and fashion items. Calice Becker just developed a new perfume for Dior and is searching for a spokesperson. She saw a few of your shows and thought your image was perfect, especially since you just secured the Victoria's Secret endorsement. Otherwise, Dior would probably not have given you a second glance. Paul Rowland informed Carmen Cass as he guided her toward the party hall after posing for photos by the media wall. This perfume is called J'adore, targeting the image of modern women who are noble, charming, and self-pursuant. So, be confident when you present yourself. As he spoke, they heard a group of girls laughing and approaching from down the hall. Carmen turned to look back, but instinctively shrank a little, remembering Paul Rowland's previous admonitions and some conflicting emotions in her heart. She quickly adjusted her posture, though her feet hesitated to move. Noticing Carmen's stillness, Paul Rowland also paused and turned to see that it was Giselle Bundchen and a few others approaching. Given the previous events, Paul Rowland surely didn't feel pleased about seeing these girls, but he couldn't show his displeasure. He politely nodded and gently tugged at Carmen to continue walking, but she didn't budge. With pursed lips, she stubbornly fixed her gaze on Giselle. The girls walking beside Giselle, Alessandra, Miranda, and Fernanda Tavares, noticed her too, their expressions becoming coy. Giselle slowed down, unaware of the recent incidents at the Long Island racetrack, assuming Eric wanted to discipline her because he thought she had gone too far. Although she could no longer push Carmen around, Giselle wouldn't shrink away. With an air of superiority, she confidently approached Carmen. After sizing up Carmen's outfit for the night, she smiled and remarked, "This Givenchy looks stunning on you, Carmen. But I think your temperament is a bit weak. It doesn't quite hold up. Still, it's impressive that you got to wear this gown so quickly. It looked even better on Fernanda the other day on the runway." Carmen Cass wasn't particularly articulate. She opened her lips but couldn't think of a sharp retort, merely lifting her chin slightly, defiantly staring at Giselle. "Giselle, however, seemed completely unfazed by Carmen's aura. With a chuckle, she was about to lead her friends away, but then stopped and turned back, saying, I heard Dior wants you to be the spokesperson for their new perfume. There's no need to be so tense. I wouldn't steal it from you. It's just a new fragrance line. If it flops, I wouldn't want to face the embarrassment. With that, Giselle turned away without looking back. She then started speaking in rapid Portuguese with the girls beside her, clearly enjoying themselves as they laughed unabashedly. It wasn't until Paul Roland lightly tugged at Carmen again that the momentum she had just built dissipated, and she felt a wave of disappointment following him, murmuring, Why? Why would he like girls like that? Do you think she acts like that in front of Mr. Williams? Paul Roland remarked as he guided her into the bustling party hall, taking a look around. Callis Becker probably hasn't shown up yet. I have some matters to take care of. You should go find Kate and the others. Don't be so isolated. Mingling with everyone will surely do you some good. Carmen Cass nodded. She was never really a loner. It was just that the WM models had been rejecting her. Paul Roland understood her situation and personally led her to Kate Moss, quietly explaining a few things to her before stepping away. Once Paul Roland left, Kate linked her arm with Carmen, affectionately saying, Come on, Carmen, let me introduce you to some of my good friends. Though a bit displeased by Paul Roland's preferential treatment toward Carmen, Kate recognized that Carmen was now one of Victoria's Secret's 5 spokespersons. The next few years were destined to make her one of the top supermodels with the highest exposure, which diminished Kate's competition thoughts. After all, her personal style would never get her onto the Victoria's Secret runway. In a way, Carmen had become one of the most noticed emerging models in the fashion world during this time. After being suppressed by Giselle and nearly crushed, she suddenly became a hot deal as one of the Victoria's Secret representatives. The turn of events was nothing short of strange. As a result, many people felt rather fond of her. I genuinely apologize. I had no idea you were dealing with such things at home. Otherwise, I would have tried to help you. Kate began as they navigated through the party crowd, eventually discussing Carmen's hurried return to Estonia. Now that the issue was resolved, Carmen didn't feel the need to avoid the topic anymore. Kate appeared very apologetic as they approached a group of men and women, enthusiastically introducing, Hey everyone, this is Carmen. Carmen, this is Carla Bruni, whom I'm sure you've heard of. She's thinking about stepping back from the runway and starting a music career, but I'm not so sure about that. It seems more like she's straying from focus. And wow, Jack, you've put on some weight. Don't think I can't tell just because you're wearing this outfit. You better be careful, otherwise, Ennis will leave you for sure. Half a year ago, Carmen wouldn't have qualified to attend such a party. Like the other new girls in the company, she would have completed her runway shows in Paris, hurried back to New York. Staying in Paris was simply too costly, and the company was unwilling to cover the expenses. However, thanks to Kate's introduction, she quickly began to integrate into the scene. With her new status as a Victoria's Secret representative, people accepted her presence. Yet her eyes couldn't help but roam across the party hall, like a small creature on the lookout for predators while searching for food. She spotted a familiar figure blending effortlessly among the crowd. There was Giselle, chatting amiably with fashion mogul Marc Jacobs. A young man approached her, and after exchanging a few words, she embraced Alessandra Ambrosio and planted a deep kiss on her, leaving the young man looking terribly awkward afterward. She must be gay, she thought, feeling a strange anticipation that he would see through her true self. How could someone so amazing be fooled by her? With such thoughts racing in her mind, she quickly refocused to take over Carla Bruni's conversation. Yet all of a sudden, she saw the young man who had been chatting with Giselle nearby. He looked to be in his early 20s, with a round face that added to his youthful charm. Remembering how he had been conversing with Giselle, she initially intended to keep her distance, but Kate and the others greeted him warmly. This is the son of the LVMH CEO. Seize the opportunity. During their chat, Kate leaned in to whisper this reminder, and she finally understood why everyone was being so friendly. Still, even if he were the head of Louis Vuitton Mode Hennessy, he was just a kid, and she definitely wasn't interested in a greenhorn. Hello, Miss Cass. I'm Antoine Arnaud. The young man greeted everyone and then turned to her, reaching out his hand in a friendly manner. Can I call you Carmen? She recognized that she didn't have to feign disinterest toward the young man, as he was polite and respectful. So, she extended her hand to shake his and nodded. Sure. Antoine Arnaud continued to greet others and engage in light conversations. Yet due to his status, he clearly maintained an air of superiority over the others. It inevitably reminded Carmen of her brief encounters with Eric, which made her feel an unguarded closeness to him. He was clearly in a different league. After chatting for a few minutes, Antoine seemed ready to leave, but suddenly turned back to her with a gentlemanly demeanor. Carmen, would you like to join me in meeting a few friends? Hearing Antoine's invitation, a hint of envy flashed across the faces of the people around them. What a lucky girl. In just a month, she had not only secured the Victoria's Secret Angel endorsement, but also caught the attention of the LVMH heir. She truly was the one to watch. However, without hesitation, she shook her head. Sorry, Antoine, I'm waiting for my boss. I have a very important matter to discuss. Oh, that's too bad, he replied, still smiling politely. Just as he was about to say something further, Paul Roland approached along with two other ladies. Before anyone could move, Antoine walked eagerly towards one of the young women, hugging her and saying, Hey, Delphine, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. Oh, I just met an interesting new friend. Let me introduce you. Turning back to Carmen, he said, Carmen, this is my sister, Delphine. She works at Dior, handling the fragrance department. And this is Calice Becker. She's one of the best perfumers in the world. Chapter 1106, Beware of Firefly. After introducing the two ladies, Antoine Arnaud naturally turned his attention to Paul Roland. However, Paul Roland was focused on Carmen Cass, his eyes betraying both caution and inquiry. He hadn't expected that after just stepping away for a moment, Carmen Cass would meet the son of the owner of Louis Vuitton Mode Hennessy. Previously, he would have welcomed the news with open arms, but now, if Carmen Cass entertained any unwarranted thoughts, it would be a disaster for him. God knows, WM had just gotten over a disaster. Feeling Paul Roland's gaze, Carmen Cass instinctively shrank her neck slightly, unable to offer any explanations in such a setting. Delphina Arnaud, who had come with Paul Roland, watched her brother seriously introduce Carmen Cass to everyone and found it somewhat amusing. Of course, she wouldn't embarrass her brother in front of outsiders. Instead, she greeted Paul Roland warmly and introduced him to Antoine Arnaud. This is Mr. Roland, the owner of Miss Cass's management company. What a coincidence that you know her. Antoine Arnaud recalled Carmen Cass's remark about waiting for her boss and immediately understood the situation, which brought an awkward expression back to his face. Upon hearing Delphina Arnaud's introduction, Paul Roland returned his attention from Carmen Cass with a smile and shook hands with Antoine Arnaud. Although he longed to whisk Carmen Cass back to New York immediately, he knew he had to maintain decorum. Having just been teased by a pair of onlookers, Antoine Arnaud felt a twinge of embarrassment at making a fool of himself again. He exchanged a few casual words with everyone and made an excuse to leave. Once Antoine Arnaud exited, Paul Roland relaxed and took Carmen Cass to find Delphina Arnaud and Calice Becker a seat, where they began discussing Carmen Cass's endorsement deal with Dior's J'adore perfume. As Giselle had mentioned, J'adore was merely a new perfume line, and the future was uncertain. Still, this was Delphina Arnaud's first project after joining the family business, and to ensure success as much as possible, Dior put significant effort into this product. With the contract for the Victoria's Secret Angel endorsement secured, Carmen Cass was set to become one of the fastest rising supermodels in the fashion industry over the next few years. Additionally, her image and temperament aligned perfectly with J'adore's positioning, so both parties quickly reached a preliminary collaboration agreement. Once the discussions wrapped up, Delphina Arnaud and Calice Becker excused themselves to mingle with other guests. Carmen Cass seized the moment to quietly say to Paul Roland, "What if I just drop this endorsement?" Paul Roland paused briefly at Carmen Cass's words and then shook his head with a smile. "No need for that, Carmen. Just make sure you know what you're doing. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to thank Mr. Williams this afternoon? I thought about it, and since the Oscars are this weekend, that's a bit tricky. But I'll see if I can get you an invitation to the Vanity Fair party. That way, you'll have a reason to go to Los Angeles." Carmen Cass's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and whispered, "And what about him?" I can't say for sure what Mr. Williams is thinking, so you should just approach him directly. Paul Rowland guessed her concerns, clarified, and added with a smile. By the way, the North American media is buzzing. Today, you should pick up a newspaper tomorrow morning. So, it turned out he wasn't suggesting a meeting himself. Disappointment washed over her. Upon hearing the latter part of Paul Rowland's words, she felt confused and looked up at him. Paul Rowland nodded. Of course, it's about Mr. Williams. In Paris, it was nighttime. Meanwhile, it was daytime across both coasts of North America. Indeed, the North American media was abuzz today. The new annual Forbes Global Billionaires list had finally been officially released. To keep up with the trend, Forbes even chose to publish the 1999 billionaires list via the internet for the first time. Prior to this, many media outlets had predicted this year's rankings, but the long-standing authority of Forbes meant that both the public and the press in North America remained focused on the data provided by them. Without any suspense, Eric's name remained firmly at the top of the list. Equally unsurprising, Eric became the first individual to amass a personal fortune exceeding $300 billion. $315.5 billion. This was the exact figure ultimately confirmed by Forbes. Forbes valued the Firefly Group at $120 billion, an increase of $20 billion from the previous year. With a 73.7% stake in the company, Eric's wealth from the Firefly Group alone amounted to $88.5 billion. Beyond that, Eric's other assets primarily came from technology stocks owned by Firefly Investments, with this portion valued at over $200 billion. Moreover, Eric's personal fortune of $315.5 billion blazed past the total wealth of all others in the top 10 of the Forbes list. While the overall recovery of the North American and global economy had led to a noticeable rise in the wealth of most billionaires, even the combined total wealth of the 9 billionaires ranked second to 10th was only $245 billion, $70 billion less than Eric's fortune. Last year, Eric's personal assets of $136.7 billion had already captured the world's attention. This year, crossing the $300 billion milestone left most ordinary people unable to fathom the true meaning of such staggering wealth. However, amidst the confusion, there were still those who considered themselves clear-sighted. After extensively investigating the vast corporate assets controlled by the Firefly system, I felt a profound fear. I could almost envision a scenario even more terrifying than the Rockefeller family's control over the federal energy sector through Standard Oil. If it weren't for Steve Case's team successfully leading AOL to an exit, the Firefly system would have nearly constructed a complete profit chain throughout the internet industry. This chain encompasses equipment manufacturers, service providers, and content providers. Cisco, AOL, and Yahoo all belong to the ranks of the internet industry's absolute leaders, with Yahoo alone controlling over 70% of North America's most significant portal market share. Although AOL's departure dealt a severe blow to the carefully crafted internet industry chain of the Firefly system, it did not impede its crazy expansion. Amazon, meanwhile, is the most significant example of a platform that shares the #1 market share in North America. Furthermore, after acquiring Sony's film division, the Firefly system now controlled 4 of the 7 major Hollywood studios, facilitating a fierce takeover of Hollywood's media resources. Last year, of the $7 billion in box office revenues within North America, the Firefly Group, MGM, and Fox collectively garnered over $4.5 billion in box office receipts, accounting for nearly 65% market share. One can only imagine that once Columbia Pictures, which holds famous franchises like Men in Black, bounces back, the Firefly system will gain a near-monopolistic advantage in Hollywood. If anyone believes that the Firefly system's power is confined to just these areas, then they are gravely mistaken. During the research process, I also discovered that while Eric Williams' comprehensive layout across the internet sector failed due to AOL's exit, this truly astonishing young man, reminiscent of an alien, is quietly making brilliant strides in another crucial technological field, the mobile communications industry. His foresight in this area is nothing short of astonishing. 7 years ago, when digital communication technology was still emerging, Eric Williams invested heavily to acquire 51% of Finland's Nokia Group's mobile communications division, establishing absolute control over this mobile device manufacturer. At that time, Firefly Investments paid a mere $420 million for that 51% stake. 7 years later, Nokia has grown to become the world's largest manufacturer of mobile communications equipment and handsets, boasting a market valuation of over $60 billion. Close to this, 5 years ago, Eric Williams again acquired a controlling stake in another company, Qualcomm, which was then relatively insignificant. This investment turned out to be a masterstroke. While major communication equipment manufacturers were at each other's throats over second-generation digital communication technology patents, Qualcomm quietly controlled thousands of third-generation digital communication technology patents, creating a patent barrier that the entire mobile communications industry could hardly cross. If interested, readers can explore the differences between Qualcomm's CDMA technology and the second-generation FDMA technology to grasp the reality of this unexaggerated claim. At this point, it was evident that the entire mobile communications sector had similarly woken up. Taking into account the data from Forbes, last year, Qualcomm's market valuation was just $5.76 billion. In the short span of 1 year, that figure skyrocketed to $28.6 billion by the time Forbes compiled this data. Finally, the Firefly system also invested in one of the 3 major telecom operators, Sprint. Although Sprint ranks weakest compared to AT&T and Verizon, they managed to acquire a larger number of licenses during the mobile communications license auction than the combined total of AT&T and Verizon. Considering Eric Williams' strategic positioning in the mobile communications sector, Firefly Investments' stake in Sprint makes perfect sense. Currently, Sprint's market valuation has also reached $56 billion, which is a 500% increase compared to 3 years ago. There is no doubt that Eric Williams once again placed the right bets. Or perhaps, I dare say, Eric Williams seemed to possess foresight into the future. So, let's reconsider. Nokia, manufacturer of mobile communication devices; Qualcomm, developer of mobile communication technology; Sprint, mobile network operator. The synergy here closely mirrors Eric Williams' strategic layout with Cisco, AOL, and Yahoo in the internet sector. Despite the severe bubble present in the Nasdaq market today, where market dynamics have detached from economic fundamentals, creating a speculative playground for investors, I must admit that sectors like internet, mobile communications, and electronics have undoubtedly become new economic realms at least as significant as the early 20th century oil industry in the new century. Therefore, I must caution the federal government that it has become paramount to vigilantly monitor the terrifying Firefly's continued expansion. Otherwise, for the next century, all of North America, not to mention the world, could fall under the shadow of this Firefly. In the following days, with the release of the Forbes billionaires list, among the plethora of media articles discussing Eric's personal wealth, Howard Glassman's report for the Washington Post undoubtedly stirred the most significant reaction. Even Eric himself was left astonished by Howard Glassman's profound analysis of the Firefly system's industrial layout upon reading the article. Yet, amazement quickly gave way to a headache filled with various troubles. While most people could hardly comprehend what $300 billion truly represented, the ordinary public's envy of the wealthy remained a persistent emotion in this world. As fears of oligopolistic monopolies mounted, following the publication of the report in the Washington Post, numerous articles calling for the federal government to impose restrictions on the Firefly system's expansion were quickly released. Eric gradually realized that accumulating wealth wasn't a challenging task for him. Perhaps, for a long time to come, guarding what wealth he already possessed would present the real test. Of course, this storm of discussion not only pressured the Firefly system. The article in the Washington Post also led to a significant rise in stock prices across all publicly traded companies connected to the Firefly system. From March 15 to March 19, within just a week, buoyed by the overall surge in the Firefly system's tech stocks, the Nasdaq index officially breached the 3,000 mark. Chapter 1107, Reverse Push. Right now, a lot of people on Wall Street are gnashing their teeth at us. Within a week, Yahoo's stock price jumped 17%, causing the major short-selling funds to lose over $3.1 billion. Many highly leveraged shorts were directly liquidated. It's a disaster zone out there. In a small conference room at Firefly Studios, Chris, connected via video conference from New York, spoke up. Eric lounged in his leather chair, waiting for his secretary to bring coffee for himself and Jeffrey Katzenberg before turning his attention to the multiple screens in the room. The conference room was linked to Yahoo's headquarters in Boston, ABC's headquarters in New York, and Chris's office. But I'm sure there are people extremely grateful for us. $3.1 billion is not a small amount. Eric raised his coffee cup, noticing Emily's silhouette appear behind Chris. He smiled and greeted her. "Hey, Emily, it's Saturday. Aren't you home watching the kids?" Emily reached for a folder from Chris's desk, threw a playful eye roll at the camera, and said, "Vicky and Joan already found out that you secretly had Edward sign that girl. You might want to think about how to explain it to them. Vicky mentioned she set up the couch for you. You can sleep on it when you come over for Easter." Eric immediately raised his hand in surrender. "Stop, Emily. I'm the boss here. Cut me some slack." The room erupted in laughter as Emily continued to ignore him, clutching the folder and disappearing from the frame. Once his wife left, Chris revealed a rare hint of curiosity, lowering his voice to ask, "By the way, Eric, what's going on between you and that girl?" "About that," Eric shrugged. "Do you honestly think that lowering your voice will keep everyone from hearing?" Another round of laughter echoed. After some jokes, Eric clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's get down to business. First, regarding the acquisition proposals submitted by Yahoo." As he flipped open a file in front of him, his expression turned serious. "I remember saying before the IPO that the bubble in the Nasdaq market is bound to burst. Once that happens, the entire tech sector could fall into a funding winter. Although we raised over $5 billion through the IPO, that amount is essentially just Yahoo's winter provisions, so I expect every penny to be well spent. Now, let's look at your proposed acquisitions. For example, this one, a software solution aimed at speeding up browser page loading. That's a great product. But $20 million? Are you kidding me? Pull 10 engineers from our team and give them a month. I don't believe they couldn't whip that up. 10 people, a month. Can someone tell me how much that would actually cost?" In the conference room of Yahoo's headquarters in Boston, Ian Gurney hadn't expected Eric, who had just been joking with Emily, to suddenly show signs of fury. He quickly explained, "Eric, it also involves patent issues. Then find a way around it, or seek alternatives. If you can't, why should I keep you on?" Eric shot back dismissively, tossing the file away. "In any case, I won't approve any of the proposals you submitted. I know the whole industry is anxious and eager to burn cash. You all think that since the company went public, we have to adhere to the rules of public companies, burning cash, making acquisitions, and expanding aggressively, or we risk criticism from the market and pressure from investors. But you're wrong. I'll tell you, Yahoo only needs to proceed steadily along the established path. We don't need to be accountable to stock prices or Wall Street. If anyone needs to be accountable, it's just to me." As the sound of papers fluttered from the speaker after the file flew out, Ian Gurney awkwardly nodded. Steve Mitnick, who had been casually tapping on his laptop, straightened, while Tina Brown slightly bowed her head, gently pinching the corner of the document in front of her, seemingly trying to flatten it. Everyone in the meeting was seasoned. They had all encountered their boss blowing up at some point. Among them, Eric was definitely one of the milder bosses. But at that moment, as Eric erupted, everyone sensed how genuinely angry he was. So no one dared to make a cheeky remark. Eric sipped his coffee, calming himself before continuing. "The pace of Yahoo's expansion in recent years has indeed been quite large, with 6,000 employees, surpassing every other pure internet company. Also, after the IPO, many became millionaires or billionaires and might start feeling complacent, thinking they could enjoy life now. Or they may feel that holding a few million in stock doesn't match their current positions. I understand all that, but I won't tolerate it. So, I need you to prepare in advance. After the tech stock bubble bursts, Yahoo will have to undergo layoffs, eliminating those who wish to enjoy life. Yahoo still has a long way to go, and we can't afford complacency in our ranks. Of course, they've contributed before, so when the time comes, the company will buy back their shares, allowing them to enjoy life or start anew. Having said this, Eric took the reorganized file handed to him by the secretary without waiting for Ian Gurney and the others to respond and added, "Okay, let's move on to the next topic, the merger between America Online and Time Warner. The situation has become quite delicate. I'm sure you've all read that article in the Washington Post. This week, all stocks within the Firefly system went up, but America Online stock actually rose even higher than Yahoo's. Clearly, many are optimistic about the merger, believing that if these two companies unite, Firefly will face a formidable competitor, which is beneficial for us. But at the same time, we must change our established strategy. At least publicly, we need to firmly oppose the merger between America Online and Time Warner. The more vehemently we oppose it, the less resistance they'll face in the merger. So what should we do specifically? With the release of the Forbes billionaires list this year, Eric's personal fortune, exceeding $300 billion, finally unleashed pent-up emotions in North America that had been brewing for years due to his skyrocketing wealth. While capital pursued profit driven by Eric's impressive investment vision, nearly all stocks related to the Firefly system skyrocketed, but calls to limit its continuous expansion grew louder. Of course, in a mature capitalistic society, no matter how vast Eric's personal fortune was, the federal government would not dare to ruthlessly strip him of his private property. That would touch on fundamental systemic concerns. However, given the current state of affairs, it's not hard to foresee that Firefly's every step of expansion would face rigorous scrutiny and restrictions, not out of the federal government's wariness over overwhelming private wealth, but due to other capitalist forces in society instinctively striking back to protect their interests. In the short term, establishing a powerful competitor for the Firefly system, like America Online Time Warner, was something many would welcome. To be fair, Eric hoped for such an opponent, one he could foresee and control to some extent. As for longer-term expansion of the Firefly system, Eric would need to either eliminate the competition or bring them into the fold. In addition to discussing Yahoo's business strategy and how to reverse engineer the merger between America Online and Time Warner, there were discussions about Eric's personal asset control issues and a variety of other matters, making the meeting last all morning. By the time it ended, it was already afternoon on the East Coast. Stepping out of the conference room, Marissa Meyer handed over a phone, indicating that Paul Rowland was on the line. Eric and Katzenberg walked towards the dock to have lunch together, and after exchanging a few words on the phone, he hung up. Thinking back to Emily's earlier reminder, he realized he had quite a dilemma on his hands. Initially, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision to bring Carmen Cass on board. However, Eric overlooked the potential feelings of the women in his life. Virginia and Joanna had generally avoided his outside activities, but the last time Carmen attracted attention, it had genuinely scared the kids. He was momentarily caught up in these thoughts before brushing them aside. When trouble showed up, he would deal with it. Moreover, with the recent outside pressures weighing on him, Eric felt considerable stress. Arriving at the restaurant aboard the ship, after ordering lunch, Katzenberg brought up the Blair Witch Project. In its second week, it grossed $61.5 million. The cumulative box office for 2 weeks stands at $82.78 million, with production costs being a mere $60,000. In the coming weeks, the total box office might surpass $150 million. Everybody's saying this could be why you became the first billionaire to exceed $300 billion in personal wealth. There probably won't be another film that surpasses the investment return of the Blair Witch Project. Eric took the bottled water handed to him by Amy Adams, smiled at her, then replied to Katzenberg, "That's not necessarily true. Hollywood is never short of miracles. Speaking of which, we can certainly give bonuses to those 2 young directors now, along with the marketing team from last time." Katzenberg nodded, saying, "Actually, Kenneth asked me to check your thoughts on this. I believe $1 million each would suffice, since the box office success primarily stemmed from our marketing strategy. Let's give each of them $5 million. $1 million feels a bit too stingy." Eric shook his head and smiled. "If you're reluctant, I can just write them a personal check." "Fine, $5 million it is. However, since we're not planning to greenlight a sequel to the Blair Witch Project in the short term, it's reasonable to have those 2 sign on for 2 more films." The Blair Witch Project has been a box office hit, and even if they make traditional films, they will likely attract more attention than new directors. That's between you and Kenneth. I don't have the energy for it right now. By the way, Katzenberg nodded and continued. Are you going to the Oscars tomorrow? Not interested. There aren't any good films up for Oscars this year. Actually, I meant to say, Katzenberg said, about the promotional efforts for Iron Man. Eric, everyone's feeling a bit lost right now. Ordinarily, a big-budget film would have its stars start doing various TV appearances to promote it by now. I'm starting to regret it, thinking I shouldn't have taken on this role. Eric sighed. After all the media frenzy lately, people are likely hostile towards me as a billionaire. I'm not sure anyone will still want to see a movie that I star in. I've even thought about whether we should adjust the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan and marginalize Iron Man. If necessary, we might indeed have to make that adjustment. Katzenberg expressed his agreement, not echoing the regret in Eric's tone. After all, Iron Man was originally a secondary superhero within Marvel. His original success stemmed from fortunate timing, and now, with so many changes occurring, an adjustment was warranted. Eric hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, what needs to be done always gets done. I'll go to the Oscars tomorrow and let Buena Vista start the regular promotional activities. I'll cooperate as much as I can. Okay, Katzenberg replied. As Amy brought their lunch, the conversation paused momentarily. Then Katzenberg added, Do you have plans for tonight? If you're free, I'm hosting a small party at my place. Eric shook his head with a smile. I need to head to San Francisco this afternoon to discuss the stock incentive plan for Firefly Electronics, so I probably won't be back tonight. Chapter 1108. Just like this. Although Eric had recently flatly rejected Edgar Bronfman's attempt to invest in Firefly Electronics, he had graciously offered a stock incentive plan similar to what Yahoo had done before. After careful consideration, Eric ultimately decided to sell 12.5 million shares from Firefly Electronics' total of 250 million shares at a discounted price, exclusively to key executives and elite employees. These 12.5 million shares represented about 5% of Firefly Electronics' total equity. Based on the industry's common valuation of around $30 billion for Firefly Electronics, the value of this equity had reached a staggering $1.5 billion, which was 50% higher than the total value of stocks awarded during Yahoo's initial 20% equity incentive plan. Firefly Electronics had risen so quickly that they hadn't signed a stock incentive agreement in advance like Yahoo did. To avoid issues like tax implications, this incentive did not involve free shares. However, Eric offered these stocks at a low price, using a price-to-earnings ratio of about 10 times, with each share priced at only $32. Roughly a fourth of its market price of $120. Furthermore, the executives and employees granted the subscription could simply apply for an interest-free loan from Firefly Investments to cover the stock purchase, repayable through company dividends in the future, meaning they wouldn't actually have to put any money up front. Of course, these shares came with very strict restrictive clauses. During this time, as major electronics manufacturers announced their entry into the digital music player market, Firefly Electronics had begun to see alarming signs of employee turnover. However, with the rollout of this stock incentive plan, this trend could be effectively curbed. Arriving in Palo Alto, San Francisco, by the afternoon, the day had already turned to night by the time the meeting concluded. Caroline had been invited by Melanie to stay at her place, and Eric had even given her a few days off, leaving her free to return to Los Angeles whenever she wished. After attending a cocktail party hosted by Larry Ellison, Eric returned to his home in Atherton with Marissa Mayer, the clock nearing 11. With the NASDAQ booming, the entire Silicon Valley was engulfed in a palpable atmosphere of excitement. The once quiet Atherton neighborhood now buzzed with energy. Eric's car navigated through the streets, revealing groups of men and women lingering outside, while inside the brightly lit mansions, the parties raged on. In just the 2 months since the beginning of 1999, over 100 technology companies had gone public on NASDAQ. Those who hadn't lived through this era would find it hard to believe the frenzy that ensued. Some tech companies managed to secure hundreds of millions of dollars in funding based solely on business plans that existed only in PowerPoint presentations, creating a surge of millionaires and billionaires almost overnight. As Eric's car pulled into his mansion in Atherton, he unexpectedly heard the faint sounds of a party from a neighboring mansion. There were even raucous female screams. Though the large distance meant the noise wasn't too loud, and he figured he could escape it inside, it still caused him to frown. Marissa Mayer walked alongside him, noticing his expression. That's Jean-Louis Gass next door, the founder of B Incorporated. He was originally an executive at Apple, but got ousted by Jobs. A few years back, Apple almost considered using the BEO's operating system that Gassy developed, but he priced it too high, wanting 15% of Apple's shares. At that time, CEO John Sculley vetoed the deal. However, B has recently gone public, and with Microsoft's antitrust troubles, stocks for other operating system companies are soaring. B's valuation has also recently surpassed $1 billion. Eric merely nodded, showing no interest in desktop operating systems that were destined to fail. He entered the villa. With Marissa, and the distant noise faded completely. He casually removed his suit and tie, sinking comfortably into the living room sofa. "Mary, play me a song. See if you can guess what I want to hear," he said. Marissa hung up the suit, intending to get him a glass of water since he had consumed some wine that night. Upon hearing his request, she turned to a digital sound system in the corner, developed by Firefly's R&D department. Eric didn't want to distract Firefly from their portable music player line, so he had declined other product lines, but he still kept a beautifully designed prototype in the villa. Moments later, the soothing notes of Young and Beautiful began to play softly. "I've seen the world, done it all, had my cake now diamonds, brilliant, and Bel Air now hot summer nights. Mid-July when you and I were forever wild the crazy days, city lights, the way you'd play with me like a child." Satisfied, Eric shifted slightly on the sofa, resting his head on a cushion, kicked off his shoes, and let his legs lounge draped over the armrest, enjoying the music that filled the air. A faint hint of a woman's scent wafted past his nose. He opened his eyes to see Marissa nearby, holding out a glass of water, her strands of golden hair cascading down as she leaned in. Eric didn't reach for the glass. Instead, he caught the drifting locks of hair and slowly traced his fingers up to her smooth face. He enjoyed the sensation of his fingertips gliding over her skin and continued to slide down. It felt like a long-ago night. This time, Marissa didn't speak, her eyes narrowing slightly like a cat's, her cheek turned slightly, seeming to invite him to touch her palm more. After a moment, she released the glass she held, kneeling softly beside him on the sofa, allowing him to slide the strap of her deep red dress down inch by inch. Until he grew impatient and reached to draw her body closer, she murmured softly, "Eric." Eric paused, gazing at the flushed girl. "Yeah, nothing." She hesitated before shaking her head. Leaning against the side of the sofa, she added, "Nothing at all." Eric chuckled. "Why don't we go to your room?" "No, no need." Marissa Mayer hesitated briefly, but then she stood up, gradually crawling onto Eric, saying, "Just like this." Chapter 11:09. You Villain. It was early morning. Eric woke up to find Marissa Mayer beside him, holding a pillow and resting her chin on her arms, gazing intently at him. He chuckled lightly, reached over, and pulled her naked body onto his. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Marissa was pressed closely against Eric, especially with the discomfort caused by the man's morning arousal. Her face flushed slightly, and she gently struggled to free herself. Seeing it was futile, she finally gave in and whispered, "Eric, I want to start working at Firefly Electronics early next year." Eric's hands, which had been caressing her, froze for a moment. "Isn't that a bit soon? Besides, I hoped you'd go to Nokia." "I know," Marissa Mayer replied. "But if I just jump into leading a mobile phone development department at Nokia, I'm worried I won't do well. So, I want to get some experience at Firefly Electronics first. I found out that most of the key technologies involved in your vision for smartphones are with Firefly. If that's what you want, then of course it's fine," Eric said, nodding slightly. "But suddenly I feel like you're trying to escape from me, and that makes me unhappy." "I do want to escape from you." Marissa propped herself up on Eric's chest, locking eyes with him. "If I don't, I fear one day I'll end up like those other girls. You're a great lover, but also a terrifying one. A woman feels like she can't escape." That's not the case at all. Eric gently pressed her back against him again, saying, You know, many women have escaped from me. That's because you don't care about them at all. No matter how much money you throw at them, no matter how gentle you appear, even if you elevate them to stardom, you truly don't care. They didn't escape from you. They were abandoned by you, Marissa said, tracing a circle on Eric's chest with her finger. You can be really cold at times, which is scary. So, I plan to escape from you before I end up as pitiful as those girls you've left behind. Suddenly, I feel like a villain. Looks like I need to truly repent, Eric jested. You already are a villain. I'm just trying to show a bit of humility. Don't take it so seriously. You villain. Oh, I get it. I must be provoking you. Eric tightened his embrace, flipping Marissa on her back. Provocateur, accept your punishment. Marissa giggled, wrapping her long legs around Eric's waist. Feeling the sudden rigidity in his body, she wore a playful expression and leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his lips, whispering, But, Eric, our flight is at 9 o'clock. Then we'll leave at 10. Eric pressed her legs down, loosening his hold slightly, his tone turning playfully stern again. No, I'm really angry now, so it'll be 11. After finally having lunch with his female assistant in Palo Alto, Eric flew back to Los Angeles. Upon hearing that Eric had decided to attend the Oscars that night, Nicole called him early. She would also be attending the ceremony for similar reasons, as The Mummy 3 was set to release in June. Although this might be the last film in the Mummy franchise for her, she remained dedicated to fulfilling her promotional duties. As for the other women, they might attend the Vanity Fair party after the Oscars, but they had no interest in the ceremony itself. Julia had projects last year and this year. Her film this year, Erin Brockovich, was even an Oscar contender. By rights, she should have been at the Academy Awards, but she had always been indifferent about these matters. In Eric's memory, though she had long been qualified, Julia had never bothered to leave her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. By 5 in the afternoon, Nicole and Eric headed to the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion in downtown Los Angeles. After leaving Nicole's place in Beverly Hills, they arrived downtown nearly at 5:30. Their vehicle, amidst a convoy of a dozen stretch limos, slowly made its way to the red carpet entrance outside the pavilion. A few minutes later, the limousine finally came to a stop at the red carpet entrance. As the driver opened the door, Nicole held Eric back again, carefully checking him over before allowing him to exit. This was one of the rare occasions she publicly appeared with Eric, and she wanted everything to go perfectly. Once Eric stepped out, he walked around to the other side and gentlemanly offered his arm to Nicole, who looked stunning in a light blue gown, and together they approached the red carpet. However, as they stepped onto the carpet, Eric couldn't help but frown. The Oscar red carpet was always the most crowded of all film festivals or award ceremonies, but today, it was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Not only were the crowds jostling together, but the guest areas on either side also seemed messy. ABC had long been a fixed partner for the Oscars. Although the ceremony was primarily organized by the Academy, Eric decided to have Katzenberg follow up with ABC's executives about how this was happening after the event was over. Nicole had initially been smiling and waving to the audience while holding onto Eric's arm, but when she noticed Eric's security guard, Carter Moan, closely following them, her demeanor changed. She tugged at Eric's arm and asked, Do we really need to have Carter following us like this? The latest security assessments suggest that my chances of being attacked in public are higher than both John Lennon and John Kennedy combined. You don't really think everyone is friendly towards me, do you? Although Eric hadn't faced any attacks since his rebirth except for that one incident at the Long Island racetrack, he had never relaxed his security protocols. Eric was acutely aware of his circumstances. His power and wealth attracted too many eyes, and having risen so quickly, he hadn't laid down a solid foundation to support his fortune. He didn't even have an heir to continue his empire, and if something happened to him, the consequences would be dire. Nicole, momentarily overwhelmed by all these thoughts, instinctively glanced around nervously upon hearing the names John Lennon and John Kennedy. But she quickly pinched Eric's arm gently, teasing, I actually think you're just worried about another girl jumping out of the crowd to bite you. With that, Eric recalled Paul Roland's phone call from yesterday. He glanced at Carter Moan behind them and felt inclined to say something. But realizing the situation wasn't right, he decided to hold back for now. This red carpet was exceptionally chaotic, and both Eric and Nicole felt impatient dealing with guests who occasionally came up to greet them. Ignoring the media's attempts to keep them longer, they quickened their pace and soon reached the end of the carpet. As Eric and Nicole appeared, Nicole's manager, Pat Kingsley, and an ABC producer with an earpiece approached them. Nicole had already prearranged a red carpet interview. The final interview spot at the end of the red carpet was the only relatively formal point Eric had seen today. According to the norm, there should be 3 interview spots set at the entrance, middle, and end of the red carpet, but Eric hadn't noticed where the first 2 were, further contributing to his dissatisfaction with the ceremony's execution. Although he wasn't overly keen on these matters, he still remembered the names of several common hosts for the Oscars, such as veteran Robin Roberts from ABC. However, the person currently at the interview platform was a tall, young blonde host with a sweet, beautiful face, dressed in a pink off-shoulder gown, easily outshining most of the women on the red carpet. At that moment, however, Eric had no interest in admiring beauty. His expression was rather somber. Pat Kingsley nodded at Eric, whispered a few words to Nicole, and stepped aside. The ABC producer gestured for them. "Mr. Williams, Miss Kidman, this way, please." Eric helped Nicole step onto the interview platform and turned to the producer, who was directing this year's ceremony. "Have him come see me." The director of the Oscars usually was the head of the ABC team. After saying that, Eric stepped onto the interview platform. The producer had already recognized the cold expression on Eric's face and was visibly wary. Upon hearing Eric's request, he quickly relayed it through the microphone back to the control room. "Mr. Williams, Miss Kidman, hello, I'm Laura Spencer." The attractive blonde host introduced herself respectfully. Though it was her first time covering the Oscar red carpet, Laura Spencer was not intimidated. If she were interviewing other guests, she might have cracked a few jokes, but she could sense that the big boss's mood was anything but cheerful. Nicole was naturally more attuned to the shifts in Eric's emotions. She engaged with Laura deftly, secretly pinching Eric's waist with one hand. Eric forced a smile, trying to appear less bothered. The producer indicated the interview could start, and the 3 adjusted their positions before commencing in a serious tone. They followed the typical conversation about Nicole's gown and makeup and her upcoming film, The Mummy 3. Laura Spencer seemed a bit intimidated by Eric, only offering polite wishes for Eric's luck later that evening, which he simply acknowledged with nods. The interview content had been prearranged, and since he had only decided to attend yesterday, he harbored no ill will towards the host for lacking focus on him. After leaving the interview platform, the Oscars director, Louis Horvitz, was waiting nearby. With so many camera lenses around, Eric couldn't afford to explode with anger. Instead, he pointed toward the chaotic red carpet and coldly told Louis Horvitz, "Look at it. Doesn't it look like a bunch of lost fish? I hope the upcoming ceremony isn't as chaotic as this red carpet." And he gestured toward the young host. "How old is she? Is she even 18? After making those statements, Eric lost interest in Louis Horvitz's reaction and began walking forward with Nicole. Since he had spoken up, he was confident Robert Iger would have to provide him with some answers. "I think this red carpet isn't too bad," Nicole hesitated before softly saying, hanging onto Eric's arm. But her words lacked conviction. Eric recognized she was trying to appease him and shook his head, smiling. "All right, I guess I am being too harsh." "Not at all. You're the boss. Your word is always right." Nicole quickly changed her stance, adopting a very neutral tone. "You're not Julia in a Nicole disguise now, are you?" Nicole retorted playfully. "Are you saying you want us all to be like Julia?" "Not at all." After taking a few pictures at the media wall, Eric and Nicole finally entered the grand lobby. The lobby of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion was also packed with people. As there was still some time before the ceremony began, no one had taken their seats yet. "Hey, Eric, good afternoon." As Eric made his way in, Harvey, along with the crew from The Horse Whisperer, approached him. Robert Redford's expression upon seeing Eric was remarkable. "Eric, it's unbelievable. With $60,000, it has now grossed $80 million. How did you do it?" "That's definitely a secret." Eric knew Robert Redford was referring to the still-running The Blair Witch Project. "But I can assure you, next year's Sundance Film Festival is going to be packed." "That's what I think too," Robert Redford responded with a grin. "Just don't know if that's good or bad for Sundance." The Sundance Film Festival had always prided itself on fostering new talents and independent films. The arrival of the Blair Witch Project, a dark horse at the box office, would undoubtedly attract many mainstream Hollywood companies to Park City for profits, making it likely that the festival would become increasingly commercialized in the future. After exchanging pleasantries with guests in the lobby, Eric finally found a moment to pull aside Carter Moan, while Nicole was chatting with Meryl Streep. He whispered, "Call Paul Rowland and ask where Carmen Cass is right now. Don't let her go to the Vanity Fair party. Have someone pick her up and bring her to Liberty City." Although Nicole was the only one attending the ceremony, her friends would likely show up at the Vanity Fair party, and while the women's attitudes about the biting incident were mostly one of schadenfreude, it was hard to imagine what would happen if Carmen Cass appeared at the Vanity Fair party. Chapter 11:10, One-Man Band. At 6 in the evening, the awards ceremony officially began. This year's host was once again Billy Crystal. However, perhaps because the nominated films had so little sparkle, Billy Crystal made a show of climbing onto the stage with a handheld camcorder, claiming he intended to shoot a zero-budget film, while still holding onto the receipt, which he could return once the shoot was done. This scenario was, of course, a jab at the box office sensation The Blair Witch Project, and it certainly got some laughs. Unfortunately, the rest of the ceremony turned out to be rather dull. Under the powerful PR machine of the Weinstein brothers, the already controversial film The Horse Whisperer took home several significant awards, including Best Picture and Best Director. Eric believed that in the coming days, the media would certainly stir up a wave of discussions questioning the fairness of the Oscars. At the same time, the Academy has come to its senses, and Miramax will definitely not have an easy time in the next few years. As for Firefly's Elizabeth, the outcome was even more surprising. Though it received several major nominations, ultimately, it left empty-handed. Eric had initially thought that Cate Blanchett might have a chance to win the Oscar for Best Actress on her first nomination, but he ultimately underestimated the conservatism of the Academy. The Best Actress award finally went to seasoned British star Judi Dench. As soon as the ceremony ended, Eric was intercepted by the director of this awards ceremony, Louis Horvitz, who also introduced him to Laura Spencer, the female host he had seen on the red carpet. Robert Iger's call also came through from New York. With some matters to handle, Eric sent Nicole off to the Hilton Hotel's Vanity Fair party while he took Robert Iger's call backstage at the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, he glanced at the resume that Louis Horvitz handed him and looked curiously at both Louis and Laura. Having only mentioned it casually, Louis had promptly handed over this woman's resume. Was he trying to prove that she was over 18 or something? Noticing the look in Eric's eyes, Louis Horvitz felt a bit uncomfortable. Even before the ceremony was over, he had received a call from his colleagues at ABC's New York headquarters, stating that the ratings for this year's Oscar broadcast were simply dismal, dropping as low as 37 million, with the average viewership likely not breaking the 40 million mark. As one of ABC's renowned program producers, Louis had directed the Oscars more than once, but nothing about tonight's event had been expected even by him. In the past decade, the average viewership for the Oscars had never dipped below 40 million. Everyone understood that the main reason was the disappointing selection of nominated films this year. However, the big boss had called him in before the awards ceremony to publicly criticize the chaotic red carpet, adding, "I hope the awards ceremony won't be as messy as the red carpet." Now, Louis couldn't say whether the ceremony itself was considered messy in the big boss's eyes, but 37 million in viewership definitely counted as a disaster. This left Louis feeling very anxious, and he urgently called New York, hoping that Robert Iger, who had helped promote him, could back him up. After plopping down on a couch, Eric ignored Louis and Laura standing nearby. He propped his leg up and placed Laura's resume on his knee while talking on the phone with Robert Iger. The staff wrapping things up for the awards ceremony saw the situation and tactfully kept their distance. Robert Iger's explanation made Eric not sure how to feel. The awful red carpet situation ultimately stemmed from the uninspiring nominated films this year. Because there was little buzz or excitement surrounding the nominated films, advertisers had little motivation, leading to record-low ad prices for the ceremonies. Auction. Typically about $1.2 million for a 30-second spot. This year it barely surpassed $1 million. With a huge drop in advertising revenue, the Academy reduced the event's budget, even shortening the usually around 200-meter-long Oscars red carpet to less than 150 meters. The Oscars red carpet had always been among the busiest at any film awards, and now that it was suddenly shortened by a quarter, it was no wonder that the number of attendees remained unchanged. While Eric was dissatisfied with the Academy's penny-pinching decision to shorten the red carpet, he didn't want to intervene too much. Firefly was already too prominent in Hollywood. Picking at such trivial matters with the Academy would only invite discomfort for himself. Once Robert Iger finished explaining, he brought up Laura Spencer. Only then did Eric open the resume resting on his knee. Last year, ABC's daytime news program Good Morning America had lost its star anchors, Joan Lunden and Charles Gibson, whose popularity had driven its ratings for years. After their departure, the program suffered significant losses in viewership, even being surpassed by NBC's Today Show, which had been lagging behind for a decade. In an effort to revive Good Morning America's ratings, ABC's management had been revamping the show, and Laura Spencer had just been promoted as one of the network's new national correspondents. Hearing Robert Iger's explanation, Eric felt relieved. National correspondent sounded prestigious, but in reality, it was quite a demanding position. Unlike news anchors who typically only worked in the studio, ABC's national correspondents needed to not only conduct studio interviews, but also often work on-site as field reporters. After all, this was ABC's morning news from 7 to 9 a.m. Studio interviews were manageable, but for on-location work, reporters often had to travel the day before, meaning they had to rise early to prepare. From this perspective, it was certainly a challenging job. Moreover, the details in the resume completely rid Eric of any bias against Laura Spencer. This blonde, who seemed barely in her 20s, was actually already 30. The resume revealed that she was a scholarship recipient from the University of Pennsylvania and had once been a national-level diver. After graduating with a degree in broadcast journalism from the University of Pennsylvania, she had worked in media for 8 years. Her work history during that time was impressive. She was skilled in various roles, including reporter, producer, camerawoman, and editor. She even received a one-man band label, which indicated her high level of expertise. Assigning Laura Spencer as the Oscars red carpet host was also a way to boost her profile and indirectly raise the visibility of Good Morning America. Eric had always admired women who were both beautiful and hardworking, as those who excelled at both were rare. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Eric ended the call with Robert Iger. He stood up and handed Louis Horvitz the resume before extending his hand to Laura Spencer and saying, "All right, Laura, I apologize for my earlier bias. You're really impressive." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams." Laura Spencer shook Eric's hand, feeling slightly overwhelmed. She had been apprehensive about losing this job so soon after her promotion, even feeling a bit frustrated with Mr. Eric Williams, the big boss, thinking, do beautiful women always have to be seen as just pretty faces? However, as Eric reached out his hand to her, her dissatisfaction evaporated. After all, she had never expected the big boss would apologize to her. "Well, you both carry on," Eric told Laura. After withdrawing his hand, he turned to Louis Horvitz and was about to leave when he noticed Laura Spencer still wearing that beautiful pink wide-shouldered deep V gown and asked, "Laura, are you heading to the Vanity Fair party? Need a ride?" Laura Spencer had just relaxed, but hearing Eric's question made her heart race again. She suddenly remembered that her boss was notorious for being a playboy. The reason she was still in her formal gown was merely that she had been so tense since Louis's earlier remarks that she hadn't even thought about changing clothes or attending any party, not to mention that her position wouldn't afford her an invitation to the Vanity Fair party. Noticing the change in Laura Spencer's expression, Eric quickly caught on, chuckling. "Then never mind. See you next time." Just as Eric turned away, he heard Laura Spencer's voice behind him. "No, Mr. Williams, I am willing to go." With Nicole and the other women already at the Vanity Fair party, Eric wouldn't be able to do anything else even if he had other intentions. He had only mentioned it casually. Now, watching Laura Spencer look as if she were about to make a noble sacrifice, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, let's go." Watching Eric and Laura Spencer walk out of the backstage together, Louis Horvitz rolled up the resume in his hand and tapped it against his palm, shaking his head in envy. What a beautiful woman. Once outside the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, Eric and Laura Spencer got into the car. As the driver started the vehicle and left downtown, Eric glanced at the somewhat reserved woman beside him and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Laura Spencer froze for a moment, her eyes flickering. She shook her head honestly. "No, I don't." "Oh." Eric nodded nonchalantly. "If only you did. Maybe we could have him join us, and then you wouldn't feel like a nervous little hedgehog right now." Hearing Eric's direct comment made Laura relax a bit, prompting her to boldly ask, "Mr. Williams, do you have a girlfriend?" "I do," Eric replied. "They're all at the Vanity Fair party, keeping a close eye on me, so you can rest easy." Laura Spencer couldn't help but laugh when she heard Eric's words, teasingly picking up on a particular term. "They?" "Yep," Eric nodded. "They." Chapter 11:11. Don't scare everyone. The center of attention at the Vanity Fair party was likely the media area outside. Once guests entered the party hall, the atmosphere turned exceptionally relaxed and pleasant. Eric walked into the party hall, greeting familiar guests while scanning the room in search of Nicole and others. Columbia Pictures CEO, Bill Mechanic, approached with a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. Recognizing him as Barry Sonnenfeld, the director of the Men in Black series, Eric stepped forward to greet them. As they got closer, Barry Sonnenfeld extended his hand to Eric, smiling as he said, "Good evening, Mr. Williams." "Hello, Barry," Eric responded, shaking Barry Sonnenfeld's hand before reaching out to Bill Mechanic. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked, "What are you guys chatting about?" Bill Mechanic replied, "Some movie-related topics." Sensing the vague tone in Mechanic's response, Barry Sonnenfeld cleverly raised his wine glass toward Eric and said, "Well then, Mr. Williams, you two continue your conversation. I'm going to say hi to Will." Eric nodded in acknowledgement as Barry walked away. He casually picked up a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and moved to a nearby corner with Bill Mechanic. Once settled, he inquired, "How's it going?" Given Bill Mechanic's connection to Barry Sonnenfeld, it was no surprise the conversation revolved around the Men in Black series. Bill Mechanic sighed, shaking his head. "Barry and Will just signed a deal with Warner Brothers for a project by John Peters, which is a film adaptation of a TV series called Wild Wild West. I investigated and learned it's a sci-fi film about two agents protecting the president from an evil doctor, set 100 years in the past. Plus, I feel like Warner is clearly trying to replicate Men in Black's model. Aside from John Peters, Barry, and Will, they are planning to cast another actor reminiscent of Tommy Lee Jones. Sci-fi, buddy duo, comedic style. It's practically the same, just substituting aliens with mechanical monsters created by an evil doctor. The other elements are almost identical." Eric listened to Bill Mechanic and couldn't help but frown slightly. A few years prior, when Sony removed the two leaders at Columbia, Peter Guber and John Peters, Guber had already enjoyed his retirement, while Peters remained active in Hollywood, returning to his former home at Warner Brothers. While Eric had picked Men in Black as a project, the main responsibilities fell to Columbia's crew at the time, including John Peters and others. Hollywood's tendency to follow trends was hardly surprising, but a nearly identical imitation could be rather off-putting. If Warner brought Tommy Lee Jones into the mix, it would essentially be a version of Men in Black without the aliens. Eric couldn't recall much about Wild Wild West. He wondered if it had flopped. After some more probing of Bill Mechanic, Eric realized Wild Wild West was technically categorized as a Western period sci-fi film. Combining elements of the Western genre, period settings, and sci-fi offered an uncomfortable mishmash that reminded Eric of Disney's box office disaster, The Rocketeer. While The Rocketeer had flopped as a retro sci-fi film, Wild Wild West upped the ante with some distinctly doomed Western elements. Feeling his mind start to spiral into bias, Eric shook his head to dispel those thoughts. After all, a film as seemingly flopped as Pirates of the Caribbean had been a massive box office success. Who could really say how Wild Wild West would fare? Speaking of which, Warner had been making quite a few moves recently in the film business, first securing distribution rights for Adam Sandler's Big Daddy, then snatching up Run Lola Run at the Sundance Film Festival, and now this Wild Wild West project. The merger between America Online and Time Warner was under intense scrutiny by the U.S. Justice Department. So these moves probably represented Time Warner's push to establish a foothold and demonstrate power within the new company after the merger. While Wild Wild West definitely rubbed Eric the wrong way, he didn't intend to engage in any kind of grudge with Warner. Of course, if the film expected to secure quality advertising resources on the Firefly Group's television platform in the future, it could forget about it. The digital sector wouldn't offer any special effects support either. Warner seemed ready to team up with Universal and Paramount to do their own thing with their new visual era. With these thoughts in mind, just as Eric was preparing to part ways with Bill Mechanic, a light bulb went off in his head, and he called out, "John Woo is working on an action film for you guys, right?" "Yeah, The Replacement Killers. He just secured his creative team, and they're about to start production." Bill Mechanic nodded. "Eric, is there a problem?" "No. I was just wondering if Wu is also preparing a war film." "Right. He showed me the script. It's called Wind Talkers," Bill Mechanic added. Then remembered, "By the way, Kenneth mentioned you advised everyone not to get involved with that project, so I didn't follow up with him." Eric thought to himself, so it's Wind Talkers. He kept a neutral expression while advising Bill Mechanic. "Try to find a way to pitch that project to Warner." Bill Mechanic's face broke into a wry smile as he immediately understood Eric's intention, saying, "But, Eric, you haven't even seen the script. I actually think this project is pretty decent. Are you so sure we will mess it up?" "Everyone has their strengths," Eric replied. "Have you heard of Wu directing war films? I can't even understand why he's interested in them. He used to make comedies that flopped hard. He switched to action films and found success, but now he wants to change gears again." "I'm not optimistic at all. All directors want to try new things," Bill Mechanic countered. "Haven't you been doing the same?" "I don't have the energy to argue this with you," Eric chuckled, shaking his head. "Just do as I said." Bill Mechanic looked conflicted. "But what should I do?" "That's your business. Think it through," Eric replied, flicking his finger against his glass. "For example, you could say I suddenly became interested in the script after reading it, and then negotiate firmly with Wu. You can drop hints, and naturally, people will come rushing. What if Universal or Paramount snatch it away? As long as it's not us, that's all that matters," Eric shrugged. "I feel Warner is the most likely candidate to take it on. Over at Universal, Michael is sharper than you think. As for Paramount, Redstone is becoming increasingly conservative, so I doubt they'll jump in." "All right," Bill Mechanic reluctantly nodded, but then added, what if Wind Talkers becomes a hit?" "Two options," Eric replied, lifting one finger in front of Bill Mechanic and grinning. "You take the blame, or I take the blame." "Boss, can I pick the second one?" "You tell me." After parting ways with Bill Mechanic, Eric noticed Julia's figure and headed straight towards a booth nearby. Upon reaching the booth, he found not only Julia and Elizabeth, but also Amy Pascal. Surprisingly, Tina Brown was there as well. As the boss, Eric couldn't keep track of his employees' movements. Tina Brown, former head of Vanity Fair and creator of the Vanity Fair Party, had moved to Yahoo long ago. While he was surprised to see her there, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After greeting everyone, Eric casually sat down between Julia and Elizabeth. Julia, playing the perfect hostess, called a waiter to bring Eric a drink, and Elizabeth curiously asked, "What were you and Bill talking about for so long?" "Hollywood guy talk. Of course it was about saving the world," Eric joked. Elizabeth lightly hit him but didn't mind, smiling back. "So what about you guys?" Elizabeth shot Eric a look. "I'm brainstorming ideas with Amy to see what Firefly should produce next. What do you think about Harry Potter?" Eric raised his drink in mock surrender, pleading, "Can we skip Harry Potter? Let it count as a favor I owe you." The women laughed, clearly aware of Eric and Elizabeth's $100 million box office wager regarding the Blair Witch Project. Additionally, with the rise of interest surrounding the Harry Potter series, discussions had begun internally about launching a movie project, and whispers had recently surfaced in the media. After some laughter, Tina Brown remarked, "Speaking of, the Blair Witch Project is really a miracle, Eric. I'm here to personally sift through the marketing plan for it. It's bound to provide great insights for Yahoo." Hearing Tina Brown's explanation for her visit, Eric nodded. "I'll be having breakfast with Jeffrey tomorrow. You should join us so we can discuss. Also, if you need any materials, I'll make sure this team helps you out." Tina was thrilled to have direct assistance from the big boss. After chatting for a bit, Eric didn't want to leave Amy Pascal out, so he asked, "Amy, how is the prep for the Bourne Identity coming along?" "Doug Liman just finished his new film. I've already talked to him, and he's eager to take this one on," Amy replied. "Also, regarding the leading man, ICM has recommended a few candidates, and I plan to send you the materials next week." Eric sensed something was off and asked, "By the way, what about the producer? John wants to be personally in charge." "I think it's feasible," Amy replied, referring to John Calley, MGM's vice president. Eric didn't want to probe deeper into that situation and simply shook his head. John Calley is in charge of television. Let him focus on that. He then thought for a moment and added, "I remember Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy at Amblin want to step down. Try reaching out to them. Securing both would be terrific." Because Hollywood history has been severely distorted by Eric, the big butterfly, Amberlin Pictures, which was established by Spielberg and others to replace the former DreamWorks, has declined much faster than in the original time and space. However, over the past few years, Spielberg and others felt that going solo was far from as simple as they had imagined, and now there are signs of splitting up. Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy were once Spielberg's top producers, crucial to the breakout series like Indiana Jones and Back to the Future. Interestingly, the original Bourne series had been in their hands too. If Eric could bring them to MGM, it would create the original team all over again. "That might not be easy," Amy said. "I heard they want to start their own production company." However, Eric wasn't concerned. If the two were starting a production company, they'd inevitably look for a major studio as their base, much like Jerry Bruckheimer's production company had ties with Firefly. Eric didn't believe that under Hollywood's current conditions, Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy would want to launch an entirely independent film production and distribution company. "Get in touch with them first, and if needed, I'll talk to them myself." Amy nodded. "All right, I'll arrange a meeting with them tomorrow." As Eric was talking to Amy, he noticed Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with excitement. He playfully hooked his pinky with hers while asking, "What about Drew? Isn't she supposed to be here?" "How should I know?" Elizabeth shrugged, pouting. "I didn't raise her like a daughter." Just as Elizabeth finished her sentence, Drew's voice from nearby chimed in. "I think you might as well consider me your daughter." Turning around, Eric saw Drew, dressed in a ginger-colored one-shoulder dress, squeezing past Julia to sit on Eric's lap. Her small hands began to explore, and she asked cheerfully, "Where is she? I heard she was here. I've looked everywhere and couldn't find her." "You're definitely hiding her, right?" "Stop it," Eric chuckled, pinning her restless hands down. "I've shrunk her and tucked her away in my pocket. I'll show you when we get back. Don't scare everyone." Drew huffed in discontent. Given that the booth could comfortably seat 3, fitting 4 was impossible. Seeing that Julia and Elizabeth showed no sign of making room, she reluctantly wriggled away. Amy and Tina, noticing this situation, stood up laughing, saying they'd go say hi to others. Once they left, Drew plopped down across from them, still not giving up, pouting, "You definitely hit her, didn't you?" Chapter 11-12. Take a look for yourself. Not many people knew about Eric being bitten. After Amy Pascal and Tina Brown walked away, Eric felt freer to speak. He smiled and asked Drew across from him, "What did you want to see her for?" The girl knelt on the other side of the table, her small arms resting on the surface. Showing her white teeth, she replied, "To help you get your revenge." Eric reached across the table, playfully touching her delicate face as she leaned closer. "Listen, how about I plead for her? You guys shouldn't bully her anymore, okay?" The girl shook her head, brushing off Eric's hand. "Eric, I'm jealous." At this moment, Elizabeth realized what was being said and chimed in, "I'm jealous too." Julia nodded in agreement, expressing her jealousy as well. "All right, let's not do that," Eric said, pinching the girl's chin playfully before retracting his hand. "I'm already under a lot of pressure. If you keep pushing me, something might go wrong. If I lose my mind, there won't be anyone to support you." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth rolled her eyes and said, "If you lose it, we'll build you the most luxurious mental institution in the world." Julia nodded again, seemingly eager to move in. But suddenly, the girl quieted down, her gaze fixed intently on Eric. After a few seconds, she leaned in, disregarding the cups and plates on the table and the curious looks from nearby guests. She cuddled Eric's shoulders and kissed him a few times on the lips. Quickly, she backed away, standing tall and declaring, "All right, I'll let her off the hook." Once Drew stepped away, Elizabeth snapped out of her daze, looked at the messy table, and assessed Eric for a few seconds before pinching his waist and saying, "Let me out of here. I need to stay far away from this little mad woman." Eric gave a wry smile as he stood aside. He waved to a nearby waiter to come over and clean up. Suddenly, Nicole appeared from who knows where, accompanied by her friend Naomi Watts. Looking at the disarray being tidied up by the waiter, Nicole asked, "What happened here?" "Nothing much." Eric shook his head. He greeted Naomi Watts. "Hey, Naomi, what have you been busy with lately?" "Good evening, Mr. Williams," Naomi replied, her curiosity piqued by the situation. "I just got a role from Miramax, thanks to Nicole's introduction." At that moment, Eric wasn't particularly interested in what role Naomi had landed and merely nodded. After the waiter cleared the long table, he gestured for the two women to sit down and casually ordered a glass of red wine while chatting with them. Moments later, an elderly man in his 60s with graying hair and several associates approached. After some introductions, Eric learned that the man was Robert Ream, the newly appointed president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Academy's presidency operated on a rotating basis, often changing hands, and the terms were quite irregular. Eric wasn't particularly keen on getting to know these elderly gentlemen, most of whom were at least 60. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Robert hoped Eric could join the others for a private conversation. So, he bid farewell to Nicole and the other women and followed the group to a meeting room at the Hilton Hotel. Once inside the meeting room, it became clear that other significant Hollywood figures attending the Vanity Fair party were also present. There was no formal agenda. It felt more like a rally. The Academy hoped Hollywood would pay more attention to the artistic quality of films produced by studios rather than focusing solely on commercial viability. They expressed a desire for the upcoming Oscars to not repeat this year's debacle. Although the conversation was somewhat dull, the old man had a lot of chatter in him. By the time everyone left the meeting room, nearly an hour had passed. Returning to the party hall, Eric discovered that Drew, Elizabeth, and Nicole had all left. Although the party still had time left, Eric felt disinterested. After making some weak attempts at mingling, he decided to leave the hall and head back to the Liberty City Manor. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, he noticed a slender figure in pink standing by the entrance, holding a clutch. Recognizing her, Eric called out, "Hi, Laura." Laura Spencer turned around upon hearing the voice, suppressing her racing heart as she smiled. "Mr. Williams, are you heading home?" After being escorted by Eric to the media wall earlier in the evening, Laura had seen him at the party but hadn't had a chance to interact with him again. Under other circumstances, she would have cherished the opportunity to expand her contacts. But tonight she was completely preoccupied with a certain man and had no inclination to socialize. She had spent a good hour searching for Eric at the party, thinking he had left, and had decided to leave herself. Unexpectedly, Eric appeared behind her. "Yeah," Eric replied with a smile. "What about you?" "All the hotel cars have been sent out," Laura said, sounding a bit embarrassed but also hinting at some hidden anticipation. "I have to wait for a while." "I see. Then let me give you a ride." As they spoke, Eric's bodyguard had pulled up his vehicle to the hotel's entrance. After hesitating for a moment, Laura decided to join Eric in the car. As the car door closed and the driver started the engine, pulling away from the Hilton, Eric asked her, "By the way, where are you staying?" "At the Hollywood Royce Hotel." "Hollywood? Oh, then we need to turn around," Eric noted, casually speaking to the front seat. "Aaron." Since Eric didn't lower the partition, the driver could hear their conversation and nodded in acknowledgement, actively turning the steering wheel. Eric lived in Malibu, which required heading west, while Hollywood lay to the east of the Hilton. As Laura felt the car beginning to steer in that direction, she wanted to say that it was unnecessary to turn around, but ultimately, she kept that hesitation bottled up. After all, if the big boss rejected her, it would be too embarrassing. However, as a notorious playboy, Eric surprisingly didn't take the initiative, which left Laura feeling disappointed. Moreover, throughout the ride, Eric seemed quite subdued, unlike the exuberance he had when leaving the awards ceremony. Could it be that she encountered a fake Eric Williams? After about 10 minutes, outside the Hollywood Royce Hotel, Laura Spencer watched the sleek black Maybach drive away, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She definitely met a fake Eric Williams. That guy. Leaving the bustling Los Angeles area and returning to Liberty City Manor, the time was nearing midnight. As the car slowly drove through the estate's gates, Eric asked, "What about her, Miss Kess?" The driver hesitated a moment before responding. She refused to go to Mary's place to rest, and seems to have been sitting by the tennis court. Eric then remembered that besides himself and the close women around him, nobody else had access to the Shell Villa. In addition to the Shell Villa, the estate had several apartments where bodyguards and servants lived. Seeing that the car was approaching the tennis court, Eric said, "I can get off here. You guys go get some rest." The driver stopped the car, and Eric alighted, making his way directly to the tennis court illuminated by lights. He quickly found a figure sitting alone on a bench by the court, looking a bit forlorn. Carmen Kess seemed lost in thought, completely unaware of Eric's approach. It wasn't until Eric seated himself beside her that she reacted, jumping up like a startled rabbit before quickly settling back down next to Eric. Patting the space beside him, Eric said, "Come here." After hesitating, Carmen Kess returned to her previous spot, perhaps moving a bit away from Eric. Eric didn't mind. He leaned back against the chair, resting his hands on the back, gazing up at the dark night sky sprinkled with stars. After an indeterminate amount of time, Eric finally chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "This feels strange. I feel like I'm keeping a young lover while worrying about my wife bullying you. Why am I being so nice to you?" Carmen bit her lip and said, "I'm not your lover." "Yeah, I guess I'm losing out here," Eric replied, shaking his head. "I even helped plead your case tonight, asking them not to bully you. And you're not even a little grateful." Carmen recalled Giselle, hesitating briefly before softly saying, "They aren't good women. Are women who bite their men considered good? I'm not your woman." Eric nodded in understanding. "Oh, that's true. You weren't before." Carmen wanted to say she wouldn't be in the future, but recalling everything that had transpired recently, she couldn't bring herself to voice those words. After a moment, she softly murmured, I want to thank you, and I'm sorry about what happened that day." Eric just responded with a soft He didn't say anything more. After sitting in silence for a while, Carmen finally ventured, "So, how's your arm? Is it better?" "Here." Eric extended his right arm to her and said, "Take a look for yourself." Upon seeing him stretch out his arm, she instinctively adopted a defensive posture. But a moment later, she gently rested that arm on her knee, rolled up the sleeves of his suit and shirt, and revealed the wound still wrapped in bandages. Chapter 11:13, Unbreakable. Back then, the bite had indeed been extremely fierce. More than half a month passed, and the scar on Eric's arm still bore a layer of scabs. Under the soft yellow lights by the tennis court, Carmen Kess looked down at the bite mark on Eric's arm, and she felt a pang of guilt swell within her. She cautiously stole a glance at him, relieved to find he wasn't staring back. With her gaze returning, her slender finger gently touched the scar. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "The scar should heal." "I'm not planning to treat it," Eric said with a smile, shaking his head. "I remember someone saying that real men should have a few scars." If it had been anyone else saying this, she definitely would have shot back a sarcastic remark about how a man was nothing to be proud of when he was bitten by a woman. Yet now, hearing him say this, she felt a flutter of anxiety. If he chose not to remove the scar from his arm, then it would be difficult for her to sever this connection between them. She couldn't help but replay the events of the past weeks. From Giselle Bundchen bullying her, to their encounter at the Long Island racetrack, and then the twists and turns that followed, including the terrifying incident of her mother's kidnapping during Paris Fashion Week. Although their interactions had been brief and undeniably awkward, she felt as though this man had somehow submerged himself entirely into her life, like the very air she breathed. It was as if, without realizing it, she had developed an indescribable dependence on him. When she heard about her mother's abduction, the first figure that flashed through her mind was that of the man she had bitten so hard. People who knew her thought she was too stubborn, but only she understood that she had never truly been a strong girl. Growing up in an unstable environment after her parents divorced, she had lived in an atmosphere devoid of security all her life. The fashion world was filled with girls who were less financially prudent than most Westerners. Some carefree ladies would spend their future earnings at the blink of an eye. But because of her deep-seated insecurity, she had always saved money and had often been teased by friends for being a miser. However, after that day, the profound insecurity that had accumulated within her since childhood seldom bothered her. Perhaps not. Severing this bond with him didn't seem so bad after all. After zoning out for a while, she realized she was still holding on to the man's arm, and he seemed to have no intention of pulling away. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, she carefully rewrapped the bandage she had just untied, helped him roll down his sleeve, and decided to let him keep his arm resting on her knee. But once she adjusted his sleeve, the man withdrew his arm. "By the way, although pretty girls don't usually eat, you must be hungry, right?" She instinctively nodded. Suddenly, she remembered that familiar saying. The little girl named Emma had said it. "Daddy says pretty girls don't eat." Daddy. Her impression of Emma was excellent. She believed that Emma's father must be a really interesting person. Later, when she attacked Eric Williams, she felt very guilty about possibly impacting that family. But now, she suddenly connected the dots. So he was the interesting person she had always thought about. Daddy, daughter, daddy, daughter. Although in recent days, due to her focus on him, she had seen some gossip about him already having a child, confirming it now stirred a complexity of emotions within her. Well, although she felt she didn't have any right to feel this way, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Eric, however, had no clue about her thoughts. He stood up and said, "Let's go get something to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Too. She stood mechanically, following Eric toward the villa. Leaving the tennis court and walking along the estate's path, she hesitated before finally asking, "Emma, is she your daughter?" "Yeah," Eric replied, puzzled by the sudden question but nodding. "But technically, she's my adopted daughter. By the way, you still need to formally apologize to Emma next time you meet. She was pretty scared after your last encounter." She simply responded with an "uh-huh," but her mind suddenly felt lighter. Though she still had a few lingering shadows of that racetrack, she was oddly in no mood to inquire further, adopting an ostrich-like attitude. As they walked into the cliffside shell villa, it was indeed large, resembling a palace. But with only the two of them inside during the late night, it inevitably felt a bit empty, even desolate. Yet he seemed to relish this atmosphere, so she quickly adapted to it. When they reached the kitchen and started preparing a simple late-night snack, she awkwardly helped him. Of course, she knew how to do house chores, but out of a woman's instinct, she felt it was more appropriate to act a bit clumsy. After making the late-night meal, they didn't eat in the dining room, but set their dishes down at a small bar in the kitchen corner. Watching him pour a cup of warm milk for her, she quickly took a small sip and noticed the smile playing on his lips, making her feel slightly embarrassed. Yet, a warm feeling blossomed within her. Eric tidied up the kitchen a bit before sitting down next to her, picked up a piece of bread, and spread some jam on it. He initiated a conversation, asking, "What have you been busy with lately?" Carmen shook her head. "Fashion week just ended, so everyone's taking a break. But Paul is helping me negotiate an endorsement deal." "Is that so? I'll be staying in Los Angeles for a while, and I'll be going to New York for Easter. Maybe I can take you back with me then." Although she had been somewhat prepared and had no real resistance, hearing Eric say that still made Carmen's cheeks flush slightly, and she shyly looked away. Eric then asked, "What endorsement is Paul negotiating for you? I might be able to help. It's for a Dior perfume. We're basically close to finalizing." "Oh, which line?" "It's a new line," Carmen explained. "They said it's called J'adore." Eric nodded but unexpectedly seemed to recall something, turning to study her for a moment and chuckling. What a coincidence. Dior's J'adore previously had a well-known spokesperson, Charlize Theron. But Carmen's mention reminded Eric of a very glamorous J'adore Golden Goddess poster. Though many years had passed, the memories from his past life had blurred, yet upon careful comparison, the woman in the poster closely resembled Carmen cast beside him. If his guess was correct, she could very well be Dior's first spokesperson for J'adore. Of course, Carmen couldn't read Eric's mind and looked at him in confusion. "Hey, why don't you ask Paul to send over some information on J'adore tomorrow?" Eric, Without explanation, smiled and added, I could use my experience as a director and help you with the commercials. Although she didn't understand why he suddenly seemed so enthusiastic, Carmen nodded in agreement. After finishing their late-night meal, it was already 1 a.m. They cleaned up the dishes and left the kitchen, the atmosphere inevitably turning flirtatious once more. Feeling her heart racing, Carmen obediently followed Eric to the luxurious round bedroom at the highest point of the Shell Villa. The man helped her prepare some temporary toiletries and then ushered her into the bathroom. After an undetermined amount of time, she finally emerged from the bathroom, donned in a large bathrobe, her freshly washed hair fully dried. Eric lounged against the headboard, flipping through a book that she couldn't tell the title of. When he saw her, he patted the space beside him. Carmen walked over, carefully lifted the covers, and climbed onto the large bed. Hesitating for a moment, she eventually removed her bathrobe, revealing her form-fitting bra and panties, quietly slipping under the blankets. Eric watched her actions and chuckled, placing his book down, turning off the bedroom lights, and lying down next to her. The sudden darkness relaxed her a bit, but she still felt slightly tense at the movement beside her. One of his arms reached over and wrapped around her waist, pulling her gently closer. She followed his lead and leaned back until her back pressed against his chest. Sleep now. We have to wake up early tomorrow for work. Being a man is tough. As they leaned together, she found herself strangely unbothered by the man's presence behind her. In fact, she even took a discreet sniff to catch the scent of the shower gel he used. Hearing him say that, her body involuntarily relaxed. But after a moment, that hand began to mischievously undo her bra. Thinking he was indeed going to do something inappropriate, she slightly pouted, but she didn't resist, and even found herself helping him. She felt him discard the bra, then there was quietude. Of course, it wasn't entirely quiet. That hand took the place of the bra. After another moment passed without further motion, her slightly rapid breathing began to even out. Yet, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. Would he think she was too small? As if sensing her thoughts, his voice resonated in her ear. Stop overthinking, just sleep. In the darkness, her face flushed. Biting her lip, perhaps to mask her earlier nervousness, she spoke with a hint of discontent. Your hand? That hand deftly shifted down a bit in understanding. He must think I'm too small. She wrinkled her nose, inexplicably producing that thought. The man behind her soon whispered, You're too thin. She paused for a moment, quietly defending herself. If I gain weight, I won't be able to find work. He reassured, patting her waist. That won't happen anymore. Hearing those words, she froze a little, a warmth blossoming within her. So she reached out and gently pressed her hand against his hand resting on her waist. His large hand seemed unaccustomed to this passive position. It quickly flipped over, switching hands and enveloping her small hand in his palm. Feeling the warmth from his palm, she couldn't help but smile and completely relaxed, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 11:14, Inside and Out. A new week began. As expected, the main conversation among major North American media outlets revolved around the recently concluded Oscars. However, similar to this year's ceremony, which garnered a record-low viewership, the discussions surrounding the Horse Whisperer's multiple Oscar wins weren't as heated as anticipated. Most newspapers, magazines, and television outlets continued to keep their focus on the surging NASDAQ tech stock market. Last week, after Forbes reported that Eric's net worth soared past $300 billion due to the tech stock boom, the NASDAQ index experienced a significant uptick, resulting in major losses for hedge funds that shorted the index. It seemed that while many licked their wounds over the weekend, the moment Monday started, bearish sentiments about the NASDAQ returned with fervor, as if trying to bring down the index that had just crossed the 3,000-point mark last week. Among this bearish faction, the most notable was the Tiger Fund, which 2 years earlier had made significant gains during the Southeast Asian economic crisis alongside George Soros's Quantum Fund. Tiger Fund founder Julian Robertson even appeared on NBC's Today Show, openly criticizing the serious bubble in the NASDAQ tech stocks, specifically calling out several tech companies in the Firefly system, like Yahoo and Cisco. Interestingly, Eric had a brief encounter with Julian Robertson at a gathering in New York last year. While he didn't expect that one meeting would forge any relationship, he certainly didn't anticipate Robertson would suddenly take aim at the Firefly system. Eric only came to understand the situation when Chris called him from New York. Apparently, last week's surge in the Nasdaq had led to a $500 million loss for the Tiger Fund, which had established a significant number of short positions. Just 2 years ago, the Tiger Fund's total capital had surpassed $22 billion after successfully capitalizing during the Southeast Asian economic crisis. However, since suffering a loss while betting on Russia alongside Soros last year, the Tiger Fund had been struggling. After 2 significant failed investments in Russia and American Airlines, Tiger Fund's capital dwindled rapidly to $16 billion. Now, as the Nasdaq tech stocks kept rising and Soros's quantum fund remained passive, it was curious to see Julian Robertson firmly placing himself on the bearish side. In just a week, the Tiger Fund had lost $500 million, indicating Robertson's strong commitment to shorting the market. It made sense he was anxious enough to appear publicly in this manner. However, while this sudden downward strike resulted in a minute dip at the beginning of the new week, a surge of speculative capital continued to flood into the tech stock market, meaning this fluctuation didn't impact the overall trend of the Nasdaq. By Wednesday, the Nasdaq index bounced back to where it was at the open on Monday, and remarkably, it didn't even drop below 3,000 points throughout the entire process. The Nasdaq index surpassed the 3,000 mark several months earlier than Eric had expected, but he didn't change his original plan. He didn't even contemplate pausing due to the sudden bearish rhetoric. Starting Monday, he decisively ordered the Clover Fund's traders to gradually divest from the stocks held. That same week, Yahoo soon published an article titled, "AOL and Time Warner Merger Will Severely Impact Healthy Competition in the Internet Industry," boldly positioning itself against the AOL-Time Warner merger. Other media within the Firefly system quickly followed suit, advocating for the Federal Justice Department to immediately reject the merger proposal. To avoid any blowback, Eric chose to go all out, completely cutting off any private support for the AOL-Time Warner merger and not informing the management teams of AOL and Time Warner in advance. Steve Case didn't expect that the Firefly system, which had previously expressed support for the merger at the Justice Department consultation meeting, would suddenly turn against them. Frustrated, he quickly released an open letter on AOL's portal, accusing the Firefly system of being the real culprit behind disturbing healthy competition in the internet industry. He even referenced a recent article from the Washington Post to support his claim that the Firefly system sought to monopolize the industry. This round of turmoil resulted in a plethora of voices from both the media and politics speaking out in favor of AOL and Time Warner. Naturally, the already established Firefly system, resistant to allowing any competitors to grow, found itself facing widespread backlash. Despite the outward opposition, the Firefly system took no concrete measures to impede the AOL-Time Warner merger behind the scenes. As days passed, it seemed that both Steve Case and Terry Semel, who was set to depart after the merger's resolution, didn't show any interest in questioning anyone from the Firefly system. It was an unspoken agreement between both parties. These high-level capital maneuvers didn't occupy much of Eric's time, as he focused on Hollywood instead. The Blair Witch Project, after its third week of showing, saw a predictable drop of 53% in box office revenue. Yet it still amassed $28.9 million in that week alone. Over 3 weeks, the total box office took in $111.68 million, continuing to break records for return on investment. Moreover, although the film's third-week drop was significant, the upcoming Easter holiday period promised a wave of students on break. Thus, even with several new films set to release in the coming weeks, according to New Line Cinema's distribution department, the Blair Witch Project was projected to easily surpass $150 million in North America. Due to the box office marvel that the Blair Witch Project was creating, numerous Hollywood studios began to show interest in DV filmmaking, a burgeoning method at the time. Some studios even rushed to greenlight a series of DV film projects. However, it was clear that most were only seeing the investment return miracle of the Blair Witch Project without recognizing that the film's success was primarily due to its groundbreaking internet marketing strategy, rather than the DV technique itself. Even for those who realized this, The internet marketing platform had just been overly exploited by the Blair Witch Project. In the coming years, other projects trying to replicate its success were destined to fail. Gravity was still undergoing a monotonous and repetitive CG production phase, so Eric didn't need to keep a close watch, which allowed him time to focus on other projects within the Firefly system. On the Firefly Group front, the first Harry Potter film was officially greenlit, and a press conference was held that week where author J.K. Rowling flew in from London. Although she hadn't explicitly made the request as before, Eric still proactively promised that they would employ as many British actors as possible in the film and shoot on location in the UK. This approach would accurately reflect the novel's setting. After all, the unique, chilly atmosphere of England wasn't easily replicable elsewhere. On MGM's side, after a lengthy year of preparation, Bond 19 was finally set to go into production in April, with preliminary plans for a summer release the following year. Additionally, The Fast and the Furious, which had been released earlier in the year, had completed its theatrical run after 3 months, ending with a total North American box office of $218.6 million. Given MGM's combined production and distribution costs of $70 million, it was undoubtedly a huge success. Due to this North American box office triumph, The Fast and the Furious was pushed into the prime summer slots for most overseas markets. From the early reception in various international markets, it looked likely that the film would out-earn its North American revenues, with total global earnings potentially hitting the $500 million mark. The success of the Fast and Furious franchise also shifted the stance of Kevin Costner, the male lead of the Mission Impossible series, who had been in a wait-and-see position and eventually signed deals with MGM for 2 more films in the spy movie universe. Simultaneously, as the Fast and Furious series gained traction, MGM's burgeoning interest in the Jason Bourne series naturally attracted greater industry attention. Century City, MGM headquarters. As the end of the workday approached, Hollywood's notable producers Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy rose to their feet, shaking hands with Eric, Amy Pascal, Frank Mars, and several other MGM executives before bidding farewell. After Eric had made a suggestion at last weekend's Vanity Fair party, Amy quickly connected with Frank Marshall afterward. The Marshalls had stopped working at Amblin Entertainment and were actively looking for new opportunities. MGM offered impressive terms, and both parties agreed that upon collaboration, they would seamlessly take over the prominent projects within MGM's spy movie universe. As MGM's key decision-maker, Eric knew he had to be present for such an important partnership, and today was the final round of contract negotiations with the couple. With both sides eager to collaborate, a week's worth of discussions brought them to a tentative agreement. The formal signing ceremony was scheduled for next week. As the couple departed, the remaining executives didn't disperse and took their seats once more. After discussing the negotiation details, Amy brought up the lead role issue in the Bourne series. Chapter 11:15, Retainers. Eric, at the party at Frank's house last night, I ran into CAA's Richard Lovett. He said Matt Damon really wanted to try out for the role of Bourne. I remember you were really hoping Matt could take it, so you should consider it. What do you think? Eric flipped through the draft contract that MGM and the Marshall couple had preliminarily agreed upon without looking up, asking Amy, is he willing to accept our compensation plan? After the success of The Fast and the Furious, while determining the pay for the 2 male leads, Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, Eric and the higher-ups at the Firefly Group had engaged in discussions and had recently settled on a brand new base salary plus bonus plan. In simple terms, the new compensation contract would provide a base salary for the main actors. Then, based on the film's box office performance after its release, they would receive an additional bonus. The higher the box office, the larger the bonus. For instance, for the already initiated Fast and Furious 2, due to the sweeping success of the first film, MGM offered Vin Diesel and Paul Walker a base salary of $5 million. This amount also served as the upper limit for the new salary scheme that Firefly Group planned to implement for future projects. Next, per the contract, as long as the sequel earned a global box office of $500 million, both male leads' total pay would reach $10 million each. If the global box office reached $700 million, that number would increase to $15 million, and if it hit $900 million, their total compensation would peak at $20 million. If the numbers climbed even higher, MGM would be more than willing to pay more. However, if the sequel's box office fell below $300 million, neither of them would receive any bonus. Of course, the detailed contracts were much more complicated than this simple calculation. Moreover, for future film projects, various factors like project themes and budget costs would also be considered. After all, it wouldn't be reasonable to expect a lowbrow comedy with a budget of only $20 or $30 million to adopt a pay structure like that of The Fast and the Furious. Nevertheless, the overall concept of this new pay scheme was straightforward and practical. Furthermore, it maximized the alignment of actors with the projects, reducing the studio's risk while not dampening the actors' enthusiasm. Naturally, the actors would work hard to earn more. In fact, Eric had already begun to devise similar payment structures a few years earlier. The contract signed by Stuart Ronkel with Firefly for Spider-Man had broadly adopted this model as well. The reason it had only been finalized for large-scale implementation now was that the Firefly Group had finally gained the strength to change Hollywood's rules. Currently, Vin Diesel and Paul Walker had accepted the new payment contract. In the future, key projects within the Firefly Group, such as the Agent Universe series, the Marvel Cinematic Universe series, the Harry Potter series, and the Pirates of the Caribbean series, would all adopt this payment structure. Amy noticed Eric's nonchalant demeanor and realized what he was hinting at. So, Richard Lovett means Damon isn't exactly a newcomer. However, he said many things are negotiable. And then, Eric looked up and smiled at Amy before lowering his head to continue reviewing the documents in front of him. Then, when the Bourne identity succeeded, wouldn't it all revert back to the way it was before? Constantly bickering with creatives over profit distribution issues, to the point where projects get abandoned? Just like what's happening now with Men in Black. Amy fell silent, and the others in the meeting room who had initially wanted to speak also kept quiet. Eric patiently finished the last few pages of the contract draft, closed the document, and then scanned the few MGM executives still seated around him. I've said this more than once, we are the masters of Hollywood now. Since we have the strength, we should reclaim the initiative that major studios have lost over the years, step by step. From now on, Hollywood is only ours to call the shots, not those stars, directors, or producers. After a brief pause, Eric continued in a flat tone. Of course, you can interpret it as this. In today's Hollywood, I am in charge. You are all retainers of Williams, and while you possess privileges, others must abide by the rules we set. So, does anyone have any objections? When Eric finished speaking, the meeting room fell even quieter. A few executives didn't even exchange glances, and no one dared to voice any objections. Eric's tone was calm, yet there was clearly no hint of a joke. Who knew if someone suddenly speaking up would find themselves shown the door? After waiting a moment, Eric nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then let's return to our previous topic. According to Hollywood's typical circumstances, if we hadn't taken the initiative with the Fast and the Furious series, both male leads would be waiting to negotiate. They might even consider turning down MGM's sequel offer due to dissatisfaction, jeopardizing the series' continuation. But the reality is, the sequel has been successfully launched, and because of the contract restrictions, they have to accept our proposed compensation package. Everything's going smoothly, isn't that great? Therefore, I won't make any concessions for the Bourne project either. Maybe we won't be able to invite top-tier stars in the short term, which could lead to some loss, but if we hold firm, every star in Hollywood will have to comply with our rules if they want to work. At that point, we will have completely regained all the initiative that major studios once lost. After delivering this statement, Eric paused for a moment to allow everyone to digest his words before continuing. All right, that's enough for today. I've checked the actor materials submitted by ICM, and that Mark Wahlberg seems promising. While his star power is a level below Damon, he's still very suitable for the Bourne role. Plus, Paul Thomas Anderson's Boogie Nights has given him considerable recognition. What you need to do is negotiate his contract. Of course, if you can't seal the deal, it's fine. Just keep looking for the next candidate. In the parking lot at MGM headquarters, watching Eric's car depart, MGM President Frank Marcasso turned to Amy Pascal and whispered, "Amy, did you accept any favors from Richard Lovett?" Amy shot Frank an annoyed glare. You're the one who accepted favors from Richard Lovett. Then why are you recommending Damon? Frank Marcasso didn't mind her glare and joked. You know the boss's intentions. Now look, we're all retainers. If you don't like it, you can quit. Amy said with a hint of sarcasm, also feeling a little wronged. She understood Eric's thinking. But Matt Damon was something Eric had initially pushed for himself. And sure enough, Richard Lovett, the president of CAA, was indeed a skilled negotiator, which was why she had somewhat recommended him to Eric on behalf of the other side. Whatever. Being a retainer isn't so bad, Frank Marcasso said, ruffling his thinning hair. At least we have our privileges. Nearby, John Callie chimed in. I suddenly feel like the boss isn't as easygoing as he used to be. Probably because he's under too much pressure lately, Frank Marcasso replied, shaking his head lightly. Gee, $300 billion. How could that not be stressful? That's a good point. It's easier for us to be the retainers. Amy rolled her eyes at them and turned towards her car, saying, Can you two sound any more bitter? Frank Marcasso and John Callie shared a laugh. As MGM's executives parked adjacent to each other, they followed Amy toward a nearby corner. Frank Marcasso then asked, So, do you guys know that Mark Wahlberg? I've checked him out, and his acting isn't bad, John Callie said, arriving by his car without rushing to open the door. And I think he has a similar look and style to Damon. Looks like the boss is leaning toward using this type of actor for the Bourne series. Amy hadn't hurried into her car and frowned as she thought aloud. This actor doesn't have the best background. He seems to have been a little hoodlum back in the day and even did some time. These are things for ICM to worry about, Frank Marcasso replied nonchalantly. As long as we sign the deal, ICM will help him maintain his public image. Besides, this is Hollywood. We've seen everything. John Callie added. But if it's him, we should definitely remind ICM about this to avoid any trouble. There will definitely be envious eyes if the lead of the Bourne series falls into the hands of someone like him. It was Friday, and the three didn't chat for too long. After a while, Frank Marcasso and John Callie both drove off. Amy got into her car, started the engine slowly, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she found herself lost in thought. Just 10 years. The once inexperienced young man had become a master of Hollywood. She still vividly remembered the first time she met Eric. At that time, he was a complete novice with the demeanor of a big boy just starting out, but evidently possessing a rare talent and confidence that was uncommon among his peers. Back then, she hadn't been all that seasoned herself either. Although she had secured a decent position at Columbia Pictures, she left out of youthful impulsiveness. Now, she might never take such rash actions again. And retainers. That somewhat classic title seemed quite fitting after all. Chapter 11:16, Her. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived in the kitchen to start preparing dinner. She had secretly researched how to make Italian bacon pizza for 2 days. Today, she wanted to surprise him. Since last weekend, she had been living in this mansion for 5 days. Although she occasionally felt like a caged canary, most of the time, she felt incredibly satisfied and fulfilled. He was busy, very busy, but it never made her feel neglected. She sensed that he was not the type of man who easily charmed women. However, being around him, his confidence, easygoing nature, and sense of humor, even his occasional solitude and aloofness, had a natural charm that attracted women. She even thought he possessed a mysterious ability to pull a woman into his personal world without her even realizing it, like a magician. After spending a few days together, she found herself intrigued by many things she had never encountered before, all because he had mentioned them. Moreover, he unconsciously drew out her limited knowledge. The only thing she felt she had over him was her ability to speak Estonian, and now he already knew quite a bit of everyday Estonian dialogue. On Tuesday, he had sneaked her into Firefly Studios to watch a preview of the movie he was working on. It was truly a secret mission, as if he were worried that she would be bullied by his women. So, she had to tread carefully, and it felt thrilling. Firefly Studios had a large screening room that was called IMAX. Though it was just a short 3-minute clip, wearing the 3D glasses and watching the 3-story-high space scene before her, she was utterly awestruck. She had no idea a movie could be like this. That moment made her feel extremely proud. However, there were also times of sadness. On Wednesday night, he did not return to stay. Although he had called to remind her not to forget dinner, and to go to bed early. She still acted like a little jilted lover, deliberately skipping dinner and stubbornly curling up on the sofa in the living room all night. By morning, she heard noise early on, thinking he had returned. She rushed out in surprise, only to find two identical Russian girls with maids conducting a routine cleaning of the villa. Her mood soured even more. Estonians generally disliked Russians. Or, to be precise, they hated them. That country had brought too many disasters to Estonia. During the war, 1 in 5 Estonians had died, and after the war, Estonia was annexed by the Soviet Union. Hundreds of thousands of survivors were exiled to the bitter cold of Siberia, and very few were able to return. Now, among Estonia's population of over 1 million, the original Estonian ethnicity comprised less than half. The two Russian girls were polite to her, but they were clearly distant. She naturally did not attempt to get closer to them. So, she stayed in the small corner of the glass curtain wall, where she had set up an easel, with dye mixed by him, and a golden outline just sketched on the canvas that he had designed for her real self perfume poster. She sat on the sofa, clutching a cushion fiercely, like a little beast fiercely guarding its territory, keeping a close watch on the maids cleaning the villa, preventing them from getting too close, and keeping the twins at bay. It wasn't until everyone left that the villa quieted down again. That was when she deflated. She finally understood that he could never belong to her. Then, in the evening, he returned. With gentle words, she quickly regained her dependence on him. She thought to herself, I'm hopeless. That infuriating man, who seemed to have everything, also devilishly entangled women in the identity of being owned. She just wanted to bite him again. As her thoughts drifted, she continued to prepare dinner. Just then, the aroma of pizza wafted from the oven. She snapped out of her daze, hurriedly put on oven mitts, and took the pizza out. Waiting for it to cool a bit, she pinched off a very small piece from the side and tasted it. It was too small, and she couldn't discern any flavor or whether it was good or not. Nonetheless, she wasn't inclined to cut a piece from the entire pizza. That would surely look awkward. What deliciousness are you making in secret? A familiar voice came from behind her. She turned around, smiled, and lifted the freshly baked pizza toward him in a gesture of triumph. Eric walked over with a smile, leaned down to smell the pizza she was holding, and nodded, saying, Not bad. It must be delicious. I'm not so sure. It's my first time making it. Let me try. Eric picked up a knife and fork, cut a small piece, put it in his mouth, and nodded satisfactorily after a moment before cutting another piece and offering it to her. She opened her mouth and nibbled, leaning her little head forward to take it all in. Of course, she had eaten pizza in restaurants before, but it was never as good as what others made. However, since he nodded, it must be good enough. After all, she had put thought into it. Let's make a salad, Eric said as he watched her finish. I remember there were some oranges in the fridge. I'll handle the juice, and that'll be enough for dinner. She nodded and walked to the fridge with him, beginning to gather the ingredients, while casually setting up a conversation. Do you have to work tomorrow? Eric shook his head. No work tomorrow. I'm taking you to Santa Rosa Island. How does that sound? She tilted her mouth softly, letting a smile form, but said, You still haven't finished that poster you were helping me with. Well, we might as well take it to Santa Rosa Island to finish it. The vibe there will be great, Eric said, then added. Also, we're going to New York together the day after tomorrow. The carrot she had just grabbed almost slipped from her hand. Suddenly, she felt a void inside her. In just a few days, she had fantasized more than once about staying here forever. It seemed nice, even if she had to see those two Russian girls every week. She could barely endure it. But ultimately, she would have to leave. Yet, beside him, she instinctively didn't want him to see through her thoughts. So, she nodded naturally, saying, Sure, I should go back too. Paul said there would be several important fashion shows in Tokyo next month and hoped I could attend. Tokyo next month? Yeah. I wonder if I'll run into you, Eric said, pouring some warm water over several oranges, then fetching a juicer from the cupboard. I should also be going to Tokyo next month for the premiere of Iron Man. She looked puzzled. Is Iron Man premiering in Tokyo? Of course, not just in Tokyo, Eric chuckled. There's also Los Angeles and London. I will personally attend the premieres in these 3 places, but for the other locations, I won't be going. Chapter 1117, Biological Brother? Due to the success of the Firefly Group's Easter movie package last year, this year's Easter release period naturally became a battleground for major studios. Starting from March 26th, the week before Easter, Warner Brothers released Run Lola Run. Universal Pictures brought out EDTV, and Paramount's teen crime comedy, The Mod Squad, officially premiered in North American theaters. If it weren't for the surprise hit of the Blair Witch Project, Run Lola Run would have absolutely become the most talked about film at this year's Sundance Film Festival, thanks in part to Eric's attendance. Even so, Warner clearly had high hopes for this uniquely stylized indie film, scheduling it for 1,700 theaters in its first week. The situation for Universal's EDTV was a bit more complicated. Directed by Hollywood big shot Ron Howard and starring Matthew McConaughey, the film had a budget of $80 million, ranking just below the upcoming Firefly's release of Enemy of the State in terms of production cost. However, unlike Eric's strategy to cultivate the Easter market with blockbusters, EDTV appeared to have been abandoned by Universal. After all, the number of bombs Universal produced annually couldn't compare to the Firefly Group. If they weren't highly pessimistic about the film's prospects, Michael Eisner would surely not have scheduled it for the Easter release. Lastly, there was Paramount's The Mod Squad. This film was adapted from a TV series from the 60s, but it had nowhere near the popularity of the first two films. As for this year's Firefly Group's Easter movie package, it included Firefly's Enemy of the State, MGM's American Pie, and Fox's Never Been Kissed. All three films continued the trend of collaborative promotion, rolling out over the next 2 weeks. Since the plan was set in early last year, Columbia Pictures hadn't participated in this year's event. After spending the weekend with Carmen Cass in Los Angeles, Eric flew back to New York with her on Monday. At first, Eric wanted to arrange for Carmen to have a place in Manhattan like Gisele Bündchen, but she outright refused. Upon returning to Manhattan, the girl didn't cling to Eric. Instead, she immediately got back to work, even planning a trip to Tokyo next week. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to join Eric for the Tokyo premiere of Iron Man at the end of April. With only a few days until Easter, Eric also didn't rush to East Hampton. A lot of business with Firefly Investments, ABC Group, and Clover Fund required his personal attention in Manhattan. Eric, here's the stock trading report from Clover Fund last week. We retrieved a total of $1.625 billion, and everything has been settled into the Clover Fund account, said one of the girls. This time in New York, neither of the two girls stayed in Eric's mansion. They both chose other accommodations. It was something Marissa Mayer suggested first, and although Caroline wanted to stay with Eric, she felt too shy to impose herself alone when Marissa brought it up. Early in the morning, Caroline and Marissa hurried to Eric's temporary office at ABC headquarters to start their day. As Eric flipped through the report handed to him by Caroline, he asked the two of them, "So, you guys want to join me at the Hearst party tonight?" Caroline shook her head. "My brother's taking me out for dinner tonight." Eric raised an eyebrow and asked instinctively, "Your biological brother?" Caroline scrunched her nose and shot Eric a playful glare. "All right, I guess it is your biological brother," Eric replied, laughing awkwardly, then turned to Marissa. Marissa shook her head. "I have plans with someone. I'm going to Greenwich Village to check out an art exhibition tonight." Eric didn't dare ask Marissa who she was meeting in front of Caroline, but he noticed the smirk on Marissa's lips and shot her a teasing look when Caroline wasn't paying attention. Once Eric focused back on the stock report, Caroline pulled out a few more pages of documents and handed them to him, saying, "This is a memorandum submitted by a trader under Clover Fund. He thinks our selling strategy seems too hasty. If we can analyze it more thoroughly, we definitely get greater returns." Eric skimmed through the stock trading report while casually picking up the memorandum. These past few years, Eric had accumulated enough financial knowledge. He understood that stock trading was a technical role, far beyond simple buying and selling actions. A trader not only had to perform various trades, but also had to analyze how other potential traders might react and how their own buying and selling could affect stock prices. In short, a skilled trader could accurately identify or even create the best trading opportunities to maximize profits. If it had been any other time, Eric wouldn't have minded the slow and steady wins the race approach. However, he simply didn't have the time right now. The technology stocks held by Clover Fund were already valued at over $30 billion and continued to rise. From his previous memories, the Nasdaq index had surged from 3,000 to 5,000 points in just 4 months, followed by that infamous crash. Now, the date when the Nasdaq index broke through 3,000 points had been pushed forward by more than half a year. Analyzing the current situation from various aspects, Eric felt this time the Nasdaq was likely further from crashing. However, he didn't dare let his guard down and still set the complete liquidation time for Clover Fund within 4 months. To cash out tens of billions of dollars in 4 months, there wasn't enough time for a detailed trade analysis. All the trader needed to do was sell, sell, and sell. If it were any other time, the Clover Fund's cash out of over $1.6 billion within a week would certainly have alerted the Nasdaq market. Yet, right now, the entire Nasdaq technology stock market was caught in madness, with both domestic and international funds flooding in to join this speculative frenzy. The total market capitalization of Nasdaq stocks even broke through $3 trillion, with daily trading volumes reaching hundreds of billions. Moreover, the market surrounding Nasdaq tech stocks looked equally crazed and active with index futures and other financial derivatives. Thus, Clover Fund's abrupt large-scale reductions went unnoticed by the market. Of course, Eric wasn't letting his guard down in the slightest. Speaking of which, the reason he received this advisory memorandum from the trader was due to the strict confidentiality surrounding this reduction action. To avoid any potential discovery of Clover Fund's liquidations, Eric hired 12 trading teams, half of which were based outside North America. Although these teams understood their services were going to a super client, even after the transactions were completed, they could never figure out the total amount of funds Clover Fund cashed out. Reading through the pages of the memorandum with great interest, Eric tossed it aside and asked Caroline, "What's the schedule for the Iron Man promotion?" "The events you need to attend are Tokyo premiere on April 22nd, London premiere on April 29th, and Los Angeles premiere on May 5th. Also, on April 29th, you need to come to New York to record Late Show with David Letterman, which airs on May 2nd. Eric calculated in his mind. Tokyo, London, Los Angeles. This seemed like another long global flight. Caroline blinked and noticed Eric's thoughts. She said, "Eric, I heard from Boeing a couple of days ago that the 2 Boeing 747s are ready for delivery. But as per your instructions, the relevant documents have been sent directly to Ms. Barrymore." Eric had never been an impatient person. However, after waiting so long, the news that the 2 Boeing 747s were ready put him in a good mood. He nodded. "Perfect, we can take the new planes next time." Caroline smiled slightly. "Also, we received an email from LVMH in France, written by Ms. Delphine Arnault herself. She expressed a desire to meet with you to discuss a collaboration on a new Dior perfume advertisement." Eric looked at the printed email Caroline handed him, perplexed. "Delphine Arnault? Who is that?" "She's the eldest daughter of Bernard Arnault, the owner of LVMH." Eric nodded, reading through the email, beginning to understand. The recipient had likely seen the Dior J'adore Golden Goddess poster he designed, and was probably hoping he would personally handle the advertisement for J'adore Dior. Not knowing whether to view it as a wild fantasy, Eric just smiled and said, "Have someone send her a reply declining the offer." Eric had put a lot of effort into the J'adore Golden Goddess concept, but had no intention of shooting the advertisement now. After all, although a TV ad might only last for a few seconds, bringing it from concept to final product typically required at least a couple of months. Eric simply didn't have a month's worth of time to spare, and since he neither lacked money nor fame, he certainly wasn't interested in a situation where he would merely make a cameo as a figurehead during the ad shoot. Caroline nodded. After discussing these matters, Eric turned to Marissa and asked, "How's the negotiation between Firefly Electronics and the major record labels going?" Marissa shook her head. "I haven't heard any updates in the last couple of days. Should I make a call to check? Let's skip it for now." Eric sighed. To make up for the content shortcomings of the digital music store, Firefly Electronics was targeting the most likely partnerships with Universal, EMI, and BMG. Due to an inherent aversion to digital music players and the desire for greater profits, the terms proposed by these 3 companies were very harsh. Obviously, It wouldn't be easy to follow up with a large-scale mini music store promotion right after the release of the next-generation Fireflyer player. The hardware for the mini music store was all set, but without sufficient content support, the outcome would likely be just as dismal as an ATM machine running out of cash. After a busy day, as night fell, a black sedan slowly pulled up outside a mansion on the Upper East Side. After the driver got out and opened the door, Eric was the first to step out, extending a hand back into the car. Cindy Crawford was pulled out by Eric, but they didn't immediately enter the villa. Another tall woman emerged from the car, Linda Evangelista. The current head of the Hearst family, William Randolph Hearst III, greeted them as he saw the stunning figures standing beside Eric. His expression revealed some envy. Only a young man like him could dare to bring these two top supermodels to a party. Perhaps these two rising stars of the fashion world would only kneel in deference to someone like Eric Williams. "Hey, William, good evening," Eric said, shaking hands with William Hearst III and introducing the two women beside him. "This is Cindy and Linda." "Hello, Mr. Hearst." Cindy and Linda greeted William Hearst and Mrs. Hearst before they all stepped inside the villa. Many guests had already arrived at the villa, most of whom were socialites from the Upper East Side. William Hearst III personally introduced Eric to a few people. After a bit of small talk, the couple left to attend to other guests. After the Hearsts walked away, Linda picked a cherry out of her cocktail, playfully sucking on it, then cast an irritated glance around before addressing Eric. "I noticed everyone else only has one companion." "I noticed that too," Eric said, taking a sip of his red wine and chuckling. "So, you two are really getting a great deal out of it." PFF. Linda made a feeble sound of disapproval, visibly dissatisfied. She scanned the crowd and dragged Cindy along, saying, "I saw Aaron Lauder. Let's go say hi. By the way, her dress looks amazing tonight. Maybe I can ask which designer made it and get him to create a set for me." Without waiting for Eric to respond, Linda led Cindy toward the distance. Eric didn't follow. Just as he was about to have a chat with some familiar faces, he heard a sweet voice beside him. "You're Eric Williams?" Turning his head, Eric first saw a doll-like face with alluring eyes and a thin mouth, giving off an oddly charming vibe. Seeing Eric look over, the girl introduced herself. "I'm Lydia Hearst." Chapter 11:18, Unrecognizable. "Hello, Lydia," Eric said, reaching out his hand to gently shake hers, smiling as he added, "Let me guess, you like horror movies?" Lydia Hearst blinked her cat-like eyes and suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. When she was quiet, her mouth was very small, fitting Eric's aesthetic perfectly, but when she smiled, it opened wide, her rosy lips parting on that delicate doll-like face, making her look even more like a little witch. Smiling, she defensively shrank back a bit and said, "Mr. Williams, is this how a playboy approaches a girl?" Eric nodded, looking a bit frustrated. "Looks like this is going to fail. I used to succeed easily." The girl huffed in a proud manner, glancing over at a distance. "I'm not one of those women who chase after you just because of your money." "That's quite harsh," Eric chuckled and asked with interest. "Then what kind of guy do you like?" "Well," Lydia Hearst raised her chin thoughtfully and said, "First, he has to be loyal, not like some people." "All right, I'm completely out then." "Second, he has to be considerate and a bit handsome, not too dull. And of course, he must have some talent." She listed out before glancing at Eric with a satisfied smirk. "Anyway, money isn't the most important thing." "Of course," Eric nodded. "I'm sure. You'll find that kind of guy very easily." "Why?" Lydia instinctively asked back, then added in dissatisfaction, "Do you think I'm the kind of girl who's easy?" "Definitely not," Eric laughed as he explained. "You see, saying money isn't the most important thing lowers the standards significantly. There are always too few wealthy people and too many without money. Among all those without money, isn't it easy to find the kind of guy you need? And, most importantly, you're a Hearst. Those guys, even if they don't meet your standards, would 100% try to be what you want just to get with a Hearst, especially a beautiful one at that." Lydia Hearst listened to Eric's words, slightly stunned, tilting her head and furrowing her brow. Eric raised his glass of red wine and took a sip, continuing in a serene tone. "You see, those women chase me because I'm Eric Williams. Similarly, Those boys pursue you because you're Lydia Hurst. So, we're actually a lot alike. Why don't we start a romance between our kind? The girl, who had been somewhat dazed from Eric's words, rolled her eyes dramatically upon hearing his last sentence. Eric, you're such an annoying guy. I know. The truth is always hard to accept. You can take your time to digest it. Eric smiled and said, Now, let's change the subject. I don't want to talk to you at all. Although Lydia said this, she only made a show of slightly turning away and had no intention of leaving. Her expressive eyes remained fixed on Eric, clearly waiting for him to speak again. Eric glanced over at the other side of the hall, where Cindy and Linda were still chatting with a few women, then turned back to Lydia. So, did I guess correctly? You like horror movies. Lydia clearly seemed displeased with Eric's wandering eyes and retorted, Do we really have to talk about movies? Of course, Eric nodded. Movies are my expertise. I can control the conversation better when we talk about that. You're really not a gentleman, trying to take control in front of a girl. That is a problem. I'll definitely change next time. Then why don't you change this time? It's not good for a girl to be so aggressive. Lydia lightly huffed again before saying, All right, I do like horror movies. How did you guess? You want the truth? Lydia thought about Eric's earlier comments and immediately shook her head. I don't want to hear it. So, that means we're best suited for each other. You see, your IQ just jumped up. I seriously want to hit you right now. Did you know, Lil? I think that nickname suits you better than Lydia or Laya. I'm giving it to you for free. I don't want it. Lydia refused but couldn't help but ask, What do I know? Oh, it's like this, Eric said seriously. There's a theory that has been proven multiple times. When a woman thinks about hitting a man, she may unwittingly have fallen for him. You must be talking nonsense, Lydia countered immediately. There can't be such a weird theory. You see, your face is already red. Lydia promptly raised her glass. I had a drink. Perhaps, Eric said nonchalantly. But you don't look like you've reached the legal drinking age yet. Of course, Lydia tilted her chin in a provocative manner. And I haven't even reached the legal driving age. Mr. Williams, you've been flirting with a minor, and you're breaking the law. Wait, what is the legal driving age in New York? 16. Great. Nice to meet you, Miss Hurst. As Eric said this, he raised his glass to the girl and then turned to leave. Lydia froze for a moment but quickly chased after him like a little tail, reaching out to tug at Eric's sleeve, dissatisfied. Eric, I was just joking. You're really stingy. Eric casually put his glass onto a passing waiter's tray, walked over to the buffet table, and raised a plate toward the girl beside him. Want something to eat? Lydia noticed that Eric seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened and pouted. I'm not hungry. Eric nodded, starting to choose food for himself. Lydia held her glass of champagne, standing beside him and watching his movements. Unable to resist, she said, Don't take that. It's terrible. My uncle's chef makes awful chocolate sandwiches. You should try the blueberry pudding. Eric readily picked a box of pudding for his plate and asked, What else? Lydia blinked her eyes. Isn't this enough? Eric raised his food and pointed it at Lydia's forehead as he inclined it over to the center of his chest, smiling. What do you think? I'm not that short, Lydia pouted, instinctively raising her hand to smack Eric on the shoulder, but abruptly stopped, awkwardly pulling her hand back and rolling her eyes in thought. Also, ham sandwich would be fine. Oh. Eric grabbed a piece of ham sandwich but remarked, Isn't it strange? A chef who can't make a decent chocolate sandwich can make a great ham sandwich. Lydia's eyes flickered nervously as she defended herself. My uncle's house doesn't just have one chef. Good point. Eric nodded, not paying attention to the girl's little worries. He wasn't a picky person. Besides, the Hurst family's chef couldn't be that bad. It was probably just Lydia's personal taste. After picking up some more food, Eric turned and greeted other guests along the way, quickly finding an empty spot by the window in the hall. Lydia still followed him like a little tail, sitting opposite Eric with her cup, sipping delicately like a cat. After a moment of silence, watching Eric eat, Lydia's gaze flickered as she took the initiative to say, Eric, actually my earlier answer wasn't very accurate. It's all right, I forgive you. Lydia's head turned as she couldn't find a sharp retort and merely pouted. Actually, I don't just like horror movies. I also like John Waters films. John Waters, do you know him? Upon hearing this name, Eric immediately realized what this little witch was up to. John Waters, while perhaps not a household name, once mentioned could send shockwaves for many people through his infamous works. Pink Flamingos, a highly graphic cult classic, would leave audiences with just one prevailing feeling: disgust. Casually taking a bite of his sandwich, enjoying the chew, Eric unfeelingly shook his head. Never heard of him. Oomph, you really have no experience. Who was it that said movies were his best field? Lydia quickly pointed out, sounding a bit disappointed first, but then her eyes lit up. You definitely know him, right? Never heard of him. I'm quite a big deal. Even if I've seen him somewhere, I might have forgotten. But Lydia wouldn't give up, saying, Pink Flamingos? Polyester. What? Hairspray. Feeling confused here. Desperate living? Eric raised his hand, holding up a finger in front of him as if to pause things. Slowly lowering his sandwich, he casually pushed open the nearby window without looking outside and promptly spat out the food. After taking several deep breaths, Eric finally leaned back, looking at Lydia, who was now thoroughly amused. All right, you succeeded. Ha ha, ha ha. Realizing the setting around her, the girl laughed a couple of times, quickly burying her head on the table and chuckling for a moment before lifting her head back up, proudly announcing, Serves you right for pretending. Eric tried to steady his breathing as he forced himself to regain composure, but lost all appetite, pushing his plate aside. Speaking of which, those movies aren't exactly what a little girl should be watching. Seemingly realizing discussing those films wasn't very ladylike, Lydia straightened up and said, Well, not exactly. I just occasionally help my mom sort through them. All those tapes are from her collection. Eric shook his head. Your mother shouldn't be watching those things either. Lydia's tone became hesitant. Anyway, she likes them, so she collects them. My mom is an adult. That has nothing to do with being an adult. John Waters? How could your mother enjoy his films? Eric shrugged. That's really baffling. Lydia's eyes flickered as she couldn't help but argue. What's baffling? Doesn't my mom have the freedom to like what movies she wants? Eric noticed Lydia's emotions suddenly shifted a bit off and nonchalantly nodded. Of course, everyone has the freedom to choose what they like. You definitely don't think so, she replied, her tone wavering a bit. What do you think I'm thinking? Lydia paused for a moment and said, You must be thinking about those things. Eric was completely puzzled. What? Things? Just those things. Lydia's tone suddenly became more stammering, glaring at Eric like a suddenly confrontational little wildcat. Don't you dare think about my mom like that. All right, Eric shrugged helplessly. If I offended in any way, I apologize. Lydia wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Cindy and Linda approaching with two other women. She stood up angrily, saying, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Watching Lydia abruptly run away, Eric remained puzzled but got up, nodding at Cindy and the others while making room near the table. Cindy moved forward, taking the initiative to introduce the woman beside her. Eric, let me introduce you. This is Erin Lauder. Hello, Miss Lauder. Eric shook hands with the knowledgeable-looking lady before curiously asking, Estee Lauder? Hello, Mr. Williams. Erin Lauder smiled and shook his hand. Estee Lauder was my grandmother. Oh, she was quite an impressive woman, Eric complimented, looking over at the next unfamiliar woman. Before Cindy could introduce her, the woman extended her hand. Mr. Williams, hello, I'm Delphina Arnaud. Hi. Eric smiled and shook her hand. I saw your email this morning, but I'm afraid I don't have time. Why so absolute, Mr. Williams? Perhaps we could find time to talk. Eric merely smiled as the women sat down, and he took the spot next to them. Once the waiter served drinks, Cindy teased, So, did you just fail at charming that little girl? I don't know. As soon as I mentioned her mom, she just got upset. Cindy, Linda, and Delphina Arnaud all exhibited puzzled expressions. Erin Lauder, however, quietly said, Lydia's mom is Patty Hurst. As soon as Erin Lauder spoke, Cindy and Linda both instantly showed expressions of realization. Delphina Arnaud, identical to Eric, remained unclear, yet the three women who clearly knew the reason weren't willing to explain it to them. Chapter 11:19, A Warning? As the guests began to trickle in, the hall of the Hurst mansion became increasingly lively. For women were chatting excitedly about the latest fashion trends, while Eric listened intently, occasionally chiming in. After a while, Aaron Lauder turned her attention back to Eric and said, "Eric, do you find it dull listening to us women talk about these things?" "Not at all. I find everything I'm unfamiliar with very fascinating. It can spark a lot of inspiration," Eric replied. Aaron thought Eric was being polite. "Really? Of course it is," chimed in Cindy, who glanced at Eric before continuing. "Otherwise, how do you think he comes up with all those movie ideas?" "Aaron, one day you might realize that something you say tonight will actually show up in a film." Aaron finally believed it and joked, "Oh, then I'll have to be careful with my words." At that moment, Delphina Arnaud interjected, "Eric, since that's the case, do you have any inspiration right now?" Eric often found that certain things triggered memories in his mind without realizing Cindy would be so perceptive about it. It seemed many people around him shared the same view. However, that was perfectly fine with him. With this thought, Eric shook his head and laughed. "Right now, I have no inspiration. You see, in front of beautiful women, a man's thinking tends to slow down, especially with four gorgeous women here." Just as he was joking, William Hearst III approached with a guest, none other than Warren Buffett. Seeing Buffett made Eric's head spin. The old man had been calling him constantly over the past few days about Clover Fund matters. "Eric, while everyone knows you're quite popular with the ladies, you can't completely ignore us old guys, can you?" William teased as he gestured to his side. "Warren happens to be in New York, so I doubt I need to introduce him." "Of course," Eric nodded and replied. "But, William, you can't consider yourself an old guy at all." Though Eric had never paid close attention to William's age, he could tell that William was definitely under 50, still in the prime of his life. William laughed heartily, giving Eric's shoulder a friendly pat. "Well then, you and Warren should talk." The other women who stood with William understood that Buffett and Eric needed to discuss business, and politely walked away. Warren Buffett had recently been caught up in a feeling of losing control. Ever since he had seen the technology stock portfolio of the Clover Fund last year, Buffett, who had a remarkable sensitivity to numbers and an amazing memory, had committed that series of data to memory. With the tech stock market continuing to explode, questioning the total value of Clover Fund's tech holdings became increasingly nerve-wracking for Buffett. Given his conservative nature, he would certainly have liquidated that batch of tech stocks, which had already gained far beyond expectations, when the Nasdaq index approached 3,000 points, and then sat back to watch the storm unfold. Now, even though Berkshire Hathaway had only a 5% stake in Firefly Group, the total value of Clover Fund's tech stocks was overwhelming. He often found himself anxious at the thought that he could wake up to find over $1 billion in dividends simply obliterated. What frustrated him further was that Eric had become increasingly tight-lipped about any tidbits regarding the Clover Fund. Instead of taking a seat at the nearby table as Eric had invited him to, Buffett pulled him towards the window, cautiously scanning the surroundings before whispering, "Eric, I am only going to ask you one question about the Clover Fund. Just give me an answer, and I promise I won't ask again, okay?" Eric understood exactly what Buffett wanted to know and shook his head. "Warren, if someone wanted to know when Berkshire Hathaway was trading its stocks, would you tell them?" The answer was obvious. Buffett had always remained tight-lipped about any investment actions by Berkshire Hathaway. Typically, news would only surface after a deal was finalized. To avoid having targets leverage Berkshire Hathaway's reputation to inflate their price, Buffett often gave targets a very brief consideration period, lasting only a couple of hours after a transaction proposal, certifying either acceptance or rejection. Eric held firm to his stance, making Buffett look a bit disgruntled. "Eric, just one thing. Tell me, have you started selling?" "Warren, do you really want me to lie to you?" "All right, Eric, I just hope you know what you're doing. And I want to remind you not to be too greedy. You really don't need to take any risks now." "Of course. But, Warren, I still stand by what I've always said. If you really need cash, I can always buy back the shares of Firefly Group that Berkshire Hathaway holds." For a moment, Buffett almost considered agreeing to that. However, that thought vanished just as quickly as it appeared, and the old man shook his head once more. Berkshire Hathaway had never been a speculative investment firm. Buffett's philosophy was always about generating returns through long-term ownership. In recent years, while the common belief was that Firefly Group had hit a development bottleneck, Buffett recognized that even without mentioning the series of valuable assets under Firefly Group continuing to appreciate in value or its stable and ample profits, there were the projects Firefly was pushing forward. The Firefly Cinemas theme park initiative, the 4,200 plan, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe project. If even one or two of these proved successful, it could elevate Firefly Group to a new level. Moreover, he had learned that Firefly Group would likely expand into the cable operator business, and if that plan were executed, the company might undergo a spectacular leap in scale. How could Berkshire Hathaway afford to let go of such a vibrant media company with a competitive edge in Hollywood? Just as Eric and Buffett stood in a silent standoff, a cheerful voice cut through. "Hey, Warren, I heard you were here." "Oh, and Eric, I've been looking forward to meeting you." Turning around, Buffett shook hands with the newcomer, a middle-aged man, and smiled at Eric as he introduced him. "Eric, this is Henry Paulson, CEO of Goldman Sachs." Eric also smiled, extending his hand to the slightly balding man. "Hello, Mr. Paulson." Henry Paulson gripped Eric's hand firmly, saying, "Eric, just call me Henry." Eric nodded, but couldn't help but gather what he remembered about Henry Paulson. The first thought that crossed his mind was a different Paulson. The John Paulson who brilliantly rose to fame during the subprime mortgage crisis. But then he recalled that Henry Paulson had served as the Secretary of the Treasury around that same time. After exchanging pleasantries and chatting with Buffett for a bit, Henry Paulson turned to Eric. "Eric, Goldman Sachs is planning to go public soon. Are you interested in investing?" Without a second thought, Eric shook his head. "I'm really sorry, Henry. I don't quite understand that yet." Eric had already caught wind of Goldman Sachs' impending IPO. This prestigious Wall Street investment bank, in operation for 130 years, was set to list on the New York Stock Exchange in May, officially becoming a publicly traded company. Undoubtedly, both Wall Street and Hollywood were places where one could rise to fame overnight. Prime shortcuts to achieving the American dream. In the first few years after his rebirth, Eric still held a certain allure for Wall Street, inspired by many of his past memories. But now, his attitude toward Wall Street had shifted entirely to one of respect from a distance. After all, Wall Street was primarily a den of greedy wolves who would do anything to chase profit without ethical standards or morals. If you weren't a powerful enough tiger yourself, your past collaborators could quickly become fodder for those predatory wolves. Participating in Goldman Sachs' IPO surely sounded like a fine deal. Yet doing so would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary speculation from Wall Street, particularly from Morgan Stanley. The Firefly Network had always maintained a relatively good relationship with Morgan Stanley. While that connection was fundamentally based on mutual interest, as long as Morgan Stanley didn't initiate any reckless actions, Eric wouldn't mind sustaining that beneficial relationship. After all, the Firefly Network would focus increasingly on actual businesses, meaning they wouldn't need to engage with Wall Street very often. "That's all right," Henry Paulson remained smiling. "But Eric, I still hope you'll think it over." Eric nodded, "Of course." Additionally, Henry Paulson slightly tempered his smile, his keen gaze intently fixed on Eric, though his tone remained casual. "Eric, I've heard that Firefly Electronics recently implemented an equity incentive program." Eric picked up on certain subtle shifts in Paulson's demeanor, but kept his response nonchalant, merely nodding slightly. Sensing that Eric wasn't straightforwardly intimidated by the pressure he had unintentionally exerted, Henry Paulson felt a mix of disappointment and acceptance. He continued, "So, Eric, does Firefly Electronics have intentions of going public?" "Not at the moment." Eric shook his head. "Firefly Electronics doesn't lack for funding right now." "Eric, you should know that most companies that go public aren't exactly in need of capital, much like Goldman Sachs." Henry Paulson suddenly shifted to a joking tone. "Honestly, I'm not too keen on Goldman Sachs going public either. But if we continued down the route of being privately held, my team of eager young stockholders would turn on the company in a heartbeat. Sometimes, even if we ourselves aren't seeking more wealth, we must consider how others feel." Listening to Paulson's comments, Eric outwardly nodded in agreement, while internally, he felt a chill. Despite appearing to be a brash 28-year-old, he was no fool. He clearly understood Paulson's insinuations about others' perceptions of him. After all, some people were displeased with his youngster with a mountain of gold demeanor. With over $300 billion in wealth, Eric's presence was undeniably conspicuous. Take Firefly Electronics alone. Since its founding, it had exploded onto the scene with nearly $1 billion in annual profits in just a few short years. How could that not incite envy among many? In North America, there were hardly more than 100 companies achieving annual profits of that magnitude. And considering Firefly Electronics' speed of market expansion, the company's potential was far from fully realized. After Henry Paulson finished speaking, he maintained his gaze on Eric for a moment, then smiled at Buffett, who displayed a hint of surprise, raised his glass, and turned to leave. Once Paulson had moved on, Buffett hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, "Eric, having Firefly Electronics go public might be a good option. Remember, your company." He paused briefly to choose his words. "Your company faces significant antitrust risks." There wasn't an obvious causal link between going public and antitrust risks, but Buffett's point was clear. Eric was taken aback that Buffett would take the initiative to remind him and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Warren. I understand." Buffett assessed Eric with a scrutinizing gaze, nodded slightly, then added, "In that case, come meet some old friends with me. Eric, whether you like it or not, you should attend gatherings like this more often. For people like us, expanding our network can never hurt." The rest of the party went by with Eric feeling somewhat pensive. After escorting the two women back to Cindy's apartment on 75th Street, Eric sent them off to rest and slipped into the study Cindy had prepared specially for him. Time passed unnoticeably until someone gently knocked on the door. Eric, wearing headphones and gripping his mouse, looked up to see Cindy standing in the doorway in her pajamas, smiling at him. Cindy stepped in, glanced at his computer screen, and noticed Eric was playing a shooting game. "Isn't it sad? Our attraction isn't even as captivating as a video game anymore." Feigning disappointment, Cindy affectionately settled on Eric's lap. "Linda is asleep?" "Yeah, didn't you notice the time?" Eric turned his head to check the time in the lower right corner of his computer screen, realizing it was already past 2 a.m. He removed his headphones and tossed them aside, wrapping his arms around Cindy and pulling her closer to face him. The leather chair was spacious, but with the armrests in the way, Cindy managed to settle into a slightly awkward kneeling position on Eric's lap. Her hands braced against his shoulders as she felt his hands sliding down her waist. He lifted the hem of her nightgown, raising it up, prompting her to respond by playfully raising her hands. Letting him explore her body, she gasped slightly. Then moments later, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Eric, do you have something on your mind?" Eric paused for just a second, then nodded slightly, adding, "Speaking of which, what's the deal with that Patty Hearst you mentioned at the party? Can you tell me about it? Are you still thinking about that little girl?" Cindy chided lightly, aware he was changing the topic, but she still answered softly, "That's got to be from 1974. Chapter 1120, we should buy the surroundings too. I can't remember the specific organization, but back in those days, everyone was unhappy with the feds. There were all sorts of chaotic events. That group kidnapped Patty Hearst, and the Hearst family tried everything they could to rescue her, but failed. Then, out of the blue, Patty suddenly claimed she had joined that organization and even participated in violent crimes, like bank robberies and arson, which shocked everyone. In the end, she got caught, and the Hearst family argued that she had been brainwashed and was compelled to act that way, suffering from Stockholm Syndrome or something like that. Still, the federal court sentenced her to 35 years. Cindy's memory was clearly a bit hazy as she thought out loud, but Eric pieced together the events and couldn't help but say, 35 years? Doesn't that seem a bit off? Even if you start counting from 1974, it's only been 25 years now. Cindy wrapped her cool arm around Eric's, looking flirtatiously down at him. "What do you think happened?" Eric skillfully unhooked her bra and tossed it aside, leaning in for a kiss as he remarked, "Well, who cares?" Cindy giggled, evading his next kiss, and said, "Seriously, don't you remember anything from that time?" "I don't remember. I was just a little boy when I moved to America," he replied. Cindy's restless movements suddenly halted. She raised a hand to touch Eric's face, a hint of an unexplainable emotion in her voice. "Yeah, and you're still a little boy now." "Actually, I was just thinking about some things." Eric gently stroked her smooth back, pulling her closer. "Some Very primitive stuff. About what? But Eric didn't directly answer. He savored the moment, caressing her body as he murmured, I remember a few years ago, maybe it was Chris, he bluntly asked if I had thought about legacy. I replied, back then that if I was dead, I wouldn't care about that. But later, I realized I couldn't avoid it, so I made some hasty arrangements. Then last year, I researched family foundation legacy models, but realized it seemed too early for me to set that up based on my age. Overall, just a few hours ago, I felt pretty casual about it. If I suddenly died, the money, the women, and the kids could take what they could, and the rest? I'd just consider it a way to give back to society. Cindy was unconsciously affected by the strong wave of pessimism coming from him, forgetting her earlier whims. She instinctively asked, and now? Now, Eric said, his hands gliding down her lovely back curve, lifting her up onto the desk before him. I suddenly feel like, why should I be so generous to this world? What's mine is mine. Even if I'm dead, it should belong to my children. Even if I can't raise the best heirs, I'd rather leave behind a bunch of spoiled brats with a fortune and throw the world into chaos. That's the real deal. Once I'm gone, let it flood over. Eric, Cindy lay on the wide desk, her legs raised straight, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the man slowly removing the last piece of fabric covering her. I think you're crazy. Eric tossed the small piece of fabric aside, sensing her legs wanting to entwine around him. He easily caught her delicate ankles and crossed them together. Her body, toned from years of exercise, posed no challenge for him. He leaned down and kissed her lips, asking, So, are you ready to go crazy with me? Not really. Cindy's voice carried a tone of playful breathiness, born from being forced into an embarrassing position. She half-jokingly pleaded, Eric, I suddenly feel like I want to sleep. Could you let me go? No way. You have to know, in movies, the heroine who discovers the main villain's plot is always caught and tortured badly, he said. I'm not the heroine. I'm just a pretty trophy, she shot back. If you're just a trophy, your future is even worse. Ugh, why am I so unlucky? At some point, the study door swung open, and Linda walked in, her figure leaning against the table as she teasingly assessed Cindy's current state. She reached over, playfully grabbing a handful of her. Though I really didn't want to interrupt you two. Is this a rehearsal for a midnight play? Eric, can you take care of her first? Cindy asked. You're supposed to be best friends. Don't always be so dominant, he replied. Yeah, Eric, she always bullies me. This time, you have to stand up for me, Linda insisted. All right, but what will you give me in return, he teased. I'm not repaying you, she shot back. Exactly. No need to repay, since I'll make you pay later. Cindy baby, are you reminding me to seize this opportunity? She's reminding you that starting tomorrow, you'll be picking beans like Cinderella. Eric, you're such a weirdo. Linda responded. Yeah, asshole. I think I'm starting to understand something. But you two have really dirty minds. It seems you both need to be punished together. The sun had started its westward slant when the three finally began to wake up. Cindy lay beside Eric, propped up on one hand, her delicate head resting casually, not caring that the covers had slipped down, revealing her figure. Her bright eyes were fixed on the man who had just woken beside her. Eric, we can't be this reckless going forward. Eric patted Linda's back, who was clinging to him like a koala, but turned serious. I wasn't joking last night. Cindy fell silent abruptly. Linda, however, nudged closer to Eric and whispered, Eric, I'm willing. Cindy felt a pang of discontent seeing Linda betray her so easily. She pinched her. You spineless person. You didn't even see a ring and are saying you're willing? Ow, you're such a wicked stepmother, Linda retorted. Watch it, or I'll throw you out to pick beans right now. Ugh, Daddy, the stepmother wants me to pick beans, and you're not going to do anything about it? Okay. You really said that. Because you always bully me. Eric patiently calmed the two women down, dressed, and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the two beautiful women nestled together under the covers. He said earnestly, I have just one request. The two women ceased. Their playful bickering, looking at him with bright eyes, laced with a bit of apprehension. Eric leaned down and kissed each of the women on the lips, saying, If you want to leave in the future, I won't stop you. However, I will keep custody of the child. And if we don't want that, they asked. Then you can forget about ever leaving, he ominously replied. Oomph, we aren't even with you, Linda quipped, tilting her head to peck Cindy on the lips in a show of defiance. I can live just as well as Cindy. You silly girl, Cindy retorted, pinching Linda again. Can't you see he wants us to be this way? Ugh, you're... Halfway through her sentence, Linda finally caught on. She got up and roughly grabbed Eric's shirt collar, turning him toward her to angrily gnaw at his shoulder. Eric Williams, you jerk. Eric calmed Linda down, sat up, and adjusted his shirt, reaching out to touch both women's pretty faces. So, I'll take that as you agreeing. You want the ring, right? I'll bring it next time. Linda nestled against Cindy, whining. I also want a wedding. That's fine, Eric replied with a smile. Pick a time, and I'll be the one to officiate. Linda's long legs suddenly kicked out of the covers, nudging Eric lightly. Get lost, jerk. Eric caught her calf and tickled her foot before releasing her, standing up. All right, you two get more rest. I have to head to ABC. I'll return for dinner. Tonight. Once Eric left the bedroom, the room fell quiet for a moment, and Linda quietly asked, That's it? Cindy sat up, dressing as she glanced at Linda, who had started biting her pillow. What else do you want? He didn't give us any promises, Linda replied. He's already given us a lot, Cindy said as she put on her bra. Or do you think a silly person like you would have over $100 million now? That stock was bought with my own money, Linda shot back as she flipped over. He said he'd take no responsibility if it lost money. I think I shouldn't bully you anymore after this, Cindy said. Are you finally feeling guilty? I worry about you dragging down my IQ, Cindy retorted. Don't think I can't take you on. You can't beat me. How long has it been since you hit the gym? Well, I'm still thinner than you. So you'll never beat me. You know you'll never beat Eric. I just need to be able to bully you, Cindy stated. Wow. After lingering a few more days in Manhattan, Eric returned to East Hampton on Easter Sunday. The two women still felt a bit irritated by Eric's involvement with Carmen Cass and genuinely considered making him sleep on the couch. However, in the middle of the night, Virginia brought over a pillow for Eric, scolding him a bit, and he shamelessly joined the women back in the bedroom. April 4th was Easter, and both Hawaii and Kevin's birthdays fell on April 10th. The two women were planning a party, and of course, Eric, as the dad, had to show up, so they confirmed they would stay in East Hampton for a week. However, things were anything but relaxed. Eric felt a greater urgency to accomplish some tasks. In the living room of the East Hampton mansion, Virginia served coffee to the two women and took Kevin, who wanted to cling to Eric, outside. Eric took a sip of his coffee, set down the cup, and looked at his longtime bodyguard across from him. Carter, you've been with me for 9 years now, haven't you? During this time, Eric had hinted a few times, and Carter Moan seemed to guess what Eric planned to discuss today. He sat up straight and nodded. Yeah, it has been a while, almost 9 years. 9 years, time flies, Eric said with a smile. I remember you told me about your family. 2 sons, Nicholas and Jack? They're only a year apart, Carter confirmed. Nick is graduating high school this year. Oh, which college does he plan to go to? Carter hesitated for a moment and chuckled helplessly. He applied to a few schools, but hasn't confirmed anything yet. Jack is doing quite well. His teacher thinks he has a good chance for Ivy League next year. I see. Yahoo has been donating to MIT for a few research projects over the years. If Nick is interested, I could help out. Oh, your family lives in Los Angeles, right? If he doesn't want to move to the East Coast, I can pitch in at Stanford. There's also Firefly Electronics, which has been collaborating with them. If possible, Stanford would be best, Carter said, perking up at the thought of his children's education. Of course, as long as they accept Nick, I'd be willing to donate a little extra. You've been paying me well over these years. Then it sounds like Stanford, Eric replied, smiling. I'll make some calls this afternoon. And as for Jack, well, from what you just said, he seems able to manage on his own nicely. Carter nodded. Although he didn't mind offering a helping hand, he felt proud that his children could gain admission independently. After chatting about trivial matters, Eric got to the point. Carter, I think you've probably noticed by now, so I'm considering establishing a separate security team. Would you be willing to leave Andrews? Andrews International was the name of the security company where Carter worked. Of course I'd be willing, Carter replied without hesitation but added. However, Eric, I'm concerned that I might not be up to the task. You should understand. Eric shook his head. While that's important, it's not the most important thing. I need someone who is loyal to me. When Carter heard Eric's statement, he sat up a bit straighter and stated earnestly, Eric, I believe I've proven that over the years. Then, Eric stood up and extended his hand to Carter. I can promise you that I will never shortchange those who work for me. The two shook hands solemnly before sitting back down to discuss the details of forming the security team when Eric's phone rang. After taking the call and saying a few words, he turned to Carter with a hint of regret in his voice. Sorry, Carter, but maybe we'll have to put this discussion on hold for a bit. Carter stood up, saying, All right, I'll go arrange a car. It's nothing too crucial, Eric replied, standing up and smiling. We're heading to the airport. You know those 2 planes I ordered are about to arrive. Speaking of which, you'll need to be responsible for the future pilot team as well. Of course, Carter agreed, smiling as he hurried outside to arrange the vehicle. Virginia walked in with Kevin in tow, asking, What's going on? Nothing much. Eric lifted Kevin, kissing his son's face. Let's go. Also, shout for Elia and Emma. We're heading to the airport. An hour later, watching 3 large Boeing 747s land one after the other at the private airport on Long Island, Eric couldn't help but look around the airport, his thoughts fixating on one thing. He needed to buy everything around here. Chapter 11:21, Disruption. Eric had initially thought only 2 Boeing 747s would fly into Long Island, but to his surprise, 3 arrived. Seeing the prominent Fox logo on the second plane reminded Eric that Elizabeth and Julia had also ordered one of their own. Moreover, the last plane carrying Drew hadn't even landed yet when Elizabeth's phone call came in to complain. Both she and Julia had excitedly gone to Ventura to see their new plane, only to find out that Drew had brought all 3 planes directly to the East Coast. While Eric was on the phone with Elizabeth, he watched the last plane roar onto the airport runway and noticed something else. He recalled that Drew planned to paint her plane a vibrant pink, but now he found that all 3 planes were identical with blue and white bodies. Besides the respective Firefly, Fox, and MGM logos on each, they didn't look much different from regular commercial jets. Once the last plane came to a stop, Drew enthusiastically jumped off the stair truck and leaped into Eric's arms for some affectionate teasing. Afterward, she hugged Joanna and the others, giving extra attention to Hawaii, before introducing Eric to a few guests with her on the plane. Eric, this is Mr. Ronald Keogh, the president of Boeing Services Group, along with his assistant. As the girl introduced him, the well-mannered middle-aged man with glasses shook hands with Eric and proactively handed over his business card, saying, Hello, Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you. Eric smiled and politely accepted the card, tucking it away. Ronald Keogh then offered to provide Eric with an overview of the 3 planes' basic specifications. Eric sent Drew along with the women and children to her plane while he and Ronald Keogh walked toward the first one to land. Entering through the staircase, they turned down a short corridor and stepped into a simply designed modern sitting area with pure white walls and furniture seamlessly blending in. A flat-screen TV hung on the wall, and there was even a mini bar in one corner. As Eric strolled into this small lounge, he admired the decor with satisfaction. Ronald Keogh and his assistant waited by the door, smiling. After Eric looked around for a moment, Ronald spoke. It's a perfect Bauhaus-style design, simple yet elegant. Of course, we can't take the credit here. That belongs to Miss Barrymore and her hired design team. Eric nodded slightly, exited the room, and continued walking through the airport interior. I'm familiar with the basic parameters. Can you tell me what makes this plane special? He asked. Of course, I must say, each of these 3 planes is unique, Ronald Keogh replied, following alongside Eric. However, I believe the most outstanding feature of this plane is its ability to connect any 2 cities on this planet. Eric chuckled but didn't respond, waiting for Ronald to elaborate. Ronald assessed Eric's expression before adding, This is a standard Boeing 747-400 model, with a maximum takeoff weight of 390 tons. It has a full load range of 13,000 kilometers, and with an empty load, that can increase by 30%. During our testing in the 80s, the Boeing 747-400 achieved several long-range journeys, including one from London to Sydney, 17,000 kilometers. However, since this is your personal customized plane, we've removed a lot of unnecessary common equipment. Even at a cargo weight of 10 tons, it won't exceed 320 tons at takeoff. Moreover, this plane uses the latest generation of Pratt & Whitney 4056 fuel-efficient engines, providing even greater range. Our engineers calculated that under extreme conditions, this plane could reach up to 20,000 kilometers. However, we haven't tested that without your permission. If you think it's necessary, that kind of test can be done anytime. Eric understood that the key factor affecting a plane's range was its load. A commercial Boeing 747-400, excluding its own weight and fuel, could carry around 60 tons at maximum capacity. This private aircraft truly had a significant advantage in that regard. After all, even Ronald's stated 10-ton carrying capacity was likely more than sufficient, considering Eric's personal travel needs. With a team of 20 people and luggage, they probably only needed about 2 tons. As long as the plane could manage long-haul flights like London to Sydney, Eric was already very satisfied. In fact, trans-Pacific and transatlantic flights generally hovered around 10,000 kilometers, while domestic flights in North America rarely exceeded 4,000 kilometers. This plane's specifications would suffice most of the time. As for testing the plane's flight limits, Eric lacked interest. Due to their excessive energy consumption, private planes had long been criticized as symbols of the wealthy's extravagant lifestyles. If he accidentally broke a record during testing and the media picked it up, he'd have a hard time escaping the spotlight. Continuing to explore the various cabin arrangements, Eric inquired, "What about the internet and communication equipment?" Our Boeing connectivity company customized a complete set of internet, television, and telephone communication equipment for you. You can connect to the internet, make calls, or hold video conferences anytime, anywhere. Speaking of which, Mr. Williams, our CEO Philip Condit, is in the office today. He mentioned he'd like to have a chat if you're free. Besides the plane's performance, Eric valued its distant communication capabilities most. This was his primary dissatisfaction with the Boeing 767 he often used a few years back. Hearing that the Boeing Group CEO was available for a call, Eric promptly agreed. It'd be good to test the video call system. All right, then, please follow me. Ronald Keogh gestured for Eric to accompany him to a conference room in the midsection of the airplane. Following a signal from Ronald, his assistant skillfully powered up the video calling equipment. Moments later, a tall, middle-aged man appeared on the wall-mounted 32-inch screen, none other than Philip Condit, CEO of the Boeing Group, located far away in Seattle. Eric greeted Philip and began chatting casually when he heard a faint roar outside the cabin. Looking through the window, he saw Drew's plane slowly taxiing down the runway. A bodyguard entered, knocking at the door. Eric glanced over and pointed outside, displaying a questioning expression. The bodyguard nodded, replying, "Miss Barrymore said they are going to Orlando. They'll be back tomorrow." "Did the women and children go too?" "Yes." Eric helplessly noted how Philip Condit was listening to the commotion and shrugged, saying to the bodyguard, "They probably headed to Disneyland. Have Carter call them and make arrangements." "Understood, Mr. Williams." Just as Eric was about to dismiss the bodyguard, something struck him, and he stopped him. "By the way, who was flying the plane?" "Miss Sokoloff." Eric had felt puzzled initially. After the first 2 planes landed, the pilots had come over to introduce themselves, but Drew's plane had only her, the twins, and Ronald Keogh's group. He had confidence in the twins' helicopter piloting skills since he had seen them in action, but operating such a large Boeing passenger jet? That seemed reckless. Thinking this, Eric directed Ronald Keogh's assistant, "Connect me to that plane and have them return." The assistant looked confused and explained, "Mr. Williams, during takeoff and landing, absolute communication with the ground command center is required, making it unsuitable for calls. However, if you think it's necessary, we could contact the pilots through navigation." Before Eric could respond, Ronald Keogh interjected, "Eric, are you concerned about the Sokoloff twins' flying abilities? I really don't think that's necessary. They had a significant role in the testing phases of these 3 planes, and their flying skills are on par with any experienced pilot." "You're talking about those Russian twins, right?" Philip Condit chimed in from the still open video feed. They are indeed very impressive girls. I've met them as well. No worries there, Eric. All right. Eric chuckled and nodded. Yet he couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes, wondering how these usually unassuming enchantresses seemed to know everything. He needed to interrogate them properly sometime. After this interruption, Eric lost interest in further exploring the cabin's design. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with Philip Condit, ended the video call, and exited the cabin. Elizabeth and Julia were still waiting eagerly in Ventura. Since they would eventually see the interior, Eric didn't board the plane with the two women. Instead, he sent the pilots to take off directly back to California. Before long, only this Boeing remained at the Long Island airport. A little over 2 hours later, Drew called from Orlando International Airport, indicating that her group had arrived safely. Only then did Eric relax. With the women gone, Eric refused to linger alone in East Hampton. After seeing Ronald Keogh and his team off, he returned to Manhattan. The following week was filled with the lively festivities of Easter, along with the birthdays of the children that followed soon after. While spending time with the women and kids, Eric's private hours were primarily devoted to discussions with Carter Moan on establishing a security team specifically for the Williams family. Also underway was the plan to expand 2 private airports on the east and west coasts. This wasn't about building more runways. Eric intended to secure adjacent land to reserve space for potential future hangars and, at the same time, create a secluded area surrounded by trees to prevent outsiders from peeking in. After all, the sight of 3 large Boeing 740 private jets congregated at the airport was undeniably too conspicuous. Eric could easily imagine environmental groups showing up to protest outside his airport once they got wind of it. Such occurrences weren't rare. However, if the airport were fully enclosed within private territory, the trouble would tally down significantly. Later, Drew explained that she hadn't painted her plane a bright pink to maintain a low profile. Despite the fact that the interior decorations of her plane were anything but understated, Eric appreciated her approach. While Eric was in East Hampton, Hollywood's Easter release schedule continued bustling along. The 3 new films released the first week of March 26 ended up with Only Run Lola Run barely emerging as a success, raking in $11.17 million in its opening weekend, just shy of Warner's buyout price, which promised solid profits. Universal's ETV flopped spectacularly with a mere $8.25 million in its first week against an $80 million budget, resulting in dismal figures. Paramount's The Mod Squad fared even worse, vanishing from headlines with just $5.57 million in its opening weekend. In contrast, The Blair Witch Project, now in its 4th week, managed to dominate the box office with $17.62 million in ticket sales, despite a 39% drop in earnings. With a cumulative gross of $129.3 million, it continued to be the envy of many in the industry. On April 2nd, Firefly Films launched its heavyweight film Enemy of the State alongside several other movies, finally knocking The Blair Witch Project down from the box office crown. However, Enemy of the State debuted with a first-week gross of only $46.3 million. Compared to last year's surprise hit Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and the recent The Blair Witch Project, this performance could only be deemed average. Though the North American box office crossing $100 million was a sure bet, it wouldn't exactly be stellar. With Enemy of the State costing $90 million to produce, the company could only hope for strong international sales to recoup its investment. Maybe ongoing surprises from box office hits in recent years had skewed expectations, as sentiment within the company surrounding Enemy of the State's box office performance wasn't overly optimistic. Yet Eric didn't share this outlook. While MGM and Fox's next films, American Pie and Never Been Kissed, both enjoyed solid box office openings, especially vis-a-vis their production costs, Eric still didn't regret slotting Enemy of the State in the Easter schedule. After all, Eric's main objective was to use Enemy of the State to cultivate the market. If Easter weekends became synonymous with low-budget horror and comedy films, audiences would eventually develop a taste for them. Initially, that might seem fine, but in the long run, if high-quality blockbusters didn't spur the market, only a glut of cheap films remained. If, one year, those films collectively fell short, the entire Easter weekend box office could fall flat. Additionally, through international releases, Enemy of the State could realistically pull in around $300 million in global box office earnings, which would help to hit the break-even point. After the birthdays of the two little ones, Eric should have been fully focused on promoting the upcoming Iron Man release. However, word came from Firefly Electronics that, due to pressure from Seagram's creditors, Universal Records abruptly withdrew from the negotiations regarding Digital Music Store collaborations with Firefly Electronics, even though they had maintained a cooperative stance thus far. Their rationale was that creditors feared Universal's shift towards digital music sales could further undermine already declining physical album sales, thereby impacting Seagram's overall profits and threatening creditor interests. Eric quickly understood that this disruption was clearly Wall Street's official response following the comments made by Goldman Sachs CEO Henry Paulson at the last Hearst family gathering. Chapter 1122. Guess. San Francisco Marriott Hotel. Today marked the release of the third-generation Firefly player, and the hotel's largest banquet hall was packed with guests and reporters, just like last year. However, after listening to Firefly Electronics CEO Victor McNally's introduction of the new product, Larry Ellison, sitting next to Eric, was only half-heartedly clapping, then leaned in and said, "So, is that it, Eric? Bigger capacity, longer battery life, and an audio quality upgrade that's hard for consumers to grasp. Honestly, if I were you, I would fire the entire product development team right after the conference." Eric watched Christina Aguilera take the stage for the intermission performance, and without turning his head, he replied, "If I did that, Sony, Philips, and even Microsoft, all of whom are eager to jump into the digital music player market, would go crazy." "Larry, you're not considering doing the same, are you?" Larry Ellison retorted, "Hey, I'm worried about you. So many manufacturers are launching digital music players this year, and your team only came up with a mediocre product that's no different from the first generation. Do you really think Firefly Electronics can maintain its edge?" "Well, let's see," Eric said with a smirk. "By the way, we're already preparing a $100 million lawsuit fund, just waiting for a good fight with everyone." "I think you're going to incur everyone's wrath," Larry Ellison said with a smirk, suddenly realizing something. He glanced at his watch and thought that if it ended this way, the conference time was too short, so he leaned in again and whispered, "Eric, there's a surprise, right?" Eric shrugged. "You guess." To be fair, the newly released third-generation Firefly player was indeed just a hardware and software update based on the previous two generations, lacking any jaw-dropping features, which explained Larry Ellison's disappointment, which was shared by the other journalists and guests present. However, that certainly was not due to a lack of innovation from the Firefly Electronics R&D team. In fact, with a strong-willed boss like Eric keeping a close watch, the R&D team had to be constantly on their toes, bringing forth numerous creative new ideas every year. If needed, Firefly Electronics could always launch an all-touchscreen Firefly player or a miniature button-style Firefly player using flash storage. But Eric didn't want to overextend Firefly Electronics' product line, creating a plethora of differently styled, yet functionally similar digital music players that would lead consumers to experience decision fatigue, ultimately pushing them towards cheaper options, which would lower the average selling price and overall profit of Firefly Electronics products. Moreover, Eric and the management team at Firefly Electronics unanimously believed that the most vital task for the company at the moment was to enhance the ecosystem surrounding the Firefly player, such as the digital music store and user payment systems. This was the best mode for maintaining the market advantage of the Firefly player. As Christina's performance wrapped up, Tina Brown took to the stage. Under the puzzled and expectant gazes of the audience, she officially began to introduce the mini music store project that Firefly Electronics would soon be launching in partnership with Yahoo. When the prototype images of the mini music store appeared on the big screen, even before Tina Brown had officially started the functional introduction, there was already a noticeable stir in the crowd. After all, from the design alone, most people could easily guess the purpose of the device. As Tina Brown began demonstrating the full touchscreen operation, many sharp-eyed media reporters started discreetly passing the news outside. Larry Ellison listened to Tina's brief introduction and then leaned in again, trying to gauge, "Eric, Is this machine's operating system customized by Microsoft? Eric was surprised that Larry caught on to the most critical point within such a short time, laughing as he replied, "You guess." From Eric's expression, Larry confirmed his assumption, grinning as he patted Eric's shoulder, then giving him a thumbs up. "Well done." Eric chuckled again, choosing not to say anything that might cover it up. It was common knowledge that Larry didn't like Microsoft, and seeing an entirely new operating system for the Firefly Electronics mini music store naturally made him think Eric was intending to challenge the market position of Microsoft's Windows operating system, which was thrilling. Had this been 5 years earlier, Eric might have entertained such notions, but now, with Windows 98's launch, Microsoft held an unshakable dominance in the PC operating system market. Eric had no inclination to pursue such a doomed endeavor. His eyes were firmly set on the future of mobile operating systems. The surprise brought to the conference by the Firefly Electronics mini music store far exceeded the third-generation Firefly player, which was supposed to be the main focus, along with Nokia's simultaneous release of the new M200 music phone. After the conference ended, internet media and that evening's tabloids began flooding with news about the Firefly Electronics mini music store. Some publications speculated along the same lines as Larry Ellison. Many people started calling the higher-ups at Firefly Electronics and Yahoo to gauge their thoughts. Even Microsoft couldn't sit still. That evening, Bill Gates called Eric, trying to probe the situation indirectly. However, the external excitement over the mini music store didn't seem to excite the executives at Firefly Electronics and Yahoo too much. Eric had just rushed from Los Angeles to San Francisco for the conference. The event started at 2 in the afternoon and wrapped up by 4, with most of the remaining guests looking forward to the evening's reception. But Eric, along with the higher-ups from Firefly Electronics, Yahoo, and Nokia, had to head to the Firefly Electronics headquarters for a meeting. Many shareholders and senior executives within the Seagram Group were already doubtful about Universal Music's cooperation with Firefly Electronics. Now, with this company's massive $12 billion debt, they had to be cautious about creditors' demands, making it reasonable that the other side terminated negotiations with us. Universal Music, Warner Music, and Sony Music are now all out of the picture. We only have the last two options left, EMI and BMG, Bill Olson explained as Eric perused the documents in front of him. A few days ago, Eric was surprised to hear that Universal Music had rejected continuing the licensing negotiations. He had hurried back from the East Coast to meet with Edgar Bronfman again, raising the loan amount he had promised to the Seagram Group to $1.5 billion, which was his maximum offer. He figured this would align with Edgar's original expectations. However, Edgar still didn't budge. It seemed that forces behind the scenes were well prepared to obstruct the cooperation between Firefly Electronics and Universal Music. With Warner Music and Sony Music already excluded, losing Universal Music as a potential prime partner left Firefly Electronics with only the two European companies, EMI and BMG, to pursue. After Bill Olson finished, Tina Brown spoke up. The downturn in the music industry continues. I feel that whether it's Universal, Warner, or Sony, they will eventually have to consider transitioning to digital music players. The key is that we can't wait for them to transition on their own. The company needs to quickly finalize its content layout. Perhaps we can shift our focus to smaller and medium-sized record labels. While the Big Five have significant power, these smaller labels also have a wealth of content. The biggest artists and albums are with the major labels. Gathering 100 records from small companies may not even match the impact of a single album from a top artist under the Big Five. Our artists like the Backstreet Boys and Spice Girls can already provide a certain influence for the digital music store. We just need to offer users more options. After listening to the discussions for a while, Eric looked up and asked Bill Olson, who was sitting diagonally across the table, "Bill, what kind of response have the two companies in Europe had? Or which one do you think is easier to negotiate with?" Bill Olson sighed. EMI and BMG's attitude towards licensing for digital music has been colder than Universal's was. And they've likely had conversations behind the scenes. They've clearly formed an offensive and defensive alliance. We can only pursue both simultaneously or abandon both. The meeting room fell momentarily silent. After a moment, Victor McNally spoke up. "Eric, actually, The way to solve this problem has always been simple. Most record labels just want a piece of the digital music player pie. So, you just need to agree to transfer some shares of Firefly Electronics, and the situation we're in now will be resolved. Eric twirled the pencil in his fingers, slightly shaking his head. Victor, that's not simple at all. Eric, I understand your high expectations for Firefly Electronics. We have ample funds, and our growth has been strong, which are our advantages. But we must face our disadvantages as well. We need partners. Even if you believe this company will be worth $100 billion or even $200 billion in the future, we have to operate according to Firefly Electronics' $30 billion valuation and influence at this moment. That's the reality. But everyone should understand that the products under Firefly Electronics are absolutely not just the Firefly player. Jeff Kleber, who was previously responsible for the Firefly Electronics supply chain after moving from Nokia, raised his hand to get everyone's attention. He looked towards Eric and said, Eric, are you implying that the Firefly player is not the most important thing for Firefly Electronics? I recall you've expressed similar thoughts before. Eric nodded. Although the Firefly player currently accounts for nearly all of Firefly Electronics' profits, much like cassette players and the MD players that were expected to be phased out before full adoption, this product is likely to be replaced by new portable music playback devices in the next 5 to 10 years, such as phones. Well, Eric, I might have a solution, Jeff Kleber declared. We can spin off the Firefly player business, establish a separate subsidiary, and then seek our required partners under that subsidiary's name. This way, other potential departments of Firefly Electronics won't be disturbed. Moreover, if it's true, as you say, that the Firefly player is destined to be eliminated, we could even cash out this operation at its peak, if you're willing to sell. Upon hearing Jeff's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up, and Eric's finger that had been spinning the pencil stopped. In reality, as long as they could quickly promote the Firefly player, Eric didn't mind sharing some profits with a few record labels, but he was quite resistant to allowing record companies to directly invest in Firefly Electronics. For someone who could clearly see the future, the real valuable assets of Firefly Electronics were the ARM company and multiple tech teams related to tablets and smartphones. The Firefly player felt more like a transitional product to him. Jeff Kleber's proposal sparked a sense of clarity for Eric. Spinning off the Firefly player business into its own subsidiary could not only solve the current problems Firefly Electronics faced, but could even lead to the Firefly player operating as a standalone public entity. After all, while Henry Paulson's words at the Hearst party may have had ulterior motives, there was a truth in it. Executives and employees holding shares in Firefly Electronics all hoped the company would go public to gain greater wealth, and such aspirations were entirely reasonable. Eric slowly circled a section of the documents in front of him with his pencil. After pondering for a moment, he marked the center of the circle, looked up at everyone, and said, Then it's decided. Now, let's discuss how to execute this plan. Inside the Marriott Hotel's banquet hall, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although the hall was bustling with people, a mysterious air of anticipation spread through the crowd. Despite the event being hosted by Firefly Electronics, several key executives had yet to appear. Only one manager from the public relations department had come out to host the party's opening. To entertain the guests from all over, the banquet hosted by Firefly Electronics was exceptionally well prepared, with meticulous attention to all details, leaving guests with little to complain about. However, curiosity among them grew stronger, and many attendees glanced towards the entrance of the banquet hall, eager for the appearance of Firefly Electronics executives. Some journalists even retreated to corners to contact their outlets, trying to uncover what was happening. After more than half an hour passed, the figures everyone had been eagerly awaiting finally appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, causing the restlessness in the crowd to build. Eric stayed back for a while before entering the banquet hall. By the time he walked in, everyone, including Victor McNally, was already surrounded by the crowd. As soon as Eric entered, he was cornered by Larry Ellison, who exclaimed, Eric, tell me what happened. If you hadn't shown up, I would have called the cops. Chapter 1123, Reverse Authorization. Although the specific split plan still needed further detailed discussions, Eric wasn't planning to hide this news. On the contrary, He wanted to spread the word about Firefly Electronics' intention to divest the Firefly player business as soon as possible. This move could signal the external world that Firefly Electronics intended to spin off this business for an independent IPO, which might temporarily quiet down some forces making small moves behind the scenes. Taking a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray, Eric got straight to the point with Larry Ellison. I plan to separate the Firefly player business from Firefly Electronics soon and establish a dedicated subsidiary. We just discussed this issue in a meeting, which is why I'm a bit late. Larry Ellison wasn't aware of the recent negotiations and power plays between Firefly Electronics and several major record labels. However, hearing this, he naturally thought of the increasingly heated NASDAQ market. Given the promotion speed and profitability of the Firefly player, if they pursued an IPO soon, it would surely achieve a high valuation. Eric, are you planning to let this subsidiary go public? Eric took a sip of champagne, waved over Christina, who was curiously peeking from a distance, and smiled at Larry. We don't have any further plans yet. We'll separate the business first and see where it leads. Larry watched as Eric affectionately patted Christina's head, the petite girl squinting her eyes with fluttering lashes, a look of enjoyment on her face. But he slightly grimaced, returning his focus to their discussion. Eric, the NASDAQ has already peaked and could crash at any moment. If you let Firefly Electronics go public directly, you might still make it. But if you wait until the split is complete, you might miss this bull market. The Firefly player still has a lot of growth potential. If we miss this chance, we can wait a few more years. The current annual sales of the Firefly player had just crossed 20 million units, but its market limit was far greater than that. Even if they missed this tech stock bull market, as long as the global sales of the Firefly player continued their current growth pace, delaying the IPO launch by 2 or 3 years could actually be more beneficial for Firefly Electronics. Once Larry Ellison walked away, Eric looked at Christina, who was now clinging to him. He gently lifted her chin to examine her and said with a grin, "You've put on a bit of weight lately, haven't you? Been indulging yourself?" Christina quickly defensively denied it. "Of course not, Eric. It's definitely your imagination." Eric joked, "I don't care whether it's an imagination or not. But if you turn from a bottle Sprite to a tub Sprite, I might just ignore you." The phrase, bottle Sprite, was one of the hit singles from Christina's recent debut album, which was also her breakout song. Since it was on his mind, Eric casually brought it up. At that moment, the still svelte Christina clearly couldn't imagine herself as a tub Sprite. A horrified expression flashed across her face as she lightly tugged Eric's arm, pouting in a cute and dissatisfied way. "That's never gonna happen. Eric, you really have a foul imagination." Eric chuckled and changed the subject. "How has your first album been selling?" "It's already topped 15 million copies," Christina said enthusiastically, but her smile quickly faded as she continued. "However, Mr. Y said that hitting 20 million is unlikely. It's probably going to settle around 18 million. With the popularity she accumulated from her recent films in the MGM spy movie universe, along with the first impression edge of releasing an album ahead of Britney Spears, Christina could be considered the fastest rising teen pop singer in over a year. 18 million is already impressive. Most artists don't break such high sales with their first album. Just put more heart into the next one, and you'll surely surpass 20 million. As Eric spoke, he led Christina toward the buffet table. After a full 4 hours of meetings since the afternoon, he felt absolutely famished. "Eric, could you give me some ideas for my next album?" "Sure, but I don't have too much time, so I'll see if I can write a couple more songs for you." Eric initially intended to return to Los Angeles the next day. However, due to the sudden decision to split the digital music player business, he would remain in San Francisco for a few more days to take part in the discussions about the split plan. Meanwhile, the news of Firefly Electronics planning to separate the Firefly player business quickly spread, with the media immediately speculating about an IPO. Although Firefly Electronics hadn't held an official press conference yet, various rumors had already confirmed this news, prompting an immediate response from the media and market. On the NASDAQ, the stock prices of other companies related to digital music players noticeably plummeted. Shares of component suppliers like Seagate, which provided micro hard drives for the Firefly player, unsurprisingly reached new highs. The upcoming subsidiary was simply named Firefly, During the initial registration of the Fireflyer trademark, Firefly Electronics had also registered this company simultaneously, so they could use it directly. Determining the detailed split plan, however, proved to be much more challenging. For a whole week, everyone discussed incessantly during meetings. Juggling the promotion work for the upcoming film Iron Man, Eric felt overwhelmed. Time flew quickly to April 20th. The Tokyo premiere of Iron Man would be in 2 days, and Eric needed to fly to Japan the next morning. At Firefly Electronics headquarters, Eric was participating in the last high-level meeting before leaving San Francisco. The separation plan between Fireflyer and its parent company, Firefly Electronics, focused primarily on 2 aspects: the division of technical patents and profit sharing after the split. Summarizing it appeared simple, but many details required careful consideration. Just the patent technical scheme distribution for the digital music player occupied the team for an entire week. High-level executives disagreed mainly on whether the complete patent technology package for the digital music player should be placed into Fireflyer. In the conference room, Eric patiently listened to several senior executives' suggestions, deciding not to let this disagreement continue any further. I agree with Victor's proposal. The digital music player patent technologies will remain with the parent company, and Fireflyer will obtain authorization by paying royalties to the parent company. As for the royalty fee ratio, you all need to come up with a plan for me as soon as possible. Bill Olson was among those favoring placing the patents in Fireflyer, and he replied, "Eric, if that's the case, we'll face a tricky issue. Fireflyer will need to continue developing new products for the Fireflyer player. How will we manage the patents developed by Fireflyer?" Victor McNally interjected, "That's an easy problem to solve. Fireflyer will retain its own technology. After the split, Firefly Electronics will focus on tablet and phone products, and there won't be any issues with designing in this area. But what if the parent company's electronic products need to use technology developed by Fireflyer? If needed, we can naturally obtain the authorization. This would be unfair to Fireflyer. If it goes public, investors are sure to have issues with this." Noticing that the two were about to argue again, Eric interrupted. "Bill, I need you to recognize the primary issue here. For us, Firefly Electronics is the most important. Fireflyer is merely a shell we're divesting from in search of partners. As long as we confirm a specific profit-sharing plan in advance, any investors who join Fireflyer will just have to accept it or walk away. So, regarding the issue you mentioned, the solution is simple. Fireflyer's developed technologies will automatically grant Firefly Electronics reverse authorization. Of course, if Firefly Electronics applies these technologies to its own products, we will pay patent fees too. That's how it stands. I don't want to see further disputes. Your focus should be on refining the separation plan. Is there any problem?" After Eric finished, he scanned the now silent conference room, and everyone fell quiet, so he nodded with satisfaction. Then it settled. "I expect to see the specific plan when I return from London after the premiere of Iron Man." By evening, the meetings for the day wrapped up, and everyone began leaving the conference room. Eric, however, didn't rise. Victor McNally and Bill Olson both tacitly remained behind. Eric quietly reviewed the meeting notes from that day before he looked up at the two, bluntly asking, "Have you two been having private disagreements?" Recently, not only was there the issue of separating the digital music player patents, but Victor McNally and Bill Olson had also been subtly at odds on various fronts. "Eric, that's absolutely not the case. My disagreements with Bill are strictly about work. A conflict between the CEO and president on work issues is even worse for me as the owner." Bill Olson sensed Eric's displeasure and responded, "Eric, we can assure you that it won't affect our specific work." "I don't see it that way," Eric chuckled, sitting up straight and looking at the two. "Let's break this down. Your disagreement boils down to the profit distribution between Fireflyer and Firefly Electronics. Bill, you lean toward Fireflyer. Victor, you firmly stand with Firefly Electronics. So I want to know why." Victor McNally kept silent. He wasn't great with words as a technical executive. Despite being the CEO, he primarily focused on product development. Moreover, he was aware that Eric's personal stance was clearly on his side, which seemed to be enough for now. Bill Olson paused before speaking up. "Eric, I hope after the split I can exchange my shares for Fireflyer stock. Do you need money?" Bill instinctively shook his head but felt the denial was weak, so he slightly nodded. If possible, I'd like Fireflyer to go public quickly after the split. Victor McNally and Bill Olson had been with Firefly Electronics since its inception, but their pay wasn't particularly high. Eric had originally given them a starting salary of $300,000, which was only increased to $800,000 last year. This was already top tier for a managerial position. Of course, the primary income for top-tier managers came from bonuses and stock options, but in the first few years, their income in that area had been zero. Only last year did they earn their first bonus due to Fireflyer's tremendous success. After Fireflyer sales surpassed 20 million units the previous year, Bill Olson and Victor McNally received even bigger bonuses at the beginning of the year, both personally set by Eric at $20 million. Moreover, they also received close to $200 million in stock each. So, hearing Bill Olson say this disappointed Eric a bit. Bill, if you focus on the NASDAQ, you should understand that we can't possibly catch this bull market. Even if we barely manage to go public right before the NASDAQ crashes, your shares will still be under a year-long lockup period. So, no matter what, cashing out will be impossible. Eric, I completely understand that, and I never thought about cashing out quickly. Then that means, Eric interlaced his fingers on the conference table and leaned forward. You want to increase your wealth, even if it's just on paper. Or do you think I've paid you too little? Bill Olson fell into silence again. Eric waited a moment, shaking his head. If you genuinely believe that, I have nothing more to say. But you need to understand that just this year, I've given you $220 million, and the $200 million in stocks is just a conservative estimate based on a 10x price-to-earnings ratio. If Firefly Electronics goes public at a 30x price-to-earnings ratio, that becomes $600 million. Tell me, which Silicon Valley executive could earn $600 million in a year? Bill Olson slightly lowered his head, unable to meet Eric's gaze. After a moment, Eric continued. Maybe you feel that Eric Williams, a young punk, has $300 billion, and you only have $600 million. That's unfair. You should have at least $6 billion or $60 billion, right? Eric, I never thought about it that way. Then stop overthinking, Eric emphasized, casting a stern glance at Bill Olson. I have never shortchanged anyone who works for me. In fact, I tend to give more than necessary. If you're still unsatisfied, you can tell me anytime. I can let you go to seek what you consider better opportunities. Eric, well, I'm sorry. Then it's settled. Eric stood up directly. Give me the specific proposal as soon as possible. I hope to see a preliminary draft when I return from London. With that, Eric left the conference room without looking back. Victor McNally watched Eric's figure fade away before saying, Bill, you shouldn't think that way. Sorry, Victor. Bill Olson rubbed his forehead in defeat. I've probably been too busy and stressed lately. You should know that Eric is even busier than us. Sorry. Let's go grab a drink. It's on. Me. After hesitating, Bill Olson nodded, then got to his feet. Let me treat, actually. You should find a moment to call Eric. I will. Chapter 1124, Cybersecurity. Ventura. At 10 in the morning, Joss Whedon, the director of Iron Man, along with lead actress Bridget Fonda, Jeff Bridges, Natasha Henstridge, and other key team members arrived at Eric's private airport. They gazed at the imposing Boeing 747 parked on the runway. While private jets weren't entirely foreign to most present, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Mr. Whedon, Miss Fonda, and everyone, please follow me. Marissa Mayer greeted them and continued. We can board the plane directly. It will take off in half an hour. Mr. Williams is currently in a video conference with New York, so he can't welcome you all personally, and he sincerely apologizes. Naturally, no one minded these details and readily acknowledged before boarding the plane. Several crew members even stepped forward to help carry their luggage. The journey ahead would be extensive, as the group was set to fly from Los Angeles to Tokyo, then from Tokyo to London, and afterward back. A full globetrotting experience. In the past, even if the movie studio arranged the finest first-class seats or even a dedicated chartered flight, there would be some complaints. But this time, everyone was filled with deep anticipation for the trip. The film's crew, along with staff from Firefly Group, assistants to Bridget Fonda, and others, created a party of over 30 people. Once everyone boarded and settled in, about half an hour had passed. Marissa Mayer personally confirmed that all were present before notifying the flight crew to prepare for takeoff. In the front cabin, Eric's office. Hearing the flight attendant's signal, Eric and Chris exchanged a few words before ending their video call. Eric casually pulled the seatbelt from the side of his chair and fastened it. Caroline, who had been standing across from Eric's desk, also sat down on a single sofa beside him, fastening her seatbelt. Moments later, as the plane began to take off, causing its characteristic bumps, Eric noticed Caroline appeared a bit tense. He smiled and said, "Would you like to come over and sit with me?" Caroline blinked, her face slightly flushed, and playfully replied, "No. Or should I sit over there?" "Eric, I definitely have to tell my aunt about this trip to London." Hearing Caroline's teasing threat, Eric humorously pretended to be afraid. "Okay, I'm sorry." They chatted casually, and before they knew it, the plane was flying smoothly. Eric unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "I'm going to say hi to everyone." Caroline got up and followed him. Although they didn't mind others boarding the private jet, it seemed unavoidable, yet Eric still preferred to maintain his personal space. This tendency was something Marissa Mayer had joked about privately, saying Eric had a primitive sense of territoriality, like a lion. Therefore, the first quarter of the Boeing's cabin, excluding the cockpit, was considered Eric's absolute personal space. Aside from Eric, no one else could enter without permission. After leaving the front cabin and passing through the communal lounge connecting to the cabin doors, Eric and Caroline reached the midsection of the plane. Only the last section had a cabin similar to a standard commercial jet, reserved for bodyguards, assistants, and other crew members, but it was even more luxurious than typical first-class seating. The remaining areas closely resembled a regular apartment. At that moment, everyone gathered at the small bar in the midsection, drinking and chatting. When they saw Eric, they all stood up. Eric greeted everyone one by one and took a seat beside the spacious bar. He ordered a cocktail from the flight attendant and began discussing the upcoming schedule and promotional details for Iron Man. This continued until they had lunch together, at which point everyone expressed the need for a break and dispersed. New Line gave me a script. Although it's a lead role, I have to portray a femme fatale. This is all your fault, Eric. Ever since Basic Instinct, everyone has been so eager to create thrillers featuring femme fatale. My agent is worried that I'll get pigeonholed, so they turned it down. In the lounge area next to the restaurant, Natasha Henstridge lounged on the sofa, her curves accentuated as she glanced at the man beside her, recounting her recent events. One hand toyed with the corner of Eric's shirt, seemingly checking for loose threads. Eric clearly noticed a small thread peeking out from the hem of Natasha's blouse and wanted to help her check it. However, Caroline often instinctively avoided his interactions with other women, and after crossing that boundary, Marissa had a habit of looking out for potential interruptions, prompting Eric to suppress his less-than-innocent thoughts. Trying different genres is fine. However, your primary focus should still be on lead roles in mid-budget action films or as a supporting actress in big productions. If you do well with Underworld, you won't struggle to find work for the next 10 years. This series could easily span 5 or 6 films. I know, Natasha replied, noticing Eric's gaze lingering on her chest. She shot him a playful glance, but was clearly puzzled by his gentlemanly demeanor today. So, she asked, "Eric, can I go check out the front?" Eric shook his head with a smile. "Now is not the best time. It's still daytime." As he said this, someone knocked on the door of the lounge. Eric turned, feeling a twinge of regret for letting his thoughts wander towards his assistant, and then she appeared. "Mary, is there something you need?" "Eric Mitnick is online. He said the encryption software you needed has been sent over, but there seems to be something else." Eric nodded. "I'll head over now." Marissa Mayer responded, casting a cool glance at Natasha Henstridge before turning to leave. "Eric, your assistant has quite the personality," Natasha remarked. "Yeah," Eric said, reaching out to touch Natasha's delicate face. "A pretty face alone can't get this job done." "Are you calling me a pretty face?" Natasha replied, turning her head away, not pleased. "That doesn't sound like a compliment at all." Eric stood with a smile. "All right, we can chat more later." As Eric walked out of the lounge, he found Marissa still standing in the hallway, pretending to read a document. Eric casually patted Marissa on her well-fitted crimson suit at her waist and nonchalantly walked toward the front cabin. Startled by the sudden contact, Marissa shot him an annoyed glare and, with her face stern, followed behind. Once in the front cabin office, Yahoo's chief technology officer, Steve Mitnick, appeared on the video call screen, but he was busy focusing on something. Caroline, still seated on her single sofa beside him, stood up as Eric entered, intending to leave. Eric waved her off and gestured for Marissa to sit as well. He then addressed Steve Mitnick on the video call. "Steve, how's it going?" Hearing Eric's voice, Steve Mitnick looked up. "Eric, I've sent the encryption software to your email. The method is simple. You can also set up a decoy file. Once encrypted, the encryption software, the target file, and the decoy file will merge into one. Unless the correct password is input, it cannot be separated, significantly increasing the difficulty of cracking it. I've also set up a trap. Even highly skilled technicians could easily get lost and only retrieve the decoy file, while the real file would be deleted automatically." Eric sat behind his desk, pleased as he checked his email, and then smiled. "What about you?" "I can definitely manage," Steve replied straightforwardly. "But don't worry, Eric, I won't do that. I'm a person of principles." Eric scoffed. "I remember you sneaking into my laptop once." "That was just that one time, I assure you," Steve dismissed. "Besides, I wasn't snooping through your personal files. As long as you physically isolate the encrypted files, I won't be able to crack anything." "Fine," Eric shrugged. "Mary mentioned you had other matters to discuss?" "Yes," Steve said, glancing down at his laptop. "Eric, I need to check your plane's network system. It will take about 5 minutes." Eric was puzzled. "What? Just consider it a security check," Steve replied, casually tapping on his laptop. Still confused, Eric watched as his video call screen and computer began to auto-reboot. While it lasted, Eric grew concerned about whether Steve's tinkering might affect the plane's navigation. However, everything returned to normal after a while, and Steve Mitnick focused back on his laptop screen. Seeing nothing unusual, Eric remained silent, patiently waiting until Steve looked up. "No problem. At least your plane's network is secure and hasn't been monitored. However, Eric, I still recommend a thorough bug sweep of the entire plane." Eric chuckled. If Boeing is found to be spying on its customers, how can they continue to do business? Steve shook his head. "Eric, many world leaders lack a dedicated Air Force One. Do you know why? When they order presidential planes from Boeing or Airbus, they often find that it's essentially a massive surveillance device once delivered, totally unusable. Thus, those leaders can only randomly summon commercial planes from their national airlines. I'm not a world leader. I'm just a businessman. Right now, you're attracting more attention than many heads of state, making you a prime target for anyone willing to go to great lengths to obtain information about you. Didn't expect you to flatter me. A bit of sympathy, too." Eric shrugged. "All right, so what's the plan?" "First, as I mentioned earlier, you need to conduct a thorough sweep for bugs on everything around you, even your staff." "Oh, Mary and Carly, I'm not suggesting it's you." Eric interrupted. "Let's get to the point." "Well, I can personally oversee and maintain the security of Firefly's email system, but Firefly staff could also become targets, particularly concerning your personal communications. They might inadvertently leak your private email information, so it's crucial that you minimize sending sensitive information through emails. Additionally, the entire Firefly system needs a network and device update and employee training on cybersecurity, which could be quite costly. Lastly, while I'm not an expert on mobile phones or landlines, they're also extremely vulnerable, and you'll need to hire a technology expert for that." Chapter 1125, Estonian. Is that obscure enough? Although Firefly Group was not a publicly traded company, it invested a staggering $7 billion into the Clover Fund over the past few years to buy technology stocks, making it necessary for Eric to explain this to the other shareholders. Therefore, Clover Fund's substantial technology stock holdings were not a secret to many. This also seemed to explain why, recently, Eric's personal communication systems were often under attack. Since making a fortune in oil futures during the Gulf War, Eric's financial success had been a subject of study for many. After the Gulf War, however, there didn't seem to be any major operations that garnered attention in the financial market from Eric. Even during the Southeast Asian financial crisis a couple of years back, his and Chris's combined investment of a few $100 million was just a drop in the bucket compared to the international investments which totaled in the hundreds of billions. In recent years, Eric had rapidly expanded his personal wealth mainly through long-term investments in new tech companies. Such long-term strategies rarely attracted speculative capital that typically focuses on short-term gains. However, things were different now. The Clover Fund had over $30 billion worth of technology stocks, far exceeding the profits Eric made in the oil futures market during the Gulf War. Although he hadn't shown any remarkable moves in stock trading over the years, Clover Fund's early investment in tech stocks proved his exceptional financial foresight was at least comparable to his earlier oil futures operations. Consequently, people naturally thought that if they could figure out Eric's strategies behind the Clover Fund's technology stock operations, they could follow suit or develop specific stock investment strategies to easily profit. Prompted by Steve Mitnick, Eric immediately wiped clean all emails related to Clover Fund's operations from his personal email and instructed all trading studios working on Clover Fund to do the same. Eric even felt a bit relieved that he had chosen to communicate via email during this period, as he found it hard to determine whether his phone or landline was being tapped. However, after all these actions, it was clear the situation was still unresolved. He remembered the various eavesdropping scandals in Hollywood that had occurred more than once. Once just a spectator, Eric now found himself in the midst of the situation. Although he hadn't personally experienced it, he could gauge the potential damage a similar incident could bring to the Firefly operation. Thus, Eric took Steve Mitnick's advice and called for a meeting with Firefly's executives on the plane to discuss rebuilding the Firefly communication system. As for the necessary expenses, it was clearly the least concerning issue for the current Firefly operation. Upon learning that Firefly's email system had been attacked 37 times in just a week, and this was only regarding the breaches Steve Mitnick had personally noted after getting past Yahoo's external firewall, everyone was extremely cautious. Throughout the 8-hour flight from Los Angeles to Tokyo, Eric mainly discussed the matter with Jeffrey Katzenberg, John Chambers, Ian Gurney, and even Nokia CEO Olli-Pekka Kalasvuo, who was thousands of miles away in Finland. The meeting wrapped up only as the Boeing 747 entered Japanese airspace. He briefly connected with Drew, asking her to find an information security company to conduct anti-eavesdropping checks on his locations, Firefly Studios, the Burbank headquarters, and the various residences he often occupied, including Liberty City, Troutdale Manor, and even in New York. After hanging up, he looked out of the aircraft window, seeing the plane circling above Tokyo. The flight attendant's voice came on again, and Eric buckled his seatbelt, looking across the aisle at Caroline and Marissa. You girls should find an information security company in London too. When we get to the UK, let's have this plane checked out. Oh, and remind Liz and Drew about their flight. I forgot to mention it. Both women nodded in agreement. As the plane began its descent, Eric fell silent for a moment before asking, "What hotel did we book?" Caroline replied, "The Okura Hotel." "I'll pass. Switch me to another hotel. Let's go with the Park Hyatt instead." Eric suddenly recalled the hotel from Lost in Translation and casually added, "And remember to keep it anonymous." The two women understood why Eric was suddenly making such requests. He hadn't stayed in hotels much over the years, and considering this opportunity, it was hard to imagine some people wouldn't take advantage of the situation to plant eavesdropping devices in his room. Marissa asked, "So, Eric, should we also have someone check on the Park Hyatt side?" Eric hesitated, feeling he really had no reason not to, nodded, "Keep it low-key. Let's find a federal company to do the check. We're here for a movie promotion." Marissa thought for a moment and remarked, "The embassy should have professional anti-eavesdropping equipment. Do you think that's feasible?" "Well, protecting their citizens is their duty," Marissa grinned and added. "Plus, we could always get a few invitation letters for the Iron Man premiere ready for them." Eric chuckled. "That sounds too insincere. Why not just pay for it as a rental?" Marissa shook her head. "No need, Eric. I'll take care of it." Tokyo was 8 hours ahead of Los Angeles, which meant that after an 8-hour flight, it was still around 10 a.m. there. After sending Joss Whedon and his crew off from Haneda Airport to the booked Okura Hotel, Eric stayed on the plane a bit longer waiting for Caroline and Marissa to coordinate with the local office of Buena Vista International to set everything up before leaving the airport. At Park Hyatt, it turned out the embassy staff used a few premier invitations to entice them to conduct a comprehensive security check on Eric's newly booked room. Before leaving, several workers excitedly posed for a picture with Eric. Such theatrics were rather predictable. However, Marissa seemed to take it all for granted, and even brought up something she happened to know about Kevin Costner. Years ago, when Costner was in Tokyo promoting his disastrous Waterworld, he had his private jet denied landing at a Japanese airport. He had to ask the U.S. military base for help, which promptly agreed to lend him a military airport on the condition they could screen the film for their soldiers. Inside his room at Park Hyatt, after the embassy staff left, Eric invited Buena Vista International's Japan branch manager, Coil Crow, to sit by the living room window and update him on the status of Iron Man's release in Japan. Coil Crow was a middle-aged white man in his early 40s. Perhaps having spent a long time in Japan, he exuded an air of meticulousness. After introducing the distribution work for Iron Man, Coil pulled out a stack of invitations from his briefcase and said, "Mr. Williams, here are some invitations from companies here in Japan for you. Additionally, there's an interview invitation from Fuji TV. Just turn it down." Eric took the stack of invitations, flipped through them, and shook his head. "I'm only in Tokyo for 2 days, leaving the day after tomorrow." "Understood, Mr. Williams." Coil nodded without further persuasion and added, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." Eric looked at his watch and smiled. "It's noon. Let's grab lunch together, though I'm not too familiar with this area." Coil quickly got up. "I'll take you to a restaurant," then glanced at the 2 women who were changing the couch covers and bed linen. "Do these 2 ladies want to join us?" Eric shook his head. No need to bother them. Eric walked out of the room with Coil, heading to the restaurant at Park Hyatt where they ordered a simple lunch while continuing to discuss business matters regarding Japan. As Asia's leading box office market and the largest outside of North America, Hollywood's major film companies attached great importance to this market and had set up subsidiaries in Japan. Recently, Hironobu Sakaguchi reached out to me. He hasn't given up on the Final Fantasy animation movie yet. However, after we declined, other Hollywood companies were unwilling to take over the project. Coil was obviously a chatty person and began to relax a little around the boss. He continued, "Now, I hear Square has acquired a batch of graphic workstations and plans to create it without Hollywood's involvement. However, the budget for this animation film is at least $100 million. If it fails, Square will probably go bankrupt. That said, Final Fantasy is Japan's national game and should succeed easily in the Japanese market." Eric listened with a smile. He knew that historically, Final Fantasy, the spirits within had flopped both in North America and Japan. Square went bankrupt, merging with another game company. Now, without the financial and distribution support from Hollywood, if this animation film matched its previous quality, it would undoubtedly lead to an even worse outcome. Speaking of animation, Eric suddenly recalled another matter. "By the way, I remember last year we reached a cooperative agreement with another animation company here?" "Studio Ghibli." Coil nodded and replied, "Miyazaki is working on his new animation, with a budget of only $17 million. We're responsible for 30% of the investment and hold all overseas rights for the film." Given that Eric had decisively shut down Disney's hand-drawn animation department, Coil instinctively sensed the big boss wasn't a fan of 2D animation. After speaking, he cautiously added, "Miyazaki's work differs entirely from Hollywood's 2D animations and what we have in Japan. His animations are filled with imagination and philosophical contemplation. The last film we distributed, Princess Mononoke, was a solid success. The current one, Spirited Away, has a more creative script, which is why we sought to join the production team. Plus, we only invested $5 million, and with overseas all-channel operations, not recouping costs should not be a problem." Eric maintained an indifferent expression on the surface, but wondered how much Spirited Away had grossed globally. Of course, he didn't remember. But a $5 million investment for all overseas rights was definitely a good deal. Eric was also aware of why Coil's tone was so cautious. It wasn't just because of his personal decision to shut down the 2D department. In fact, before Spirited Away, while every Miyazaki film received acclaim, they often underperformed in box office revenue. Many animations barely broke even, largely relying on peripheral merchandise to recoup costs in Japan's massive animation merchandise industry. Historically, Spirited Away was the film that cemented Miyazaki's legendary status. Afterward, his animated works frequently topped Japan's box office charts. Truth be told, a $5 million investment hardly reached the approval threshold for Eric's level. The prior project by Buena Vista International, Princess Mononoke, didn't perform particularly well either. Eric vaguely remembered viewing the collaboration agreement between Buena Vista International's Japan branch and Studio Ghibli 2 years ago, but hadn't paid much attention since then. Thus, it was only now that Eric discovered, unbeknownst to him, Firefly had actually become a producer of Spirited Away. He still had to stay in Tokyo for 2 more days, and given the recent network attack news from the flight, he had no desire to focus on any business matters during this time. After Coyle finished speaking, Eric pondered and asked, "Could you arrange for me to visit Studio Ghibli?" Coyle paused, initially thinking he misheard, but quickly nodded. "Of course, Mr. Williams. I can call them right away. Let's aim for this afternoon. Also, there is no need for any special arrangements. I just want to drop by privately." Coyle readily agreed. After lunch, Coyle stepped out, and Eric returned to his hotel room. Noticing Eric's return, Caroline, who was sitting on the couch typing on her laptop, looked up and smiled, saying, "Eric, Kelly just sent another email. She's asking how we will contact Clover Fund's trading studio if we can't use email anymore." Not knowing where Marissa had wandered off to, Eric sat beside Caroline, curious about her laptop screen. "Just use the phone. Have Kelly set up an encrypted line." Feeling Eric's presence next to her, Caroline's cheeks grew slightly rosy as she said, "But that could still be eavesdropped on. Then let's make it harder for anyone to understand." After mulling it over for a moment, he said, "Let's use a pretty obscure language." "What would that be?" Eric thought for a second and chuckled. "Estonian. Is that obscure enough?" Caroline instinctively glanced at Eric's arm, scrunched her little nose slightly, but didn't voice any objections. Chapter 1126, Seeking Solitude. The Studio Ghibli headquarters was located in Kagane, a suburb of Tokyo, only a little over 10 kilometers from the Park Hyatt, where Eric was staying. From the outside, it appeared to be just a modest 5- or 6-story building. By mid-afternoon, the entrance bore long green vines that had climbed up its white walls, giving the structure a touch of life amidst the onset of summer. Around 2 o'clock, in the open workspace on the 3rd floor, Caroline politely thanked an employee who brought her another cup of coffee. Although she sensed the surrounding artists were stealing glances at her, she felt less shy this time. Her gaze was focused on a figure in the nearby cubicle, chatting with the well-known director named Hayao Miyazaki. She felt a twinge of sympathy. He possessed a personality, charisma, and social skills that could make anyone feel at ease within a minute, yet she knew he was not fond of socializing. It was only because of his position that he had developed this seemingly split personality. If possible, she knew he preferred to be alone, quietly spending his days in a spacious house, sitting at a cluttered desk filled with documents, sketches, and books. Perhaps he would enjoy the company of a quiet woman, reminiscent of a cat, tall, barefoot, dressed in a white shirt with a delicate face. This had nothing to do with desire. It was purely decorative. She'd once witnessed such a moment when she had gone to the Liberty City mansion to deliver documents one weekend. At that time, he appeared far more relaxed than usual. Now, she wanted to hold him. Or perhaps she wanted him to hold her. There was a faint regret. If only she were fluent in Japanese, she could be sitting next to him like the translator the company had invited, a little closer to him. During this period, Caroline could noticeably feel the growing insecurity radiating from Eric. Since their acquaintance, she had gradually understood that he was fundamentally an insecure person. He seemed to have a firm grasp on the world's trajectory, but remained oblivious to his own future. The issues Steve Mitnick mentioned on the plane would surely add to his worry. Those people were simply dreadful. Initially, upon hearing that Eric Williams intended to visit the studio, Miyazaki had been quite resistant. He did not want his work to be disrupted, but knew he couldn't refuse such a visit. So he hoped to receive Eric politely, like so many times before, and then promptly send this important figure on his way. However, After a brief encounter, Miyazaki discovered that Eric Williams was entirely different from the usual visitors who came out of curiosity, admiration, or other motives. This particularly young man seemed to come for solitude. Although Eric had sent away the animator next door to occupy the neighboring desk, which was somewhat annoying, as long as it didn't disrupt the studio's work, these minor inconveniences were tolerable. Then, they chatted politely through the beautiful translator seated between them. Miyazaki soon found that conversing with this young man felt surprisingly pleasant. I just want to tell a story about seeking reasons and strength in life. Society is becoming increasingly restless, and people are growing numb, completely unaware of what they should pursue or how to live. In the end, I can't be sure what will come of it. I can only continue to move forward as per my goals, he explained gently, focusing on the work in front of him. At the desk, Miyazaki, who was nearing 60, concentrated on sketching, discussing his project in a warm tone. Eric, also focused, bent over his notes from the animator's rough drafts, carefully drawing a scene involving Chihiro in the boiler room, casually chatting as one might with an old friend. I think most people will see a bizarre adventure story. You shouldn't expect them to understand too much. That's already enough. Audiences don't like being lectured. It's what filmmakers like us need to do, embed meanings into our works. If the audience wishes to interpret them, that's great. If not, they can still enjoy a good story. I'm more inclined to simply give them a straightforward story. Eric, you're too pessimistic. Maybe so. In movies, I could easily be the villain who believes humanity is undeserving of saving and chooses to destroy the world. Miyazaki laughed. Thankfully, you live in reality. That's quite a blessing for everyone. Eric chuckled and handed over a page of his sketch. Hey Miyazaki, take a look at what I drew. Miyazaki took the sketch, initially without expectations, but after seeing it, his face revealed surprise. Excellent, Eric. Although it's a bit too realistic. If you could intern here for 3 months, you'd definitely become a top-tier animator. Why don't we discuss my salary issue right now? Forget it. That sounds more like selling off everyone in this building. The three in the cubicle burst into laughter, catching the attention of others in the studio. Realizing they had drawn the gaze of the entire studio, Miyazaki quickly composed himself, returned to his sketch, and tentatively asked, "What made you think of coming to see me? I'm your fan." "You aren't, Eric. You've lost your childlike spirit." "Yeah. When Coyle told me the company invested in your new film, my first thought was how much money could be made from it. I regret to inform you, Eric, my films rarely turn a profit. But they'll undoubtedly be worthwhile for many years to come. That's enough. I still consider myself a capitalist with some artistic pursuits," Eric replied with a smile, glancing sideways. "I heard you plan to retire?" "Originally intended to retire, but I've thought maybe I could make one more film. After finishing Spirited Away, I really will retire." "Huh. What do you plan to do after retirement?" Miyazaki fell silent for a moment and then replied, "Of course, just live like an ordinary old man." "Then why not keep working?" "I'm old now, Eric, not as energetic as I was in my 30s or 40s. I even worry that if I continue, I might die halfway through." "From your words, it seems you're quite pessimistic. However, I still recommend that you continue. You age faster if you stop working, and it's entirely meaningless. Hollywood's got 2 old guys, both older than you, probably in their 60s or 70s, but they're still working fiercely. Every time I see them, I think they could go on for another 20 years. Miyazaki seemed curious about the 2 older gentlemen Eric mentioned, and the translator seated between them offered an explanation. She clearly knew about Redstone and Murdoch. After hearing her explanation, Miyazaki still shook his head. "This is different. I truly lack the energy. I've spent my life striving to do my best, and if I can't finish what I started, that would be terrible. My entire lifetime's reputation. You really shouldn't feel that way. To put it harshly, even if you did die halfway, as an artist's posthumous work, it would still have huge appeal. They'd surely help you finish it. I know that, but I'm just worried they won't devote enough effort. Then I'll keep an eye on it for you." I mean, if such an unfortunate event does occur, I'll oversee them to ensure they're committed to finishing it," Eric suggested, casting a glance at the translator seated between them. "Miss Sotoda can vouch for that." Miyazaki finally put down his pencil, turned to him, then glanced at the bright-eyed translator nearby. Eric, are you serious? Of course, Eric nodded. I don't make promises lightly. That's not reasonable. Miyazaki shook his head, looking touched yet hesitant, his hands habitually rubbing against his pants. We just met. Eric chuckled. I'm a big shot. Naturally, I have to occasionally do some unreasonable things to show my uniqueness. Miyazaki chuckled lightly again, sitting back down, but he picked up the sketch Eric had just passed him. After a careful examination, he hesitated, saying, Eric, when you come to Japan next time, you can stop by again. Absolutely. After spending the afternoon at Studio Ghibli, Eric was invited by Miyazaki to enjoy dinner at a nearby restaurant. Then he boarded the vehicle headed back to the city center. As night fell, the streets illuminated in neon lights. Tokyo's buildings were densely packed, but not overly tall. As the black SUV maneuvered through the streets, it felt more like navigating through a small town. Only upon reaching Shinjuku District did the occasional brightly lit skyscraper emerge between the closely knit structures. Caroline sat beside Eric. After getting into the vehicle, she snuggled up to him like a kitten, wrapping her arms around one of his, resting her head on his shoulder. Eric gazed dreamily at the neon lights outside for a while, then tilted his head to rub his cheek against Caroline's soft golden hair, smiling. What a pity. Typically in this position, a man can feel something soft. Eric, you're so naughty. Caroline playfully scolded, shifting slightly and whispering. How about now? I'd give you a passing grade. Eric feigned reluctance, but Caroline smiled, resting her head once more on Eric's shoulder. After a brief escape, they inevitably faced the return of reality. The next morning, upon waking, everyone began preparing for the Tokyo premiere of Iron Man, remaining busy. Until 10 o'clock that night, when the premiere concluded. The Tokyo premiere was merely part of Iron Man's promotional strategy in Japan, as the film was set to release simultaneously with North America. Following the premiere, the next steps would be handled by the local branch of Buena Vista. Eric and the crew swiftly boarded a plane bound for London. In the boardroom of the Boeing 747, Eric, the CACI team has already arrived in London. This is an established security company from California, focusing on information security. Ms. Barrymore and Ms. Murdoch's plane inspection work has begun. They can conduct a thorough check as soon as we arrive, but the detailed results will likely take about a week. Compared to the straightforward trip to Japan, Eric had several other tasks in the UK beyond the London premiere on the 26th, nearly requiring a week's stay. He nodded and continued to flip through the candidate list for the Bourne Identity. Marissa paused for a moment, seeing Eric's silence as agreement, and continued. Also, regarding the secure phone, Nokia's lab has been considering a similar secure business phone plan, though it hasn't made it to the product line. Kelly found a Canadian company's product that focuses on secure phones. I shared the information with the engineers at Nokia, and they approved of this company's technology. One engineer even suggested that, if possible, Nokia should consider acquiring this company. Eric looked up. A Canadian phone company. Marissa Mayer handed over some documents. Yes, here's the info. Eric took it and glanced at it. BlackBerry. With a smile, Eric quickly reviewed the file, saying, have Nokia prepare a detailed evaluation report. If possible, let's acquire this company. Also, if we can guarantee security, it won't only be for the executives. We can promote this phone throughout the entire company. Got it. Marissa nodded, beginning to jot things down in her memo. Eric raised the candidate list for the Bourne Identity, turning to Caroline. The others are fine, but I don't like Katie Holmes for the role of the contact Nikki. She's too mediocre, lacking any qualities that would stick in viewers' minds. Have them find someone else. Also, for the female lead, several candidates are good, but let's have them add Naomi Watts and see how her audition goes. Caroline looked puzzled. Naomi Watts. Nicole's best friend? Eric smiled. Nicole called me, so let's give her a shot. I think she's quite suitable. Just then, a video call ringtone sounded. Eric answered casually, and the wall screen illuminated, revealing the girl's delicate face on video. As soon as the connection was made, she waved a black ashtray in her hand. Eric, guess what this is? A listening device? Wow, that was too easy. Why don't you just tell me how things are going over? There. All right, she said, shaking another box in front of Eric, producing a rattling sound. Look, These are all the things we've gathered recently. Chapter 11:27. You seem really excited? Eric looked at the variety of electronic devices in the box in front of the girl. Although the quantity wasn't large, it still sent shivers down his spine. Did you find all of these at our place? Not all of them. Drew replied as she picked up the black ashtray again. This one came from Jeffrey's office. He's absolutely furious about it and has already hired a detective agency to look into the matter. He wants to throw all those traitors to the company in prison. The others were gathered from my and Liz's homes, Firefly Studios, the Burbank headquarters, and the Liberty City estate. Thankfully, they only found one at the Liberty City estate, in that sitting room next to the hall, which is one place you rarely visit. The top floor bedroom and the underground study are areas that Natasha and I always kept clean. The maids didn't have access, and after multiple thorough checks, nothing was found. Also, they caught someone at the estate. I wanted to toss her into the ocean, but that would be illegal, so she's still there, waiting until this blows over. Then we'll make her pay as per the contract. Even though the estate felt relatively secure, Eric didn't let his guard down at all as he glared at the girl. You seem really excited? It's thrilling. She unabashedly laughed and leaned closer to the camera. It feels like we are in Mission Impossible. If it weren't for the video call, Eric would have immediately given her a light smack on the forehead. All right, focus a bit more. What's going on in New York? Not much there. I even checked the house where you keep the little fox. They usually clean it themselves, so there wasn't much of a chance for anyone to plant listening devices, or maybe nobody was really interested in them. The girl continued, not caring about Eric making a fool of himself in front of Caroline and Marissa. But Vicky mentioned that there were paparazzi hanging around East Hampton a while back, but they haven't been seen for a while now. As long as it didn't interfere with the safety and lives of the women and children, Eric didn't mind paparazzi much. He processed the information the girl provided and asked, by the way, when was the listening device planted at the estate? She seriously pulled out a folder from the side and flipped through it. March 25th. She was planning to place another device in the client area by the curtain wall that day, but there was a fierce little cat guarding it, and she didn't dare approach. For the next few weeks, you were mostly out of Los Angeles, and she only did cleaning once. She was cleaning the kitchen that time, and since Natasha was nearby, she didn't get a chance. A fierce little cat? Eric pondered for a moment, quickly recalling that Carmen Cass had been staying at the estate those days. Thinking about Carmen's personality, that description was actually pretty spot on. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving the girl a warning look, but gradually began to understand that all of this, including the network attacks and eavesdropping, primarily started within the last month. Of course, Eric was also aware that external observation of him would definitely not have begun just that month. But every behavior needs sufficient motivation and benefit to drive it. If one couldn't expect sufficient returns, they wouldn't recklessly eavesdrop on a super rich guy like Eric. If discovered, it would surely incur retaliation, and the return on investment wasn't great enough for most to act that way. However, things were different now. Not just with Clover Fund, even within the Firefly system, stocks like Yahoo, Cisco, and Amazon had enough weight in the Nasdaq market to influence its direction. If someone knew about the Firefly system's equity management plans for its new tech companies, given the current frenzy in the Nasdaq market, acting on such knowledge could mean hundreds of millions of dollars in profits for speculative capital. Even more so, if they could access serious negative information sufficient to affect the entire tech stock market, pre-establishing short positions could yield billions when the Nasdaq market crashed. In his memory, the shocking 9/11 incident was rumored to have involved hedge funds heavily shorting airline stocks beforehand. While no solid evidence ever surfaced, it certainly wasn't without basis. Moreover, such maneuvers through insider information were entirely feasible. After thinking for a moment, Eric instructed the girl, "Pay more attention during this time, and don't let anything happen." "Uh-huh." She nodded and then asked, "So, Eric, aren't we going to catch the culprit? This matter is for you to handle. Just don't do anything out of line. Let's not keep that maid locked up anymore. Hand her over to the FBI." Eric had little expectation that anything would come of it. Anyone in their right mind would try to ensure they wouldn't be implicated. He also had a general idea of who was behind the schemes, likely major Wall Street investment banks and large hedge funds. Small fries probably wouldn't have the resources to pull off something like this. But I think if we hand it over to the FBI, we'll be less likely to find anything, she protested. I just want to see if they can figure anything out. The girl seemed to understand and nodded. By the way, Eric, the CACI team has already conducted a preliminary inspection of the planes over here. Only some details need thorough testing. The president of CACI said there were basically no issues. Yours should be about the same. After discussing some more matters, Eric ended the video call. He leaned back in his leather chair and began to reflect on the recent events carefully. The eavesdropping incident started about a month ago. Fortunately, he had been incredibly busy during this month, hopping around Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and even recently Tokyo, leaving little opportunity for anyone to eavesdrop on him. Moreover, the party most interested in Clover Fund, he had been very cautious from the start. So far, only Eric himself fully understood the all-encompassing 4-month sell-off plan. He merely confirmed a list of stocks and their quantities each week based on market conditions, handed it to Kelly, and then she would reach out to various trading studios for the sell-offs. Other than that, even Chris and Katzenberg hadn't been privy to much of that information. Thinking this through, it was likely that those people could only access Clover Fund's recent few weeks of sell-off operations. But even that was just a possibility. It was more probable the opponent was getting nothing, which was why there had been a frenzied attack on his personal email last week, catching Steve Mitnick's attention. Clover Fund started selling on March 22nd, and today was April 23rd, a Friday, just the perfect 5-week period. This week's cash-out amount still needed the weekend for calculation, but he roughly remembered the numbers from the previous weeks: $1.6 billion, $1.8 billion, $1.7 billion, and $2.1 billion. In just 4 weeks, Clover Fund had made an insane $7.2 billion cash out. $7.2 billion was equivalent to what Eric had invested in capital over the past few years. In fact, if one included the $2.378 billion from the sale of 3.1% of stocks to AOL a few months ago, Clover Fund had already raked in substantial profits over the past few years. So even if the Nasdaq index were to crash right now, Eric wouldn't be too fazed. After all, aside from the stocks held by Clover Fund, the Firefly system had no plans whatsoever to unload any tech firms like Yahoo, Cisco, or Amazon. On the contrary, Eric hoped to take advantage of the bursting tech stock bubble to increase his holdings in those firms. Currently, Wall Street's capital not only couldn't obtain what they wanted, but couldn't get any necessary information from him. Even Clover Fund, unless they could get details on Eric's large-scale transactions of tech stocks, plus account information, before blowing it up through the media. Otherwise, merely eavesdropping on scraps of information would hardly shake the now totally out-of-control Nasdaq market. As for tracking the actions of Clover Fund, even that was unrealistic. Many on Wall Street had already cleared out their tech stocks before the Nasdaq reached 3,000 points. So now, even if they wanted to sell, they'd need to have stocks to sell in their accounts. What these players could do now was either short sell or buy before selling again. The former had already seen much capital engaging in such operations, while the latter's risk was even more significant than the former's. Rubbing his temples, Eric opened his eyes to see Caroline and Marissa silently sitting opposite him and said, "You both should go and rest. There's still quite a while until we get to London." Caroline and Marissa stood up together, concerned, and asked, "Eric, do you want to sleep for a bit?" Eric nodded, stood up, and walked out of the study, heading straight into the front cabin's bedroom. He kicked off his shoes and exhaustedly collapsed onto the large bed. Moments later, he felt the mattress sink slightly beside him, a faint fragrance wafting in. Eric instinctively reached towards it and felt Caroline's slender waist. He turned to see her bright eyes sparkling as she sat on the edge of the bed. He patted the spot next to him and teased, "Come here and be my body pillow." Caroline's face flushed slightly, but she quietly kicked off her shoes, undid her suit jacket buttons, took it off, folded it neatly, and lay down next to him, wearing just a thin blouse and white casual pants. Eric really wanted to pull the girl closer, but as he looked at Caroline's quivering eyelashes and the nervous look on her face, still wearing her serious OL outfit, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Kissing her forehead, Eric chuckled, "It feels like I'm about to be executed here." Caroline opened her eyes and turned to face Eric, locking eyes for a moment before she whispered, "Eric, should I have Mary come over?" Eric immediately felt a bit guilty and shook his head. "I only want Carly with me." Caroline blinked and touched Eric's face with her hand. "Eric, I'm quite smart. I know everything. And you know how to make the man you like feel even guiltier." "Uh-huh." Eric grasped Caroline's small hand, kissed it, and said, "Well, I'm now so guilty I feel like jumping off the plane." Caroline smiled and nestled against Eric's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, whispering, "Eric, I like you." That suddenly brought back memories of that night in Lonely Pine Town, where Caroline had said the same thing. Eric hugged the girl beside him, saying, "Now I feel even guiltier for having a girl confess her feelings to me twice. Eric, I plan to make you feel guilty for 100 years. 100 years is too long. Is a lifetime okay instead?" "Uh-huh." In April, London's weather still felt chilly. As the plane landed at Heathrow Airport, fine rain fell from the sky, creating a gloomy, foggy scene. London was 8 hours behind Tokyo, but the distance was considerably greater than that from Los Angeles to Tokyo, exceeding 12 hours of travel. By the time they landed, it was already the afternoon of the 23rd in local time. Caroline's home was very close to Heathrow. The premiere would occur the day after tomorrow, so Eric arranged for a car to take the girl home right at the airport. The CACI Information Security Team from California had begun inspecting Eric's Boeing 747 as soon as they landed, with Carter Moan staying behind to keep an eye on things. As they entered the city, they naturally checked out the Kensington residence again. After wrapping everything up, it was already evening. Mr. Colin Southgate, president of EMI, has agreed to the lunch invitation tomorrow noon. I've booked a table at the Royal Garden Hotel restaurant. The Bertelsmann Group hasn't replied yet. We should get news by tomorrow morning. Also, here are the financial reports of the two companies for the past 5 years. I've highlighted the important information, Marissa said as she placed several files on the coffee table. This also includes the guest list for the premiere of Iron Man on the 26th, and the Japanese media reviews post-premiere in Tokyo were very positive. Mr. Coyle Crow expected Iron Man's box office in Japan to reach around $50 million. Eric stood at the coat rack in the corner of the living room, changing out of his trench coat while listening to Marissa's updates from the sofa. "All right, let's go grab a bite." "Eric, are you attending any art exhibit?" "No." "Then come with me to eat." "Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Carly on the plane?" "No." "Seems like you did. That's not a good habit." Eric laughed. "Looks like I really need to teach my eavesdropping assistant a lesson." Marissa's face turned red. "Eric, you can't say that. I'm the boss. I can say whatever I want. I'll resign if you keep this up." "Well, you still need to change that bad habit before resigning." Eric walked over and took her arm. "Come on, what do you want to eat?" Marissa looked quite reluctant, but still linked her arm with Eric's. "There's no way we'll get a table at the corner restaurant now." "Then let's go somewhere else." Eric shrugged. "Honestly, these restaurants are like this. The more you care about them, the more proud they become. I always thought those who felt proud of being able to reserve a table at some restaurant were pretty foolish." Chapter 1128. Is it cold? Early the next morning, the weather in London remained gloomy. Without any appointments in the morning, after breakfast with Marissa Mayer, Eric was in his villa on Garden Street, flipping through financial reports from the two major record companies, EMI and BMG, when he received a phone call. Not long after, Marissa came in with a shy girl, who turned out to be Poppy Delavigne, the same girl he had met during the Victoria's Secret fashion show in London. The girl wore a pink hoodie, her slender legs in plain flats, looking like the quintessential neighborhood girl, all charm and grace. Noticing her visibly nervous demeanor, Eric smiled and said, "Isn't it cold?" Feeling the warmth of Eric's friendly smile, Poppy relaxed immediately, walked over, and sat next to him, responding, "A little, but it's okay." Eric poured her a cup of coffee from the pot on the coffee table, handed it over, and commented, "Beauty is what matters most." Poppy politely thanked him as she took small sips of her coffee, her lively eyes scanning the room. Marissa had to head to the headquarters of the group's UK division to fetch Poppy, and after changing into another outfit, she said goodbye to Eric and left. Once Marissa left, Poppy seemed to relax a bit more, and even shifted to a more casual position next to Eric, peering at the documents in his hand. Eric, what's this? Financial reports. I don't think you'd be interested. Eric showed her briefly before asking. Don't you have class today? It's Saturday. Oh, I completely forgot, Eric said, flipping a page of EMI's 1998 report and casually added. How have your parents been lately? They're great, but Dad is off in Asia, and Mom isn't in London either. Eric recalled his previous impression of Poppy's somewhat odd parents and asked, So who's taking care of you? Who needs to be taken care of? I'm already an adult. My sister has a nanny watching her. Looking at his watch, it was still not yet 8:30. Then you definitely haven't had breakfast, right? I rarely eat breakfast. The girl acknowledged with a nod, adding, I called you after I got up, worried you wouldn't want to talk to me anymore. It's not good for a little girl to skip breakfast, Eric remarked, reaching for his phone. Yet, after thinking for a moment, he realized he wouldn't know whom to call for such a thing. He sighed, then stood up. Let's go get you something to eat. Poppy nodded with a smile. Okay. Even though it was April, the morning temperature in London was still around 10 degrees Celsius, carrying a heavy damp chill. As they stepped out of the villa, Eric wore a trench coat, hardly feeling the cold. But the girl beside him visibly shivered, her petite frame seeming to shrink a bit. Finding it somewhat amusing, Eric asked, Do you need to wear my coat? Poppy looked at the trench coat Eric wore. Although it wasn't long, it could wrap around her completely. However, noticing the smile on Eric's lips, she teasingly responded, Eric, that question is usually not supposed to be asked. Oh, I guess I was in the wrong. Saying this, Eric indeed took off his coat and wrapped it around her. The chill was instantly blocked out, providing warmth along with the lingering scent of the man beside her. Poppy felt her cheeks warm and, peeking from the wide sleeves, linked her arm with Eric's, hesitated for a moment before daringly saying, Eric, you remind me of my boyfriend. I know about that line. It's usually what boys used to flirt with girls at clubs. I'm not joking, Poppy replied, her expression showing slight displeasure, before curiously asking, Have you ever tried picking up girls at a club? Me? I'm too old. I don't go out to clubs anymore. Ha. The Royal Garden Hotel was just at the street corner, and Eric led the girl into the hotel restaurant. Once inside, Poppy handed her coat to the waiter and settled into their seats. I'd like a fruit salad, apples, strawberries, bananas, and pineapple. Don't put too much dressing on it. Also a glass of milk. That's it. The waiter took her order and turned to Eric. Mr. Williams? Just a cup of coffee and a copy of the Times, please. The waiter nodded and walked away. Poppy leaned on the table and asked, Eric, aren't you going to eat? I had already eaten before you got up, he answered. So you specially brought me here for breakfast? Isn't that touching? Poppy nodded earnestly. Dad never asks if I had breakfast. Then I can't help explaining that to your dad. He always looks busy, so does Mom. I bet they're not as busy as you, though. I happened to have some free time this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to check on you. You definitely would, the girl confidently asserted for some reason, adding, Eric, I saw the trailer for Iron Man. It looks really cool. Can I go to the premiere the day after? Tomorrow? Sure. I'll have Mary bring a few invites for you. If your parents come back the day after tomorrow, they can come too. They won't be back, but can I bring my friends? It would be a big deal. For your sake, I have to help. Would 5 tickets be enough? Poppy eagerly nodded and giggled. Yes, that's plenty. After breakfast, the two returned to Eric's mansion. Poppy clearly enjoyed the time spent with Eric. Even though the villa was full of entertainment facilities, she spent the entire morning curled up with Eric like a kitten, chatting about all sorts of topics. At noon, Eric was scheduled to meet Colin Southgate, the president of EMI. As noon approached, he led the tailing Poppy back to the street corner's Royal Garden Hotel, where they had lunch. At 12 o'clock, Colin Southgate arrived promptly. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair and looked to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a dark red suit, tall and showing signs of a life of comfort. Seeing Eric with a young girl, Colin felt a bit displeased. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they took their seats, and Colin bluntly stated, Eric, regarding the collaboration with Firefly Electronics, the board believes it could further hurt the already declining album sales. Moreover, the measures Firefly players take against piracy are quite inadequate, so we cannot agree. Poppy, sitting quietly next to Eric, was surprised by the gentlemanly man's bluntness. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she looked at Eric, hoping he would respond immediately. Speaking of piracy, I remember, due to the promotion of personal computer CD burners, last year in North America alone, the sales of blank CDs reached 130 million units. Considering the album price of $20 per disc, that equates to a loss of $2.6 billion in sales for record companies. Eric signaled the waiter to serve the dessert to Poppy before continuing smoothly. As for the global market, I haven't seen statistical data, but it should be at least doubled. This is the fundamental reason for the decline of the music industry. Just like Hollywood once adapted to the videotape market, embracing digital music players is the best solution to prevent the music industry from completely collapsing. Colin Southgate clearly had not kept up with this kind of information, frowning slightly but still replied, "Eric, you're being alarmist. I've reviewed EMI's financial reports for the last 5 years. Compared to last year, looking back to 1997, 1996, 1995, and 1994, although EMI's annual net profit has fluctuated, it has mostly stayed around £400 million. However, last year, excluding the non-operational income from selling Virgin Records, EMI's annual net profit was just £310 million, a drop of 25% compared to previous years. If you don't take action, the next few years will be even more difficult. Do you think partnering with Firefly Group will save album sales?" Colin clearly struck a nerve, saying, "The sales model of Firefly Electronics is completely undermining the foundation of the music industry. Besides, even though physical album sales have plummeted, Yahoo Music's global sales last year were only about $300 million, which is still insignificant compared to the entire music industry." Colin, you've chosen the wrong comparison. Yahoo Music sales in 1997 were just $50 million, and by 1998, it was close to $300 million, a growth rate of 600%. We don't expect this year to achieve a 600% growth again, but even if it just doubles, annual sales could reach $600 million. With this sustained growth rate, within 5 years, Yahoo Music's revenue could far exceed any of the 5 major record companies, even surpassing the total album sales of all your companies combined. Colin Southgate shook his head. "Eric, that's impossible. You don't have enough content." Eric shrugged. "So that's what we're discussing today? A partnership would give EMI a new revenue stream, and we would also gain sufficient content. It's a win-win." "Eric, this sounds more like a one-sided win for Firefly Group. Not only do you take all the profits from digital music players, but you also want to split 30% of the revenue from our record companies. More importantly, the control of the platform is entirely in Firefly's hands. Do you think we would agree to such an obviously one-sided deal?" Although Colin spoke plainly, his tone softened a bit. Eric did not respond directly to Colin Southgate's inquiries, but said, "In fact, Firefly Electronics has already started discussing a spin-off plan. We plan to separate Fireflyer as an individual entity. I'm sure you've heard news about this. Aren't you planning to spin off the Fireflyer business for an IPO?" Colin blurted out his assumption, but then paused, his gaze fixed intently on Eric. "Are you suggesting that Firefly Electronics is willing to accept investments from other shareholders?" Eric shook his head, correcting. "To be precise, it's Fireflyer Corporation." Colin Southgate remained silent for a moment before saying, "Eric, I need to see your spin-off plan first. The specific plan hasn't been fully developed yet, but I can have my assistant send you a draft this afternoon," Eric explained further. "And I can assure you that after the spin-off, Fireflyer's profit margins will significantly improve, as it will no longer need to bear R&D costs for other departments of its parent company." "Then, Eric, let's be frank. How much equity could Firefly Electronics, or rather, Fireflyer Corporation, transfer to EMI?" 8%. That's too little, Eric. It should be at least 20%. "Colin, if all 5 record companies each took 20%, what would be left for me?" Sitting quietly beside Eric, Poppy found humor in Eric's remark and let out a small giggle. Realizing her lapse, she quickly apologized by sticking out her tongue at the 2 men. Poppy's interruption didn't affect Colin Southgate's train of thought, as he continued, "Eric, We all know that you don't need to win over all 5 major record companies. Just one large record group joining would be sufficient for Yahoo Music at this stage. Moreover, as long as Yahoo Music proves its potential, all the other companies would have to join in, whether voluntarily or out of necessity. You're right, Eric nodded. However, the 8% equity transfer rate is also something we've thought through carefully. I'm not intentionally offering a low number to drag out negotiations for months. Everyone's time is precious, and I don't want to delay this further. We can calculate that the trend of digital music players replacing traditional portable players is already set in stone. Given their superior portability compared to cassette players, the market capacity for digital music players is likely to reach at least 100 million units in the future. If Firefly retains just 70% market share at that time, that would mean 70 million units sold yearly, with an average selling price of $350 and a 15% net profit margin, resulting in an annual net profit of $3.675 billion. After the IPO, based on a 30 times price-earnings ratio, Firefly's market cap could easily exceed $100 billion. An 8% stake for EMI would be worth $8 billion, without considering annual profit dividends, which already matches EMI's current market value. Colin Southgate's expression wavered, yet he did not easily concede. Eric, this is merely your ideal numerical model. Who knows how the real situation will unfold? Many electronic manufacturers are also working on digital music players. It is difficult to determine whether Firefly will decline in the coming years. Even if it does not, with increasing competition, you can't possibly maintain such high profit margins. Also, it's impossible for a company that only sells a simple digital music player to have a valuation of $100 billion. Colin, if you only view the Firefly player as a standalone product, that would be too dismissive. The Firefly Group is building a complete digital music ecosystem. Firefly is just one component. It might provide significant profit for the entire ecosystem, but if other manufacturers only see this, they will never surpass us. Even if they understand the complete layout of the Firefly ecosystem, they still would not catch up because Firefly Group has already distanced itself from them considerably. Chapter 1129, The Tale. Colin Southgate fell silent for a moment before saying, Eric, all of this is just your side of the story. I need to see the divestiture plan for Firefly Electronics first. Also, what price are you planning to transfer that equity at? Eric replied, $1.6 billion, approximately a 20 times earnings multiple. That price is fair. Similarly, there's no room for negotiation. I'll just repeat what I said earlier. I don't want to waste too much time negotiating. Cash. Of course, I'm not interested in equity swaps. Colin shook his head. Polygram can't come up with that much cash. We've already reinvested the $1.2 billion from selling Virgin Records back to shareholders. If Polygram announced plans to acquire a stake in Firefly Company, I believe any financial institution would be eager to provide financing. Polygram currently only has $830 million in debt, and with this $1.6 billion added, your debt ratio wouldn't exceed 25%. Most companies can handle that kind of risk. All right, Eric, but I have to say, your conditions are too harsh and inflexible. Even if I were willing to agree, the board would struggle to sign off on it in a short time. Well, that's not my problem, Eric shrugged, saying, but you're right about one thing. Firefly Electronics needs to partner with a major record company in the short term. If Polygram hesitates too long and other record companies agree, you will permanently miss out on this opportunity. Even if a partnership happens in the future, Firefly won't give up equity anymore. Are you not worried about Polygram siding with another digital music player? I don't think any digital music platform can surpass Yahoo Music Store. If you pursue that, you will only be losing out. After saying this, Eric waved for the waiter to start serving the food. During the meal, Colin repeatedly asked Eric about some details, and by the time they finished lunch and he saw Colin off, it was already 1:30 p.m. The casting work for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had started in London, and Eric needed to head to the London office of Firefly Group to check on the project's progress. He also had to go to Pinewood Studios, where Bond 19 had started production, and the crew was currently stationed. 2 identical black Land Rover SUVs were waiting outside the Royal Garden Hotel. Marissa Mayer stood by the car holding a stack of documents. When he saw Eric coming with Poppy Delavigne, the driver proactively opened the doors for them. Originally planning to drop Poppy off at home first, Eric couldn't resist the girl's pleading look. Since the upcoming work wasn't anything too confidential, he decided to take her along. Since securing the film rights directly, the movie project had only been publicly announced last month, but the company had spent the last 2 years refining the script for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. The director was confirmed as Chris Columbus, the original version director. Thus, the crew's main focus was casting. If everything went smoothly, filming would start in September, with a release set for the end of next year. Firefly Group's UK headquarters was located in the Mayfair district, east of Hyde Park, occupying a 6-story building with a slightly European classical style, not far from the Royal College of Art. To build anticipation for the film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone ran an open casting call that recruited young actors from across the UK. Since the announcement at the end of last month, this had become one of the hottest topics in the UK, and in just a month, the crew had received over 20,000 applications. Had the application period not ended, that number would have likely increased significantly. Despite it being the weekend, Eric brought Marissa and the tail-like Poppy Delavigne to the branch headquarters, which was still bustling with activity. Although the crew publicly stated that there were no restrictions on role selection, in reality, if they viewed all 20,000 applications, the casting team would surely be overwhelmed. Therefore, in the first round of selection, they mainly filtered out candidates who were clearly not a fit or had no acting experience, with some standout children being specially noted. Casting for adult actors proved to be much smoother, and several roles had already been confirmed. With the director and script locked down, Eric had no intention of getting involved in the casting process, finding no need to seek original young actors. With J.K. Rowling and Chris Columbus personally overseeing the selection, they were sure to find the most suitable roles for the trio. After spending over 2 hours at the branch, Eric hurriedly left for Pinewood Studios on the outskirts of London. Since it was the weekend, the Bond 19 crew wasn't filming, and Barbara Broccoli personally welcomed Eric. They reviewed the shooting progress together, and in the evening, at Barbara's invitation, Eric attended a party she was hosting. After returning to central London, it was already past 10 p.m. Feeling as though she had stumbled upon a completely foreign world, Poppy had spent the entire day faintly excited. Thus, even though it was late at night, she showed no signs of sleepiness. The car arrived in the Belgravia district where the girl lived, stopping in front of the same house as last time. The driver opened the door from the outside, and Eric handed a bag to the girl, saying, "All right, go back. Good night." At that moment, Poppy was no longer wearing the long hoodie from the morning, but instead had changed into a small dress with a beautiful light yellow Chanel coat over it. Eric had casually instructed someone to bring this outfit earlier, considering London's unbearable weather. He couldn't always have the girl wearing his clothes. When Poppy took the bag with her hoodie, she tugged at Eric's hand. "Eric, can you come in for a bit?" Eric smiled and shook his head. "I'm tired. I just want to get home to sleep." "Don't be like that, Eric," Poppy insisted, pulling him up. "If you keep rejecting girls like this, you'll never find a girlfriend." As she dragged him along, Poppy took Eric up the steps, pressed the doorbell, and held on to him as if afraid he would run away. The door opened quickly, revealing a 30-something maid who, upon seeing Poppy, immediately began to chatter. "Miss, you're finally back. Madam just called asking, and oh, Mr. Williams, good evening." Eric nodded at her. "Hello. This is Rosie," Poppy introduced casually, pulling Eric inside. After taking a few steps, she turned back to the maid named Rosie and said, "You can go to bed now. Also, don't say anything silly in front of my mom." "Okay. All right, miss," Rosie replied with a slightly hesitant tone, but still went to her room. Poppy eagerly led Eric to the second floor to a bedroom full of feminine charm, urging him to sit at her vanity. The girl dashed into the adjacent changing room and quickly changed back into the hoodie from the morning. Then she scampered down the stairs, returning a while later with a coffee pot. Eric sat in the chair, leaning against the vanity while watching the girl bustling about with interest. He took a sip of the coffee she handed him and laughed, saying, "So attentive. Just so you know, you can't come along with me tomorrow." Poppy sat at the edge of the bed, both hands propped up, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Eric. I wasn't thinking that. At all. I had a great time today. Eric nodded, continuing to sip his coffee. After a moment of silence, Poppy took the initiative to say, Eric, why aren't you talking? I'm tired. I'm not in the mood to entertain little girls. Poppy giggled, saying, So you were fooling me on purpose during the day? Yeah. Eric lightly tapped on the vanity with his left hand. That was my work for the day. Huh. Mr. Williams, I see right through you. Eric didn't respond, finishing most of the coffee, then set the cup down. Well, you should sleep early. I need to head back. Poppy's eyes flickered, and before Eric could stand up, she leaned in and gently pushed him, sitting directly on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lightly pecked his lips before pulling back, her cheeks flushed but still boldly saying, Eric, I want to make love with you. Can we do it? Sure. Eric nodded, encircling the girl's small waist to keep her still. But let's see what you know first. The girl's face turned red as an apple, and she complained, You're such a bad guy. Of course, you have to take the initiative next. Okay, but let me ask you a question. What's the most painful experience you've had in your life so far? When I was little, my finger got caught in a car door, the girl said, giggling. Eric, you're just trying to scare me, right? I'm not afraid. One of my good friends had that happen, and they said it's not as painful as people think. I wasn't referring to that, Eric said, gesturing to her small belly. If we did it, your belly might very well grow. Then, you'd have to carry a big round ball around for 10 months. That's the scariest part, an experience 10 times worse than the car door incident, culminating in 10 hours of pain before some little guy gets out of you. There's a chance you could even die from the pain during that process. Poppy's eyes did flash with a hint of fear, but she quickly regained her certainty. You're just trying to scare me, Eric. You wouldn't let that happen, right? Yeah. Eric stood, effortlessly picking the girl up and placing her on the small bed next to him. So just sleep well. Come to the premiere of Iron Man the day after tomorrow and bring your friends. Poppy, being just a fleeting thought of a young girl, was easily swayed by Eric's diversion and scare tactics. She stopped pushing for now and obediently laid down on the bed, still holding Eric's hand. Eric, can you wait until I fall asleep before leaving? Eric chuckled. Not very considerate of you. I'm tired too. I'm just a girl, Poppy pouted. Boys should definitely give in to girls. All right then, I'll stay for 5 more minutes. If you aren't asleep in 5 minutes, I'm leaving. I usually take half an hour to fall asleep. Half an hour? What do you think about during that time? Last night, I was wondering whether I should call you after getting up this morning, and if you might forget me. I also thought about what to wear and whether I should put on makeup. I've been learning makeup lately, and everyone says I have a talent for it. I think when I grow up, I might even create my own cosmetics brand. Eric sat by the bed, letting the girl ramble, and perhaps having played all day, within just 10 minutes, she had already fallen asleep. After tucking her in, Eric quietly left the girl's room. Downstairs, the living room was lit by a wall lamp. As Eric walked down the stairs, the maid appeared before him. Mr. Williams, are you leaving? Yeah, Poppy's asleep. And please send my regards to the Delavine couple. Certainly. The maid nodded, courteously leading Eric to the door, helping him open it, and watching as he got into the car by the curb. She stayed until the 2 SUVs turned and disappeared down the street before closing the brown-red wooden door of the apartment. Back at his place on Kensington Garden Street, it was already past 11 p.m. However, Eric felt little sleepiness. His female assistant had stayed over at the villa last night and had moved to the Royal Garden Hotel across the street today, leaving Eric all alone in the villa. Quietly brewing a pot of coffee, Eric went upstairs to his study, sipping coffee while sorting through some legal documents he had recently requested from Edward Lewis, the chief legal counsel of Firefly Group. After carefully reviewing all the documents, Eric pondered for a moment, then got up to grab a DV from the bookshelf. He set it up beside the study sofa, tested various shooting angles, and began recording a video file. After more than half an hour, Eric finished recording the video, then pulled out a prepared laptop, transferring the video file to the hard drive, encrypting it with Steve Mitnick's encryption software. Once this was done, checking the time, it was already 4 a.m. Though London was in a summer season with long daylight due to its high latitude, it remained dark outside the window. Only by looking up could one notice the faint glow permeating the London sky from city lights. After deleting the original files from the DV, Eric physically destroyed the storage card, ensuring it could not be recovered before locking the newly encrypted laptop securely in the safe. He then quietly left the study. After taking a shower in the bathroom and lying down on the bed, he suddenly thought of Poppy's half-hour before bedtime. He began to randomly contemplate what he might think about during that half-hour, but overwhelming fatigue washed over him. His thoughts became scattered without focusing on anything in particular, and before he knew it, he had fallen sound asleep. Chapter 11:30 Film Reviews. After a brief exchange with the guard, a silver BMW smoothly drove into Kensington Garden Street, soon arriving at Eric's mansion. The driver opened the door, and Olivia Wilson stepped out. Waiting beside her was Marissa Mayer, who observed the woman known to favor black clothing and respectfully said, "Ms. Wilson, hello. I'm Marissa Mayer." "Hello," Olivia replied with a light handshake, her gaze questioning. Marissa gestured invitingly and explained, "The boss went to the BBC this morning for a recording. He'll be back shortly." Olivia nodded and followed Marissa into the villa. However, instead of sitting in the living room, she asked, "Did you prepare lunch for him?" "It's already been reserved at the Garden Hotel restaurant. It will be delivered once he gets home." "Skip the restaurant. I'll cook," Olivia said, removing her black trench coat and glancing at the girl beside her. "Could you help me?" Marissa instinctively took the coat, nodding, "Sure." As Olivia surveyed her surroundings, she walked toward the kitchen and added, "I wonder if there are any ingredients here." Marissa hung up the coat and, following her like a diligent maid, offered, "What do you need? I can have them deliver it." "Oh, thank you. Not at all. It's what I should do." It wasn't until Eric returned that Marissa Mayer managed to break free from her automatic role as a maid. Despite being a strong-willed woman, she found herself feeling a twinge of inferiority in front of Olivia. Perhaps it was because this was his mother, she reasoned with herself. After lunch, the assistant quickly excused herself under the pretext of work. "She's a nice girl, just a bit too strong-willed. Not as easygoing as Carly," Olivia remarked while sipping coffee on the living room sofa, finally taking a good look at Eric, whom she hadn't seen in a while. "How is your hand?" Eric raised his right wrist and flexed it. "It's fine now. I went to see Carmen's runway show and chatted with her." "Carmen?" "Yeah. I was in Japan last month to see the cherry blossoms. She happened to be in Tokyo for a show at the beginning of the month, so I caught her." Eric nodded but felt a strange discomfort, as if he were a teenager whose shrewd mother secretly knew all his private matters. Olivia studied Eric with a faint smile. "Carly rarely talks to me about you. It's usually me asking first." Upon hearing this, the feeling of strangeness intensified for Eric. He tried to shift the conversation. "So, how have you been?" "Really well. I came back a week early. Otherwise, I could have seen the premiere of your movie in Tokyo. You can still come by tomorrow. I just had Marissa prepare an invitation, but I won't see you tomorrow." Eric nodded, wanting to continue but suddenly unsure of what to say. Feeling his distant demeanor, Olivia felt a touch of disappointment. After a moment of silence, she smiled and asked, "Eric, did you want me to come over for something in particular?" Just a moment." Eric stood up and headed upstairs. After a while, he returned with a laptop bag, sitting down beside Olivia and handing her the bag. He hesitated before saying, "This contains a video file. Just in case, if something unexpected happens, you can take it out." Olivia stroked the leather surface of the laptop bag, and as she listened, her fingertips trembled slightly. "Eric, are you suggesting a will?" Eric found it hard to say words like will with the ease. After a pause, he nodded. "Yes." Olivia reached over to hold Eric's hand. Concern finally surfaced beneath her usually calm demeanor. "Eric, is something going on?" Feeling the coolness of her palm, Eric held his hand back after a couple of seconds, shaking his head. "No, it's just something everyone does. I have a written will, but you know, unexpected losses and declarations of invalidity have happened before. I just want a little extra insurance." Olivia paused, looking at her empty palm in surprise. She cautiously reached for him again, patting the back of his hand. "Don't worry, I will help you keep it safe. Also, the password for the video is the first 15 digits of pi, each reduced by 1. Olivia pondered for a moment and confirmed. 2030481542478868, right? What about the laptop? Eric shook his head. This password is sufficient. A Windows password doesn't really make much of a difference in the presence of someone with even basic tech knowledge. The silver BMW left Kensington Garden Street again. After briefly gazing out at the street scenery, Olivia shifted her focus to the driver in the front seat and said, "Take me to Wilson Manor." The driver, one of Eric's longest-serving bodyguards, was mostly aware of Olivia's status, so he nodded. "Of course, ma'am." On that Sunday afternoon, the weather, which had been gloomy for days, finally brightened a bit. Mrs. Wilson was sitting on the estate lawn enjoying afternoon tea with her daughter, who had just returned home 2 days prior. A somewhat elderly servant rushed over, announcing, "Ma'am, Miss Wilson has returned." Mrs. Wilson glanced at her daughter Caroline, puzzled. Did she have a second daughter? A moment later, she realized and quickly stood up as Olivia approached, carrying a laptop bag. "Jane, what brings you over today?" Mrs. Wilson smiled and embraced Olivia, reaching out. "Let me take that." "Thank you. I can manage." Olivia dodged Edith Wilson's hand, hugged Caroline, and pulled her toward the castle. "Carly, I need to ask you something." "What is it about?" Caroline replied, puzzled, as Olivia held her wrist. She looked at her mother but was pulled into the castle without much resistance. Edith Wilson stared blankly as the two disappeared through the doorway, then sighed. The elderly servant beside her asked, "Ma'am, should I inform the master?" "No need, and don't mention it to James either." "Understood." The commotion surrounding Eric had no impact on the outside world. The following day, starting in the morning, media from Europe and North America began gathering at the venue for the Iron Man premiere at Kensington's Royal Albert Hall. By afternoon, street congestion outside the hall had become so serious that the city government had to dispatch officers to maintain order. At 6 o'clock, the red carpet ceremony began. Besides the cast and crew of Iron Man, the entire team of Bond 19 came to show support, alongside various celebrities from London, making the red carpet glitter with stars. Poppy Delevingne and a few friends had even arranged for a stretch limousine to attend the premiere. However, due to the sudden traffic jam, their vehicle got stuck not far from the music hall. Holding only regular invitations, the girls couldn't access the special lane set up for red carpet guests. After waiting a while with no other option, they got out of the car and walked to the venue. Excited yet envious, Poppy squeezed in among the fans, eyed one star after another stepping onto the red carpet. A girl with obvious Asian descent next to her couldn't help but say, "Poppy, you must be kidding, saying you're close with Eric Williams. Now we can only watch from here." Poppy felt a bit down but replied, "Alexa, I've got 5 invitations, so let's see you snag one." The girl, named Alexa, stared intently at a glamorous star on the red carpet. "Of course, I can't get one, but I'd love to try walking the red carpet." "You can do that once you're a supermodel," Poppy replied with a glance at Alexa's slender frame and teased, "but it seems you'll never become one." Alexa shot back, "Neither will you. I never wanted to be a supermodel. I'm going to be a designer." "Well, I can be a designer too." "Yeah, right. You'll probably end up accomplishing nothing." The other girls laughed, and a fair-skinned girl with black hair asked, "Poppy, do you think we'll see Eric Williams later?" "Maybe. I can't say for sure," Poppy responded hesitantly. "Eric is very busy," the black-haired girl said. "I heard he recorded a show at the BBC yesterday." "What a pity. My dad was there too. I wish I had tagged along." "It wouldn't help. Rebecca, he doesn't know you. But I could at least ask for his autograph." "Poppy, don't you have Eric Williams' phone number? Why not just give him a call?" "I just said, Eric's really busy. I don't want to interrupt his work." "Clearly, that means you two aren't as close as you claim." "Not true. So, have you slept with him?" "I heard he's a playboy." "Eric is a gentleman. He definitely wouldn't be into your flatness." "I heard he has a thing for older women." "That's just tabloid nonsense. And even if it's true, so what? By the way, it seems you like to bring up your dad a lot. Isn't that an Oedipus complex?" "That's an inferiority complex. Always leaning on my dad. I'll hit you." Haha. The girls laughed and, after watching the red carpet event for a while, eagerly entered the music hall and found seats. At 7 o'clock, the premiere officially began. Eric, along with the main creative team, took the stage to interact with the audience for the long-awaited film, finally appearing on the big screen. In a convoy of Humvees moving through the desert, Eric portrayed Tony Stark, presenting an irreverent attitude while humorously joking with a few soldiers, instantly immersing the audience in a lively atmosphere with a hint of rebellious rock music in the background. When the punchline about the cover girl of Vanity Fair was delivered, much of the audience couldn't help but chuckle. In a row towards the back of the hall, a few girls continued to whisper amongst themselves. "That description is completely inappropriate," Alexa giggled and said. "He should be talking about whether he slept with all the Victoria's Secret angels." "Yeah, definitely not just 12. Hey, if you keep talking trash about Eric, I'm not bringing you along next time." Anyone notice how Poppy looks a bit jealous? She probably wanted to sleep with Eric Williams and got rejected. I did not. That's such an obvious admission. Haha. As the girls chatted, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Amid loud explosions, a Humvee was engulfed in flames, drawing the attention of all the audience members who had just relaxed into a tense state. The shaky footage quickly transitioned back 36 hours prior. For the next 10 minutes, through a series of clips, the film brilliantly crafted the image of Tony Stark as a reckless playboy, with Eric's scenes alongside Natasha Henstridge captivating the audience, impressing some critics surprised by Natasha's performance, far exceeding that of a typical pretty face. However, what most surprised the critics was how, in just 15 minutes, the film not only kept audiences riveted, but also successfully established the entire story background through clever flashbacks. Additionally, many years later, Eric's return to the big screen also left critics with no flaws to point out. Some even humorously mused that this might just be Eric Williams' natural performance, considering how similar the real Eric Williams was to Tony Stark, a rare advantage most films couldn't achieve. As the plot progressed, Tony Stark was captured, and in a makeshift environment crafted the first Iron Man suit, leading into the film's first major climax. Fighting for his life, Stark announced that Stark Industries would no longer engage in weapon manufacturing, leading to his encounter with Vanity Fair's journalist Christine Everhart, igniting his thirst for vengeance against Dr. Eanson's village, unlocking his superhero attributes, and gradually transforming his character into a new persona, until the ultimate battle with the villain. As the film wrapped up, critics had to concede that although Iron Man didn't boast a particularly stunning plot structure, it was undeniably a high-quality superhero film with significant entertainment value. Due to Warner Brothers, Batman and Robin receiving poor reviews and box office results. Before the premiere, most critics were not optimistic about Iron Man's future, with many labeling it as Eric Williams' mere side project. However, by the end of the London premiere, film reviews for Iron Man began flooding the internet and traditional media, showcasing an entirely different scene from what everyone had imagined. Chapter 1131, Major Exposure. Iron Man is absolutely a perfect superhero movie. At the same time, Eric Williams demonstrated once again his Pandora's alien ability to take everything to the extreme. The character of Tony Stark, shaped by this tycoon himself, exudes a captivating charisma, whether he plays a genius, a jerk, a playboy, a billionaire, or a superhero. It's hard for the audience to take their eyes off him. The dazzling CGI effects in Iron Man make Batman and Robin from 2 years ago look like a poor B-movie. Perhaps the powerful special effects will increasingly become a reflection of Hollywood's major film companies' core strength. Compared to the stunning level of effects being displayed in the digital domain, there's clearly a significant gap for Warner, Universal, and Paramount to catch up with. The New York Times. In the first 15 minutes, I was completely captivated by Eric Williams' brilliant performance. This real-life, super-rich man turned the character of a self-indulgent jerk into a believable superhero savior. Variety. While Eric Williams' performance in Iron Man received overwhelmingly positive reviews, this young billionaire's net worth continued to astonish the public. As the Nasdaq index approached 3,500 points, Eric Williams' personal wealth also soared, nearing the $400 billion mark. Perhaps, Eric Williams would become the first trillionaire in the history of the country. If inflation does not severely hit the federal currency in the short term, For many years to come, Eric Williams may be the only billionaire eligible for the title trillionaire. Before this, we only had billionaires and millionaires. This is indeed a staggering miracle. Business Week. At the Villa restaurant on Kensington Garden Street, it was already noon the following day. Eric browsed through the reviews from various media outlets that Marissa Mayer had been organizing that morning when he read the Business Week piece. He looked up at his assistant sitting across from him and asked, "Mary, do you think I will become the first trillionaire?" Marissa glanced up from the folder on her lap, assessing Eric for a moment before saying, "If it were in another currency, you would already be one. Who's going to engage in such a boring activity?" "Yeah," Marissa replied, then lowered her head again. It had to be said that she was definitely the woman with the most fluctuating emotions around Eric. Something must have triggered her in the past couple of days. After studying her for a moment, Eric got up and walked over. Marissa sensed his approach and immediately raised her folder protectively in front of her, saying, "Eric, it's noon. If it were Australian time, it would be evening." Eric mimicked the subtly sarcastic tone Marissa had just used, then sat down on the couch and pulled her delicate figure onto his lap, kissing the sensitive spot on her neck. After a moment, Marissa melted into his embrace, but Eric suddenly halted all movements. The instinct to lean in for a kiss made Marissa pause. She looked up to catch Eric's teasing gaze and, with an innocent grin, made a playful bite towards any part of him she could reach. Eric quickly blocked her, laughing as he picked her up and said, "I just figured we should change places. You still have to meet BMG's CEO Leonard Riggio in 20 minutes. We have 19 minutes to wrap it up. We can take the last minute to walk from the villa to the Garden Hotel restaurant." In the end, they were still a bit late. Marissa Mayer, tired after their moment, refused to leave the bedroom, so Eric had to go alone to the meeting. BMG was the parent company of BMG Records, and compared to EMI, BMG's operations accounted for only about a third of the group. Naturally, Eric's agenda with Leonard Riggio revolved around discussing potential collaborations related to Yahoo's music store. However, the tides had turned. In light of Eric offering an equity stake in Fireflyer, despite the major record labels not having finalized an agreement, their demeanor had noticeably warmed. Even Universal Records had begun to re-engage with Firefly Electronics. While all four major record labels, Sony aside, expressed cooperative interest, Eric planned to pass shares to no more than two of them. Thus, the initiative now lay with Firefly Electronics. After a meal with Leonard Riggio, Eric thoughtfully brought back lunch to the villa, finding Marissa already present in the living room, dressed neatly and typing on her laptop. "Here's lunch," Eric said. Marissa took it and placed it on the coffee table, handing over another file. "This is the latest box office report for Easter films from Los Angeles. Let me see. You should eat first." Marissa nodded, grabbing her lunch and heading to the dining room. Eric chuckled helplessly and opened the folder in front of him. Today was April 27th, and from March 26th onwards, the Easter season had neatly spanned 4 complete weeks, plus an additional weekend. This Easter, although Firefly's 3 films, Enemy of the State, American Pie, and Never Been Kissed, performed well, the star of the show remained The Blair Witch Project, which premiered before Easter. As of last week, after 8 weeks in the box office, while The Blair Witch Project had faded to weekly earnings of just over $1 million and was nearing the end of its run, it had accumulated $162.17 million in North America. This figure placed it just behind The Fast and the Furious at the beginning of the year, ranking as the second highest grossing film in North America for 1999. Also, compared to its $60,000 production cost, the return on investment from The Blair Witch Project presented a miracle that would be hard to beat for many years to come. Outside of The Blair Witch Project, Enemy of the State had accumulated earnings of $82.36 million after 3 weeks, and its North American box office would likely reach around $100 million as anticipated. Conversely, the performance of Firefly's trio of Easter films was led by the crude comedy American Pie, which, in its 2 weeks since April 9th, grossed $63.75 million. The final earnings could even surpass Enemy of the State, yet its production cost was only $11 million, merely an eighth of what Enemy of the State cost. And while it did not Match the Blair Witch Project, MGM still made a hefty profit. Moreover, unlike the Blair Witch Project, which would be impossible to create a sequel for in the short term, American Pie would easily be developed into a series. After last year's wildly successful Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, Fox's Never Been Kissed had performed only mediocrely. This romantic comedy, produced for $25 million and released in the same week as American Pie, grossed only $24.99 million in 2 weeks, and although it received positive reviews, its final box office would likely be around $50 million, just enough for Fox to break even. Despite Easter films continuing for a few more weeks, the atmosphere of summer releases grew increasingly strong due to Iron Man's massive marketing campaign. Eric had to record an episode of Late Show with David Letterman on the 29th. Thus, after staying in London for one extra day, Eric flew back to New York on the 28th. However, shortly after departure from London Heathrow Airport on the morning of the 28th, Eric received some rather alarming news. It appeared that just as Iron Man was about to release, news about two little guys suddenly erupted on the media scene, seemingly targeting Eric's movie explicitly. Probably around 6 in the morning on the East Coast, a staff member at Yahoo noticed a site called Hollywood Gossip had posted several articles about 3 children in quick succession. They promptly reported to Ms. Brown, but within an hour, these articles were picked up by many more prominent media outlets, including AOL and MSN, which featured the news on their homepages. In the airplane's front room, Eric listened grimly to Marissa Mayer as she detailed the current situation while flipping through a stack of articles about the children. Eric Williams' illegitimate child exposed. The super tycoon's absurd private life. Twins born on the same day. Emma Roberts Murdoch Barrymore Williams. The real Firefly little princess. Eric Williams spent lavishly to conceal secret children's luxurious lives. How disgraceful. After casually flipping through the articles, Eric picked up the phone to call East Hampton. Marissa discreetly reminded him, Eric, Ms. Pacula, and Ms. Madsen have already taken the kids onto Ms. Barrymore's plane. Eric paused for a moment before quickly connecting to the video call from the plane. Moments later, Emma appeared on the screen, her tiny hand playfully waving at the camera, her sweet voice asking, Daddy, can you see Emma? Of course, Eric responded, his tense demeanor softening into a smile upon seeing Emma's innocent face. He pulled up a chair, speaking gently. Has Emma been behaving? Yep, Emma's been very good, but I'm sleepy. Auntie Joan said we're going on vacation, and I haven't woken up yet. You can sleep on the plane, Aunt. Drew's plane is super comfortable. Okay, Emma nodded. Daddy, when are you coming to see us? Soon. Don't forget to bring Emma a gift. Of course, Daddy never forgets. After chatting for a bit, Virginia reluctantly hugged Emma goodbye, who shot Eric an annoyed look before Joanna settled in front of the camera. I'm so sorry, Joan, Eric said, looking at the typically calm woman with an apologetic smile. How are the kids doing? Kevin is still asleep. Vicky rarely lets him sleep in, but Elia is with a tutor reading, Joanna replied with a smile. Turning her head slightly, she added softly, Eric, Vicky is actually very happy. Eric chuckled, he understood. Though he had reassured the women many times that Kevin and Elia were his kids, heirs of the Williams family, Virginia had always worried that Eric might suddenly reject Kevin's paternity. Now that the news was out, Eric could no longer deny it. Of course, Eric had never thought that way. For years, he had tried to keep the kids' existence under wraps solely to give them a calm and secure environment to grow up in, and he rarely avoided discussing them with those around him. However, seeing Virginia and Joanna's reactions now, Eric felt relieved. The impact of this incident on the women and the children clearly wasn't as severe as he had imagined. It was quite understandable, too. If this happened to an average person, even a typical millionaire, given such revelations, they'd likely be besieged by media, possibly even leading to a breakdown. But these two women merely needed to take the children onto a private plane to easily evade the chaos, and the kids weren't in any real danger. So, where are you headed now? Eric asked. First, we're stopping to refuel in Ventura, then off to Australia. Everyone is preparing to spend the summer there. Liz and Julia already took off from Ventura, Joanna replied in a gentle tone, tinged with mild irritation. The rest is up to you. We can't handle it. Australia is where the Murdoch family established its stronghold, and the local media was largely monopolized by them. Bringing the women and children there was certainly fitting. Eric began to relax. Of course, I will handle everything. You all enjoy yourselves. MHM. Joanna nodded, then said, Drew is on the plane too. Luckily, she's recently in New York. Should I have her come over? No need. I still need to deal with these matters. It's good just seeing you are all right. Then we'll leave it at that, Joanna said, taking a moment to examine Eric before saying, Eric, don't overexert yourself. I know. Goodbye for now. MHM. After ending the video call, Eric's expression turned cold again. He got up and left the front room, heading into the plane's largest conference room while instructing Caroline and Marissa to connect with Chris, Ian Gurney, and Jeffrey Katzenberg for video calls. With this sudden unfolding of events, it was clear everyone had received the news. The core executives from the Firefly Group soon appeared on the large screens in the conference room. Chapter 1132, An Hour of Horror. Seated at the head of the conference table, Eric scanned the room with a somber expression, his gaze landing on the shared screen of Ian Gurney, Steve Mitnick, and Tina Brown. He asked, So, Ian, what time is it over there? In the video call, Ian Gurney looked at his wristwatch and replied, It's 8:25. Great. That leaves us with 1 hour and 5 minutes until the NASDAQ opens, Eric said as he surveyed the room again. You all know what has been happening. Call those people, Steve Case, Bill Gates, or any other CEO of tech companies. Tell them to remove all news related to the 3 kids and block all sites publishing their information. If they can't meet my demands in an hour, the Firefly Group will publicly announce plans to reduce holdings of stocks from publicly traded companies like Yahoo, Cisco, Amazon, Sprint, and Qualcomm. Since they think things are too easy, let's bring down the NASDAQ. Upon hearing Eric's words, all the executives connected to the conference room looked shocked. Stocks from companies like Yahoo, Cisco, and Amazon were major tech stocks that could sway the NASDAQ's market. Although the NASDAQ was getting increasingly volatile, it was also teetering on the edge, and any slight wind or disturbance in the capital markets could cause tremors in the index. If Yahoo, Cisco, and Amazon announced sell-off plans simultaneously, it could trigger a panic sell-off, and the NASDAQ could collapse in an instant. After a brief silence in the conference room, it was Jeffrey Katzenberg, usually the most impulsive among them, who spoke up first, saying, Eric, even if you do this, it won't stay hidden. I never intended to hide anything. I am merely teaching some people how to play by the rules. Eric shook his head, adamantly stating, Now, let's get started. You all have 10 minutes. When the calls are done, we'll continue the meeting. No more negotiations with me today. I don't want to bargain with anyone. Feeling the undeniable tone in Eric's voice, Tina Brown was the first to grab the phone on the table and walked off screen. The others quickly followed suit. Eric instructed Caroline to bring over a laptop and connect it to the internet, casually placing it on the conference table. He leaned back in his chair, mindlessly flipping through a document. Moments later, the sound of a phone ringing echoed in the conference room. Eric glanced at the nearby phone but quickly looked away, showing no intention to answer it. Soon, Eric, Caroline, and Marissa's cell phones rang as well, with the Boeing Connection Company's exclusive top communication network for this Boeing 747 making communication on board as seamless as on the ground. However, this time, Eric didn't lift his head. Marissa looked at Eric's reaction and placed her ringing phone on the table, making no move to answer it. Caroline hesitated with her small Nokia phone but eventually followed suit. Eric remained indifferent as the urgent rings of the phones echoed. Across North America, as Chris, Katzenberg, Ian Gurney, and Tina Brown made calls, many tech executives gathered in cities like San Francisco, Boston, Seattle, New York, and even Los Angeles were nervously experiencing their own hour of horror. No one dared to gamble against Eric Williams, wondering if he would actually announce the sell-off plans. After all, even if Eric Williams' net worth was cut in half, he was still a billionaire tycoon. However, if the NASDAQ collapsed, countless new tech companies that relied on tech stock bubbles to attract funding would face ruin, and many capital newcomers who had made billions by riding the tech wave could plummet into obscurity. Within just a few minutes, the entire tech industry erupted into chaos. From the East Coast approaching working hours to the West Coast just brightening up, countless executives at internet companies who had been reveling in the drama were now braced for the communications barrage. Not just a few executives from the Firefly Group, but also numerous VCs, major shareholders in tech companies, and Wall Street. Capitalists who had invested heavily in tech stocks started to pressure the entire internet industry after hearing the news, unwilling to let their billion-dollar fortunes go up in smoke over some gossip. Soon, countless news portals, search engines, news websites, and online forums received forced directives from the highest levels of their companies to start removing any news relating to the three kids. In the Boeing 747's conference room, 10 minutes flew by, and everyone gradually returned to the video call screen. Eric had already instructed Caroline and Marissa to turn off their phones and disconnected the landline. Chris approached the call screen last and gestured with his Nokia, saying, "Eric, you have a call from the president." Eric nodded, and Chris put the phone on speaker, placing it in front of the microphone. "Eric, can you hear me?" Bill Clinton's voice quickly came through, testing the waters. Without waiting for Eric to reply, he continued, "Listen, Eric, you can't do this. Tell me you're not going to do this, right?" Eric replied bluntly, "Mr. President, the decision does not lie with me. They are already handling it, Eric, but you need to calm down." "I'm very calm, Mr. President." "Well, good." Clinton paused for a moment before adding, "Eric, I know you're angry, but you can't fight against the whole world." "Thanks for the advice, Mr. President. But if the whole world is against me, I don't mind trying to take on the world." Eric coldly responded before adding, "Sorry, Mr. President, we're in a meeting." "All right then, talk later," Clinton said somewhat awkwardly, hanging up. Eric looked at the others once again and said, "Now then, regarding television and print media, my bottom line is that they can discuss it, but the names, photos, and addresses of the kids must not appear, not even blurred images. Jeffrey, you're in charge of coordinating this." "Got it." Katzenberg nodded and hesitated a moment before asking, "Eric, should we issue an official statement? Cancel tomorrow's taping of The Late Show with David Letterman and have ABC prepare. Once I'm in New York, I'll cooperate with the taping of the Oprah Winfrey Show to air tomorrow. I'll have Robert arrange that right away. It's just..." Seeing Katzenberg hesitating to voice his concerns, Eric added, "The promotional schedule for Iron Man stays as is. Of course, you can also have Marvel prepare to adjust the movie universe plan. If necessary, Iron Man can be completely taken out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plans." Thinking of the overwhelmingly positive media reception Iron Man had received, Katzenberg felt a pang of regret and bit his lip in frustration at the mastermind behind today's incident, saying, "I'll do it." Now, Eric redirected his focus to everyone in the room. "I believe you all know about the recent events, the massive wiretapping scandal, and the recent exposure of the three kids. There's an old saying, a tree that stands taller than the others is bound to suffer more from the winds. The Firefly Group is that towering tree. Therefore, incidents like this will continue to happen. To ensure our enemies think twice before acting, I will get to the bottom of this. I won't let anyone, the ones in front of the stage or those behind the scenes, get away." Faced with the immense pressure from the Firefly Group, the general public remained blissfully unaware, and the brewing internet storm was quickly quelled. However, due to the extreme openness of the internet, this incident could not be completely covered up. Although suppressed, the relevant news began to spread among the public, but without the media's guiding narrative, the ensuing uproar was far less than many had anticipated. Manhattan. As the clock approached 9 a.m., in Cindy's apartment on East 75th Street, Linda barged in excitedly with her key. Seeing Cindy quietly reading on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, she felt it was a bit odd but quickly adopted a gloating tone and said, "Hey, have you heard?" Cindy flipped a page of the Thorn Birds and shook her head lightly. "No." "Hey, what's wrong with you lately? You seem off," Linda muttered as she tossed her bag aside, darting for the study. A moment later, she rushed out holding a laptop. "That guy's in trouble. All the information about the three kids has been exposed online. I just saw it on AOL. Phew. Good thing I wasn't pregnant last time, or I'd have to deal with that mess too." Cindy's expression changed slightly at Linda's words, and she finally closed her book and moved closer. Seeing that Cindy was finally showing interest, Linda got more excited, quickly opening the browser and typing in AOL's homepage. She pointed and turned to Cindy. "Look here." Cindy glanced at the AOL homepage with a puzzled look. "What am I looking at?" Linda shifted her gaze back to the screen and quickly scanned it before saying, "Huh? I just saw Eric Williams' Love Child exposed. Where did it go?" At this, she refreshed the page a few times, but the link had now turned into an article about the latest biopharmaceutical policy from the Clinton administration. "Oh, right. I remember that article said it was republished from Hollywood Gossip," Linda mumbled, then opened the Google search engine, typed in Hollywood Gossip, clicked on several search results, but found no trace of the website. Linda wasn't foolish and quickly figured it out. She leaned back against the couch, grabbed a cushion, and hit it a few times in frustration, saying, "I get it. That guy must have pulled some strings." Cindy, however, didn't believe Linda came over so early just to chatter nonsense. She pulled the laptop over, easily switched between several portals, and researched for a while. Then, she opened some of the larger news websites, but there was no news on the three kids. After a moment's thought, Cindy picked up the remote and turned on the TV, flipping through channels until she finally stopped at CNN. "According to our internal sources, Eric Williams has issued an ultimatum to senior executives of all portal news sites. If by the time the NASDAQ opens today, they do not remove all news regarding his personal love children, the Firefly Group will publicly announce a significant sell-off of stocks from tech companies like Yahoo, Cisco, and Amazon." In just half an hour, we discovered that all related news articles on mainstream portals like AOL and MSN have been removed, and Yahoo has not had any related news at all. The host continued, "Bernard, can you explain to everyone why the tech giants in the internet industry capitulated to the pressure from the Firefly Group? And does what the Firefly Group is doing pose a serious threat to press freedom?" After the host spoke, the camera shifted to a guest seated beside him. Cindy didn't listen any further and hit the mute button. Linda had her mouth slightly agape. After a moment, she exclaimed, "So it really was that guy? Or else who?" Cindy shut her laptop and returned to the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Linda turned the volume back up to hear a bit more, but soon felt a bit deflated and switched off the TV. She leaned closer to Cindy and said, "Ugh, I initially thought that guy would really be in trouble, but he managed to suppress it without a peep." Cindy opened the thorn birds and remarked, "Do you want him to be in trouble that badly?" "Not really." Linda grabbed a pillow beside her, feeling conflicted. "But he wanted us both to get pregnant last time. What a terrible guy. You didn't react that way back then. He's a tyrant. If I disagreed, he might have beaten me to a pulp." Cindy smiled at her reply and said, "Maybe." Realizing the unconvincing nature of her reasoning, Linda felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, "So, have you had breakfast? Let's go downstairs and eat." "I've already eaten. You go ahead," Cindy replied. "Why have you suddenly become so boring?" Linda reached for the book, then instinctively made a defensive gesture, only realizing that Cindy wasn't acting like she used to, letting her have it. The confusion grew apparent. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" "I'm pregnant." "Oh," Linda replied, then immediately jumped up in shock, throwing the book away. "What?" Cindy shot her an exasperated look as she picked up the thorn birds. "Stop bothering me. It's not the weekend. Don't you have work to do?" "But did you tell him yet?" "I feel a bit hesitant," Cindy said as she opened the book again. "And the recent event reminded me. Maybe naming this child Crawford wouldn't be too bad. I can afford it now." "He definitely won't." "Agree to that. Let's see how he handles this situation first. It's not over yet. If he can't manage Kevin and Hawaii's issues, I think it's better for my child to bear the Crawford name." "Yeah. Linda nodded along, then leaned in excitedly to suggest, "When that happens, I'll be the mom." "What does that make me?" "With your temperament, you'd definitely be the dad." "Get lost." You're getting all angry again." Chapter 1133, The Shockwaves. An hour that felt both long and short finally passed. At 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the NASDAQ Stock Exchange officially opened. The Firefly Group didn't release a sell-off announcement until the very last minute before the market opened, and those who had been anxiously waiting for an hour finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to rumors circulating in just that short hour about the Firefly Group potentially offloading large amounts of stock, Some uninformed investors and opportunistic short sellers still began to sell off shares after the Nasdaq opened. As a result, shortly after trading began, the Nasdaq index dropped from 3,476 points to 3,435 points. In under 10 minutes, the index fell by 1.17%, erasing over $40 billion in wealth. Faced with this situation, many tech companies and Wall Street capital had no choice but to step in to stabilize stock prices. Compared to the colossal Firefly Group, which had the power to threaten the entire Nasdaq market, short-selling hedge funds and a handful of reducing investors clearly couldn't compete with the entire new tech industry. After a brief decline, the Nasdaq index quickly began to rise. Ultimately, after hours of fluctuation, the index not only avoided a drop, but also broke records, surpassing the 3,500-point threshold once more. As noon approached, Eric's Boeing 747 finally landed at a private airport on Long Island. Disembarking from the plane, Eric made his way directly to a VH-60 helicopter bound for Manhattan, along with his assistant and bodyguard, while the crew of Iron Man prepared to fly back to Los Angeles. 40 minutes later, the helicopter touched down on the rooftop of a building on 6th Avenue. After exchanging pleasantries with Robert Iger, who had personally come to greet him, Eric got into a car headed for the Oprah Winfrey Show studio headquarters. The three black luxury vehicles drove together toward Midtown, and Robert Iger, sitting next to Eric, spoke up, saying, "Eric, I just received a call from Don Valentine at Sequoia Capital. He wants to personally apologize to you over the Hollywood gossip situation." "Sequoia Capital, Hollywood gossip," Eric murmured, still focused on a document in hand. "Is Sequoia in such a state now?" "It's not like that," Robert Iger explained. Hollywood Gossip is a website that one of Sequoia's partners, Ronald Hill, invested in independently, and it's not directly related to Sequoia Capital. Don Valentine is merely acting as a go-between. "Okay, I get it." Robert Iger was unsure whether Eric was agreeing or refusing the apology. Still, he understood that the boss was clearly angry today and wouldn't say much for an outsider. After a moment, Eric spoke again, his tone sarcastic. "It's always like this. When things go wrong, some people think they're too big to face repercussions. Others feel insignificant and think they won't be affected either. This time, I will let them know that there are exceptions to every rule." Robert Iger nodded in agreement, but felt a chill creeping up from the soles of his feet, unable to suppress a slight shiver. The Oprah Winfrey Show studio headquarters buzzed with activity. Over the years, Oprah had risen from a girl in a poor neighborhood to the queen of daytime talk shows in America, elevating her status in the media industry significantly. During other times, if someone tried to cut in line and disrupt the production of the show, even a top Hollywood star, Oprah would confidently reject them. However, the mandate handed down from ABC headquarters today left Oprah with no room to refuse. The more one rose from humble beginnings, the more they understood the immense power at play. Oprah knew she had to ensure that today's show, which had only 24 hours of production time, would go off without a hitch. After announcing to all studio staff that they would be working overnight, Oprah began reviewing the materials related to the scandal, her headache intensifying. While the Oprah Winfrey Show often tackled sensitive social topics to garner attention and ratings, today's incident was something she couldn't sensationalize. Not only could she not profit from it, but she also realized that the upcoming episode had to handle what was clearly a gossip bombshell with discretion. As she read over some printed articles provided by ABC, her assistant reminded her, and Oprah quickly stood up to leave her office. Just outside the studio, Oprah saw Eric and his team exiting the elevator and warmly greeted them, saying, "Mr. Williams, it's so good to see you." "Hello, Ms. Winfrey," Eric replied, shaking her hand. After exchanging pleasantries with Robert Iger, everyone headed into a conference room in the studio. Once seated at the conference table, Oprah took a folder from her assistant, dismissed unrelated people, and got straight to the point, saying, "So, Mr. Williams, can you give us an idea of the scope we can cover in this episode?" "Regarding today's incident, it involves 2 women and 3 children," Eric answered, adding, "You can just call me Eric." Oprah nodded, feeling a little more relaxed. Her biggest worry was that Eric would shy away from discussing the scandal, forcing a clarification that would likely backfire. Though she felt somewhat reassured, Oprah cautiously confirmed, "Eric, you mean you plan to publicly acknowledge the identities of the 3 children?" "Yes, and I'd also like to share my perspective on this incident. I hope we can discuss everything openly during the show." Oprah was somewhat taken aback by Eric's candid attitude. In her view, this was clearly the best strategy to handle the situation. "That sounds great, Eric. The public is always more open to understanding someone who is honest and upfront." Eric was aware of the pause in Oprah's voice. She was clearly trying to imply the word forgiveness. However, Eric had never considered that adhering to his principles, which often conflicted with public perception, would require him to seek someone's forgiveness. That seemed rather pointless. He arranged this episode simply to communicate his position on certain matters. He didn't want anyone using this incident as leverage to harm the women and children in his life. Of course, Eric didn't mind projecting a facade of seeking public forgiveness through the show. After all, public opinion was a very manipulable and powerful tool. Eric's unexpected demeanor quickly helped Oprah nail down the tone for the episode. After discussing the finer points for over an hour, they all moved to the studio auditorium to begin the official recording of the episode. On the West Coast in San Francisco, at Sequoia Capital's headquarters, Don Valentine hung up from his call with Robert Iger and told a slender, middle-aged man across from him. Williams simply replied that he understood. As one of the most influential venture capital firms in Silicon Valley, Sequoia Capital was actually a coalition of over 30 investment funds. The man on the opposite side, Ronald Hill, was the head of one of their larger funds. Hearing Don Valentine's words, Ronald Hill realized that Eric clearly had no intention of accepting the apology. Adjusting his tie, Ronald spoke nervously. What more does he want? In just one morning, to maintain the Nasdaq index, the entire new tech sector has at least poured in $3 billion. Does he think that's not enough? Don Valentine placed the phone back onto the receiver, saying, "Ronald, complaining won't help. You should focus on damage control. I still don't understand why you invested in such a troublesome website. Adam Vimbre, the founder of that site, was my classmate in high school. He initially pitched the idea to me, and I thought it was good. Plus, it only required $2 million to secure a 70% stake, so I agreed," Ronald explained with a forced smile. "Did you know about this in advance?" "Of course not. If I had known, I would have absolutely prevented that fool from going ahead. This is Eric Williams we're talking about. I'd rather that fool provoke the president." "So, what you're saying," Don Valentine tapped his fingers on the desk, "is that you're not particularly close with Adam Vimbre right now? I wish I had never met that person." "That simplifies matters," Don nodded, his tone serious. "Ronald, if you don't want to be implicated, you need to get to the bottom of this. Adam Vimbre clearly didn't do this for no reason. Also, until this matter is resolved, I hope you can temporarily step down as the manager of the LH fund." Though Don's tone was mild, Ronald Hill instantly understood that he was being pushed out of Sequoia Capital, which was 100 times worse than he had imagined. He had worked for 8 years to get to where he was today, managing a fund with over $1 billion under Sequoia Capital. Leaving the firm, Ronald had no idea if he would have the courage to start over. Suddenly standing up, Ronald Hill stared at the solid wood desk in silence for a moment, his expression shifting emotionally before he finally spoke, some plea in his voice. "Don, it doesn't have to be this way." "Sorry, Ronald." Don also stood up, turning to pat Ronald Hill on the shoulder, leaning against the desk with an air of regret. "The timing is sensitive. We can't risk even a hint of being targeted by the Firefly Group. You should know this is a behemoth with capital nearing $1 trillion. $1 trillion. This is equivalent to 1/9 of the North American economy, and no one dares to confront such a capital giant. If Eric Williams had announced a sell-off this morning, we would all be finished. But you just heard, he doesn't plan to let this go. But this really has nothing to do with me. When children make mistakes, adults often bear the responsibility." Don again placed a hand on Ronald Hill's shoulder, saying, "If I were you, the first thing I would do is shut down that website and investigate everything thoroughly, proactively providing a report to Eric Williams." "Don, I can do that. But can you please hold off on announcing my departure from the company for now?" Don shook his head again. "I will have Deborah issue your resignation notice soon. Ronald, stay strong. You already have a net worth exceeding $30 million. Even after leaving Sequoia, you can still pursue your own ventures. However, I believe your top priority should be handling this matter properly. That's all for now. I have another meeting to attend. Take some time to calm down. With that, Don Valentine left the office without hesitation, leaving Ronald Hill standing there dazed. After the downturn at market open and the fluctuations of the morning, the Nasdaq index slowly rose throughout the afternoon. By the end of trading, the Nasdaq index had surged to a high of 3,526 points. Moreover, many investors noticed a rather peculiar phenomenon immediately. Within the Nasdaq market, in contrast to most tech stocks that barely maintained their prices and hadn't dipped during the morning's fluctuations, the stocks of Firefly Group's companies, like Yahoo, Cisco, Amazon, and Qualcomm, all saw significant gains. Among them, Yahoo's stock price skyrocketed by an astonishing 6.1% in one day, with its market value climbing from $132.6 billion at open to $140.7 billion, marking a daily gain of $8.1 billion. Similarly, Cisco's market value reached a new high, ending the day at $295.6 billion, just a step away from the $300 billion mark. Statistics showed that this single-day increase boosted the total asset size controlled by the Firefly Group by $57 billion, adding more than $11 billion to Eric's personal net worth. Thus, by the evening, television news programs and internet media across North America were once again commenting on the wave of new technology. On the other hand, although news of Eric Williams' illegitimate children had spread among the public, the response wasn't as intense as one might have expected. Most traditional media, along with the nearly silenced internet platforms, showed a remarkably indifferent attitude towards the situation. Of course, there were still questioning voices. CNN, belonging to Time Warner, contrarily produced a late-night talk show segment discussing whether Eric's suppressing of online media had affected freedom of the press. This was, in fact, a very sensitive topic. For Americans who valued freedom, if this discussion gained traction, Eric's assault on press freedoms would likely spark more backlash than his scandal. However, despite CNN's ulterior motives, the topic failed to garner widespread media frenzy. In reality, most news events tend to escalate significantly only when the media draws attention to them. Similarly, without media involvement to fuel the fire and lacking sufficient public discourse to steer the narrative, the public naturally perceives that the issue isn't significant at all. As a result, CNN's solitary bombshell turned into a dud. Chapter 1134, Talk Show Response. Manhattan. In the late morning, at a cafe inside the Rockefeller Center. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Stephanie Seymour finally spotted Cindy Crawford walking and casually dressed with a tote bag. She eagerly stood up and stepped forward, saying, "Hi, Cindy. How have you been?" "Doing great. How about you?" Cindy embraced Stephanie and set her bag down as she took a seat in the booth. "Not too bad." Stephanie nodded and waved over a waiter. Leaning in slightly, she lowered her voice and asked, "Did you hear about it?" "Just a glass of water for me." "Thanks," Cindy instructed the waiter, then smiled at Stephanie, asking, "Hear about what?" "Come on." Stephanie made a vague gesture and quickly laughed. "You must know. So, what's your relationship with him like now?" "Pretty good, but can you tone down the gossiping?" Though Cindy's tone was casual, Stephanie clearly detected a hint of satisfaction in it, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. She recalled their last encounter and that unapologetic slap, eliciting a grinding of her teeth. "Honestly, even if you aren't into other guys right now, it wouldn't hurt to be with Linda. Why persist with him? He's just a playboy. Look at what he did yesterday. He made everyone's life miserable trying to hide his own mess. Peter had to hold a meeting just to warn the heads of the company's newspapers and magazines not to provoke him. What a bastard." The waiter brought over a glass of water, and Cindy took a sip before chuckling. "All right, stop bad-mouthing him behind his back. Be careful, or he'll find out and get you." Stephanie instinctively glanced around, feeling a bit embarrassed about her reaction, then said, "How could he do anything to me now? I'm not a Victoria's Secret angel anymore." Cindy placed her glass down and changed the subject, asking, "What have you been busy with lately?" At this question, Stephanie's expression soured a bit. "What can I do? Looking after the kids, taking on occasional jobs. I'm about to become a house pet. I saw your cover shoot for Yelely last month. You've been looking great. It caused a huge fight with Peter just to get that cover. Oh, so he doesn't want you to work anymore. Stephanie didn't understand why Cindy had suddenly asked this, but replied, "Isn't that how men are? They'd rather keep us cooped up at home." Cindy's expression showed some hesitation at Stephanie's words. But then Stephanie understood. "Cindy, are you here for a specific reason?" Cindy thought it over and nodded, saying, "I'm looking for a new host for America's Next Top Model." Ah. Stephanie's eyes widened in surprise. The one thing she envied Cindy the most was that, even though both had technically reached retirement age, Cindy still held a popular reality gig. The truth was, America's Next Top Model not only provided Cindy with a lucrative, steady income, but also kept her in the public eye, which was crucial. For models, endorsements were the main source of income. But only by maintaining popularity would advertisers consider you for endorsement deals. Now, Cindy casually mentioning stepping down as the host was shocking to Stephanie. Although 5 years had passed, America's Next Top Model was airing its 8th season, and the show remained at its peak in both popularity and ratings. The first few episodes of the latest season pulled in over 6 million viewers, averaging over 5 million, numbers that no other fashion reality shows could come close to. Many media outlets had predicted that America's Next Top Model could easily make it to at least 20 seasons, becoming one of the longest-running reality shows. However, instead of pondering why Cindy suddenly wanted to quit hosting, Stephanie instinctively recognized this was a golden opportunity for her. So, she was surprised for just a second before she immediately said, "Cindy, are you saying you want me to try out for the host position?" Cindy nodded and smiled. "If your husband agrees." "He will definitely agree," Stephanie said without hesitation, then added, "So, what should I do?" "I must confess, Stephanie, you're just one of the candidates. Although I won't be hosting anymore, I'll still be the producer. I don't want to mess up the show, so if you're interested, I'd like you to record a pilot episode to see how it goes." Stephanie felt a bit let down, but also knew she would do the same in her situation. She quickly nodded. "Sure, Cindy. I appreciate you giving me a shot. Can I ask why you're doing this?" Cindy shook her head. "I can't say right now." "Oh, well, forget it." Stephanie was more focused on how to seize this chance. After a moment of thought, she asked, "So, Cindy, can you tell me what I should do?" I don't think we can do that today." Cindy glanced at her watch. "I should head home soon." "Is it that urgent?" Stephanie asked. "Do you have guests?" "No, I just, Cindy hesitated then smiled. "I want to go home and watch TV." "I don't get what you're thinking." Stephanie assumed Cindy was joking and said, "Can I come watch with you? I heard you bought a nice apartment." "I haven't visited yet." "Sure, but we have to hurry." Without hesitation, after the two women settled the bill, they left the cafe in high spirits. Leaving Rockefeller Center, the two women drove 2 kilometers north along Madison Avenue and arrived outside Cindy's apartment building on 75th Street. They parked the car and headed up to the top floor of Cindy's apartment via an internal elevator. As soon as they walked in, Stephanie couldn't help but admire her surroundings. "This place is incredible." After changing her shoes, Cindy led Stephanie to sit in the living room. Grabbing the remote, she turned on the TV. Since they had some time, she moved to the corner bar to prepare a pot of green tea. Joking, "Why should you envy me?" Stephanie's husband, Peter Brandt, had a net worth of $1 billion. While he might not rival the very top billionaires, he belonged to the upper echelon of society, and his mansions were certainly on par with Cindy's. "Of course I envy you. You earned all this yourself," Stephanie said from the sofa, turning to look at her. "If I could earn money like you, I wouldn't want to rely on a man. But I rely on a man too." "That's not the same." Stephanie thought of a certain someone again but added, "That guy, while annoying at times, is actually better than most men in many ways." Cindy smiled. "He's obviously better than all men. Show me another billionaire with a $400 billion fortune. If I found a second one, I'd definitely hide it," Stephanie joked, then marveled. "But $400 billion? I wouldn't even know how to spend that." "Have you ever been on his private jet? I heard he bought 3 Boeing 747s at once." "What a flash." "Don't be so salty." Cindy brought over the pot of green tea, pouring herself and Stephanie a cup before glancing at the TV screen. He seems to have a fear of confined spaces and doesn't like being in small areas for long, so he flies in larger planes. And honestly, for his wealth, a few 747s aren't a big deal. It's like having a net worth of $10 million and casually spending $10,000 on jewelry. Pretty normal. Stephanie held the green tea Cindy passed to her, feeling it was a bit too hot, and set it down on the coffee table. Why are you always defending him when he's not even here? Cindy chuckled lightly. It's a matter of perspective. Would you speak badly about Peter in front of others? What do you want me to say? I'll say it to you. Cindy rolled her eyes. I could care less to hear. The clock was nearing 10 in the morning. Typically, housewives had sent their husbands off to work and their kids to school and were now free to relax in front of the TV for the remainder of the morning. Hence, the Oprah Winfrey Show premiered at 10 a.m. Of course, unlike TV shows that have a syndication cycle of several years, the Oprah Winfrey Show replayed across dozens of major networks in North America and overseas within just 2 days of the premiere, a clear indicator of its immense influence. They continued chatting, and after another break for ads, the signature opening of the Oprah Winfrey Show appeared on the TV screen. Initially, Stephanie wasn't too engaged, but when Oprah came out and began introducing that day's guests, it hit her. She turned to Cindy and said, "You rushed back just to catch him on the show? Cindy, you're hopeless." Cindy's gaze, however, was fixed on the figure appearing in the studio. Eric was dressed casually in a light blue shirt and white pants, tall and smiling, radiating a calm demeanor intertwined with a hint of the boy-next-door charm. His good looks combined with a series of prestigious identities made him immensely attractive to the opposite sex. It wasn't just Cindy who was glued to the screen. Stephanie found herself equally entranced. The female audience members in the studio were completely unfazed by the previous day's news, bursting into excited cheers. Eric and Oprah exchanged brief hugs before sitting down on the sofa. Oprah patiently looked at the cheering women before finally speaking up. "I know everyone is excited, but if this keeps up, we won't be able to proceed with today's show." Following her lighthearted remark, the audience quickly settled down. Once things quieted down, Oprah got straight to the point. As you might know, just yesterday morning, some news about Eric and his 3 children broke online. She turned to Eric and asked, "Is that true, Eric?" Eric nodded. "Yes, regarding the 3 children, it is true." "Oh." With Eric's affirmation, a low sound of disappointment rolled through the audience. In Cindy's living room, Stephanie couldn't help but comment, "He's so honest, just admitting it like that." Cindy simply smiled, keeping her eyes glued to the screen. On the television, Oprah wore an appropriately surprised expression, but quickly followed up with, "So, Eric, you're not married and so young, but already have 3 kids. What's it like being a father?" Stephanie's expression shifted slightly as she seemed to grasp something with that question. In fact, this inquiry had been carefully considered. While children born out of wedlock and illegitimate children essentially held the same meaning, in the minds of many, children resulting from extramarital affairs carried a slightly pejorative connotation of being illegitimate. Especially in modern society, where lifestyle attitudes have grown more liberal, many couples are having children before they marry. This trend is increasingly accepted, and both kids and parents rarely face discrimination from others. Thus, Oprah bringing this point to light was also a subtle hint. Eric had not married and had simply had children with his girlfriend, meaning his situation didn't warrant the moral condemnation often directed toward men who fathered children through affairs. However, it also shaded the issue somewhat, given that Eric had children with 2 different women. In the studio, Eric pondered for a moment before answering. "More than anything, it's a responsibility of being a father. Oh, I guess it's threefold. Although I regard Emma as my own daughter, I still want to clarify that Emma is my adopted daughter, not a child of mine and Julia's. If she were, I would definitely acknowledge it, just like Kevin and Elia. I'm aware of that." Oprah immediately replied, "Emma is the daughter of Ms. Roberts' brother. I recall seeing the news of Ms. Roberts adopting Emma, but I'm curious, why did she become your adopted daughter?" "Because Julia's situation wasn't suitable for raising Emma. She has a pretty carefree character and is too busy with work. Once, she even forgot to prepare dinner for Emma, and when I happened to see it, I got really mad. At that time, Kevin and Elia had just been born, and I told her, If you can't take care of her, just let Vicky and Joan take care of this kid, Eric said with a touch of nostalgia, then smiled. The outcome was great. Vicky and Joan took excellent care of Emma. Chapter 1135, Talk Show Response 2. Oprah leaned slightly, listening intently. After Eric finished speaking, she exclaimed, "Eric, hearing you talk about this, I can really feel you have a deep love for children." Eric didn't embellish his words, but simply nodded. "Yeah. Speaking of Emma," Oprah continued quickly, "doesn't she have a really long name?" With a smile on his face, Eric replied, "Yeah, Emma Roberts Murdoch Barrymore Williams." Yesterday, the news about the 3 kids had been wiped clear from the internet within just an hour. Many audience members hadn't seen any news at all, and hearing Eric say this prompted laughter from the crowd. Just listening to the name, one can tell she must be a spoiled little one. "I'm a bit envious," Oprah chuckled and asked, "How did that name come about?" It started off as a joke, but then Drew really encouraged Julia to register that name for Emma. I thought it was a bit much at the time, but gradually everyone got used to it, and it seemed all right, and Emma really liked it. After chatting about this for a bit, the atmosphere became more relaxed, allowing Oprah to broach a slightly more sensitive topic. "So, about Kevin and Elia. Eric, I heard they were born on the same day?" During the initial discussion phase, Eric hadn't wanted to reveal the names of the 3 kids. However, it would have made the whole interview awkward otherwise. After all, it wouldn't do to refer to the 3 little ones as A, B, or C. It would have come off as forced and distant. The eventual decision was to mention Emma and Kevin's names because they were quite common. There were easily hundreds of thousands of people in America with the same names. Excluding Emma's middle name, one could find plenty of others with the same first and last names. As for Hawaii, that name was a bit more unique, so Eric decided to stick with the nickname Elia and not refer to the full name. In yesterday's internet gossip, the fact that Kevin and Hawaii were born on the same day was a hot topic. Though it had quickly cooled down, if Eric avoided discussing it during today's interview, it would surely be brought up again in the future. Listening to that question, both the studio audience and those watching at home mostly had one of 2 reactions. A small portion, who had caught the gossip news or were quick to react, knew that the 2 kids had different mothers. But most were confused, with some even thinking Kevin and Hawaii were twins. On television, Eric nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, on the same day." Oprah pressed for more. "Was that a coincidence?" "I wouldn't really call it that." Eric shook his head, his expression a bit awkward, but he explained, "Vicky had a tough delivery with Kevin, laboring for almost 10 hours, almost heading for surgery. Joanna was there too. It was her first pregnancy, so she was already nervous. Seeing Vicky's difficulties triggered her, and her water broke suddenly." After Eric explained, the audience suddenly understood. 2 kids, 2 mothers, and both pregnant at the same time. However, even though some audience members began to critique Eric's chaotic private life, due to the relaxed atmosphere both he and Oprah had cultivated, most paid little mind and maintained their focus on Eric, waiting for him to continue. In Cindy's apartment, although she harbored resentment towards Eric, upon hearing about Virginia's difficult delivery alongside the 2 women giving birth, Stephanie Seymour found herself concerned about the unfolding events, temporarily forgetting her urge to criticize Eric. Then, Oprah displayed a concerned expression. "So what happened next? Was everything all right?" The delivery of Elia was smooth. It lasted just a little over 4 hours. "Kevin was also born naturally in the end," Eric said with a smile, adding, "Vicky had always been worried about this. She thought Kevin would be the older brother, but he turned out to be the younger one." Everyone chuckled. Oprah continued, "So, Eric, when Ms. Pacula and Ms. Madsen accidentally got pregnant at the same time, how did you feel then? And how did you handle the situation?" "I was quite panicked initially. I was just in my early 20s, and I wasn't ready to be a father at all. Joanna was completely at a loss too. But Vicky, she was very strong-willed, even claiming she'd be a single mom regardless of what I did. But I think I matured faster than others. I accepted it quickly and realized I had responsibilities to shoulder. Then, I started making arrangements for them to quit their jobs and focus on their pregnancies. Vicky and Joanna even lived together for company, and their relationship improved. They stayed close after the kids were born, and they still are to this day. I wonder if everyone noticed." Oprah glanced at the audience, then turned back to Eric. You always sound very affectionate when mentioning the two ladies' nicknames. What kind of relationship do you have now? After all these years, we haven't separated. It feels more like family now. Although our relationship is unique, I sometimes feel that this kind of familial bond is actually stronger than any romantic love. That being said, Eric, even though you're still quite young, Oprah asked a more sensitive question. Have you thought about marriage? Eric shook his head. Too many complications. Vicky, Joanna, the 3 kids, and Drew. Everyone knows about my relationship with that lady, so I probably won't be getting married. Besides, being unmarried isn't really an issue. I have my family, my partner, and 3 little ones. I feel like I have heirs, so I have no regrets. Oprah nodded in understanding, but seemed to catch something suddenly. Heirs? Eric, do you mean Emma, Kevin, and Elia? Of course, they are my kids, so they are naturally the heirs of the Williams family. Wow. In the studio, Eric's words sparked a noticeable stir among the audience. It was common knowledge that Eric's fortune had surpassed $400 billion. Even if it never grew again, dividing $400 billion among 3 little ones could easily keep them on the Forbes rich list. Of course, whether in the studio or in front of their screens, more women were envious of Virginia and Joanna. In an apartment on 75th Street, Cindy remained focused on the television screen, while Stephanie Seymour was left speechless. She had also given birth to a child earlier for her husband Peter Brandt, but after years of disputes and struggles, she had only managed to carve out some inheritance rights for herself and her child. However, Peter Brandt had still bequeathed most of his wealth to his ex-wife's children in a prearranged will, meaning Stephanie and her child might only receive under $50 million. At this moment, hearing Eric was just too incredible to bear. The inheritors of $400 billion. These 3 kids couldn't even be compared to the typical phrase of having been born with a silver spoon. More importantly, Virginia and Joanna, as the mothers of Eric's biological children, had leverage. If they wanted, they could easily become some of the most influential women in the world without doing anything. Oprah also bore an astonished expression. Eric, I heard you built a private airport on Long Island so you could see the kids easier, and it seems the little ones are living quite well. Considering they're raised in such affluent surroundings, do you worry about any negative effects it might have on them? Not at all. Eric shook his head, smiling a bit. Truthfully, I'm quite a doting father, the kind that lacks principles entirely. I give in to their every request. But Vicky and Joanna are quite strict with the kids. They don't allow them to sleep in. They started nurturing their good habits very early. When it comes to education, they are far more dedicated than I am as a dad. So, Oprah laughed. You, as a dad, are the one who spoils the kids. The education stuff? That's all handed off to Ms. Pacula and Ms. Matson. That's right. That means the kids are probably closer to you. Absolutely. Whenever I'm home, Kevin likes to stick by me. Oh, why is that? Vicky has the highest expectations for Kevin. She's even tougher than Joanna. Not only does she personally wake Kevin up every morning, but she also hires a bunch of tutors for him. Then, I show up and send all the tutors away, taking him to play however he wants. Oprah joked, sounds like a good cop bad cop story with Dad playing the good cop. Eric laughed. I'm usually pretty busy. I want to bond with the kids more, so I put in some extra effort. In the studio, laughter erupted again, with many viewers sharing knowing smiles. Although many mothers might not quite agree with Eric's no-limits approach to spoiling the kids, they oddly found a new fondness for him. After the laughter, Oprah asked, what about Emma and Elia? Emma has one of those personalities that everyone loves. She's naturally close to me. Elia is a bit different. Different? Yeah. Elia is incredibly smart. Or rather, too smart. Oprah complimented. Just like you, huh? No, I've never considered myself to be that bright. Eric shook his head with a smile. I remember Steve. Oh, that's Steve Mitnick, the chief technology officer of Yahoo. He wrote that code in Charlie's Angels that had so many people analyzing it. He's a genius. He used to say he never thought of me as an alien from Pandora, but he really thinks my daughter might be. Pandora alien? I know. You guest starred in Men in Black. That's funny. Oprah nodded and asked curiously, but why do you say that? Eric wasn't trying to brag about his precious daughter. He simply said, it's because Elia, is really smart. Oprah didn't linger on the topic and quickly shifted gears. Speaking of which, everyone must be really curious about the kids. Ms. Pacula kindly sent us some pictures. Eric, can you show them to everyone? Sure. This was, of course, all prearranged. During their conversation, they felt that purely verbal dialogues had limited persuasive power. Eric eventually agreed to show a few pictures of Kevin in Hawaii before they turned 3, feeling it wouldn't impact the kids negatively now. After they finished talking, they both turned to the large screen behind them, with Oprah signaling to the audience. The first image that appeared was a sketch showing Joanna during her pregnancy, quietly seated on a park bench by the estate path. Though it was just a charcoal drawing, Eric's great artistic skills and Joanna's beauty and grace, combined with the special maternal aura of pregnancy, made the sketch serene and beautiful. Countless viewers, both present and at home, could feel the woman's happiness and contentment during her pregnancy. That's just beautiful, Oprah exclaimed first. Eric, did you draw this? Yeah, Joanna said she wanted the little one to see what their mom looked like when she carried them, so she asked me to draw it. Oh, and what about Ms. Madsen? Eric shook his head and laughed. She was a bit chubby back then and didn't want me to draw her. Everyone chuckled again. The screen quickly cut to the next image, showing Eric in a sterile gown, carefully cradling a newborn who was wrapped in blankets and crying. This is a picture of Kevin just after he was born, Eric explained. The little guy really caused his mom a lot of trouble. The scene switched again, this time to a green grassy lawn where Eric, Joanna, and Virginia sat together on a large picnic blanket, each mother holding one of the little ones, smiling as they snuggled up to Eric. Eric continued. This was when they were 3 months old. Then there was another image, showing Eric lying on a beach with the 2 little ones on a small blanket next to him, all 3, peacefully sleeping while sunlight bathed them in a soft halo of happiness. This must have been a candid shot, Eric laughed. That was during that summer. The pictures continued to switch, showcasing daily life, festive occasions, and birthday parties for the little ones, eventually with Emma joining in. Although this little family was quite unique, everyone could feel the warmth of love infused in the pictures. Some who still had mixed feelings about Eric having 2 women pregnant at the same time were gradually shifting their attitudes, becoming more understanding. After all, from Eric's narratives and those photographs, everyone could sense that as a father and a lover, Eric might just be perfect. Many housewives were even feeling a hint of that other family's man vibe. After showcasing over 10 images, with countless viewers captivated as Eric narrated the stories behind each photo, the screen suddenly stopped changing. Okay, let's stop here, Eric said after explaining the last photo with a smile. It's not convenient to show more. Although everyone felt a bit unsatisfied, the live audience showed understanding expressions. Oprah also returned her gaze, offering a few compliments before diving into a more sensitive topic. Eric, about what happened online yesterday, many media outlets are criticizing you, claiming that some of your strong statements have interfered with press freedom. What do you think about that? Chapter 1136, Talk Show Response 3. This episode of The Oprah Winfrey Show aimed primarily to address the sudden internet gossip event that occurred the day before. However, it wasn't until now that Oprah brought up the key issue, which had been thoroughly discussed as part of the media strategy. Even without the experience acquired in the media industry over the years, Eric understood from a lifetime of experiences that audience emotions needed careful management. Without any particular skill or technique, Eric's frankness today could very well have backfired. Fortunately, this episode had been meticulously arranged from start to finish. After just over 10 minutes of back and forth, most viewers had formed a good initial impression of Eric and his family. At this point, mentioning the internet gossip would instinctively put many audience members in Eric's corner. This bias undoubtedly worked to Eric's advantage. On the television screen, as Oprah posed her question, Eric's expression grew serious, and he shook his head, saying, "I don't think this has anything to do with freedom of the press. Over the years, I have tried to keep Kevin and Elia away from the media spotlight, but it's not because I see anything scandalous. They are my children, and I love them. I also cherish the special relationship I have with Vicky and Joan. The reason I've done this is simply to provide them with a peaceful living environment. In fact, most people around me know about Kevin and Elia, Many of them often come to visit the little ones. Then there was yesterday, when a whole slew of articles about the kids suddenly appeared online. Anyone with even a little bit of critical thinking understands that this is a blatant smear campaign. They not only fabricated malicious fake news, but also released sensitive information like the children's photos and addresses. This is a severe invasion of privacy that threatens the safety of the kids. So, I don't accept their so-called accusations. This is just a man protecting his women and children from unwarranted harm. After Eric's compelling response, the camera panned across the audience, and nearly everyone there wore expressions of empathy and approval. And if emotions could take physical form, the air in the studio would have been filled with stars symbolizing admiration and longing. The audience of the Oprah Winfrey Show was predominantly female. While more women were starting to pursue independence, no woman would reject the idea of having a strong man around to protect her at any time. After allowing the audience to digest Eric's words, Oprah continued, "Over the years in the media industry, I've been through many similar incidents. I believe that all freedom should have its limits, which is why we have laws to govern behavior that falls outside of the established norms." Finishing her statement, Oprah turned back to Eric, asking, "What do you think caused such a malicious incident to emerge suddenly?" "I'm not sure at the moment," Eric replied, shaking his head, "but it could very well be because of Iron Man." As Eric spoke, he gestured towards the large screen behind him, which instantly displayed a carefully selected solo poster for Iron Man. Eric's character, Tony Stark, was showcased in his red and gold Mark III armor with his helmet raised, allowing everyone to see the obvious resemblance between the dark-haired, bearded man and Eric. The female audience erupted in a mix of astonished and excited screams at the sight of the handsome figure on the movie poster. Once the noise calmed down, Eric continued, "Everyone knows that Iron Man premiered in cities like Tokyo and London, receiving great critical acclaim. Discounting cameos, this is my second leading role in 10 years. Perhaps some people don't want to see it succeed, which is why they resorted to these tactics as the release date approaches." Oprah nodded with understanding, but didn't delve further into the connection between Iron Man and the internet gossip. Most of the viewers, being women, were likely uninterested in the cutthroat nature of business rivalries. Therefore, Oprah shifted back to the film, saying, "So Eric, given your wealth, why do you still choose to act in films? You're also working on another project. Balancing two major productions at once must be tiring." "Because that's my job," Eric replied with a smile. "I may have many titles now, but fundamentally, I've always been a director, a screenwriter, and an actor. Most of my focus has been in Hollywood, so as long as I manage my time well, balancing these roles isn't difficult. As for investments outside Hollywood, I prefer to leave that to professionals and avoid getting too involved. And as a director, screenwriter, and actor, you've casually stepped into some side ventures, and without realizing it, you've become the first cine-billionaire in U.S. history?" Oprah teased, drawing laughter from the audience. Eric chuckled, casually waving a hand. "What can I say? There are so many opportunities right in front of you. If you see them and do nothing, that doesn't make sense. So, I usually just go along with it." "Eric, those words might leave many professional investors feeling embarrassed," Oprah remarked. "But since you can easily spot opportunities, can you offer some investment advice to everyone here?" "I wouldn't dare to give specific investment advice," Eric said, shaking his head. "But at a broad level, we should recognize that the world is at a pivotal moment in the third industrial revolution. Like the previous two, this will create entirely new industries across human society. Although we have reached a peak with these new technologies, I believe that in the next 20 years, both traditional capital and the average person will find countless opportunities to accumulate wealth from these emerging sectors. Of course, if you miss this chance, you might have to wait another 100 years. 100 years? I doubt any of us could wait that long. So let's cherish this opportunity." Oprah mused, then continued. "Back to the film. Eric, it's said that the character Tony Stark is based on the legendary Howard Hughes, another incredibly wealthy figure. However, it's clear that you have surpassed him in many aspects. Many media sources even claim you share numerous traits with both men. What's your take on that?" "Honestly, before filming Iron Man, I took the time to read a biography of Howard Hughes." "And then what?" Oprah prompted. "I was disappointed. Everyone in the audience, to varying degrees, had heard something about Howard Hughes and was surprised by Eric's candid remark. Oprah mirrored their surprise. "Eric, are you saying you were disappointed in Howard Hughes?" "No," Eric countered unexpectedly, shaking his head. "I was disappointed in that biography. The fact that Howard Hughes remains such a remembered figure indicates he was an extraordinary man. Yet the biography largely failed to objectively assess his contributions to our country's aerospace, defense, and film industries, instead spending most of its time sensationalizing his private life. My leisure time is limited, so I could only read the biography briefly. I don't know if other books on Howard Hughes are the same way, but if they are, I'd be even more disappointed." "Eric, is this a reflection of what happened yesterday?" Oprah asked. "Not at all. That was my genuine reaction to the biography I read a year ago," Eric replied. "Regarding your earlier question, I find it tough to accurately evaluate Howard Hughes. However, I believe that Tony Stark and I are fundamentally different types of people. He's a very contradictory character. According to the comics, his life roughly splits into two stages. Before becoming Iron Man, he was a brilliant but hedonistic billionaire. After donning the suit, he began to bear responsibilities typical of a superhero, yet his nature remained unchanged. This makes him a flawed superhero, but those flaws also make him more relatable and human. So, Howard Hughes, Tony Stark, and myself, I think we're three completely different individuals. In portraying Tony Stark, I didn't channel any of my characteristics at all. I was just playing another person, which is why I chose a completely different look for the role. If I weren't sitting here and just looking at that poster, I doubt anyone would immediately connect it to Eric Williams. Hearing you talk about this, I suddenly feel even more eager to see this movie," Oprah said eagerly. "Eric, Iron Man is set to release on May 7th, correct?" "Yes, May 7th, Eric confirmed. "Then I hope everyone will go out to the theaters to support it, as Eric Williams movies have never let us down," Oprah said. After that, she stood up and embraced Eric one last time, adding, "Thank you for being part of today's program. Now, let's take a look at an exciting trailer for Iron Man." With Oprah's words, the applause rose as the screen switched to play the trailer for Iron Man. On 75th Street, inside Cindy's apartment, it wasn't until Eric's figure completely disappeared from the screen that Stephanie Seymour snapped back to reality. Turning to look, she saw Cindy leisurely sipping green tea. Picking up her own cup, Stephanie took a sip only to find it completely cold. Setting the tea back down, Stephanie eyed Cindy curiously and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Cindy seemed thoughtful but replied lightly, "Oh, nothing." Stephanie didn't press further. She always felt somewhat intimidated in front of Cindy. Taking a careful sip of her now cold green tea, she added, "Actually, I always thought he was a little bastard. Now I feel he's not as worthless as I thought." Cindy shot her a quick glance and suddenly asked, "Have you ever tried to flirt with him and got rejected?" Stephanie's hand shook, almost dropping her teacup, then quickly composed herself, shaking her head. "Of course not." "Oh, what a pity," Cindy said with a smile, her eyes bright. But she didn't continue to pry. "I used to think he was a bastard too, but he's one of those types that are addictively charming. After spending some time with him, you realize you can't live without him." Stephanie pretended to be disdainful. "You're such a sap. Speaking of which, you're going to need his approval to get that hosting position." The memory of that slap from him the other night suddenly surged back into Stephanie's mind, causing a shiver to course through her. He really is a control freak. Men are all the same at their core. The difference is whether they are willing to show a little generosity. This is something your Peter definitely falls short in. Stephanie shifted uncomfortably, her provocative body turning slightly. "Can we not talk about him?" "All right," Cindy said, clearly in a good mood. She set down her cup, took the cold green tea from Stephanie, and replaced it with hot tea, smiling. "Let's chat about the show. Actually, I haven't even told Lifetime about my resignation yet. But they've already renewed for season 10, so it's like I'm secretly preparing to breach my contract." Stephanie was surprised. "So what will you do?" "That's where Eric comes in," Cindy laughed. "If he gives the nod, everything will be sorted. Of course, the person I choose to replace me needs to be capable enough to carry the show. It's already the end of April, with season 9 starting production in June. I only have made a pin down the new host, so time is short. Let me share some tips I've accumulated over the years." Stephanie was curious about Cindy's decision to leave her hosting position on America's Next Top Model, but quickly set that thought aside as Cindy began to share her experiences. She focused intently on the conversation. Chapter 1137, Talk Show Response 4. Due to time constraints, the news of Eric's appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show only made it to previews on ABC, Yahoo, and a few newspapers well connected with Firefly Group. However, although Eric actually did not wish for the episode to attract too much attention, the final ratings exceeded many people's expectations. In the half-hour interview, including advertisements, the entire show lasted 45 minutes, reaching a peak viewership of 31.3 million and an average of 26.6 million viewers. This was over 3 times the usual ratings for the Oprah Winfrey Show, which typically only garnered around 8 million for its premiere. With the airing of this episode, various media outlets seemed to receive a signal to begin discussing the topics Eric had brought up in the talk show. Nevertheless, most media maintained a cautious attitude. Just yesterday afternoon, renowned Silicon Valley firm Sequoia Capital abruptly announced the departure of its LH fund manager, Ronald Hill. Soon, some outlets discovered that Ronald Hill was indeed a key investor behind the provocative Hollywood Gossip website that had sparked this incident. Meanwhile, last night, the Hollywood Gossip website, which had been down for an entire day, issued a statement announcing its permanent shutdown. As an entertainment news site that had accumulated substantial traffic over its more than 2 years of operation, given the current frenzy of new technology waves, if this website had gone public, it could have reached a market value of at least $20 to $30 million. Yet, because it exposed gossip about Eric Williams' children, in a mere day, a fund manager controlling over $1 billion in assets departed, and a website potentially worth tens of millions was shut down entirely. Although the parties involved kept silent about the reasons, everyone understood that these two incidents were evidently interlinked with Firefly Group. Therefore, despite the hint that discussions were permissible, most media professionals did not want to provoke Eric Williams and risk waking up to the news of their dismissal or the closure of their newspapers, websites, or television stations. There's no doubt that as a father, Eric Williams is doing an excellent job, especially considering that this super-rich man was only in his early 20s back then, making his willingness to take on such responsibilities even more commendable. New York Post. While Eric Williams has a rather unique relationship with several women, his sincerity, frankness, and willingness to bear responsibility leave little room for criticism. In fact, we feel compelled to remind the world's richest man to be careful. Otherwise, he might end up with a lot of children. Newsweek. When I saw Eric Williams displaying those photos one by one, all I felt was envy. Although I didn't agree with his open relationships with a few women, his careful emotional maintenance towards them and his children could provide some inspiration for many families that have become numb in their marriages. Yahoo Women. As a director, screenwriter, and actor, Mr. Williams has effortlessly built a fortune of several $100 billion while managing a few side businesses. This certainly leaves all investors on Wall Street feeling embarrassed. However, his commentary on the Third Industrial Revolution was astutely precise. We are entering a new era of wealth distribution, so seize the opportunity, or you could find yourself waiting another 100 years, assuming anyone lives that long. Wall Street Journal. Eric Williams' disappointment with the Howard Hughes biography may stem from a general disillusionment with the media's news ethics. In recent years, the media has grown increasingly restless, with many outlets gradually losing their seriousness and diligence as news platforms, merely seeking higher circulation and viewership by focusing on sensational gossip. Washington Post. Engaging in ruthless competition without ethical restraints may bring some temporary benefits to one party, but it undermines the foundation of the entire industry. When everyone abandons the necessary business ethics and habitually resorts to smearing their opponents for advantage, the result will inevitably be a complete collapse in reputation across the industry. People cannot distinguish between good and bad, and they will lump the entire circle into a basket of rotten apples and steer clear. Hollywood Reporter. Overall, subsequent media evaluations of the entire incident either maintained appreciation, lightly brushed things aside, or changed the subject. with occasional criticisms failing to impact the broader media trend. Of course, this sudden deference from the media wasn't out of sheer goodwill. The dual influences of Eric's sincere and candid attitude on the Oprah Winfrey Show and the formidable stance of Firefly Group made most media outlets wary. Influenced by media trends, the general public hadn't even formed biases yet and had subconsciously accepted Eric's relationships with several women, as well as the fact that he was already a father of 3 children. Of course, this leniency or indifference was largely attributed to Eric's wealth and status. For a super-rich individual with several $100 billion, most ordinary people assumed his private life should be extremely colorful. The persona Eric presented to the media seemed very restrained to many. As this nearly uneventful gossip incident quickly subsided, the promotional momentum for Iron Man, which had already been overwhelming, didn't diminish. In fact, it heightened viewer anticipation even further. The most noticeable effect was a significant rise in discussions and search inquiries about Iron Man across portal websites and search engines. As the opening installment of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which had already garnered excellent pre-release reviews, if a gossip incident led to a box office loss for the film, even if Firefly Group could completely absorb the financial loss, it would critically impact the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe plan. Now, everything had returned to normal, and everyone could finally breathe easy. However, privately, many matters were far from over. When someone throws a punch, if you cannot retaliate decisively enough to prevent them from striking again, further petty actions will surely follow. Long Island, East Hampton. Due to the rapid resolution of the incident, the women and children had distanced themselves right at the onset. At this moment, East Hampton seemed very tranquil, and there hadn't been any media congregations at all. However, the 2 women, still with their children, did not immediately return but planned to spend the remainder of their summer vacation in Australia. Thus, in the seaside estate in East Hampton, only Eric was at home. After participating in the Oprah Winfrey Show, Eric had arrived here, uncertain about the potential responses from the media and the public, so he opted to avoid them altogether. The outcome was certainly satisfying. Eric then turned his focus to concluding this matter. Today's guest, however, was George Soros. After a long time, the old man still appeared remarkably energetic. Last year, Quantum Fund faced a major setback in the Russian bond and stock markets, losing $3 billion, though it hadn't harmed the core operations. What impressed Eric was that, known as the boldest hedging fund investor in the eyes of everyone, Soros had, this time, skillfully and cautiously avoided the surging NASDAQ market, much like Warren Buffett. While Quantum Fund had also participated in tech stock investments, the scale was quite small, more like a trial with minimal exposure. In contrast, the Tiger Fund, which had once been at par with Quantum Fund, had seen its capital scale swiftly drop to $11 billion, down over half from its peak 2 years ago, because founder Julian Robertson continually bet heavily against tech stocks as the NASDAQ index kept rising. As summer approached, a round table was set out on the lush green lawn of the estate. Eric and Soros sipped coffee while casually chatting about various recent matters. Honestly, I'm quite tempted by tech stocks, but the current situation reminds me too much of the madness before the 1987 crash. Moreover, I know very little about the new tech industry. As an old man out of touch with the times, it's probably best for me to keep my distance. As Soros spoke about the current NASDAQ market, there was a tinge of disappointment over missed opportunities in his tone, but he remained remarkably calm. Eric rested one hand on the table, leaning slightly while casually crossing his legs as he took in the serene afternoon scenery. That's my biggest takeaway over the years. True smart investors have never been gamblers. Occasional losses stem from an inability to judge situations accurately, rather than from bad luck. Soros nodded slightly, setting down his coffee cup with a smile. So Eric, your invitation to me today isn't just for a chat, is it? Although I do enjoy our conversations. Of course not, Eric replied, taking a sip of coffee beside him. Recently, I found some listening devices in my home and office. Such things happen to everyone. Soros chuckled nonchalantly upon hearing Eric's words. You'll get used to it. Perhaps, Eric smiled in return. However, we did uncover some things afterward. Firstly, we found the person who placed the listening devices, then traced it back to the intermediary who commissioned the job. The party's operational funds originated from an anonymous fund in the Cayman Islands. You know, it's quite challenging to investigate from there. Soros nodded, intrigued. And then? The personnel employed by Firefly didn't uncover the owners of that fund. However, we did find some cases financed by this fund, including legislation lobbying and travel funding. These cases mainly pointed towards Scott Natural Gas Company in Pennsylvania, Eric said, pulling an envelope from the table and extracting a photo to hand to Soros. Coincidentally, we found that the CEO of Scott Natural Gas, Milo Scott, has always been an important client of the Tiger Fund, with the Scott family investing around $500 million into that fund. Here, I happen to have a photo of Milo Scott with Julian Robertson. Soros listened patiently, fully aware that the tracing process Eric described was by no means as understated as it sounded. After glancing at the photo, Soros quickly set it down and shook his head. Eric, this doesn't prove anything. I'm not trying to prove anything. I don't plan on suing anyone. Eric shook his head as well, a slight smile playing on his lips. I merely hope you can pass this photo along to Mr. Robertson with my advice. He's free to short any company he wishes, but he should not reach for Firefly. Everybody knows the NASDAQ market could crash at any moment, but Firefly has enough capital to sustain the stock price of any of our companies. If necessary, I could even buy back all the circulating shares of some companies in the market. Actually, the operations of the Clover Fund should be something that confuses but simultaneously impresses me, young man. Of course, I know you probably won't disclose anything now, but perhaps when all this settles, you can share some insights with this old man. Soros switched gears in his speech, casually tucking the photo into his suit pocket before nodding. I will pass it along. After discussing this matter for a bit longer, Soros bid farewell. Once Soros had left, Eric returned to the lawn, where Marissa Mayer was already waiting. Upon seeing Eric sit down, Marissa couldn't help but ask, Eric, is that it? Eric recalled what Soros had said earlier. You'll get used to it, and chuckled. What else could it be? The recent large-scale eavesdropping incident clearly couldn't involve just the Tiger Fund alone. Eric had merely been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the Tiger Fund's tail. Since it hadn't caused him any harm, Eric wasn't about to respond as he had during the gossip incident. Instead, he would have to implement tighter precautions moving forward. Noticing the confusion on his assistant's face, Eric continued, in the coming days, Julian Robertson probably won't attack Firefly again. If he tries, I won't hesitate to strike back. Moreover, he has completely fallen into a gambler's mindset. According to the current trajectory of the Tiger Fund, continuing to short stocks will only lead to bankruptcy. There's no need for us to do anything additional. Marissa nodded, carefully gathering the tea set from the round table before returning to the villa for a moment and bringing back a fresh pot of coffee. Eric, Ronald Hill, the investor from Hollywood Gossip, is now in New York. He said he hopes to apologize to you in person. Do you want to meet with him? Eric poured himself some more coffee, casually asking, is that all? There's a fax too. Marissa handed him a folder he had in the other hand. The person in charge of that website confessed that Stanley Cohen, the vice president of distribution at Paramount Pictures, gave him $300,000, and those press releases were also provided by Paramount. Chapter 1138, Reckoning. Upon hearing the name Paramount Pictures, Eric felt no surprise at all. From their initial confrontation during the bidding for Disney to the present, the relationship between the Firefly Group and Viacom had never been particularly good. In fact, as the Firefly Group continued to expand, the traditional balance of power among the major Hollywood studios had been disrupted. The Firefly Group increasingly exhibited a monopolistic control over Hollywood. The other three major media conglomerates in Hollywood, feeling increasingly threatened, naturally became more vigilant toward the Firefly Group, ready to retaliate at the slightest opportunity. Moreover, there was a very direct provocation for this event. Iron Man premiered on May 7th, and the following week, on May 14th, Paramount's The General's Daughter was set to release. The General's Daughter was a crime drama directed by Simon West and starred John Travolta. After Simon West's collaboration with Jerry Bruckheimer on Con Air achieved decent global box office success, Paramount quickly lured him over with a hefty offer. The General's Daughter marked his second directorial effort, also a big-budget film costing $95 million, nearly equivalent to Iron Man's production budget. However, compared to Iron Man's strong reputation, The General's Daughter had faced consistent negative reviews after several discrete test screenings. Under usual circumstances, facing the overwhelming popularity of Iron Man, The General's Daughter would have inevitably become collateral damage. To secure more survival chances for The General's Daughter, Paramount couldn't help but entertain some dubious ideas. Flipping through the folder handed over by Marissa Mayer, Eric noticed an apology letter from Ronald Hill. He merely glanced at it before tossing it aside. His fingers rubbed against the folder's matte cover for a moment. Then he casually asked Marissa, "What was the name of that website's head?" "Adam Vimbre," Marissa replied. "He's Ronald Hill's high school classmate. Have the detective agency look into this person. I want to know everything about him." Eric instructed without elaborating, knowing Marissa would understand. He continued, "Also, compile a list of all the employees from that website. Then leak the information, whether it's Silicon Valley, Hollywood, or any other companies. If someone wants to hire these people, I will make it a problem for them. Have Kelly assign 2 people to keep an eye on this. Just 3 years will suffice." Marissa understood Eric's command regarding the investigation into Adam Vimbre, but upon hearing Eric's intention to blacklist all employees of the Hollywood gossip website, he couldn't help but ask, "Eric, is that truly necessary?" Eric turned his head, examining Marissa's delicate face. "Mary, if what happened a few days ago hadn't been suppressed, do you know what would have occurred?" Marissa paused, shaking her head slightly. Eric kept his gaze on the woman's face. "Look at Michael Jackson. Many people knew he was wrongfully accused, but what was the outcome? During the investigation of that 1993 case, MJ was bombarded by countless media for months, nearly leading to his mental breakdown. 6 years later, he still struggles with severe mental health issues. Perhaps he'll never escape the shadows of that time. Emma, Kevin, and Elia are still just kids. Their lives have barely begun. If this incident hadn't been fortuitously suppressed by me, it could have had very serious repercussions on their lives forever. So, I cannot allow anything to happen to Kevin and the others again." Marissa quietly retorted, "I doubt they would dare to." Eric shook his head, his tone cold. "I never place such expectations on human nature. Therefore, I said from the beginning, those who stand in the spotlight, lurking in the shadows, be they big names who believe themselves untouchable or the supposedly inconsequential, I won't let any of them off the hook. I will leave an instinctual mark on them that they wouldn't even dare to imagine." Marissa slightly lowered her gaze and nodded. "Eric, I understand. Well, that's all for now. Please bring me a copy of Viacom's last quarter financial report." Marissa muttered a small, "Okay," yet remained where she stood, her gaze downcast. Noticing his assistant's demeanor, Eric softened his tone. "Come here." Marissa took a few small steps closer, but still stood rigidly before him. Eric reached out, wrapping his arm around Marissa's slender waist, and with a slight tug, the assistant reluctantly settled onto Eric's knee, her eyes avoiding contact with his, sulking a bit. "Okay, Mary, I apologize. My tone may have been a bit harsh, but that wasn't aimed at you." Marissa squirmed a little within his grasp, sounding slightly wronged. "You are such a tyrant." "Yeah, my fault. I'll be more mindful." Marissa continued her critique. "And you play favorites. You sent Carly back to Los Angeles while making me handle all this dirty work." Eric kissed the soft skin of her neck. "I suddenly find it hard to be without you. How about staying by my side for a few more years?" Marissa felt a rush of warmth spread from where he kissed her, instinctively maneuvering to create space. "No way. I don't want to be just a little cat by your side. I never thought of you that way." "You do. You just love treating women like cats." "I don't," Eric firmly denied and countered. "But there are some who are so fickle, hot, and cold, always trying to escape no matter how well you treat them. That's exactly like dealing with an untamable cat." Upon hearing this, Marissa realized she had no rebuttal. Her cheeks flushed as she looked away, suddenly lowering her head and playfully biting Eric's shoulder. Feeling the assistant's gentle bite, Eric caressed her waist, daringly continuing, "See? It's getting more accurate. Even the owner gets bitten when you provoke them." The little bites intensified briefly before she let go. Allowing Marissa to rest her head on his shoulder, Eric eventually patted her back. All right, that's enough. It's time to get back to work. I don't want to work today. Eric showed no signs of being a hard-nosed boss, nodding without firmness. Okay then, take a day off. Marissa shifted slightly in Eric's embrace, settling into a comfortable position, seemingly intent on lounging all day. However, things rarely went as planned. Just a moment later, Eric's phone on the desk rang. Noticing the call but not answering, he reluctantly set the device aside. Despite her reluctance, Marissa stood up. I'll go and get busy now. After watching the assistant's figure vanish into the villa, Eric finally answered. Hi, Cindy. No, nothing major. I've just about handled it. How about you? Is it something important? All right then, I'll come over in a bit. Ending the call, Eric dialed the security guard in the front courtyard, asking them to prepare the car before standing up and heading toward the villa. Marissa sat on the couch with a laptop, sending emails. Upon seeing him exit, her expression shifted to one of inquiry. I have to head back to Manhattan, Eric explained proactively. You can stay here tonight. Marissa shook her head. I really don't want to stay in such a desolate place by myself. While there were staff members tasked with managing the estate, Marissa, coming from a wealthier middle-class background, had a much stronger sense of class distinction than Eric. For her, it felt like it was just the two of them at the estate. Then let's go back together, Eric remarked casually. Pack your things. I've already instructed the guards to get the car ready. It was already May 3rd. With Iron Man's Los Angeles premiere scheduled for May 5th, Eric planned to return the next day and didn't intend to come back to this site again. After quickly packing his bags, Eric exchanged a few words with the head housekeeper before leaving East Hampton with Marissa Mayer. Arriving in Manhattan by 4 p.m., since Caroline and Marissa no longer wanted to stay at Eric's penthouse on 6th Avenue, and given that Eric frequently needed to travel to New York, he had arranged a separate apartment for them as an employee benefit. Once in Manhattan, Eric first had the driver drop off Marissa near the Rockefeller Center in Midtown before heading to 75th Street. Riding the private elevator to Cindy's apartment door, just as Eric arrived, Cindy opened the door, stepping out into the hallway. The woman was clearly not wearing makeup today, dressed in a loose pale pink tank top, white relaxed pants, and slippers, looking very much at home, which surprised Eric, as he was accustomed to seeing Cindy meticulously dressed. After a brief hug with Cindy, another impeccably made-up woman emerged from within. This time it felt more normal, but also surprised Eric nonetheless. Hi, Stephanie, what are you doing here? Releasing Cindy, Eric intended to extend his hand to Stephanie Seymour, but the woman preemptively embraced him, her tone laced with a hint of mild grievance. Eric, why can't I be here? Cindy and I are good friends. Eric laughed lightly, entering the apartment with both women and sitting on the bench at the entryway. Stephanie Seymour watched Cindy as she squatted down to help take Eric's slippers, also carefully stowing away his dress shoes. Feeling somewhat awkward and unsure if she should also squat to help, she stood there feeling a bit out of place. She had spontaneously decided to visit, aiming to get closer to Cindy regarding the host position for America's Next Top Model, since personal connections often proved very effective. Living in the Upper East Side made it convenient to see each other. She hadn't expected to run into Eric by chance. It made sense why Cindy had seemed eager to send her away earlier. Had Eric arrived later, she would have had to leave on her own. After changing shoes, Eric casually took a seat on the living room sofa. Cindy eyed Stephanie Seymour, who not only remained with them but also didn't hesitate to take a seat next to Eric, raising an eyebrow in slight regret for not having told her to leave sooner. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she moved to the small drinks area to prepare tea for Eric. On the sofa, Stephanie Seymour reclined with a subtle allure, clearly more adept at striking inviting poses, causing Eric to steal an extra glance or two. He couldn't help but reflect on how most women tended to be petty, yet Stephanie seemed to stand apart from the norm. It appeared that the slap he had given her but before hadn't been hard enough. While lost in thought, his gaze swept over Stephanie's curvy figure, particularly her well-defined waist. Noticing his stare, Stephanie subtly shifted her position and spoke up. Eric, I happened to watch that episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show with Cindy the other day. Eric nodded slightly, and Stephanie traced her finger along the sofa's backrest, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Eric. I suddenly realized you're actually a pretty decent guy. Eric couldn't help but laugh. I suppose that's a compliment. Absolutely. Oh, thanks. Is that all? Stephanie seemed a bit dissatisfied. You're really quite dull. Eric glanced over at the bar area, pretending to whisper. Can't help it. Cindy's here. Eric, I can't hear you. Eric grinned over. Did I say something? Cindy rolled her eyes while opening a small pack of green tea and busying herself, ignoring Eric. Stephanie Seymour clearly envied the playful interaction between Eric and Cindy, but it was evident that Eric had no intention of engaging in any interaction with her, which made her feel a tinge of frustration once again. Cindy soon returned with a kettle of light green tea, serving all three before noting that she had to sit on a nearby armchair since Stephanie had taken Eric's spot on the sofa. Looking at the cup of green tea in his hand, Eric felt a bit strange. When did Cindy start drinking tea? They chatted casually for a bit, and after a while, it became clear that Stephanie had no intention of leaving. Cindy finally initiated the serious talk, stating, Eric, I'm planning to resign from my position as the host of America's Next Top Model and wanted to discuss it with you. Eric paused, suddenly understanding, and glanced at Cindy's midsection, instinctively asking, What about Linda? Cindy couldn't help but roll her eyes, knowing Eric had figured it out, her tone laced with a bit of reproach. What does Linda have to do with this? Seemingly, this time he couldn't kill two birds with one stone. Eric let out a quiet sigh of relief. It certainly would not be a good thing to have both women pregnant at the same time. All right. He casually nodded, looking over at the clearly bewildered Stephanie Seymour beside him. Stephanie, could you give Cindy and me a moment alone? Chapter 1139, Blackberry. Stephanie Seymour didn't expect Eric to be so blunt in kicking her out. She wore an expression of mild resentment, but she sat up and suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh right, Eric, we're having a gathering at our place tonight. We originally wanted to invite Cindy over. Are you free? Eric was currently preoccupied with thoughts of Cindy. He nodded absent-mindedly and said, Sure. Great. So, at 7 o'clock tonight, Stephanie said, surprised to find Eric so agreeable. A smile broke on her face as she added, Of course. You and Cindy can come by whenever. After sending Stephanie off, Eric returned to the sofa and remarked, Not a very smart woman, and clearly not satisfied with what she has. Cindy, who had taken Stephanie's previous spot, leaned against Eric and smiled. Don't men usually hope women are a bit dim? I like smart women now. The smarter, the better. Cindy rolled her eyes at him. I'm planning to let her try to take my place. America's Next Top Model? Yeah. Eric remembered the original version of America's Next Top Model and said, Why not let Tyra give it a try? I think she could do better. When they were selecting hosts for America's Next Top Model and Project Runway, Eric had indeed considered the original Tyra Banks. However, she was too young back then, and her popularity hadn't yet skyrocketed, which was why the role fell to Cindy. I thought about that too, but she's black, Cindy pointed out. Eric nodded, immediately understanding. If the initial host for the show was black, it might have worked out fine. However, abruptly switching the host from a white woman to a black woman at the height of its popularity could present too many risks. Although Hollywood portrayed racial diversity in a positive light, the issue of racial discrimination in the country was deeply rooted. Since that's the case, you should handle it. I'll talk to and Sweeney tomorrow morning, Eric concluded. After he said this, the two fell into silence. After a moment, Cindy nervously said, Eric, do you feel put upon? Eric pulled her closer, gently stroking her abdomen, and shook his head. Not at all. It just adds another layer of responsibility. I've always known I couldn't really call myself a good father. You're already doing great, Cindy reassured him, leaning against him. For Kevin, Elia, and Emma, I don't believe anyone could do better than you. They embraced lovingly for a moment, and Eric then said, However, as the mother of my children, you should know that you can't just leave me easily anymore. Weren't you always trying to set me up with Linda? I think this recent arrangement isn't too bad. Just be careful, Mr. Williams, because I'm actually less satisfied than Stephanie. Smart women can be a little greedy. Haha. Now that he had 3 little ones, Eric didn't feel as lost in the face of the new life growing inside Cindy as he had when Virginia and Joanna were pregnant. Cindy was indeed a smart woman, and she didn't need any special reminders from Eric. They both accepted the news calmly and with anticipation. After enjoying a lovely afternoon together at Cindy's apartment, they finally remembered the promise to attend Stephanie Seymour's gathering around dinner time. Since he had no other commitments that evening, Eric and Cindy headed over together. At another mansion in the Upper East Side, by the time it was past 7:30, Peter Brandt and Stephanie Seymour were hosting countless guests in the hall, but they could hardly focus on the attendees. Tonight's gathering was to commemorate Stephanie's release of her beauty book. Top supermodels often pen such books to earn a little extra cash. Originally, Peter hadn't been too concerned about the event. He had only agreed to host a small gathering due to his wife's insistence. However, when his wife returned that afternoon and mentioned that Eric Williams would also be attending, Peter became instantly enthusiastic. Although Eric had long since topped the Forbes billionaire list, the contrast between his current wealth and social influence compared to just a few years earlier was dramatic. For Peter Brandt, hosting a celebrity of Eric's caliber at home was a point of pride. In fact, if he ever wrote an autobiography or memoir, it would definitely be a highlight. This wasn't an exaggeration. Many celebrity biographies often mentioned hosting prominent politicians and celebrities to display social status and connections. Thus, to make Eric Williams' presence in his social circle carry even greater weight, Peter quickly expanded the originally small family gathering into a lively soiree, even inviting some hard-to-predict guests who quickly agreed upon hearing Eric would be there. The party was set to begin at 7 o'clock. Most guests arrived on time, but as the clock struck 7:30, Eric Williams had yet to appear. After finishing a conversation with one guest, Peter glanced at his watch, now reading 7:40. He couldn't help but tug on his wife's arm, his voice laced with anxiety as he muttered, "Stephanie, are you sure Eric will come tonight?" If Eric didn't show, the Brandt family would surely lose credit. Stephanie Seymour understood the stakes, but hesitated to guarantee anything. "I personally invited him, and he said yes. How about waiting 5 more minutes? If he still hasn't arrived, I'll call and check in." Peter Brandt couldn't tolerate his wife's indecisiveness. Irritated, he insisted, "Call now. Don't wait 5 more minutes." Stephanie hesitated but began to walk away when a waiter, specially assigned by Peter, appeared at the door. He gestured towards Peter. Seeing the waiter's signal, Peter's heart finally lightened. Completely ignoring his wife, he hurried towards the door. Stephanie stood frozen for a moment before springing into action to follow him. When they reached the entrance, Eric had just gotten out of the car holding Cindy's hand. "Good evening, Eric. I'm so glad you could make it," Peter Brandt greeted, his previous impatience completely gone as he warmly extended his hand. Eric shook Peter's hand and said, "Sorry, Peter, Cindy, and I might be a bit late." "No problem." Peter shook his head quickly, then courteously hugged Cindy, praising, "Miss Crawford, you look absolutely stunning tonight." "Oh, thank you, Peter," Cindy replied with a hint of playful annoyance. "But why do you call Eric by his first name yet refer to me as Miss Crawford? Are you trying to distance yourself from me?" "Of course not. It's just a mark of respect for a beautiful lady." "Haha, you can just call me Cindy," she smiled, also making sure not to neglect Stephanie Seymour beside her, initiating, "Oh, and Stephanie, you look even more beautiful than I do tonight." After they exchanged pleasantries, the four entered the Brandt mansion together. By this time, the guests in the hall had already heard of Eric's arrival. Though everyone was aware he was quite late, there were no complaints. Instead, people were engaged in thinking of ways to connect and make a good impression when they spoke with him. To talk about it, Peter Brandt had indeed started from scratch. He initially struck gold through his connections with pop art master Andy Warhol and, over the years, built up the Brandt Publications Incorporated, primarily focusing on newspapers and magazines. West Coast parties mainly served to expand one's network, and Eric had become quite adept at navigating such gatherings. After Peter introduced him, Eric mingled with several guests, and everyone began conversing in groups of 2 or 3 based on common interests. Thanks to his ties with Andy Warhol, Peter Brandt remained closely connected to the art community. Inevitably, quite a few artists and art dealers appeared at the soiree. At that moment, Listening to an art dealer subtly pitching some contemporary artists' works, Eric engaged with interest. When the dealer finished, Eric smiled and said, "Tony, I actually prefer classic paintings, especially those by John William Waterhouse. If you ever come across one, feel free to reach out to my assistant's office anytime." The art dealer, Tony Royce, showed no signs of being taken aback and nodded gracefully. "Mr. Williams, I will certainly keep an eye out for you." With that, he raised his glass towards Eric and turned to leave. After Tony departed, Cindy, still linked to Eric's arm, smiled and asked, "Eric, do you really like John William Waterhouse's paintings? I haven't seen you interested in any art pieces before." "Of course," Eric replied, nodding affirmatively. "If you ever get a chance to see this artist's work, you'll absolutely understand why I like it. However, most of John William Waterhouse's paintings are housed in museums across the UK. If a piece ever surfaces, I wouldn't mind paying a premium for it." As he spoke, Eric planned to head over to the buffet for some food, but just as he turned, he found himself bumping into a couple who had taken the opportunity to greet him. Seeing the woman in the couple nearly spill her drink on Cindy, he instinctively raised a hand to block it, causing the champagne to splash all over his shirt sleeve. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams." It was clearly an accident, and Eric wasn't upset. He shook his head and chuckled, saying it was fine even amidst the minor disaster. The Brants quickly came over. "It's nothing," Eric reassured, noticing the concerned looks on everyone's faces. He grabbed a napkin from Cindy to dab at his sleeve and turned to the Brant couple. "Sorry, can I borrow your restroom for a moment?" "Of course," Peter Brant gestured. "Stephanie, why don't you take Eric to clean up?" "Eric, follow me." Stephanie Seymour gestured for him to follow her as she led him upstairs to a restroom. Upon reaching the sink, Eric washed his hands and was about to clean his sleeve again when he noticed Stephanie standing at the door, making no indication she wanted to leave. Instead, she closed the door behind them. Eric chuckled, observing the glint of mischief in her eyes. "What's this? Planning something devious?" "Eric," Stephanie also showed a hint of amusement. "I suddenly understand why Cindy would just up and give up her hosting position on America's Next Top Model." Eric dabbed some water on his sleeve as he listened to her know-it-all tone. He squinted slightly. "Oh, and why's that?" Stephanie, picking up on Eric's mood shift, leaned against the door in a defensive posture. "Do you really want me to say it out loud?" Eric dried his hands, tapping his fingers on the marble counter. "Come here." Stephanie instinctively took a step forward only to halt immediately, bracing herself. "I won't go over there. You're just going to hit me." Eric shrugged indifferently. "Fine, then I won't bother." Seeing Eric make to leave, Stephanie hesitated and tried to negotiate. "If you don't hit me, I'll come over." "Come on, I won't hit you." After a moment of deliberation, Stephanie finally walked over, but the instant she was by Eric's side, he pressed her down onto the wash basin. You bastard, you're not keeping your word," she exclaimed. Eric unapologetically raised her gown and stated, "I've always kept my word." "Hey," Stephanie protested, her composure slipping as Eric's rough movements caused her to lean heavily against the sink. Her face turned bright red, but her words remained defiant. "Are you planning on doing this in 5 minutes? What a useless man." Eric responded, "We can try a more stimulating approach." Stephanie blinked, catching sight of Eric grabbing a tube of hand cream from the sink. Realization dawned on her, and she abruptly attempted to stand up. "Bastard, you can't do this." Without hesitation, Eric slapped her on the butt, and as her body went limp again, she gasped, feeling a scrap of fabric quickly shoved against her mouth, muffling her cries. The next afternoon, after meeting directly with the president of A&E Television Network to talk about America's Next Top Model's future arrangements, Eric boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. Gazing out at the sprawling view of Manhattan fading into the distance, he couldn't help but smile at the memories of the night before. Marissa Mayer entered carrying a stack of documents just as Eric was lost in thought, catching sight of the strange grin on his face. With a puzzled look, she set the folder down and said, "Eric, Nokia's analysis report on RIM has come in. Their BlackBerry phone prospects look quite promising, but there are various issues within the company as well." Chapter 1140, A Two-Pronged Approach. Due to recent incidents involving cyber attacks and eavesdropping, The Firefly Group had been re-establishing various confidentiality measures to ensure the security of email and mobile communications, which were among the most important issues to address. Coincidentally, the Canadian company RIM had just signed a partnership with Sprint, a telecom operator in which Firefly had invested. Kelly recommended RIM's later famous BlackBerry phone to Eric. RIM launched the BlackBerry in conjunction with Sprint's CDMA network, which perfectly met the confidentiality requirements for both email and mobile communications. Eric decisively decided to promote this phone within the Firefly Group. At the same time, Eric planned to acquire RIM, the manufacturer of BlackBerry, as a sub-brand focused on business security under Nokia. In comparison to Nokia, whose market value had recently surpassed $100 billion, RIM's share price had also risen significantly, but its market capitalization was only about $260 million. Regardless, buying RIM would undoubtedly be a very wise investment. Moreover, combining the information at hand with Eric's recollections, he realized that BlackBerry had once faced a situation strikingly similar to that of the MP3 player. Historically, both products had matured in terms of technical development before gaining widespread traction. However, because they missed the optimal promotion window, after struggling for many years, both products made a brief surge only to be quickly overshadowed by new electronic devices. The MP3 player was overtaken by various music phones, while the BlackBerry fell behind more versatile touchscreen smartphones. Now that Eric could clearly see the market potential of BlackBerry, he felt there was no need to wait for opportunities like the 9/11 situation when the U.S. government relied on BlackBerry for immediate disaster information. With the powerful distribution channels and resource advantages of the Firefly Group, they could promote BlackBerry ahead of schedule. If they had ample time to complete the strategic layout for BlackBerry and its related services, even with the early onset of the smartphone era, Eric believed that the high-end business and security-focused BlackBerry could avoid the swift decline it previously experienced. As Eric flipped through the documents handed to him by Marissa, he casually asked, "What are the main issues?" "The most critical one is patents," Marissa replied. During Nokia's assessment of the BlackBerry, they discovered that this phone has infringed on over 20 of the company's patents. Additionally, the core patent for BlackBerry's wireless email push feature is still held by a Virginia-based company called NTP. RIM is currently too small to attract much attention. However, if we acquire BlackBerry, patent holders like NTP will definitely file lawsuits, which could even lead to a federal ban on BlackBerry. Over the years, Eric had always placed great importance on the patent strategy of the companies under the Firefly Group, influenced by a series of patent wars that he recalled. Among them, the wireless email patent war between RIM and NTP was undeniably the most memorable. In 2006, after a lengthy 6-year legal battle, NTP ultimately extorted over $600 million in patent damages from RIM through a series of wireless email patents. Considering RIM's current market value of less than $300 million, even without changing history, that $600 million in patent damages would have been a crippling blow to RIM in 2006. Reflecting back, one must acknowledge that the compensation of $600 million was likely influenced by federal government bias. While RIM's business focus had been in North America as a Canadian company, NTP was an American entity, and the federal government could not be expected to support a foreign competitor. Thus, RIM had no choice but to accept such a significant loss to maintain its business presence in the U.S. After tapping the table and contemplating for a moment, Eric remarked, "Isn't the email patent in our possession? Didn't Yahoo or Firefly Electronics develop wireless email technology?" "They did, but not as comprehensively as NTP." Marissa Mayer nodded before continuing, "While wireless email does overlap with email technology, it can't be fully classified as an extension of it." NTP was established in 1992, and their patent registration dates nearly coincide with the email patents held by Yahoo. I've consulted with the patent management departments of Yahoo and Firefly Electronics. They mentioned that, based on the overlap in technology, if a lawsuit were filed, we could confidently obtain all wireless email patent licenses from NTP for free. Eric asked, "But that would definitely take time?" "Yes. According to the normal legal process for similar cases, obtaining the license for free would take at least a year." But if Nokia initiates a buyout of BlackBerry at the same time, it would alert NTP, and the process would undoubtedly take longer, Marissa Mayer explained, then paused before stating bluntly, "So, the best option is still to acquire. NTP's patents haven't seen broad application yet, and acquiring that company would likely require around $6 million. However, if we appear too eager, we'd probably have to pay a significant premium, and the final price could range between $8 million and $10 million. Acquiring NTP for under $10 million was a trivial matter for Eric's current wealth. However, this wasn't just about simple measurement. Even without his previous memories, acquiring NTP's patents was crucial for the future positioning of the BlackBerry. Marissa Mayer clearly recognized this point and brought it up specifically to Eric. Then let Nokia acquire that company quickly. Eric thought for a moment and quickly decided. RIM can hold off for a couple months. With the current surge in tech stocks, the Nasdaq index was estimated to hold out for only another couple of months. When that time came, tech stocks would likely see a significant downturn, and RIM wouldn't escape unscathed either. At that point, initiating a buyout would not only conserve a substantial amount of funds, but would also be evidently easier to achieve. Marissa nodded but quickly added, "It would be best to use a shell company for the acquisition of NTP." Eric chuckled and said, "I sometimes overlook such details. You can decide how to handle that." Marissa acknowledged his statement and lowered her head to record the notes in her pocket memo. As Eric sat at his desk and watched his secretary intently taking notes in her OL suit, he suddenly felt inspired and said gently, "Mary, it's truly great to have you around." Marissa paused in her writing, and although she didn't look up, a visible blush spread across her face. After quickly jotting down a few last notes, the assistant shot Eric a playful glare before turning and exiting the room. For hours later, a Boeing 747 landed at Ventura Airport. Though it wasn't yet time to leave work, Katzenberg personally arrived to pick up Eric. After some pleasantries, they got in the car. Despite the ongoing close communication between the two parties during this time, Katzenberg couldn't help but dive into recent developments. There were at least 3 factions involved in this eavesdropping incident, but so far, we've only caught the tail of Tiger Fund. Ian and I have been discussing the company's security issues, including the surveillance system, confidentiality regulations, and security personnel. Eric, aren't you working on getting Carter to form a separate bodyguard team? I was thinking that, rather than leaving Firefly's security to outsiders, we should handle it ourselves. Establish a dedicated security company to cover all these services specifically for the Firefly Group. Listening to Katzenberg, Eric noted that Carter Moan, driving in the front seat, couldn't hold back a glance at the rearview mirror and replied, "Carter, what do you think?" "Boss, while I would love to take on this responsibility, to be honest, I might not be able to manage it if it enlarges." Eric nodded and addressed Katzenberg. "The key here is to find someone trusting and capable. While we can elevate this company to be responsible directly to me, the specifics still require designated professionals. The Firefly Group's goals are quite lofty, and blindly searching for personnel might leave us vulnerable. We could let a recruiting firm look for some candidates, and we can take our time to select," Katzenberg suggested. "Either way, this would certainly be better than handing everything over to outsiders." "Let's proceed that way then," Eric agreed. "I'll ask Kelly to draft a proposal outlining what departments need to be established and the budget. If anyone has suggestions, they can bring them directly to me." Now, regarding Viacom, after discussing this matter, Katzenberg continued, "Eric, what do you plan to do?" "I've been reviewing Viacom Group's financial reports over the past few years, and my biggest takeaway is that Viacom has rapidly expanded its business scope, but as a whole, the company is in decline. Just like Blockbuster, Viacom initially bought this rental chain for over $8 billion, yet just a few years later, their market value has plummeted to $3 billion. While the pure VHS market is fading, the home entertainment industry, gradually being replaced by DVDs, has grown exponentially, and last year, the entire home entertainment market nearly reached $20 billion, almost triple Hollywood's North American box office. However, Blockbuster's market share has dropped from the peak of 45% to just 25%. Do you know what the problem is?" Without giving it a second thought, Katzenberg replied, Summer Redstone? Exactly, Summer Redstone. Eric nodded, continuing, Redstone is too outdated. He can't keep up with the times. More importantly, he refuses to delegate authority to the managers below him, tightly holding all of Viacom's power in his hands. That's the fundamental reason for Viacom's decline. When it came to Hollywood's old guard, Eric thought Murdoch was undoubtedly far superior to Redstone. This disparity in leadership excellence was why, despite the rapid decline of News Corp's print business, Fox continued to thrive. In contrast, Redstone had become a stubborn tyrant. In the original timeline, Paramount had fallen out with Cruise over the Mission Impossible franchise and resorted to undermining him. This reflected not only Paramount's decline, but Viacom's overall downfall as well. A Hollywood giant stooping to squabble with a superstar over a single film's interests, even if that star was A-list, was quite demeaning. Even more humiliating was having to mend ties and collaborate afterward. Katzenberg seemed to ponder this, but quickly replied, Eric, I understand you're really angry about this whole situation. However, pushing Redstone out isn't realistic. While his family doesn't hold absolute shares in Viacom, they do control more than half of the voting rights. I never thought about that. Eric shook his head, smirking coldly. Imagine the scene. An old king clinging desperately to his throne while watching his kingdom crumble step by step. Isn't that tragic enough to have an epic quality? Katzenberg felt a chill and instinctively nodded. So what do you plan to do? Eric shook his head. There's no rush. We'll see after Iron Man is released. The key to striking at the enemy was to preserve oneself first. At this moment, the priority was Iron Man. This film marked the inception of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and was critically important for Firefly Pictures. Eric didn't want to complicate matters during such a crucial time, as Iron Man would be hitting theaters soon. Some things just needed to wait a week or two. Returning to the Liberty City estate, it was still only a little past 2 in the afternoon in Los Angeles. Katzenberg had more work to do and left shortly after. The villa remained quiet. Drew hadn't returned from Australia yet and was still vacationing with Joanna. However, Elizabeth and Julia had already come back, and Eric had just received a call from her earlier in the car. After seeing Katzenberg off, Eric returned to the sofa by the glass wall of the villa, casually stretching. After a whirlwind of recent events, he felt a growing sense of exhaustion deep inside. Now back at home, gazing at the blue ocean and sky beyond the glass, he finally felt a bit lighter. Caroline and Marissa had not left, still helping Eric organize his luggage. After a while, Caroline walked over with a coffee pot, set it down on the coffee table next to Eric, quietly snuggled up beside him, and said, Eric, Aunt is planning to come to Los Angeles next week. Eric raised an eyebrow in confusion. Oh, last time, when I was in London, Aunt suddenly showed up and asked me some questions about you. Eric understood. It must have been the day he handed the laptop to Olivia. He asked, did she mention anything specific? She didn't say. Caroline shook her head. She just told me she would be coming next week. Eric thought for a moment, still a bit unsure, and just nodded. Okay, I understand. Chapter 1141, Low Opening Midnight Box Office. The next day, Iron Man premiered in North America. Compared to the premieres in overseas cities like Tokyo and London, the Los Angeles premiere of Iron Man was even more grandiose. Firefly Group had gone all out to prepare for this event, especially after the recent online gossip incident. To handle any potential surprises, they had allocated an additional security budget for the premiere. Fortunately, the entire event went very smoothly. Thanks to Iron Man's widely recognized positive buzz, the media turned their attention to the star-studded guest list, which heightened the film's excitement even further. For most fans, the 2 days from Wednesday's premiere to Thursday night's midnight screening and then Friday's wide release flew by, but Eric's work schedule remained jam-packed. Culver City. Inside a screening room at Columbia Pictures, Eric was discussing company matters with Columbia Pictures CEO Bill Mechanic while waiting for a representative from Gaumont, the French film company. Last year, Luc Besson directed another high-budget project, The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc, which cost 390 million francs, nearly $80 million, making it another ambitious outing for Gaumont after The Fifth Element. Although the number of epic movies had increased significantly in recent years following the success of Braveheart, there were not many successful cases. Major studios gradually recognized the high risks of epic films, leading to a decrease in enthusiasm for investing in such projects. Ridley Scott's Gladiator had been abandoned by Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment under this backdrop and had shifted over to Fox largely due to Eric's influence. In contrast to Gladiator, which achieved outstanding box office and award success beyond Braveheart, Eric had little recollection of The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc, only vaguely remembering that the movie's original lead was Milla Jovovich. However, due to shifts in Hollywood history, Jovovich had ended up having no connection with Besson, as the leading roles in both The Fifth Element and The Messenger. The story of Joan of Arc had been replaced by other actresses. Warner Brothers has signed a deal for Wu's Wind Talkers, but they're very cautious about it. They'll only assume 30% of the investment, with the other 70% covered by a German film fund. Eric felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Bill Mechanic say this. Once, MGM had fully invested in Wind Talkers, taking on all production and distribution costs. After the film's dismal box office failure, MGM found itself teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. However, this disappointment was fleeting. Things couldn't simply go according to one's desires. Even if Warner Brothers only held a 30% stake, they would still handle distribution for Wind Talkers, which would consume substantial funds and occupy a prime release window. It would amount to considerable losses in both time and money. If Will Smith's other film, an imitation of Men in Black titled Wild Wild West, flopped as well, it would signal a disaster for Time Warner's film division next year. Remembering this, Eric asked, "What about Wild Wild West?" "Wild Wild West is solely produced by Warner without any partners," Bill replied, then added, "Eric, I saw a preview of The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc. Honestly, I think this film is terrible. There's absolutely no selling point." Eric also had low expectations for The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc. If that's the case, after 2 consecutive flops, Luc Besson will definitely part ways with Gaumont. He'll be coming here shortly, and your job is to win him over. Bill Mechanic appeared puzzled. Why would Columbia want to pursue Besson after he had mismanaged 2 major productions? Eric noticed Bill's thoughts and explained, "Luc Besson is a really talented director, but what I value more is his writing and producing ability in action films. Although the films he directed haven't performed exceptionally well, the ones he wrote and produced like La Femme Nikita and Taxi have been quite successful and relatively low cost. You could collaborate with him on that front, even adapt those films into American versions." At that moment, the screening room door opened, and Anne Hathaway peeked in timidly. When she spotted Eric, a smile broke out on her face, though she walked in with a shy demeanor, and was wearing a knee-length white fitted dress that showed off her figure. As she approached, she quietly greeted, "Eric and Mr. Mechanic." Eric chuckled, seeing the girl looking all delicate. "Come here. I heard the crew of Girl Interrupted is shooting at the studio, so I thought you might be here." And glanced at Bill Mechanic, bashfully sitting on Eric's lap, yet affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck. "Eric, I thought you'd forgotten about me." After meeting at the post-premiere celebration of The Ring the previous year, and hadn't seen Eric much since, and while she sometimes felt it might have been inappropriate to accept Eric's card, much of the time, she worried he might forget her. "Of course not, but you know I've been busy. I heard you landed a role in an adventure drama film called, The Other Side of Heaven, shooting in the Bahamas?" Surprised that Eric knew so much about her situation, and quickly accepted it, realizing this man practically controlled half of Hollywood. Nodding, she replied, "Carl thinks this role is perfect for me. Carl Franco, my agent." "Eric, you remember him, right?" "Sure do," Eric said with a smile. "That's good. Just focus on shooting it. Also, for any help you need with film matters in the future, you can go directly to Bill without going through my assistant's office. They're not really equipped for that." Feeling a bit embarrassed, and remembered she had secured the lead role in The Other Side of Heaven. Although it was a low-budget film from an independent production company, securing a part like that had required some external help. She had used the number Eric had given her to call his assistant's office. Eric's assistant's office was indeed well-equipped to deal with securing film roles. But calling his office meant that Caroline and Marissa also knew about this, and it left and feeling a little resentful. Understanding this, Bill Mechanic discreetly handed her a business card. "Miss Hathaway, if you need anything in the future, feel free to call me." While he was the head of one of the weaker studios in the Firefly Group, he was nonetheless a key player, and no one could overlook the influence such an executive had in Hollywood. And accepted the card, tucking it away carefully. "Thank you, Mr. Mechanic." After addressing this matter, Eric patted her waist. "All right, I've got some things to handle, so you should get back to your work." And hesitated to leave and planted herself closer to Eric, whispering, "Eric, are you free tonight?" "Yeah," Eric nodded. "I'll have someone pick you up after work." After sending in off, representatives from Gaumont soon arrived, including Luke Besson, who had come specifically to Los Angeles. After some pleasantries, they started watching the preview of The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc. Although Eric already had minimal expectations, he found this film to fall even lower than he had anticipated. Besson seemed utterly out of his element in directing epic films. While the movie had its share of grand visuals, what overwhelmed Eric was chaos. The larger the scene, the more chaotic it felt, failing to deliver the aesthetic appeal that should come with camera composition. The new lead, Alice Taglioni, was stunning, but her acting was lackluster. The film didn't convey cultural depth in the way Braveheart's iconic freedom resonated. An epic film that neither stirred excitement nor prompted contemplation could hardly be described better than a failure. Had it not been for courtesy and his intentions to woo Besson, Eric likely would have left halfway through. The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc, was already scheduled for a staggered release across Europe starting in October, and its hot film slots were pretty much similar to those in North America. Thus, from the scheduling alone, Eric sensed that Gaumont had little faith in the film as well, and the chilly demeanor between the representatives present and Besson only reaffirmed that impression. Having seen the film, Eric had little desire for further discussion, focusing instead on communicating with Besson about his aspirations in Hollywood. Besson was evidently aware of the impending failure of The Messenger. The story of Joan of Arc, dealing with two major flops, would not bode well for his next few years in the French film industry. Naturally, he was quite receptive to Eric's direct overtures and promised on the spot to consider them. After a day's work, Eric took into a restaurant in Venice Beach for dinner before returning to Malibu. Yet, tonight felt somewhat off for Eric. Tomorrow, Iron Man would have its wide release, and tonight's midnight screening was crucial for the film. The East Coast had already settled into night, and by just past 10 on the West Coast, emails related to Iron Man started flooding Eric's newly replaced BlackBerry. The specifics of the midnight box office numbers would be tallied throughout the West Coast after midnight. Though, in relation to his current wealth, Eric didn't need to sweat a film's success or failure. It was hard to let it go because of the habit he'd formed over time. Moreover, it was clear that many upper executives at Firefly Group were likely struggling to sleep well tonight. Eric's plans for the Marvel Cinematic Universe were too ambitious. If successful, it could provide Firefly Group with a significant advantage in the film business for the next 20 or even 30 years. The greater the plan, the more one could worry about it, especially after the expectations set by the success of the MGM's spy universe. Everyone found it hard to calm down without promptly confirming the box office figures for Iron Man. Women's instincts tended to be the most sensitive, and in clearly sensed Eric's distracted mood, becoming even more submissive, acting gracefully and trying her best to please him. Before they knew it, it was past midnight. The girl on the big bed was fast asleep, while Eric, having showered, decided to head downstairs. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, Eric settled into a sofa beside the glass wall, flipping through some documents to kill time, occasionally glancing out at the pitch-dark night. Just past 1, his BlackBerry and laptop both pinged with incoming emails. Eric grabbed his laptop, opened up the latest unread email, and searched for specific midnight box office figures. $7.6 million. His thoughts momentarily became jumbled. $7.6 million for the midnight box office was absolutely impressive compared to other films. However, Eric had just been reviewing the midnight box office numbers of major films from recent years. In comparison, Iron Man's $7.6 million midnight box office was lower than Mission Impossible 3's $9.2 million, The Matrix Reloaded's $9.95 million, Charlie's Angels is $12.5 million, and Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace's $16.5 million. Of course, Eric was aware that films like Mission Impossible 3 had built up a considerable fan base, and the Star Wars franchise had become a cultural phenomenon. These series fans would eagerly rush to theaters at the first opportunity, which created those high midnight box office numbers. Iron Man, on the other hand, could only be considered Marvel's second-tier superhero. It had far less recognition than characters like Spider-Man, the Hulk, or the X-Men. Furthermore, this was merely Iron Man's inaugural film, acting as the opening piece for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Though Iron Man had achieved notable visibility thanks to Firefly Group's extensive promotional push, it still hadn't cultivated a core group of dedicated fans who would rush to see it immediately. As for Eric's own participation, it could indeed boost the film's broader recognition, but he also understood that his work lacked a distinct, unified style, which meant he hadn't built up a large, devoted fan base. Therefore, his involvement wouldn't significantly enhance the midnight box office performance. Even so, no matter how much reality needed to be confronted, staring at Iron Man's $7.6 million midnight box office figure, Eric still found it hard to feel satisfied. It was easy to imagine that if this information leaked, some media outlets would certainly exploit it tomorrow, possibly affecting Iron Man's future box office trajectory. Chapter 1142, Low Start, High Rise. Late at night, at the Shell Villa by the glass curtain wall, Eric carefully read through the midnight screening box office data for Iron Man, and soon received calls from Jeffrey Katzenberg, distribution president Robert Thompson, Marvel Entertainment's CEO Avi Arad, and others. Thanks to the good word-of-mouth leading up to Iron Man, everyone had high expectations for its midnight screening box office, generally believing it should be around the $10 million mark. Although the company had not released any related predictions externally, most box office estimation agencies had provided similar forecasts. At this moment, the midnight box office was below expectations, and the reality had to be faced. The group's opinions were clearly divided into two camps. One side believed that they should proactively disclose the midnight box office figures to maintain control of the narrative. After all, $7.6 million in revenue, while not reaching expectations, certainly couldn't be termed a failure. The other side hoped to conceal the information temporarily, waiting until the box office numbers for Iron Man's opening 3-day weekend were out, then taking appropriate measures based on the actual situation. Eric did not allow this issue to devolve into a major argument. He decisively chose the former approach. Hollywood was fixated on Iron Man as the kickoff for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, making secrecy virtually impossible. If Firefly Group chose to remain silent about the midnight box office, and the news was leaked by other media, the company would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Having made the decision, the next step was to draft a specific execution plan. As Eric discussed with Robert Thompson, he heard soft footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he saw Anne Hathaway coming over, wearing only a large men's t-shirt. The t-shirt's hem revealed her delicate, fair legs, which were quite enticing. The girl evidently had just woken up, her expression lazy. Upon seeing Eric look at her, she smiled shyly. Eric continued his conversation with Robert Thompson, signaling for and to be quiet and gesturing towards her slippers, and clearly understood Eric's gesture. With a playful smile, she slipped off her slippers and began to walk over, but Eric pointed to the coffee pot on the coffee table and made a gesture towards the kitchen. There was a small bar in the corner for making coffee. Seeing Eric pointing further toward the kitchen made and realized that he wanted to send her away. Although slightly reluctant, she obediently picked up the coffee pot and quietly walked towards the kitchen. Being considerate, she stayed in the kitchen for about 20 minutes. When she returned with the coffee pot by the curtain wall, Eric had already hung up the phone and was casually checking his emails. Seeing an approach, Eric set his laptop aside and asked with concern, "What woke you up? I noticed you weren't around," and explained softly, sensing Eric's usual gentle tone had returned. She hesitated slightly until Eric smiled and extended his hand, prompting her to come sit on his lap like a little cat. Eric wrapped his arms around Anne's waist and said, "You need to learn to proactively avoid certain things. It will be beneficial for you." The softness of his voice left no room for her, and to feel dissatisfied. Instead, she felt it was only right. She nodded obediently. "Uh-huh, I got it. Good girl." Eric complimented softly, lifting the hem of her t-shirt and easily unveiling her youthful, delicate body. Soon, soft, fleeting gasps began to resonate from the sofa by the curtain wall. As expected, early the next morning, some North American media outlets ran stories like, "Iron Man's midnight screening disappoints, opening at $7.6 million, far below expectations." Most casual moviegoers wouldn't delve into a deeper analysis of the underlying implications. Thus, if Firefly Group had previously decided to conceal the midnight box office, they would have surely been thrown off course by the media, which had taken the opportunity to push their narrative. Should this occur, more neutral media outlets might also jump on the bandwagon, further exacerbating the situation. Given Iron Man's midnight earnings fell short of expectations, audiences subconsciously connect this to the film's quality and even think the movie wasn't worth watching. Fortunately, Eric had not made that decision last night. With careful preparation, the entire Firefly system demonstrated its robust narrative control capabilities. In no time, ABC, NBC, and other TV channels, alongside Firefly's allies like the New York Post and the Washington Post, as well as Hearst Corporation and Yahoo, controlling over 70% of news portal traffic, simultaneously exerted their influence. It was akin to a military operation, seamlessly commanding the entire narrative landscape. Iron Man's midnight box office hit $7.6 million, setting a new record for superhero films. Iron Man triumphs in its first outing, successfully launching the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Marvel Entertainment's CEO Avi Arad praises Iron Man's midnight box office performance, greatly boosting confidence in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In contrast to the few unfavorable news pieces that lacked the investiture of rigorous effort from media outlets, the organized mouthpiece of the Firefly system effortlessly diffused any potential negative ramifications that Iron Man's underwhelming midnight performance might have had on the film. The essence of media narrative guidance ultimately hinged on the simple inversion of persistent failures and resilient comebacks. With Firefly's narrative influence, after a large-scale release, the positive acclaim for Iron Man grew further across the broader media spectrum and audience, reaffirming both the film's high quality and its narrative resilience. Before 1999, not many people might have known Iron Man, but after 1999, I think everyone will know Tony Stark. A delightful superhero blockbuster. Eric Williams perfectly portrayed a flawed but extremely likable superhero, though I couldn't help but feel this may have just been a character close to his own essence. Amid the overwhelmingly positive media reviews, even with wide release, Iron Man's overall rating stayed impressively above 9. On internet platforms, Iron Man quickly amassed a large group of fans. "Iron Man is so cool. I can't wait to see it for the third time. Tony Stark is so handsome. Eric is so handsome. Our billionaire has not just wealth, but also acting skills. Our billionaire has more acting talent than wealth." Agreed. Larry Ellison certainly commands the driver's seat. Haha. The interaction between Tony Stark and the Vanity Fair reporter was breathtaking, and I instantly felt my flirtation skills were uplifted. First, you need $10 billion. First, you need $400 billion. Life is already this tough, so let's not tell him the truth. Natasha Henstridge is so beautiful. Looking forward to Underworld. Looking forward to Iron Man 2. Looking forward to Iron Man 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looking forward to Spider-Man. With media and audience support overwhelmingly in favor, alongside Firefly Group's backing, Iron Man soon transformed from a bomb film into a tentpole event movie with greater box office potential. Amidst the accolades, Friday quickly passed. The following morning, Iron Man's Friday box office data erupted, reigniting another media frenzy. Opening day, $35.23 million. Including the midnight screening, within less than 30 hours of its release, Iron Man's cumulative box office had already reached $42.83 million. While Iron Man was a film Eric starred in, the media naturally considered him the core of the movie, thus drawing comparisons with Eric's previous film, Casino Royale. Compared to Iron Man's $7.6 million midnight earnings and $35.23 million opening day take, Casino Royale's box office figures were obviously inferior, with respectively $5.3 million and $30.5 million recorded. Without a doubt, Iron Man was setting new career highs for Eric once again. As a superhero film, these comparisons became much more striking. Iron Man's final production budget was $120 million, exceeding the original $100 million budget plan. Yet it was still $5 million lower than Warner Brothers' Batman and Robin, which had faced many issues just 2 years prior. For two films with comparable production costs, their box office performances could not have been more different. At the time of its release, Batman and Robin had not even included midnight figures in its calculations, as it only managed to bring in $16.11 million on its opening day, which was less than half of what Iron Man earned on its debut, while the film's box office for the first weekend stood at merely $42.86 million, just a mere $30,000 higher than Iron Man's combined debut and midnight earnings. A simple comparison saw media thoroughly dismiss Batman and Robin. Evidently, the two films were no longer comparable. After the opening day, Iron Man's Saturday box office hit another high of $37.35 million. On Sunday, while there was a 30% drop compared to Saturday's performance, it still raked in an impressive $26.03 million for the day. In the end, over its opening weekend, Iron Man grossed over $100 million in North America, totaling $106.2 million, becoming Eric's first film to surpass $100 million in its opening weekend. His previous film, Casino Royale, only achieved $91.05 million during its first 3 days. Despite lacking a core fan base to boost the midnight numbers, the box office figures for the opening weekend showed the immense strength of Firefly Group's marketing prowess. In a bold move to open the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Firefly Group unprecedentedly allocated an $80 million marketing budget, almost 70% of the production costs, significantly surpassing the average 30% to 50% marketing expense typical in the industry. Iron Man's partnerships for co-branding marketing also turned out to be unprecedentedly significant. Given Iron Man's total production and distribution costs approaching $200 million, the film ideally required around $600 million in worldwide box office to recoup its entire budget. That $600 million figure coincidentally matched the global earnings of the original Iron Man. From the outset, Eric had no intention of profiting from Iron Man's box office, focusing instead on creating profits through post-release DVD sales and merchandise. Even if Iron Man itself didn't yield profits for Firefly Group, as long as it could successfully launch the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Eric would consider it a win. The current situation, however, exceeded all expectations. Surpassing $100 million in the opening weekend was tremendous. Although North America had not fully entered summer vacation yet, which limited weekday box office potential to some extent, the film's total box office for the first weekend was at least projected to reach around $130 million. And while May might not be the most crucial summer release period, gains often lay within losses. Throughout May, apart from Iron Man, the films that followed in the next 3 weeks, Paramount's The General's Daughter, Columbia Pictures' Entrapment, and Universal Pictures' Notting Hill, clearly posed little threat to Iron Man. This indicated that throughout May, Iron Man could freely unleash its box office potential without obstruction. Based on Iron Man's current acclaim, the film was likely to maintain a weekly drop of just 30% to 40% over the next 3 weeks. It could even cross the $300 million mark in North America within a month, and its total domestic box office could potentially reach the $400 million milestone. That $400 million in North America should be sufficient for Iron Man to recoup all its production and distribution costs. Furthermore, due to Eric's elevated profile, the film's overseas box office also outperformed expectations. Through Firefly Group's vigorous efforts, and with key international markets like the UK, France, and Japan releasing concurrently, Iron Man's opening weekend overseas ticket sales also crossed $100 million, even slightly surpassing North America's early estimates at approximately $126 million. Within 3 days, Iron Man's global box office had already achieved $232 million. It was nearly certain that the film would easily exceed the original's global $600 million box office. In the aftermath of these figures, Eric began to realize that the original Iron Man's global box office potential should far exceed $600 million, largely due to problems inherent with the distributor, Paramount Pictures. Currently located in Hollywood, Eric noticed. Without bias, the extreme conservative attitude exhibited by Paramount, which had clearly been influenced by the decisions of its leadership, making a mark of short-sightedness in film production and distribution. The most glaring example happened 3 months ago with the release of Paramount's Payback, produced by Mel Gibson. Having not invested in the project, Paramount showed no dedication to its distribution, even releasing the $90 million production into February, a period considered a graveyard in the film industry, and unwilling to allocate even a slightly better Easter weekend release. Despite facing discrimination in distribution, Payback ultimately achieved $80 million in North America. It's easy to see that had the film been given a better release window, even just the subsequent Easter holiday, its box office success in crossing $100 million would have been practically guaranteed, benefiting Paramount significantly. Instead, Paramount reserved the Easter weekend for its own obscure project, the paltry The Mod Squad, which barely scraped past $10 million. Originally, Iron Man and Iron Man 2 both had Paramount as their distributor, with Marvel serving as the producer. One can imagine how Paramount would treat these two films. In the end, both Iron Man and Iron Man 2 only barely broke even with global grosses around $600 million. By the time Iron Man 3 rolled around, the distribution fell to Disney. While the film's reception hit a new low for the series, it raked in a staggering $1.2 billion worldwide, nearly equal to the total of the first two entries' global box offices. Clearly, the Marvel Cinematic Universe's meteoric rise also contributed to this success. However, it stands abundantly evident that the lower box office performance of the first two films was deeply interwoven with Paramount's conservative standards in distribution. Chapter 1143, Detailed Plan. During its opening weekend, Iron Man grossed a remarkable $232 million worldwide, nearly recouping half of its production and distribution costs. Everyone involved in the film was in high spirits. After the box office numbers were released, Firefly Group quickly announced a celebratory party for the weekend. Additionally, while the promotional activities for the film continued to intensify, the company swiftly began implementing its already well-planned Marvel Cinematic Universe expansion strategy. Iron Man's success not only opened the door for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but also boosted the popularity of all cast members, big and small. Even Natasha Henstridge, who only had a few scenes as a Victoria's Secret angel, rapidly gained a dedicated fan base. The movie featuring the actress, Underworld, quickly became one many looked forward to. Consequently, with Firefly kicking off series such as Captain America, Thor, and The Incredible Hulk, even though whispers of stringent long-term contracts being signed with superhero actors circulated internally, Hollywood talent agencies engaged more closely. Everyone understood that once the Marvel Cinematic Universe unfolded, it was bound to catapult a slew of new Hollywood stars into the limelight. For many, Firefly's inclination towards using fresh talent meant an incredible opportunity. After a couple of days filled with high-level meetings discussing the Marvel Cinematic Universe's future development, work was orderly and efficiently set in motion. Once the workweek began, Iron Man's daily box office fell to between $6 million and $7 million, with expectations to accumulate another $25 million to $30 million over the next 4 workdays, aligning closely with Firefly Group's projections. Wednesday arrived quickly. At the Burbank headquarters, key executives gathered at 9 in the morning in the Grand Conference Room to discuss the implementation progress of the 4,200 plan. It was now May, and only 6 months remained until the premiere of the first blockbuster, Gravity, which would be released in 3D and IMAX formats in November. Since last year, following the refinement of the technical details for 3D and IMAX formats, Firefly Group had begun negotiating with North American and international theater chains, planning to establish 200 high-end IMAX theaters exclusive to Firefly Group. On the large screen in the conference room, a world map dotted with dense numbers was being displayed. Jeffrey Katzenberg stood at the front, personally addressing the group. We have successfully concluded negotiations with various theater chains across North America regarding 2,000 3D screens. Internationally, we can assure that Gravity will premiere with around 1,550 3D screens in 26 key markets. Although this doesn't meet our initial expectations, if Gravity succeeds at the box office, we can rapidly expand the number of overseas 3D screens to 2,000 or more. Moreover, the construction of 200 IMAX theaters, both local and abroad, is progressing smoothly. We expect all installations and staff training to be completed by October, giving us a month to conduct all required tests and screenings to ensure everything is flawless. Switching to a map displaying the global distribution of IMAX theaters, Katzenberg returned to his seat and began detailing the specific cooperative plans. The IMAX theaters would be operated solely by Firefly Group, so they wouldn't need to give it too much thought. For the 3D screens, Firefly Group and major theater chains throughout North America and abroad confirmed that a revenue-sharing partnership would be established. In North America, 3D films distributed by Firefly Group would adhere to the same split as traditional 2D films. In addition, considering the annual average box office revenue from the 2,000 refurbished screens in recent years, Firefly Group would provide a guaranteed annual minimum box office revenue of $300,000 per screen for 3 years. If, within 3 years, any screen's annual income fell below $300,000, Firefly Group would make up the difference. This compensation wouldn't count as box office revenue, so the company wouldn't share in the proceeds, allowing theater chains full ownership. If any screen exceeded the $300,000 mark, the excess would belong to the theater operator's share of the box office, from which Firefly Group would extract 80% to cover the Real D system's equipment costs. Internationally, while some details would differ, the overall cooperation framework remains similar to that of North America. However, once the 3D screening model succeeded, to facilitate the future promotion of the Real D system, Firefly Group included an option for theater owners to buy the equipment outright. This meant that after films like Gravity premiered with box office successes, if theater operators were optimistic about the prospects of 3D formats, they could buy the equipment in full, effectively severing their profit-sharing tie with Firefly Group. This would ensure that the original 3D theaters competed under the same conditions as new 3D theaters joining the system, rapidly expanding the number of 3D screens and providing more profit for Firefly Group. On the surface, this cooperation agreement appeared to be a rather unfavorable contract for Firefly Group. Nevertheless, this was a price the company willingly paid to quickly promote the 3D system. Furthermore, once the 3D system was successfully promoted, Firefly Group, as the primary initiator, would secure industry advantages and direct profits that would completely offset the risks they bore themselves. In the preliminary plan, while adjustments would be made based on theater status and screening times, the average ticket price for 3D theaters was determined to be $7.50, 50% above the North American average of $5. IMAX screen prices were set at $10, effectively doubling the North American average ticket price. This ticket price premium would lead to significant profits for Firefly Group, especially as the company monopolized 3D and IMAX film sources and successfully promoted these formats. Additionally, while offering theaters guaranteed box office revenues, Firefly Group gained another potential advantage, solidifying the standards and authority to promote the Real D system. In the future, all theaters employing the Real D system would display the Real D logo during movie screenings, and those 3D films produced using Firefly Group's Real D conversion system would feature a distinct Real D prologue. For a long time to come, all mainstream 3D theaters would be required to display the Dual D certified logo. As the most advanced 3D projection system and conversion technology, establishing a strong brand image in the audience's perception would hinder other 3D device or conversion manufacturers from competing for Real D's market share, especially if these rivals did not present obvious technological superiority. If certain theaters employed inferior 3D systems, they would inadvertently contribute to RealD's brand image, and subpar 3D systems would be perceived by audiences as pseudo-3D, which they would resist. Therefore, with everything proceeding smoothly, as the monopolistic provider of equipment and technology, the RealD system not only brought direct and substantial profits to Firefly Group, but also provided significant competitive advantages for its films in the 3D market. After all, the RealD conversion system would prioritize serving the Firefly Group. The meeting regarding the 4,200 plan lasted through the morning. At lunchtime, Eric and Jeffrey Katzenberg and others headed to the ship's restaurant for their usual meal. Compared to before, this small restaurant on the ship seemed unchanged on the surface. However, following the previous eavesdropping incident, the company's security department had implemented strict security measures for this internal dining area used frequently by upper management. The restaurant was no longer open to anyone other than senior executives, and 24-hour surveillance systems had been installed in both the restaurant and kitchen. The chefs and servers responsible for the dining area also signed more stringent confidentiality agreements, and the company security would conduct random checks to ensure no eavesdropping occurred. The high-level executives from the morning meeting entered the restaurant in small groups rather than gathering in one place. Eric sat with Katzenberg and Frank Wells. Seeing Eric, Amy Adams confidently approached him. The other three girls seemed slightly envious but didn't dare to compete with Amy, and instead moved to other tables. "Wow, Amy, you look beautiful today," Eric said casually, smiling. "I'm fine with my regular order." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams," Amy said. Her cheeks dimpled as she turned to Katzenberg and Frank Wells. "Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Wells, how about you too?" Katzenberg replied with a smile. "Same as Eric." Frank Wells, owing to his age, ordered a light meal. After the three of them placed their orders, Eric got straight to the point once Amy left. "We've confirmed the situation with Iron Man, but I intend to follow up on that recent incident. Let's have the home entertainment department start with Blockbuster." During this time, Eric had expressed his intent to investigate the online gossip scandal more than once, and both Katzenberg and Frank Wells had stopped trying to dissuade him. Among the businesses owned by Viacom, Paramount Pictures, CBS, MTV, Paramount Animation, and Blockbuster video rental and sales chain, Blockbuster was undoubtedly the most vulnerable to Firefly Group's influence. In recent years, Eric had gained a deeper understanding of Hollywood and realized that Blockbuster's decline hadn't stemmed from the rise of internet video rental companies. In reality, Netflix had also emerged, but it lay still at a seedling stage and posed no threat to a giant like Blockbuster. Moreover, while VHS tapes had rapidly been replaced by DVDs in recent years, the scale of the home entertainment market had been steadily increasing. Other traditional video rental chains, such as Hollywood Video and Movie Gallery, ranked just below Blockbuster in the industry, were consistently expanding, while large retail chains like Walmart were also ramping up business in the VHS and DVD sectors. Ultimately, the reason behind Blockbuster's swift decline amid the rise of internet renters lay in Viacom's own significant mismanagement. Thus, even as the home entertainment market thrived, what had once been formidable, Blockbuster rapidly weakened. Its market share, once a peak of 45% during Viacom's acquisition, had dropped below 25%, and its valuation had plummeted to just $3 billion, less than half of what it was at the time of the acquisition. Firefly Group had no intention of entering the traditional video DVD sales business, so Eric didn't feel the need to analyze exactly where Blockbuster had aired. However, if Firefly Group aimed to further push Blockbuster into the abyss, accomplishing that proved to be simple: cease supplying Blockbuster with new film DVDs. In this regard, Firefly Group could easily cut off Blockbuster's lifeline. After all, last year, 7 of the top 10 highest-grossing films in North America were from Firefly Group, and as the list extended back further, most blockbuster hits had originated from the Firefly Group. At this point, last year's films, having completed their half-year distribution window, were about to enter the home entertainment market. In reality, over 70% of profits for the endpoint DVD retailers came from lower-budget films with larger quantities. Since distributors demanded higher sales shares for popular films, profits from those films contributed less than 30% to retailers. Nevertheless, Retailers willingly provided higher sales percentages for hit films, demonstrating the importance of such blockbuster movies. Simply put, a popular film acted like a signature dish for a restaurant. While a few standout dishes might not yield much profit, they could significantly boost the establishment's advertising. If Firefly Group severed the supply of films to Blockbuster, it would essentially damage Blockbuster's brand image. Additionally, not only hit films, but Firefly Group's extensive production scale also provided a plethora of quality lower-budget films, outperforming those made by independent studios. This film supply remained crucial for Blockbuster. As they sat in the restaurant, Eric laid out his plan. Although Frank Wells didn't oppose, he remarked, "Eric, cutting off film supply to Blockbuster directly is one thing, but we shouldn't overlook the potential losses for the company. Viacom won't take this lightly. They will definitely pursue us with antitrust lawsuits. Then we'll find a legitimate reason," Eric replied and glanced at Katzenberg. "That should be easy to come by, right? What's that saying? If you want to charge someone, you'll never lack a reason." Katzenberg nodded seriously. "I reviewed a report from the Buena Vista Home Entertainment Division last time, which suggested that Blockbuster might be hiding DVD sales figures for certain films. Perhaps we should audit Blockbuster's sales data and, in the meantime, temporarily suspend our partnership with them. I believe MGM, Columbia, and Fox will likely follow suit. After all, Blockbuster wouldn't just target Firefly Group alone." Frank Wells looked puzzled. "Such a significant issue, and I had no idea?" Katzenberg replied earnestly. "The documents aren't ready yet. I'll show them to you once they are." Frank Wells blinked in surprise, but then chuckled. "Fine, you young folks and your plans." Chapter 1144, Olivia. Last week, Olivia asked Caroline to inform Eric that she was arriving in Los Angeles. Her flight was set to land today at 4 p.m. After having lunch with everyone, Eric returned to Playa Vista's Firefly Studios, which was conveniently close to Los Angeles International Airport, perfect for picking her up. Though deep down, Eric found it hard to fully accept this relationship with Olivia, he gradually became more open to it. Since he possessed this body, he figured it was time to take responsibility for many things. Each time they spent together, Eric felt Olivia's genuine concern and guilt towards him. Maybe, if he wanted to find a few people in this world whom he could trust unreservedly, Olivia, as the mother of this body, was undoubtedly one of them. This was also why Eric had given her that laptop last time. He arrived at Firefly Studios just after 2 p.m., well ahead of his trip to the airport. As he settled into the office, Marissa Mayer walked in carrying several folders. "Eric, PGS submitted an investigation report this morning regarding Adam Vimberry, the founder of the Hollywood gossip website," Marissa said, placing the folders down and handing one to Eric. "In the last 2 years, Vimberry misappropriated over $1.2 million in cash from his equity and bond financing. This misconduct is enough to send him to prison. It seems he received funding from Paramount to issue those press releases, likely to cover up his losses." Eric flipped through the folder casually, asking, "What was that Sequoia Capital investor's name?" "Ronald Hill." Eric closed the folder and handed it back to Marissa, saying, "Give him this file. I'm sure he knows what to do." Throughout the incident, Eric couldn't muster the energy to investigate whether Ronald Hill, a major investor of the Hollywood gossip website, was innocent or not. But before Firefly Group applied pressure, Sequoia Capital had already fired Ronald Hill. He promptly closed down the Hollywood gossip website for good and even went to New York to apologize. Eric lost any desire to continue pressing the issue. After all, compared to Viacom, which remained indifferent, Ronald Hill had already paid enough of a price. However, since he had the materials in hand, Eric didn't mind letting Ronald Hill handle a few more actions. There was really no need for Firefly to go all out against a minor player. Maintaining public image was still essential. Having Ronald Hill deliver Adam Vimberry to jail was enough, and even if everyone understood that Firefly Group was behind it, no one could fault them. Marissa nodded and handed over more documents. "This is Firefly Electronics' latest plan for splitting the Fireflyer player business, as well as the preliminary negotiation results with Polygram and Universal. If it checks out, Firefly Electronics can officially start the split next week and sign collaboration agreements with Polygram and Universal. Given that Firefly Electronics promised to transfer 16% of the shares of Fireflyer to two record companies, all major labels except Sony, which was about to launch its own digital music player, showed interest in collaborating. In the end, it was Polygram and Universal who agreed first. Firefly Electronics could have nearly monopolized the massive profits from Fireflyer players. Still, due to future industrial planning, they had to relinquish shares to two record companies. This was already the most Eric could accept. After successfully roping in Polygram and Universal, they filled the content gap for Yahoo Music Store, temporarily closing the doors on collaboration opportunities for the other two major record companies. At this point, the Mini Music Store equipment had already begun installing and testing in North America and Europe. Once Firefly Electronics signed the collaboration agreement with Polygram and Universal, the content from these two major labels would quickly enhance the Yahoo Music Store, which would support the large-scale expansion of the Mini Music Store equipment. Eric was deeply engrossed in reading the documents and discussing various details with Marissa when Caroline knocked and reminded him it was time to pick her aunt up. He wrapped up his conversation with Marissa, gave a few instructions, and then headed to Los Angeles International Airport with Caroline. It was just under 5 kilometers from Firefly Studios to the airport. Just after 4 p.m., inside a VIP lounge at the airport, Eric saw Caroline walking in with Olivia and a tall, elderly man with a full head of white hair. Seeing Eric himself come to greet her, Olivia looked genuinely happy. She embraced him lightly before introducing, "Eric, this is Mr. Robert Cromwell." As they got closer, Eric felt the elderly man's sharp gaze assessing him. Even with his white hair and clearly past 60, he stood tall without any sign of a stoop. He was even taller than Eric when they stood together. Thinking back to how Caroline seemed familiar with him moments ago, Eric was puzzled but politely extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Cromwell." "Hello, Eric. You can call me Bob," he said, shaking Eric's hand with a rough, powerful grip. The elder's voice was robust and cheerful, instantly seeming much friendlier. He shook his head slightly, adding, "I would have never guessed you were her child if Olivia hadn't mentioned it. It's hard to believe." Eric glanced at Olivia. While he hadn't intended to hide their relationship, he wondered why Caroline's parents didn't seem to know about it yet, and why she would inform this elderly man. Noticing Eric's confusion, Robert Cromwell chuckled. "Maybe it's best for Olivia to explain. It's been years since I've been in Los Angeles, and I can't wait to explore. If you're willing, perhaps we could chat sometime." After exchanging a few more polite words, the group left the airport terminal. Eric, who usually traveled with at least 2 cars, sent one with the elderly man. Robert accepted without protest, simply thanking Eric and driving off. With only one vehicle left and 2 bodyguards in the front seats, Eric didn't call for another car. Instead, he, Olivia, and Caroline all settled into the back seat together. Eric wanted Caroline to sit in the middle, but the girl clearly preferred to encourage him to bond with Olivia a bit more. She gently nudged him forward to sit first before choosing the opposite side. The car quickly headed towards the Liberty City. Though the back seat of the Land Rover SUV was spacious enough, sandwiched between these 2 remarkable women, especially sitting so closely to Olivia, Eric felt increasingly awkward. Seeing him looking at the front seats, seemingly worried his discomfort wouldn't go unnoticed by the bodyguards, Olivia smiled faintly and broke the silence. "Bob, and we've been family friends for years. Carly mentioned you're organizing your own security team. I believe he could assist." Bob worked in the Special Operations Unit at Scotland Yard before his retirement. Eric wasn't particularly interested in Scotland Yard. However, since this was someone Olivia recommended, he understood that his reliability would likely be greater than anyone Firefly would find on their own. The assistant's office was already preparing for a security company to serve the entire Firefly system, requiring a series of experienced leaders. Bringing on one more person wasn't an issue. He nodded. "Then I'll invite Mr. Cromwell to lunch tomorrow." Olivia continued. "The Special Operations Unit has always been responsible for royal and VIP security, as well as anti-terrorism in the London area." Bob never shared what specific duties he had. "But your grandfather mentioned several times that Bob was the best of his generation. He officially retired 2 years ago. Otherwise, it would have been hard to bring him into your security team. It's thanks to my mentioning our connection." Eric had doubts about what he termed the Special Operations Unit, but upon hearing Olivia's explanation, he realized it was likely similar to the U.S. Secret Service. Upon arriving at Liberty City, the twins were already there waiting in front of the Shell Villa. The girls had just returned from Australia the day before. They claimed they had come back to help Eric manage household chores. Since Eric was in Los Angeles, the villa would have routine cleaning every Thursday, something the twins had been overseeing for the past few years. Yet imagining the twins driving a massive Boeing 747 over 12,000 kilometers just to do housework seemed rather inhumane. Occasionally, Eric found himself thinking that without the twins, he really wouldn't know how to handle various complicated everyday affairs. Even Liberty City could leave him stumped. It seemed just right for the twins to return just now. Otherwise, with Olivia staying over, Eric would have felt even more uncomfortable. Once settled in, Olivia didn't mention when she would be leaving, and Eric didn't inquire. But things soon returned to what they had been like when Olivia first arrived here. The next morning, bright and early, after his workout, Olivia had prepared breakfast for Eric. After watching him finish, she kindly reminded him before he headed out to work, as if she were a mother sending her child off to school. Caroline typically got a break from Eric to spend time with Olivia. The previous night, Olivia had also invited Caroline to stay overnight at the mansion. Watching Eric leave the house, the girl affectionately wrapped her arm around Olivia's. "Auntie, you really seem to enjoy seeing Eric's embarrassed moments." Olivia smiled, but her gaze seemed a little melancholic. Having missed the chance years ago, she just wanted to discover some of that maternal feeling. But sharing such sentiments with this girl beside her was definitely inappropriate. As they walked back to the villa, Olivia changed the topic. "How has your time with Eric been?" Feeling Olivia's tone, Caroline blushed slightly, stammering, "It's been great. Eric has always treated me kindly." Gently touching Caroline's cheek, Olivia couldn't help but shake her head slightly. "Silly girl." After finishing the morning's work, Eric arrived at the restaurant on the ship by 11 a.m. Robert Cromwell was already waiting there by prior invitation. Through the bits of information Olivia had unfolded yesterday, Eric found himself taking Robert more seriously. But when he entered the restaurant, seeing the elderly man comfortably seated at the table, operating a laptop, he was a bit surprised. Robert Cromwell stood up with a smile to shake Eric's hand. Once they sat down, the elderly man cheerfully initiated, "Are you surprised an old fossil like me knows how to use a laptop?" Eric chuckled, signaling Amy to come over. "What would you like to eat?" "Just a pot of coffee for now," the elder replied before looking at Eric. "You're probably not in a hurry to eat, right?" Eric nodded. Once Amy left, Robert Cromwell scrutinized Eric again before saying, "Actually, I've been keeping an eye on you for quite a while. I just didn't expect you to be Olivia's son. What an amazing coincidence." "I only found out a few years ago," Eric said, sizing up the older man. "I heard you used to work for the London police. Can I ask for more specifics?" "There's only so much I can divulge," Robert shook his head. "I can assure you, I can help you, provided you give me enough trust. I've noticed you have a natural skepticism towards the world, and not many get close to you. So, how do you plan to get closer to me?" Robert Cromwell laughed heartily. "I'm old, Eric. Whether you let me into your world is up to you. I no longer have the energy to pursue it." Despite saying this, the elder's charming laugh revealed a full set of teeth. If not for his white hair, his rosy complexion and sprightly demeanor made it hard to tell he was aging. His eyes held a glint of shrewdness and cunning. Amy returned with the coffee. Eric paused to wait until she poured it before continuing. "So what do you plan to do?" "It's really what you intend to do, Eric," he replied. "However, it's a considerable challenge for me to help you out. I was just reading a finance piece." While speaking, he turned his laptop screen towards Eric. "This recent report from Businessweek shows that the Firefly Group's total assets have reached $106 billion. That's surpassing last year's 15th-ranked nation's total wealth of $103.2 billion. You are essentially richer than over 90% of countries in the world. Even in the U.S., with its $41 trillion national wealth, your share is already at 2.4%. That's unprecedented." Eric often saw media comparisons of his wealth to national GDPs, but this was the first time he heard related data on national wealth. However, considering carefully, national wealth is certainly easier to measure than GDP, in terms of a country's financial depth. Listening intently to the elder's points, Eric asked, "And what comes next?" "Next, let me be clear. The wealth you currently possess exceeds what many can handle. For many years to come, as long as people are not used to seeing the immense economic force of Firefly Group, your personal security will be critically serious, more so than any head of state. Because if a head of state is assassinated, they can easily find a replacement. But there's only one Eric Williams. If anything were to happen to you, the empire you created would crumble rapidly, quite like Howard Hughes. He wrote a will long before his death, but after his accidental death, not a single will was found. He also lacked a strong heir. Consequently, after his passing, his vast assets were divided among powerful factions. While Eric was aware of the truth behind this analysis, he had secretly held similar concerns. On the surface, however, he still managed to maintain his composure. "All right, Bob, what do you think I should do?" "You've already started, which is why Olivia reached out to me," Robert responded. "I still stand by what I said, Eric. The more trust you extend, the more I can assist you. If you decide to accept me, I can help you create a formidable security team. If you're hesitant, I can serve as your security consultant part-time. I want to trust you, Bob, but you aren't disclosing much to me." "My previous job forbade me from sharing too much," Robert replied while still shaking his head. "I can only say I can provide you with the sharpest spears and the sturdiest shields." "I don't need sharp spears, just solid shields will do." "No, Eric. You need sharp spears," Robert said resolutely. Back in the day, the Rockefeller family had thousands of mercenaries, and the Ford family created a fiercely aggressive inner security department. Your current wealth exceeds theirs, and you may continue to create miracles. If you want to sustain these miracles, you must possess both spears and shields. In fact, Eric mused for a moment. "I think, for instance, the Secret Service's shields aren't that sturdy." "Of course, it's even more severe in Britain," Robert chuckled. "Because times have changed, the strongest players in these countries are often a bunch of politicians weighing the pros and cons. They will sometimes even plan to make confidential information from important intelligence divisions public just to please the voters. So, you can't expect too much from them." Chapter 1145, The Flaw. When Robert Cromwell spoke those words, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After a while, Robert chuckled and shook his head, saying, "All right, I seem to have revealed too many flaws." Eric smiled as well and replied, "If it weren't for your complaints about politicians just now, I might not have noticed this. Bob, you actually want this job quite badly. Even though you pretended to be indifferent, you've been trying to persuade me all along. If I'm not mistaken, you envy the intelligence agencies of authoritarian countries. The Firefly system could provide a similar environment for you. While we're not a country, we do have enough economic power. Most importantly, at Firefly, you won't have the constraints of a system. You just need to convince me." "That's right," Robert nodded, admitting, "Eric, over the years, I've actually wanted to create a perfect security intelligence team. But the fact is, the Special Operations Division has always been increasingly restricted, like dancing with shackles. Even some agents in the department who should strictly obey orders have started demanding higher salaries and more relaxed working conditions. But their mistakes on the job have been increasing. Can you imagine? A common thief in a nightclub can easily approach a high-profile figure enjoying themselves and steal their wallet without any trouble. After the incident, the agents responsible for protection argued that they only ensured the safety of the target. It's absurd." Eric looked at the elderly man's almost indignant expression and couldn't help but ask, "Bob, how do you know the team you create won't have similar issues?" Robert Cromwell responded, "Eric, no team is perfect. However, I can ensure that the kind of person I just mentioned won't be in my team." "That sounds challenging," Eric said. "You also mentioned that society has changed. People always try to demand more while wanting to contribute less. Besides, we're not an official agency, so we can't bind a team with certain moral concepts." "You're mistaken, Eric. As gregarious beings, humans inherently have a tendency to obey groups, leaders, and the strong. We just need to spark that instinct, and we can achieve a highly loyal team, which is not limited to just one country. Any organization, or even an individual, can accomplish this if they have enough strength." "You mean brainwashing?" "Yes," Robert nodded. then smiled and said, Eric, brainwashing is actually not as mysterious as ordinary people think. It's not about setting up a small room, hanging a picture of the Führer, and repeatedly drilling a certain idea into the subject's mind 1,000 times. Simply put, every country's populace has its own unique living habits, thinking patterns, and even linguistic emphases. This is the large environment's brainwashing effect on individuals. Therefore, we just need to place our team in a specific environment that facilitates accelerated growth through comparison and reinforcement of their thinking and behavior patterns. However, it doesn't seem easy to find such people. Eric, you live too comfortably and don't realize that many people in this world are struggling for a chance to change their lives. I certainly know that, Eric replied. But, Bob, to be honest, I need a truly outstanding team. Yet, this creates a paradox. Truly exceptional people usually don't have survival issues. They may not be willing to take on a dull, mundane, and high-pressure bodyguard job. Just look at the Secret Service. To be honest, their job capacity aside, the overall quality is hard to commend. Events like soliciting prostitutes, drinking, drug use, and fighting have never really ceased. I would absolutely not tolerate a team like that. I personally wouldn't tolerate it either. Robert shook his head and said, So, Eric, I will implement very strict selection measures from the start and immediately kick out any problematic members. But that's just a short-term plan because I know you need to establish a security team quickly. However, for the long-term plan, I hope we can cultivate our team from the very beginning. Eric raised an eyebrow slightly. The very beginning? Robert Cromwell frankly confessed, 8 years old is a very suitable age. That sounds a bit like a movie plot. Movies have always been inspired by reality. Eric shook his head and said, Bob, I don't want Firefly to become a societal enemy. Eric, you're taking this too seriously, Robert Cromwell replied. We are not a criminal organization, nor do we intend to train these children to become professional assassins. On the contrary, we can approach it very formally, with the sole goal of cultivating the talents we need. Moreover, Eric, Firefly is already a world-class conglomerate, so there's no need to restrict our vision to the harsh societal frameworks of North America or Western Europe. We can do this in Eastern Europe, Latin America, Asia, or even Africa. Eric gently rubbed his coffee cup, contemplating for a moment before asking, Could you be more specific? First, set up a fund and form a dedicated team to pick suitable seeds from around the world. There are far too many children born with high IQs who end up lost in life and unable to become elites. So we can easily select a large batch of the best and not pay a heavy price. In poorer regions like Eastern Europe and Latin America, Firefly would only need to pay $1,000 per seed annually to reclaim their lives and train them according to our method. With a scale of 10,000 seeds, Firefly would only need to invest $10 million a year. $10 million, Eric, is hardly anything to you, is it? Eric nodded. He remembered that during previous conversations with friends, Chris had calculated that with Eric's wealth, if he wanted to spend it all, he would need to squander $8 million each day. But now, the figures had become even more shocking. According to the financial data of various companies within the Firefly system from the previous year, as a major shareholder, Eric could easily take $4.6 billion in dividends from the profitable companies within the Firefly system. $4.6 billion meant that he would need to spend $12.6 million daily just to burn through that wealth. And this was just the beginning. In the future, the profits generated by the entire Firefly system could reach hundreds of billions. In comparison, $10 million was trivial, but it could easily impact the lives of 10,000 children. Thinking that way, just as Robert Cromwell was about to continue, Eric interrupted, Bob, could you please stop using the term seeds? Robert paused, a bit taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Of course, Eric. Well, regarding these, children, we certainly don't need 10,000 in the end. I will implement very strict elimination mechanisms over the 10 years from ages 8 to 18, ultimately leaving just 100 people. If we completely follow my vision for their training with a 1% elimination rate, I can guarantee that these individuals will become the most loyal guardians of the Firefly system. Because the interests of Firefly, or rather, the Williams family's interests, would be deeply etched in their instincts throughout this decade of training. Eric, if needed, they would do everything for you, even give their lives. Moreover, if given enough support, the entire training process can be cycled, and you could receive 100 such guardians each year. Bob, I have to admit, the prospect you're painting is quite enticing, Eric said, locking his gaze on the elderly man. But what about you? Why are you doing this? Robert Cromwell met Eric's gaze head-on without flinching, replying openly. Eric, you can think of me as a blacksmith, a craftsman who wishes to forge the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield. I was born in 1932, during tumultuous times. Although I was fortunate enough to be born into a comparatively decent family, you know that British aristocrats had a significantly higher mortality rate than commoners during those wars. Many aristocrats lost their heirs in the 2 world wars, including my father and many relatives. Since I was old enough to understand, I wanted to protect my country, and I have dedicated my life to that. But in reality, I have never been satisfied with the results of my work, just like a blacksmith who never encounters a piece of steel suitable for forging top-tier weapons. Pausing for a moment with a hint of nostalgia, the elderly man continued slowly. Now, an opportunity lies in front of me, and I want to fulfill my long-standing wish. A craftsman who creates the finest tools naturally intends for them to serve their proper purpose. Moreover, there's another important point. You are Jane's son. Further back, your great-great-grandmother also had the surname Cromwell. You may not care, but you do indeed carry the blood of the Cromwell family, so you are someone I can trust to handle these tools. Otherwise, Eric, even if this opportunity arose, I wouldn't go to such lengths for an outsider. Upon hearing Robert's mention of bloodlines, Eric felt slightly uncomfortable and casually took a couple of sips from his coffee. Robert smiled, and, once Eric set down his cup, said, Eric, I can see that you are somewhat estranged from your mother, but that's an issue for the previous generation. If possible, I still hope you can get closer to your maternal family. James, or rather, Carly's father, your uncle, may have a strict personality, but he has always felt a sense of guilt towards your mother. If you were to connect, even if you are still a penniless kid, he would definitely accept you and do his best to help. Although Eric had always restrained his curiosity about certain matters, hearing Robert say this made him unable to hold back any longer. Bob, back then, what exactly happened? Well, that's not something I can tell you. The old man shook his head. If you want to know, you can ask your mother. She will tell you. Forget it then. Eric shook his head as well, feeling this was certainly a topic that would make everyone uncomfortable. Robert chuckled. All right then, we can call the waiter to order some food. You can think about what we discussed earlier. Olivia had shown her trust without reservations, and with the elderly man having already said so much, Eric had basically made his decision in his heart. However, after a moment of thought, he still said, Bob, I have one more question. You just mentioned that you're, 67 years old. That's right, Robert nodded, not showing any concern about his age. But I believe I can still work for another 10 years. But you have to consider who your successor will be, and you also need someone to assist you, right? Eric said, by chance, I can recommend 2 students to you. Robert assessed Eric for a moment, then replied with a smile, female? Twins. Huh. If they're willing, bring them to me. Actually, women are often better suited for this profession than men. They are calm, meticulous, and tend to be more obedient. It's just that, usually people harbor significant bias against women. I think so too. And you may already be aware of certain things. Therefore, I hope that at least half of the team you cultivate will be women. It seems I've already secured this job. Robert nodded with a smile. I can promise you that. And about that plan you mentioned earlier, the 1% elimination rate is indeed a bit cruel. The fund you hope for should create a global grant foundation. Even if those children are eliminated, I still want them to continue receiving support and have a chance to change their lives. Eric, you are a very kind person. That's a good thing. Robert nodded approvingly, adding, furthermore, from a professional standpoint, doing so can also serve as a cover for our true plan. But if the entire plan is to be cyclic, a single foundation's goal would be too obvious. It's best to set up scattered different funds in various locations. Bob, you can discuss those details with my assistant Kelly Haynes. She is currently drafting relevant plans, and I intend to establish a security company that serves the entire Firefly system. If you are willing, Bob, you can be personally responsible for this company in the future. Eric, you might need to find someone else for that. Robert shook his head. I'll be in charge of selecting and training the team, but I'm not too skilled in the specifics of company management. Eric had initially intended his comment as a last test, but hearing Robert say this eased any lingering concerns in his heart. After all, Eric had never planned to hand this security company over to anyone. If anyone was to have absolute control, it would have to be him. As for the specific operations, Eric intended for Carter Moan, Kelly Haynes, and the elderly man across from him to work together, each responsible for different departments, which was the ideal management structure in Eric's mind. Chapter 1146, the follow-up. After returning home in the evening, Olivia couldn't wait to ask about Eric's discussion with Robert Cromwell. Once she received a positive confirmation, she expressed her joy along with several reminders. Caroline didn't stay over that night. Olivia was the early-to-bed, early-to-rise type. After dinner, she watched some TV with Eric before heading upstairs to rest shortly after 9 o'clock. As usual, Eric wasn't feeling sleepy. After seeing Olivia off, he called the twins to his side. By the glass wall, looking at the girls seated side by side on the couch, like two beautiful, quiet lotus blossoms, Eric couldn't help but reflect on the years they had spent together. In the wave of immigration following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the twins were almost brought to America like cargo, then purchased by their boss as if they were buying female slaves. When Eric first learned about their background, he found it hard to believe and even suspected that the twins might be Russian spies. The reputation of the KGB swallows was too notorious. For this reason, he had privately hired detectives to investigate the girls' backgrounds in Russia not just once, but several times. After 5 different detective agencies confirmed that the twins' identity was clean, Eric finally felt reassured. Now, 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back, those 2 girls who had just turned 18 and couldn't even speak English well were brought to North America amidst national turmoil, seeing no future ahead. It was probably like 2 chicks freshly hatched from their eggs. At this time, that remarkable creature named Boss appeared, and the 2 chicks followed her cluelessly, recognizing their identities and refusing to leave thereafter. Beautiful girls always bring delight. After admiring the twins for a moment, Eric finally asked, "So, what have you been learning recently?" Over the years, Drew had kept the girls constantly learning a wide array of skills, from flying planes to opening safes, seemingly determined to mold them into extraordinary female agents capable of anything. Perhaps due to the simple lifestyle and their focused mindset, the twins learned new skills at an astonishing rate. This was also why Eric had suddenly come up with the idea of having them study under Robert. Instead of aimlessly learning, why not find the best teacher to instruct them? Although Natasha didn't understand why Eric had suddenly asked about this, she replied, "Skydiving." Eric couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What if you both jump out of the plane while piloting it?" Natasha shook her head earnestly. "That won't happen." "All right, it was just a joke," Eric clarified. "As you heard during dinner, I'm planning to hire someone to help Firefly establish its own security company. He's supposed to be a remarkable person, but he's 67 years old, and he can't work for Firefly for much longer. So I want him to teach you too, and you can take over his role in the future." The twins listened attentively. After Eric finished speaking, Natasha responded, "We will do whatever the master says." Eric made a gesture and said, "This could greatly impact your futures. I think you should consider it a bit more." Natasha nodded. "Okay." So, the room fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Eric waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't need to think about it. It's settled." Natasha nodded again. Then it's decided. I'll take you to meet Robert tomorrow. He'll definitely appreciate students like you." Eric finished, looking at Natasha's sister Eve beside her. "Eve, you should go rest now. Natasha and I have some things to discuss." Such words, which even children can't ignore, made both girls blush at once. Despite that, Eve obediently got up to leave. Once Eve's patient figure disappeared, Eric gently addressed Natasha, who had lowered her gaze. "Come here." Not expecting much, Natasha stood up and walked over. However, instead of sitting on Eric's lap as he had anticipated, She unexpectedly took his hand and led him upstairs. But instead of taking him to the master bedroom on the top floor, Natasha brought Eric to another room on the second floor. This was the twins' living space in the villa. As some suggestive thoughts just started to arise, Natasha opened the door and simply pushed Eric inside. She then pulled the door shut behind her, giving no indication of wanting to enter. Suddenly, that thought shattered. Inside was a suite, a living room with closed floor-to-ceiling windows leading to a terrace, next to which was a bedroom. The bedroom door stood open. Once in, Eric immediately saw Eve standing in front of the wardrobe. Eve clearly spotted Eric right away, and she froze like a little creature trapped in a snare, clutching a nightgown, her face flushed. Seeing Eve in this state, Eric could only point behind him and say, "Your sister let me in." After a moment of silence, Eve barely nodded, putting the nightgown back and quietly sitting at the edge of the bed, not daring to look up. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this situation seemed somewhat familiar but lacked something vital. So he walked over. He closed the bedroom door and approached the girl. Gently cupping Eve's face, he looked at her rosy, slightly flushed features with closed eyes and fluttering lashes. He suddenly understood. It lacked a bridal veil, or perhaps an entire set of wedding attire. However, that hardly mattered. Leaning down, he pressed his lips against Eve's, savoring her timid response. After a while, Eric gently pushed the girl onto the bed. Then he realized, compared to Natasha, Eve exhibited surprising submissiveness. She complied as Eric unfastened her clothing, allowing him to peel her like a little lamb, eagerly letting him admire her flawless figure under the light. Caught in a moment of arrogance, he wondered if he would spoil this younger twin even more in the future. He even overlooked the fact that her long legs were wrapped around his waist. So, tragedy struck once again. When the sharp cracking sound echoed, resembling broken joints, accompanied by searing pain, Eric only had time to think. Indeed, they were sisters. Then he decided it would be better to faint slowly. And he truly passed out. Illness. Taking leave. Not working anymore. This time, the situation was even worse than the last. To avoid being the laughingstock of the mind-bending Hollywood natives, he remained at home for the next few days. Iron Man had already been released, and the busyness had yielded results, allowing Eric to take a little break. Although the entire Firefly system still required his personal attention, sometimes having too many tasks felt like having none at all. A few days of doing nothing wouldn't cause a catastrophe. However, he soon regretted not leaving the house. The next day, seeing that Eric even walked a bit awkwardly, Olivia was clearly very concerned. While Eric couldn't possibly disclose what had happened, Olivia nonetheless made her own conclusions. Then came her gentle, soft-spoken admonitions for Eric to take it easy, like a mother cautiously providing sex education to her teen son, creating a level of awkwardness that was beyond measure. Unable to step out, he invited Robert Cromwell to the estate for a visit. After getting acquainted, Robert expressed great satisfaction with the twins Eric had recommended as students, and the matter was decided right then and there. Due to his back injury, Eric did not attend the Iron Man celebration party on Saturday. For someone else, that wouldn't have been proper, but as a boss, not wanting to participate meant nobody could say anything. Who would dare dock the boss's pay? However, higher-ups like Katzenberg continued calling, and since Olivia was present, Eric used her as an excuse. Even though Eric didn't appear at the Iron Man celebration, it didn't affect the film's box office momentum at all. After breaking the $100 million mark in its first weekend, with 4 days of weekdays added in, Iron Man's earnings reached a staggering $135.75 million during its first week. Then came the second weekend. Compared to its opening weekend, Iron Man saw only a 36% decline during the second weekend's 3 days, grossing an additional $62.11 million. Over 10 days, the cumulative box office reached $197.86 million. Although it was regrettable that it couldn't cross the $200 million mark, this figure still garnered significant attention from all of Hollywood. In the wake of Iron Man's resounding success, Paramount's poorly reviewed film, The General's Daughter, suffered a dismal box office performance, earning just $15.17 million in its opening weekend. Based on the film's reputation and opening figures, The General's Daughter would likely end up with around $60 million in North America. Moreover, as a very localized suspense drama, its performance in overseas markets was even less promising. With a production budget of $95 million, its global box office wouldn't likely reach such a level. The underwhelming box office performance would significantly impact subsequent revenue streams, leading to considerable losses for Paramount on this project. However, Paramount's misfortune was far from over. On May 17th, the new week began, and Firefly Group held a press conference announcing shocking news. Due to Blockbuster's concealment of rental and sales data for film tapes and DVDs under Viacom, Firefly Group decided to temporarily suspend the supply of tapes and DVDs until Blockbuster accepted Firefly's financial audit and compensated for damages, at which point Firefly would consider resuming collaboration. In reality, although the North American film industry had a very sophisticated system in place, with stringent regulations governing both the theater market and home entertainment market, the vast interests involved meant that underreporting box office numbers and concealing sales data had always been an ongoing issue. Hence, this time, Firefly didn't need to cook the books. All they did was have their accounting department conduct a thorough audit of the sales data Blockbuster had provided, easily exposing the loopholes. Everything thus fell into place. After Firefly released its statement, MGM, Fox, and Columbia followed suit, simultaneously announcing a halt on collaboration with Blockbuster. Suddenly, Hollywood was in a flurry. Usually, when issues arose, film companies only pursued accountability and compensation in small circles for the sake of the bigger picture. This sort of outright ban on a large video rental chain had never happened before. Therefore, even outsiders could easily understand that Firefly's intentions were far from simple on the surface. Meanwhile, Viacom naturally responded immediately. Summer Redstone personally condemned the four major film companies, claiming they were undermining market order, engaging in malicious monopolistic behavior. Viacom would not succumb to Firefly's system and would take legal measures to protect its rights. Firefly quickly countered Redstone remarks on the Yahoo portal. Firefly wasn't involved in the retail business of videotapes and DVDs, and thus had no direct competitive interests with Blockbuster. Therefore, Mr. Redstone's monopolistic accusations were utterly unfounded. This was entirely Viacom's fault. Blockbuster should address its serious issues and cooperate with Firefly's audits, while providing compensation. The two sides began a media spat, while the major film companies under Firefly showed no hesitation. Their home entertainment distribution departments promptly cut off supplies to Blockbuster. Soon, this dispute spread to the stock market. Many rumors in the industry had never been considered secrets. When Firefly suddenly targeted Viacom, most people quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. Considering Eric Williams' strong stance during the previous online gossip incident, the industry generally held a pessimistic view of Viacom. Thus, although Blockbuster's market cap of $3 billion was only 1/20th of Viacom's recent $70 billion valuation, within just a day, Viacom's stock plummeted by 11%. Its market value dropped from $73.1 billion at opening to $65 billion, equivalent to losing 2.5 Blockbusters. Simultaneously, rival video rental chains like Movie Gallery and Hollywood Video saw their stock prices surge significantly. The very next day, Movie Gallery seized the opportunity to announce that it would secure $1 billion in financing to open 1,000 new locations across North America within a year. Once the expansion was completed, Movie Gallery's number of stores would reach 2,500. Although that was still a considerable gap compared to Blockbuster's 4,000-plus locations at that time, both chains had clearly reached comparable scales. Furthermore, compared to Blockbuster, which was consistently declining, Movie Gallery's operational condition was far superior. Consequently, buoyed by this good news and the decisive measures taken by Firefly after its statement, Movie Gallery's stock soared another 17% the next day, reaching a market value of $4.6 billion, and even exceeding industry estimates for Blockbuster by more than 50%. Other competitors' stock prices continued to rise, while Viacom's stock failed to halt its downward trend even after the dramatic first-day plunge. Chapter 1147, Change of Tactics. Los Angeles International Airport. Olivia had planned to return to London after staying at the Liberty City Manor for 10 days. Eric originally wanted to send her back on his private jet, but their relationship had never been made public. Olivia worried that taking Eric's private plane would draw unwanted attention, so she opted for a commercial flight instead. At 4 p.m., standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the VIP lounge at Los Angeles International Airport, Eric watched as Olivia's flight rolled down the runway and ascended into the clouds before he turned away and left. It was already May 21st, another Friday. Though last week's incident had hurt quite a bit, it fortunately didn't cause any significant injury to the bone, and after resting for 3 or 4 days, Eric was mostly okay. Still, he had remained at home to recuperate for over a week. This past week, the release of the Firefly Group's announcement about terminating cooperation with Blockbuster had stirred quite a buzz in Hollywood. Media outlets across North America and around the world were keeping a close eye on the dispute between Firefly and Viacom. As expected, Sumner Redstone maintained his hardline stance, showing no signs of backing down throughout the week. After making accusations against Firefly on Monday, he left the public-facing work to other executives at Viacom. However, despite Redstone's firm attitude, Viacom's stock price did not reflect the same level of confidence. During lunch with Olivia, Eric received a report on Viacom's stock price as of the close of the trading day on the East Coast. After a significant drop on Monday, Viacom's stock price showed signs of tapering off in the following days, but for the week, the company's stock still suffered an overall decline of 23%, resulting in a staggering loss of $16.8 billion in market value. As of today, Viacom's market capitalization plummeted to $56.3 billion from $73.1 billion just a week ago. In a short span of a week, that loss was substantial. While Sumner Redstone himself could withstand such financial blows, other shareholders at Viacom might not share the same tolerance. Thanks to a dual-class share structure, the Redstone family still controlled 56% of Viacom's voting rights at this time. Under normal circumstances, few could threaten the family's dominance over the company. Yet, a dual-class structure had its limitations. If a major controlling shareholder could not address the problems facing the company for an extended period, significantly harming the interests of the majority of shareholders, outside shareholders could still convene an emergency meeting to vote on abolishing this structure and restructuring the board and management. According to U.S. Securities Act regulations, it required a 2/3 majority of shareholders to abolish a dual-class structure. After acquiring CBS, the Redstone family held only 13.5% of Viacom's stock through National Amusements. The remaining 86.5% was in the hands of institutions and the public. If Redstone persisted on his course of action and lost all support from outside shareholders, it wouldn't be too difficult for the other stakeholders to gather the necessary votes from that 86.5%. Given that Viacom's market value had fallen by $16.80 billion this week, it had clearly strained the patience of much of its outside shareholders. As Eric left the airport and entered the car with Caroline, who had also come to bid farewell to Olivia, he instructed the driver to head to Firefly Studios. Although it was nearing the end of the workday, he hadn't been to the office in over a week, so he figured it was a good time for a quick visit. Once they merged onto Lincoln Boulevard outside the airport, Eric asked Caroline, "So, is there anything else I should know today?" Even though he hadn't been working recently, the assistant's office had been sending him daily memos listing company matters that required his attention. This had always been Eric's management style. He wouldn't meddle in the specific decisions of each Firefly subsidiary, granting management plenty of autonomy while staying well-informed about the company's operations. Nokia's shell company reached an $8 million acquisition deal with NTP for their mobile email patent this morning. The contract should be signed next week. The Bourne Identity just finished its preliminary budget plan, with a proposed production cost of $70 million. The London office sent over a progress report for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone this afternoon, which will be in your email by tomorrow morning. Ronald Hill has filed a lawsuit against the founder of Hollywood gossip, Adam Vimbre. If he loses, Vimbre could face at least 5 years in prison. And even if he relinquishes everything, he would still be liable for millions in damages. Eric casually rested against his seat, and upon hearing Caroline mention the Hollywood gossip situation, He interjected. You can ignore that. Just let Mary handle it. Caroline pouted and blinked, seeming a bit annoyed. Eric, I'm not a child. I know. And I'm not a porcelain doll. Of course. Eric chuckled, affectionately pinching her cheek. You're a rag doll. Caroline hunched her shoulders playfully, her cheeks flushing. Eric, you're picking on me again. Well, sorry, I shouldn't be bullying little Carly, Eric said with false sincerity. Now continue. Caroline desperately wanted to follow Marissa Meyer's suit and ignore Eric for a feigned period of time, but ultimately couldn't help saying. As of today's close, the Nasdaq index reached 3,976 points and is expected to break 4,000 next week. We've got news that the Tiger Fund has completely ceased its short selling and is starting to buy tech stocks, but their capital has shrunk down to only $8 billion now. Due to the recent wiretapping incident, the Firefly office had been closely monitoring the operations of the Tiger Fund since it had been implicated as one of the key culprits. Compared to its peak 2 years ago, the Tiger Fund had seen its capital shrink by over half. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but shake his head slightly. If Julian Robertson decided to stop. Now, even with only $8 billion in capital, the Tiger Fund could continue to survive. But now, it seemed he was following the trend and starting to invest in tech stocks, a clear indication that Robertson was trapped, like a gambler who had lost significant amounts of money and was losing their rationality, only thinking about recouping their losses. This gamble would only lead to disaster. Since mid-March, the Nasdaq had climbed from 3,000 points to nearly 4,000 within a couple of months. If this trend continued, the index could reach 5,000 points, as Eric recalled, at the latest by early August. Moreover, July and August were the times when public companies began to announce their Q2 financial results for 1999. While these were not annual reports, if a large number of new tech companies reported significant losses, there was a high likelihood of a crash for an already peaked Nasdaq index. Of course, Eric couldn't be entirely certain. The major tech companies that formed the backbone of the Nasdaq, such as Microsoft, Cisco, and Yahoo, were doing exceptionally well. Microsoft, for example, had reported a net profit of $1.925 billion in the first quarter and was projected to see full-year profits soar to $8 billion. Nearly doubling last year's $4.5 billion earnings. Cisco was North America's largest router manufacturer and could be considered the cornerstone supplier of the internet industry. While its market capitalization had been chasing Microsoft, its revenue performance was equally impressive. However, no other tech giants could compete with Yahoo in terms of revenue growth. To significantly enhance their traffic and visibility quickly, major tech companies had been spending heavily on advertising in recent months. As the world's largest online advertising platform, Yahoo had already significantly benefited from this surge in spending, generating $1.6 billion for the entire year last year. This year, however, in just the first 3 months, countless internet companies had carelessly dropped over $700 million on advertising across Yahoo's various channels, holding over 70% of market share. Coupled with Yahoo Music Store, enterprise email services, Yahoo Pay interface licenses, and other revenue sources, Yahoo's revenue skyrocketed to $937 million in Q1. It was expected that Yahoo's revenue for just the first 2 quarters would surpass their entire revenue of the previous year. Overall, if Yahoo continued to grow as it had in the first quarter, their total revenue for 1999 could reach a staggering $4 billion. With such a massive income, the management could easily produce a net profit report in the hundreds of millions. Of course, all of this was the most optimistic projection. If the Nasdaq crashed, then Yahoo's rapid momentum would undoubtedly come to a halt. Nevertheless, as the purest internet company in the new tech sector, Yahoo's exceptional revenue was likely to provide positive stimulation for the Nasdaq index. On one hand, there were the rapid growth of the tech giants, and on the other, countless smaller internet companies suffering heavy losses. It was hard to imagine what might transpire in July and August when the Nasdaq index surged past 5,000. Thus, Eric had completely abandoned any predictions of the Nasdaq market for now. He simply planned to methodically sell off the stocks held in his Clover fund and wait to see how it unfolded. After working in his office at Firefly Studios until after 6 p.m., Eric invited his two female assistants to dinner before returning to the Liberty City Manor. As the black luxury Mercedes rolled through the gates of the estate on that moonlit night, Eric heard the driver relaying information from the estate's security, indicating that Elizabeth was already waiting in the villa. Once inside, Eric quickly spotted Elizabeth lounging on the sofa against the wall, lazily holding a magazine. Bending down, he kissed Elizabeth softly on the lips and asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" "No," Elizabeth replied, sniffing habitually, her expression turning slightly forlorn. "If you hadn't come back tonight, I was just going to starve to death here and talk to you every evening from now on." Eric chuckled, playfully pinching her chin. "That's just cruel. You didn't even tell me you were coming. What about Julia?" Elizabeth pushed aside Eric's hand that had ventured towards her neck. "Isn't Erin Brockovich filming? She's been on set for a few days, staying in a town near Nevada." "Oh, then let's go out for dinner." "I don't want to go out. You make something for me." "All right," Eric nodded, pulling her up. "There's food in the kitchen. If you're too hungry, just grab a bite." This time, Elizabeth didn't resist. She followed Eric to the kitchen, and together they sorted through the ingredients in the fridge, busy for a moment until she suddenly said, "Daddy wants me to break up with you." As Eric cracked eggs into a bowl and started to stir, he replied, "You don't need to. Just tell him you and Julia are a couple. Do you want to see me get killed? Isn't your brother doing just fine? Besides, your old man can't really take you on." "You bastard." Elizabeth lightly hit Eric on the shoulder. "Daddy's got a girlfriend set up for Lachlan. They're getting married at the end of the year. I know a lot of top modeling agencies. How about I have them set up a bachelor party for Lachlan with a dozen male models? I guarantee they'll be the most stunning." "Then my dad would really be mad at you." Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh, giving Eric a playful punch, but then she frowned and added, "And don't gloat. You might end up in the same position someday with a bunch of kids. Cindy Crawford is pregnant too, isn't she?" Eric ignored Elizabeth's last comment, saying, "I actually plan to raise a bunch of unruly little brats and turn this world upside down. But Kevin, Elia, and Emma have all let me down lately. They show no potential for being little rascals," he said, turning to the young woman beside him. "So, I'm now leaving that difficult task to you." Elizabeth's cheeks flushed as she realized it was pointless to tease him. "Well, if that's the case, I'd rather strangle him now." "That's cruel. It looks like you're the only one who can bear the consequences." Elizabeth tossed away the carrot she was holding and glared at Eric. "If you keep talking like that, I'm going to be downright outraged." Eric paused his stirring, set the bowl down, and enveloped the young woman in a warm embrace, his tone softening. "All right, I apologize. I know it's not fair to you." Leaning her chin on Eric's shoulder, Elizabeth savored his hold and let her voice soften. "Finally, you've said something serious. I noticed you seemed a bit lost, so I thought I'd lighten the mood. Is it better now?" Good." Eric gently patted her back. "But the world is inherently unfair, so facing reality is essential." "Eric." "Yes. I suddenly feel like biting someone." "Oh, ah." After a long, demanding night, and with Saturday dawn breaking bright, Eric still had no intention of getting out of bed, while Elizabeth cheerfully dashed to prepare breakfast early. As he drifted in and out of sleep, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, and Elizabeth burst in, energetically patting Eric while switching on the wall-mounted TV with the remote. With a tone of mischief, she announced, "Eric, quickly watch the press conference from Viacom. Your plans might be falling through." Chapter 1148, Shedding a Tale to Survive. The television turned on, revealing that the press conference held by Viacom's headquarters in New York had already concluded. Elizabeth switched through several channels before finally finding footage on CNN of Viacom co-president Tom Freston pushing past a throng of frenzied reporters, hurrying away from the conference. Despite the chaos, Eric quickly grasped the situation thanks to the CNN anchor's subsequent commentary. Just recently, Tom Freston announced that to further optimize the company's asset structure and mitigate operating risks, Viacom planned to spin off its Blockbuster chain, which failed to keep pace with the company's overall development, into a separate operating holding company. After the split, Blockbuster stock would be listed for separate trading, no longer intersecting with Viacom's business interests. Sitting sideways on the edge of the bed, Elizabeth listened with keen interest to CNN's two anchors debating the topic before turning to Eric and saying, "Let's see how you handle this." In theory, Viacom peeling off Blockbuster seemed like a smart move, as it suggested that the Firefly Group's attempts to block Blockbuster would no longer impact the entire Viacom entity. But in reality, this appeared to be wishful thinking on some people's parts. Eric wrapped an arm around Elizabeth's waist and replied, "Shedding a tail to survive, huh? Smart decision. However, it seems Viacom has miscalculated a bit. They are not the lizards being hunted, and the Firefly Group is not that snake pursuing them from behind. So, this situation has nothing to do with nature's survival instincts." Leaning against Eric's shoulder, Elizabeth fiddled with the remote control and said, "But it's effective. Viacom is essentially a publicly held company, with hardly any major shareholders aside from the Redstone family. Most others own less than 5%. Many investors would only judge based on news from the public market. Perhaps Viacom stock might rebound next week." "It's not that simple," Eric argued. While Blockbuster has struggled, its biggest advantage as a large retail chain was providing significant cash flow to its parent company, Viacom. That was also Redstone's main reason for acquiring Blockbuster in the first place. However, this means Viacom must untangle the complex financial relationships between Blockbuster and its other businesses before they can pull off a successful split. Just that alone could keep Viacom busy for a month or two. When Redstone first initiated the acquisition of Paramount, he lacked sufficient funds, so he pursued a roundabout strategy. He first absorbed Blockbuster and then raised significant capital through Blockbuster's cash flow and asset mortgaging to finally complete the acquisition of Paramount. Now, to split Blockbuster, Viacom had to repay the cash siphoned from Blockbuster over the years and sort out the accounts. This was relatively manageable, as even after the split, the shareholders for both Viacom and Blockbuster would essentially remain the same, especially since control had always stayed in Redstone's hands. However, once the split was complete, Viacom would no longer enjoy the benefits of Blockbuster's cash flow. A more troublesome issue was the debt situation. Redstone had mortgaged Blockbuster's assets to acquire Paramount, and in the years since, Viacom had been rapidly expanding without having sufficient funds to repay the lingering debts. According to the financial data Eric had seen recently, Blockbuster currently bore debts totaling a staggering $2.6 billion. Compared to Blockbuster's market value of over $8 billion a few years ago, this amount was not exaggerated at all. Even now, if distributed across the entire Viacom group, the $2.6 billion in debt seemed trivial. But in the event of a split, with Blockbuster's valuation having plummeted to less than $3 billion, that $2.6 billion debt could effectively push the company's debt ratio to nearly 100%. This raised a critical question. How would they resolve that $2.6 billion in debt? If left entirely with Blockbuster, Viacom would undoubtedly consent, but the creditors would not. Given Blockbuster's current operational status, who knew whether the chain still possessed the capacity to repay its loans? If it further deteriorated and went bankrupt, who would cover the payments? On the other hand, if Viacom absorbed it all, Redstone and the other shareholders would also disagree. The only solution would be to distribute the burden, but determining how to do so would inevitably lead to a stalemate. As Eric and Elizabeth discussed this matter, the phone on the bedside table rang. Noticing it was a call from Katzenberg, Eric answered casually. After a brief conversation, Eric hung up. As Elizabeth leaned over, eavesdropping, she immediately asked, "Carl Icahn?" Eric nodded. "He wanted to take me to lunch today. Want to join?" Elizabeth thought for a moment and asked, "Does he plan to make a move on Viacom?" It seems obvious. Among Wall Street's famous corporate raiders, Carl Icahn had gained far more notoriety than Ron Perlman. Perlman's malicious acquisitions were often limited to companies like Revlon and Marvel, which were worth less than $1 billion. In contrast, Icahn often targeted global giants like Universal and Motorola. The difference was clear. After the dawn of the new century, the trend of corporate mergers had cooled significantly, and many once notable corporate raiders, including Perlman, fell into obscurity. However, Icahn remained very active. Eric vaguely recalled that Icahn later initiated an acquisition of Lionsgate. Not long after Viacom announced the spin-off of Blockbuster, Yahoo's portal quickly published a headline article analyzing the series of tough challenges Viacom would face as a result. It pointedly noted that this move was merely a distraction for investors, as the split plan could not possibly be implemented in the near term. Media outlets eager for drama followed suit, entering the fray with heated discussions that generally reflected pessimism about Viacom's decision to split. Those privy to the details understood that the focus was firmly on Viacom as a whole, and the Firefly Group would not back down because of Redstone's desperate measures. Moreover, Blockbuster's creditors promptly released statements indicating they would closely monitor Viacom's spin-off plan. Some cautious creditors went so far as to issue warnings, demanding that Viacom take creditors' interests into consideration and refrain from making foolish decisions. New York. At Viacom's headquarters in Rockefeller Center, Manhattan. On the East Coast, it was already afternoon. Even though it was Saturday, many employees remained at the headquarters in a frenzied state of busyness. Since last Monday, amidst the Firefly Group's sudden attacks, the atmosphere at Viacom had turned tumultuous. While they couldn't see all the intricate details, most employees working in the media industry had a pretty good idea of why Viacom found itself in such a predicament. Memory of Eric Williams' unforgiving stance during the last gossipy online incident lingered in their minds, followed by the entire internet media sphere falling silent, the Hollywood Gossip website being completely shut down, and a crucial partner at Sequoia Capital being forced out. All these events left most Viacom employees worried about the company's future. Even though they knew Viacom would surely not collapse like Hollywood Gossip, observing the chaos within the group had some employees considering switching jobs. After all, if Eric Williams refused to relent, it wouldn't end nicely for Viacom, even if the company didn't come crashing down. In fact, Blockbuster was already reeling from this incident. With summer approaching, the peak season for VHS and DVD sales, this leading home entertainment video rental chain found itself suddenly stripped of content support from more than half of Hollywood's major motion picture companies. A slew of blockbuster films that should have been released on VHS and DVD in the near future, like The Day After Tomorrow, Charlie's Angels 3, The Ring, Mission, Impossible 3, and Ted, would not appear on Blockbuster's shelves. It was easy to envision how bleak Blockbuster's operational state would be in the coming months. Moreover, while the Firefly Group abandoned Blockbuster, their largest retail chain, they wouldn't be losing too much. Inevitably, companies like Movie Gallery and Hollywood Video, as well as major retail stores such as Walmart, could readily serve as ample sales channels for the Firefly Group's films. Fans would hardly be troubled by Blockbuster's out-of-stock situation. Even those accustomed to renting and purchasing DVDs at Blockbuster would only need to shift their patronage to other stores to find what they wanted. Conversely, losing that loyal customer base would spell disaster for Blockbuster. Internally at Viacom, following his public appearance on Monday, the toughened Redstone issued a firm prohibition against any company executives reaching out to the Firefly Group, establishing a stance of total resistance. However, as stock prices continued slumping throughout the week and subsequent media backlash post-news conference veered toward skepticism, Viacom's upper echelon grew increasingly despondent. A jolt of concern coursed through a few core executives when news arrived that Eric Williams was meeting with Wall Street predator Carl Icahn in Los Angeles. After some deliberation, Tom Freston, the co-president of Viacom who had overseen the press conference that morning, knocked on Redstone's office door. Despite it being the weekend, Redstone was still hard at work. Once allowed in, Freston entered to find Redstone engaged in a conversation with the group's legal advisor, so he waited patiently for the latter to leave before approaching Redstone. "Tom, take a seat." Redstone gestured to the couch across from his desk. "I've heard the news." Unsure if Redstone was referring to Eric Williams' meeting with Carl Icahn, Freston sat down. Sumner, Williams and Icahn getting together could mean a hostile takeover against Viacom is in the works. "I just spoke with Fisher." Redstone's expression was equally grave. "If Williams and Icahn genuinely team up, we could file a complaint with the SEC, urging them to investigate the Firefly Group's manipulative actions against Viacom's stock price. Williams won't provide us with evidence. His lunch with Icahn doesn't mean anything." Freston shook his head and hesitated, before continuing. Sumner, we can't continue down this path. The company should strive to reconcile with Williams soon. Redstone grew stern. You mean to suggest I apologize to that little bastard? You were completely unaware of the previous incident, Sumner, Freston replied. If you agree, we'll handle it from here. I refuse to use unawareness as a poor excuse to placate others. That would make me appear like a hypocritical joke of a politician. I understand, but we still must confront the present situation, Freston insisted. Since Icon's been in contact with Williams, he's undoubtedly in the game now. If he secures over 5% of Viacom stock, he can call for a special shareholders meeting. Sumner, you must realize this could fundamentally alter the company's equity structure, and we currently lack any strong resistance. Even if the SEC eventually investigates Icon and Williams, by that point, it might no longer concern us. Given Icon's reputation, if he gets a hold on Viacom, he'll absolutely tear apart everything you've worked for. At last, Redstone fell silent. After a moment, he asked, do you think that bastard would be willing to reconcile with us? Look at how he dealt with that Hollywood gossip website. He had all their employees blacklisted without mercy. Freston shared this worry but quickly countered. But if we do nothing, the situation will only worsen. Again, Redstone lapsed into silence. Typically a combative figure, he relished a fight against the Firefly Group, even if it resulted in mutual destruction. But Eric's contact with Icon genuinely began to unsettle Redstone. Having long feared losing control over Viacom, he was now 76 years old, and if anyone even attempted to wrest power from him, be it his children or others, Redstone would not hesitate to kick them aside. This fear had created prolonged tension between him and all his children in recent years. After long hesitation, Redstone finally stated, then make a call to Los Angeles and have Sherry initiate contact there. Freston replied, I believe. It's better for me to fly out personally. That would show more sincerity. Redstone furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement. At a restaurant on Venice Beach, Elizabeth eagerly spoke up after Eric and Carl Icahn had concluded their lunch and climbed into the car, MTV and Showtime. Carl Icahn is quite generous, and he clearly knows your intentions. During their lunch, Icahn had proposed that as long as Eric continued to apply pressure on Viacom to drive down its stock prices, once he secured control over Viacom, he would consider selling the two major cable channels under Viacom, MTV and Showtime, to the Firefly Group. Clearly, the other party had astutely noticed Eric's focus on expanding Firefly Group's cable television businesses in recent years, especially given the rapid growth in the cable industry, making his proposal quite enticing. Firefly Group's four major film companies had already captured over 70% of Hollywood's box office share last year, with profit margins that far surpassed those of the other major three film studios. Because of this, Eric didn't feel a pressing need to continue absorbing Paramount. As long as he could manage those four film companies effectively and grab more box office profits while continuously squeezing the survival space of other companies, Firefly Group was destined to become Hollywood's dominant power, which was far superior to swallowing the entirety of Hollywood indiscriminately. Thus, concerning Viacom, what excited Eric most were precisely those cable channel assets like MTV and Showtime. With a smile on his face, Eric replied, if he doesn't hand over what I want most, how could I help him generate momentum in the Firefly Group? There aren't many fools on Wall Street, especially not Carl Icahn. Elizabeth cuddled closer, wrapping her arm around Eric's, and asked, so what's your plan? You do realize that if we truly align with Carl Icahn to target Viacom, we'll undoubtedly face lawsuits down the line. Chapter 1149, The Conditions. Venice Beach was located right next to Playa Vista, separated only by the Barona Channel. After leaving the restaurant where he had dined with Carl Icahn, Eric's car quickly arrived at Firefly Studios. Because it was the weekend, the studio wasn't overly crowded. He instructed the driver to stop the car, and as he stepped out with Elizabeth, they casually walked along the concrete main road of the studio. It was then that he addressed her earlier question. Calculating the time, those who should know about Carl Icahn coming to visit me already do. Walking side by side with Eric, Elizabeth quickly connected the dots as he spoke. You let people spread the word? To unexpectedly seize control of a company, the first rule was to keep it a secret. Carl Icahn certainly wouldn't want to make his visit to Eric a public spectacle. If Eric intended to cooperate, then not many people would know about their recent lunch together. Eric smiled noncommittally. Carl Icahn and Ron Perelman, while they excel in capitalizing on corporate stocks, certainly aren't lacking in business acumen and operational capability. Just look at Ron Perelman. After taking over Revlon with modest means, he's been serving as the chairman for years now, and the performance of that cosmetics company has been quite good. Similarly, if Icahn were to gain control over Viacom, who's to say whether this media conglomerate wouldn't become a threat to the Firefly system? If I had to choose between an older king who values his own power over the company's interests and an ambitious, energetic new lord, I would undoubtedly prefer the former. As for the benefits he's promising now, there's no legal obligation. Who knows if he'll follow through later? Besides, why should an outsider come to Hollywood to promise me anything? If I wanted something, I would simply go after it myself. Elizabeth gazed adoringly at the confident man beside her, feeling her cheeks heat up, but still habitually remarked, "It seems like all of Hollywood belongs to you." Of course it does. Eric raised his arms, showcasing the tall sound stages lining the road. In the Hollywood of the future, if I want them to have meat to eat, they can feast. If I don't, they won't even get a sip of broth. Elizabeth considered arguing, but reflected on Eric's series of strategic moves in Hollywood over the years and found that this scenario could very well come to pass. Firstly, the Firefly system had already taken control of 4 out of the 7 major film companies in Hollywood. Just last year, these 4 companies accounted for over 70% of Hollywood's box office market share, leaving the other 3 major studios and numerous smaller production companies to split the remaining 30%. In any other industry, such a drastic disparity in market share would signal the emergence of a monopolistic giant. And that's precisely what the Firefly system had achieved. Secondly, with CG special effects films gradually becoming mainstream in Hollywood, possessing the capability to produce blockbuster effect-laden films had become increasingly vital for Hollywood studios. Firefly's digital domain not only controlled the industry's cutting-edge CG technology, but had also gathered many second- and third-tier effect companies around it through the use of special effects software, technical licensing, and profit bundling. These smaller effect companies, by relying on Firefly's software and technical licenses, primarily worked on projects for Firefly's major film companies, making them effectively subsidiaries. When necessary, they would have to follow Firefly's directives. As for those visionary firms looking to break away from the Firefly system, without sufficient technical strength or lucrative effect orders, mere survival was a challenge, let alone further development. Lastly, there was the 4,200 plan that Eric was laying out. Once the core technologies of 3D and IMAX movie formats were controlled by the Firefly system and promoted widely, other Hollywood firms would have to look to Firefly for guidance if they wanted a piece of the new cinematic technological revolution. Though traditional film production had low barriers to entry, there had always been those eager newcomers willing to throw money at Hollywood. However, going forward, building barriers would culminate in a scenario where merely pouring in cash would ultimately result in failure. The power of capital would begin to diminish in its influence over Hollywood. The Firefly system would evolve from a local player that traditional firms might hesitate to compete against into a powerful monolith. While lost in these thoughts, Elizabeth snapped back to reality when a passing producer greeted them warmly. She nodded in response and turned to Eric, saying, "Speaking of broth, didn't you say Marvel had other projects we could handle? Now that Iron Man has been a success, what about ours? The X-Men universe, how's that for meat?" Elizabeth huffed in satisfaction, but shot Eric a playful glare. "I thought you might hand that over to MGM or Columbia." "I considered it," Eric laughed. "In fact, if Fox hadn't so nimbly announced their ban on Paramount, I wouldn't have handed the X-Men universe to you." Elizabeth immediately felt a spark of irritation and playfully pinched Eric's arm. "You still don't trust me." "Of course, I trust you," Eric replied. "But I don't trust your old man. I remember he just said he'd hand Fox over to you not long ago, and then he suddenly stuffed his new girlfriend into the TV station." Elizabeth felt deflated when Eric brought this up. Truth be told, the ban on Paramount was something Elizabeth had executed impulsively, announcing it before notifying her father, which earned her a deserved scolding. "Don't even start," she muttered as she leaned against Eric. "Being caught between you two control freaks is quite tough." Eric comfortingly patted Elizabeth's waist and joked, "What if we staged a coup and kicked your dad out? That might cost him his life." Elizabeth chuckled. "I don't want to be labeled cold-hearted. My dad isn't like Redstone, the type who would cling to power at the cost of turning against his own children. Honestly, if I were a man, my dad would surely support my succession. If you were a man, I'd be in trouble. You have no shortage of women." Conversing playfully, they had already crossed the soundstage area. Eric intended to continue on towards the digital domain studio to check on the progress of Gravity's production when Elizabeth pulled him over to a bench in the center garden at the crossroads. Leaning intimately against Eric and surveying the studio grounds, Elizabeth soon added, "But what about giving the X-Men universe to Fox? What about MGM and Columbia? I think Columbia might need this project more than MGM. MGM already has a spy film universe. That project can run smoothly for at least 10 years. Columbia also has a big series planned. Marvel can divert some projects there. You, however, are at a disadvantage. Fox doesn't even have a major production series. Besides, the tighter we wrap Fox into the Firefly system, the more your dad, even if he's unhappy in his heart, will have to let us run riot in Hollywood, right? I don't want to run riot with you. Liz is a good girl. It's me forcing you into this." Ugh. As Eric toyed with a strand of Elizabeth's blonde hair, he smiled and remarked, "Actually, if we want to further expand the film business, Fox has another excellent option." Elizabeth blurted, "Star Wars. Smart. Looks like you've considered this issue too. Lucas said once he finished the prequel trilogy, he'd retire. I even thought about buying Lucasfilm when that happened." Elizabeth discussed, but hesitated again. But while the prequel did well at the box office, it wasn't well received, and the sales of Star Wars merchandise didn't meet expectations. "I'm not too sure if people will be interested in the series going forward." "You're mistaken. The Star Wars brand is definitely solid. The current issues primarily revolve around Lucas himself and the failures in merchandise. Sales stemmed from over-licensing by Lucasfilm. As long as we can sideline Lucas, the brand still has immense potential." Sideline Lucas? The fanbase will revolt. The impact of the Star Wars series far exceeds that of Lucas himself. Audiences are more interested in seeing the continuation of the series on the big screen rather than who's running it. Besides, there's no need to explicitly push Lucas out. We could conveniently give him a title like executive producer. Elizabeth mulled over this for a moment before nodding and adding, "You seem to think further ahead than I do." "Yeah, if Fox doesn't act, Firefly will certainly snatch up Lucasfilm." Just then, Eric's phone rang. Pulling it out, he didn't recognize the number, but didn't think much of it, casually answering, "Hello. Oh, I'm off this weekend. Let's talk Monday. No need for dinner. Just have my assistant schedule a time." After a brief chat, Eric hung up the phone. Elizabeth didn't lean in this time. She waited for Eric to finish before asking, "Who was that?" "Tom Freston." "Oh." Elizabeth nodded, already aware of Tom Freston and understanding his intent with the call. "I heard that Redstone has confirmed Freston as his successor for the Viacom CEO position. He's also one of the executors of the Redstone Family Trust." "That's hard to say," Eric replied with a smile. "Even though Redstone is 76, if he suddenly realizes he can still go for another 10 years with someone waiting to take his place, he'd likely kick that person to the curb. 10 more years, and he'd be 86. How is that possible? Power, you see." "Huh. As if you don't care about power at all." "Who knows? I once thought about retiring early at 40 to enjoy life." Eric tilted his head back to gaze at the clear blue sky over Los Angeles. "But over time, I realized that's not really possible. The pursuit of different things varies across social strata. You could delight a middle-class office worker struggling to make a living by letting him retire early to enjoy life. But asking someone at the pinnacle of power to give up everything at the height of their abilities would be worse than killing them, as power is a real pleasure for them. If you can say that, you'll likely do better than Redstone and my dad in the future." "Not necessarily. Wise young rulers often become obstinate and foolish in old age. Predicting the future is tough." "Eric, you're always so pessimistic." Elizabeth scooted closer, affectionately rubbing her head against Eric's shoulder. "Don't be like that, okay? Yeah, I might have some mental issues. so you all have to treat me well. Otherwise, if I lash out, the results could be unpredictable. That's not good enough, you jerk. Eric chuckled, standing up and taking her hand. Come on, Gravity wraps up its final cut next month. I'll take you to see the fruits of my labor from the past year. The weekend quickly passed. Having come to Los Angeles on Saturday, by Tuesday morning, Viacom's co-president Tom Freston finally got to meet with Eric. Although the announcement to spin off Blockbuster from Viacom had been made over the weekend, the media's largely negative outlook meant that this severance strategy didn't significantly help the situation. On the first working day, Viacom stock fell by another 1.7%. Though the decline seemed to be narrowing on the surface, even with this drop, Viacom would likely shed billions in market value over the week. Additionally, some film funds on Wall Street had reported yesterday afternoon that if Viacom couldn't quickly resolve its looming crisis, these funds might halt their partnerships with Paramount Pictures. Film funds on Wall Street operated similarly to credit financing agencies. They provided funding to Hollywood without sharing in copyright or production while enjoying substantial profit sharing based on the box office performance of the films they invested in. Most of the huge debts accrued by MGM stemmed from continuous losses on invested films, which caused delays in payment to these film funds. If Wall Street were to cut off financial support, and this became public, many projects in production at Paramount would likely come to a halt, and this would be no less than another disaster for Viacom, akin to another ban on Blockbuster. While it was evident that the Firefly system was behind this predicament, in the face of a string of challenges and the potential threat to control from Carl Icahn lurking behind the scenes, Viacom had no choice but to reconcile quickly with the Firefly system. Redstone was even prepared to accept harsh terms from the Firefly system at this point. Chapter 1150, The Profit Chain. In stark contrast to the vast, monotonous soundstages and the busy administrative areas, the digital domain office loft within Firefly Studios, primarily constructed of glass and steel, was undoubtedly the most comforting place to be. The artfully aligned buildings seemed like pieces of artwork nestled under green trees and vines, resembling a separate little world within the studios. However, as one of the core departments of Firefly Group, not just anyone could access the digital domain office area. With the guidance of Caroline, Tom Freston managed to reach the second floor of an office loft. As he walked, Tom Freston discreetly observed his surroundings. What truly attracted Tom Freston, however, was not the exquisitely decorated office loft or the numerous special effects movie models on display, but rather the company name itself, Digital Domain. As one of the two co-presidents of Viacom, primarily responsible for the film entertainment division, Tom Freston had a profound understanding of all aspects of Digital Domain's operations. The visual effects company, known as Shadowlight, established by Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Universal, intended from the start to emulate Digital Domain. However, over the past 6 months, senior executives from the three companies had to admit it was nearly impossible to catch up to Digital Domain. This company, part of the Firefly system, had begun its groundwork in CG effects 8 years ago and had firmly entrenched itself in Hollywood over that time. If Shadowlight wanted to chase after them, the traditional method would certainly involve poaching talents from Digital Domain. But that approach no longer worked, as even if Shadowlight managed to lure away technical staff from Digital Domain, they could not access the company's proprietary special effects software. Digital Domain's core special effects software had ceased to be sold outright, and instead was now licensed out for rental in collaboration with several small and medium-sized effects companies. Naturally, Shadowlight was not on the list of authorized licensees from Digital Domain. Unable to secure the software licenses, Shadowlight could only opt to partner with longtime software vendor Autodesk to develop their exclusive CG effects software. Autodesk had previously turned down a collaboration with Digital Domain on software development due to their skepticism about the future of CG effects. Now, in an attempt to rectify that previous oversight, they were pouring considerable resources into software development. However, the 8-year technological gap was certainly not something that could be bridged overnight. Even if Autodesk managed to match Digital Domain software technology in a few years, they would certainly struggle to penetrate the strong profit chain Digital Domain had established in Hollywood's effects industry. It is important to note that even with a film that didn't utilize Digital Domain's unique top-tier effects technology, just using commonplace CG shots, effects companies leveraging Digital Domain's software and technical support often enjoyed comprehensive advantages over their competitors, both in terms of effects quality and production costs. Therefore, even knowing that there was a risk of being choked by the Firefly system at any moment, it remained difficult for other Hollywood film companies to decisively wean themselves off their dependence on Digital Domain and its affiliated effects companies. "Mr. Freston, Eric needs about 10 more minutes. Please have a seat," Caroline explained politely as she led Tom Freston to the lounge on the second floor. After instructing the staff to prepare coffee for him, she turned and left. Having already waited 3 days, Tom Freston didn't mind the final 10 minutes. After thanking the Digital Domain employee who brought him coffee, he quickly sat at the table, reorganizing his thoughts on how to handle Eric Williams. Moments later, he let out a sigh of relief. His gaze scanned the room again, and he picked up a copy of The Hollywood Reporter from a nearby bookshelf, intending to pass the next few minutes. The front-page headline happened to announce the box office numbers for Iron Man. As it entered its third weekend, Iron Man saw a box office decline of only 39%, grossing another $37.88 million over the 3-day span. Meanwhile, this superhero blockbuster had raked in a total of $260.51 million at the North American box office within just 2.5 weeks. It was almost a sure thing that it would surpass the $300 million mark within the following week and a half. With over $300 million at the North American box office in 4 weeks, it was entirely predictable that the film would ultimately reach $400 million without any suspense. In contrast, the box office for Paramount's competing film, The General's Daughter, was almost painful to look at. After 10 days in theaters, this $95 million large-scale production had managed only $35.13 million at the box office. Of course, it was not just The General's Daughter. Under Iron Man's overwhelming impact, the film Entrapment, which premiered the previous Friday, only grossed $19.15 million during its opening weekend. However, Columbia Pictures had kept the production budget for this film, sustained majorly by the first 007 actor, Sean Connery, well managed at $60 million. Even if the North American box office didn't perform as well as hoped, the potential for overseas box office revenue for Entrapment was significantly higher than that for The General's Daughter. Ultimately, a global box office expectation of around $200 million would be sufficient for Columbia to recoup its entire production and distribution cost, leaving them with net profit from the film's future capabilities in VHS and DVD sales, as well as television distribution. Furthermore, to Tom Freston, the significance of Entrapment for Columbia was not even in its box office performance. The cost control of $60 million for this film symbolized that after leaving Sony, Columbia had been rapidly integrated into the Firefly system without any significant buffer period, meaning that their movie production no longer indulged in reckless spending without a plan, a chronic issue that had been difficult to rectify during Sony's control of Columbia for nearly a decade. In recent years, as financing for Hollywood films had become exceedingly easy outside the Firefly system, spending patterns had grown lavish. Take The General's Daughter, for example. If Paramount could have earnestly tightened cost controls, even a budget of $60 million would have been more than feasible instead of the $95 million already overspent. Reducing the budget to $60 million would significantly relieve Paramount's financial pressure. However, to win over director Simon West, who rose to fame with Con Air, the production department of Paramount chose not to do so and instead inadvertently coddled him during production. Although it raised the production costs by more than 50%, the director, on his second outing with a big production, failed to deliver a satisfactory product. In contrast, the performance of the Firefly system was much more robust. In recent years, CAA had once inflated Sean Connery's salary to $20 million, but Columbia stood firm in offering the veteran 007 actor only $12 million with no option for box office revenue sharing. Though Sean Connery had often threatened to exit the project, he ultimately accepted the terms. Clearly, Sean Connery understood that without Sony's deep pockets, obtaining $20 million from Columbia was simply impossible. In the eyes of other major Hollywood studios, he was certainly not worth that amount anymore. As for companies like Carolco Pictures that frequently offered exorbitant salaries to Hollywood's veteran stars in the past, following various media group consolidations and the further monopoly of film distribution channels, they had gradually fallen silent after experiencing consecutive losses in recent years. Absently flipping through the newspaper, Tom Freston immediately snapped back to reality upon hearing footsteps nearby. He stood and walked over to Eric as he entered the lounge. "Eric, it's great to see you." "Hello, Tom. Please, have a seat," Eric replied politely, shaking Tom Freston's hand as he settled into a chair nearby while sizing up the slightly aged middle-aged man before him. Although Tom Freston was only in his early 40s, his graying hair and facial wrinkles made him appear a good 10 years older. Tom Freston took a seat as well, subtly assessing the casually dressed young man who exuded a calm demeanor. He initiated, "Eric, I came here hoping to clear up some misunderstandings we had the other day." Eric accepted the bottle of water Caroline passed him, casually placing it on the table, and nodded with a flat expression. And then what?" Tom Freston didn't glean any useful information from Eric's demeanor and pressed on. "Wayne Llewellyn will soon be leaving Paramount, and regarding Viacom, we could offer a compensation package to seek a resolution with Firefly Group and similar companies." Eric raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, "Who is Wayne Llewellyn?" Given that the young man across from him didn't miss any Hollywood gossip about employee departures, it was hard to believe he wouldn't know Wayne Llewellyn. Nonetheless, playing clueless, Tom Freston had no choice but to explain. "Wayne Llewellyn is the vice president of Paramount Pictures, primarily responsible for distribution. The misunderstandings from last time were caused by his unilateral decisions." "Oh." Eric nodded but continued, "I don't know that person. At Paramount, I only know Sherry Lansing." Tom Freston paused for a moment, then understood and instinctively shook his head. "Eric, that's not acceptable." "Whether it's acceptable or not is for you to decide," Eric stated, his casual demeanor shifting as he sat up straight, locking his sharp gaze onto Tom Freston. "In any case, at Paramount, I only know Sherry Lansing, so since there's been a problem, it should fall to Sherry Lansing to be held accountable." Eric's sudden assertiveness diminished Tom Freston's confidence. "Eric, there's really no need for that. After all, what happened last time didn't impact you much. If one of the 7 major studio heads were to leave due to a wholly uneventful gossip incident, not to mention the potential effects it could have on Paramount's operations, this situation itself would severely damage Viacom's credibility and standing in the media industry. But what if it did?" Eric glanced at the newspaper in front of Tom Freston. "Just like Iron Man, if Firefly Group hadn't handled things appropriately, how much box office revenue could this $1 billion global film's final tally have left? $500 million, $300 million, or even less. So, I will not allow this to happen a second time. You have to accept the risks you brought to Firefly Group with the same degree of accountability. Now, if you wish to settle, Sherry Lansing must go." After a moment of silence, Tom Freston reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll convey that to Sumner. Now, regarding Viacom. Speaking of that, Tom, do you know what conditions must be met for a lizard to survive by shedding its tail?" The split of Viacom's subsidiary, Blockbuster, announced just last Saturday, had proven to have little effectiveness. Upon hearing Eric's words, a flustered expression crossed Tom Freston's face, and he shook his head. "I'm not quite sure about that." A slight smile appeared on Eric's face, resembling a young teacher suddenly eager to impart knowledge. "It's simple. The portion of the tail that the lizard sheds must attract the attention of the predator. If the predator behind it has no desire to chase that tail, then what's the point?" Tom Freston nodded helplessly. "That does seem to be the case. So, if you're going to do this, you should choose a tail that's attractive enough." Tom Freston felt an ominous feeling growing in his gut, but could only go along with Eric's train of thought. "Eric, what exactly do you want?" "Showtime," Eric replied directly. "Fire Sherry Lansing and transfer Showtime. Those are my conditions. Once these 2 points are addressed, we'll consider the previous matter resolved." Eric deliberately avoided mentioning Wayne Llewellyn again, but it was clear that, regardless, Wayne Llewellyn wouldn't be able to remain in Hollywood. In recent years, with HBO's continuous expansion and the rapid growth of FFM, Viacom had poured more resources into its Showtime network, recognizing the commercial potential of paid cable channels. Although Showtime's development had not been as swift as FFM, which was supported by multiple companies, it had still become one of Viacom's fastest-growing businesses. Thanks to its relatively low fees and content channel resources, Showtime had accumulated over 6 million paying subscribers. Eric, your demands are excessive. Sumner would never agree to that. I'll repeat myself. Whether it's feasible or not is for you to determine. Just as you've troubleshot your issues, so must I. Now that I've addressed my problems, you need to deal with yours, Eric added. Moreover, relative to what others have proposed, my demands are actually quite reasonable. We're aware of Carl Icahn's visit to you. Eric, you won't succeed. Even if you do, you'll face a lot of trouble, as your manipulative behavior is illegal. Then it's yet another problem for me. It's not your concern. Eric shrugged. Feel free to let Sumner try to keep his position. Oh, and I want to remind you of something. Next week we'll announce a list of upcoming collaboration movies. Although they mainly consist of some non-core projects from MGM and Columbia, film funds on Wall Street would certainly prefer to collaborate with Firefly Group. So, you might want to consider once again if you'll take the plunge and shed your tail, perhaps even spinning off Paramount Pictures. Chapter 1151, Settled. After Tom Freston's meeting with Eric Williams, Viacom remained silent for several days. Since Redstone still held out hope, Eric didn't hesitate to strike back. Rumors about Paramount Pictures potentially facing a cash flow crisis quickly spread, further damaging Viacom's plummeting stock price. On the flip side, word also leaked that Wall Street investor Carl Icahn was secretly buying Viacom Group stock, which increased the pressure on the major shareholders and management of Viacom. During their last lunch, Carl Icahn had realized that Eric did not intend to support him in seizing control of Viacom. However, Icahn still found a way to work with Eric, openly proclaiming that he was acquiring Viacom stock. His goal was to force Redstone into submission. If Viacom reconciled with the Firefly Group, its stock price would definitely rebound quickly, allowing Icahn to make a tidy profit off the low buy-in. While Viacom's stock price fell against the market trends, the Nasdaq Composite continued to surge without a hint of slowing. The last day of May happened to fall on a Monday. Just last week, the Nasdaq had broken the 4,000-point mark, and on this day, it opened by hitting a new high of 4,135 points. Thanks to the massive success of Iron Man and Eric's assets soaring alongside the Nasdaq index, various newspapers began to take real-time interest in his net worth. Websites dedicated to tracking his finances even sprang up online. By last Friday's market close, Eric's personal wealth had reached a staggering $475 billion, a figure that dazzled countless people. At that point, Eric himself was somewhat indifferent to this temporarily inflated number. He was more focused on the progress of cashing out the tech stocks held by the Clover Fund. At Firefly Studios, for the past 10 weeks since late March, Caroline had started gathering and summarizing the latest financial data from the Clover Fund early in the morning. Last week, our trading desk sold a total of $2.322 billion worth of tech stocks. The cash accumulated by the Clover Fund has reached $21.671 billion. Based on the current stock prices, the remaining tech stocks we hold are valued at $12.855 billion. If the Nasdaq continues its upward trend, we can expect around a 50% appreciation on this leftover stock, meaning the Clover Fund could cash out around $40 billion. In the office, as Eric listened to Caroline's report, he flipped through more detailed financial statements in his hands. $40 billion in cash. This was real capital, as opposed to the paper wealth that seemed inflated. Even after taxes, the leftover funds would be sufficient to support the next steps of expansion for the Firefly Group. Once the upcoming strategies were implemented, Eric's assets would no longer be as fraught with such severe bubbles. After a moment of contemplation, Eric told Caroline, "We probably have about 6 weeks left. We need to accelerate the selling process. Draft up a plan for me today." Caroline nodded, and then shifted the conversation to another topic. The production of Gravity was in its final stages, and Eric planned to focus most of his energy on this project in the upcoming weeks. After the brief work briefing, as Eric prepared to leave the office and head to the post-production center, his personal phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Eric settled back into his chair to take the call. "Good morning, Sumner." There was a brief silence before Redstone's voice came through. $1.5 billion, Eric. That's my bottom line. If you don't agree, Viacom can fight Firefly to the end. $1.5 billion was clearly Redstone's offer for Showtime. This price was 25% higher than Firefly's $1.2 billion valuation of Showtime. But given the growth prospects of premium cable networks, $1.5 billion was well within Eric's tolerance level. "Fine." After a moment's pause, Eric replied, then added quickly, "Also, about Sherry Lansing. Viacom will announce Sherry's departure this afternoon. Meanwhile, Firefly must immediately lift all measures against Viacom Group." Eric nodded decisively. "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the line went dead. Eric wasn't bothered by it. He proceeded to call up Jeff Katzenberg and others to inform them of the developments before he stood up, ready to leave the office. At 2 p.m., Viacom issued an announcement via its official website that Sherry Lansing, one of the two leading women in Hollywood, was resigning as CEO of Paramount Pictures for personal reasons. This role would temporarily be filled by Viacom's co-president, Tom Freston, until they found a suitable replacement. Typically, when the head of one of Hollywood's big 7 studios left, it would spark a media frenzy. However, upon hearing this news, while many in North America were shocked, the media maintained a notably cautious attitude. By this time, the industry had largely figured out the reasons behind the Firefly Group and Viacom dispute. Even ordinary folks could easily grasp the gist of the facts through various media insinuations. Following the revelation that Viacom had orchestrated a gossip website to expose Eric Williams' children's information, the retaliatory backlash from the entire Firefly Group became apparent. As long as such corporate rivalries didn't directly impact the daily lives of average citizens, most people were content to watch from the sidelines. However, the eventual unfolding of events surprised many. As public interest in the incident waned, attention began to shift elsewhere. But within the media industry, a profound understanding of the terrifying power the Firefly Group had demonstrated since the gossip incident lingered. After Viacom's announcement, the Firefly Group quickly declared a reconciliation with Blockbuster, and some investors from Wall Street's movie funds stepped forward to clarify that there were no issues. Regarding cooperation with Paramount Pictures, Viacom stock began to stabilize and rapidly rebound along with the overall trend of the Nasdaq index. Nonetheless, the price Viacom paid for its secretive maneuvers was substantial. Sherry Lansing's forced resignation not only lost respect for Viacom in Hollywood, but it also placed additional strain on what was already a faltering film division. Finding a qualified successor for Paramount would certainly prove challenging following the impact from the Firefly Group. Subsequently, Viacom announced that they had agreed to sell Showtime for $1.5 billion to the Firefly Group, a move that significantly impacted Viacom's cable business. Taking stock of the situation, it became clear that the Firefly Group's counterattack regarding the exposure of Eric Williams' children had been merciless. And this compelled many media outlets that prided themselves on freedom to tread carefully, becoming increasingly cautious in their coverage of news related to Eric, fearing inadvertently provoking this ferocious capital monster. While many media representatives lamented not being able to report on what would have been an engaging clash of titans, another event quickly diverted everyone's attention. On June 7th, after months of scrutiny, the U.S. Department of Justice, along with the Federal Trade Commission and the Federal Communications Commission, announced that they had approved the merger between America Online and Time Warner. With a combined market cap skyrocketing to $277 billion, the merger between the two media giants effortlessly surpassed the Firefly Group and Yahoo, establishing the largest comprehensive media conglomerate in North America. Steve Case, reveling in the peak of the internet craze, radiated confidence, and even set aside the series of tensions between America Online and the Firefly Group from the previous year. He called Eric, hoping he could attend a celebration banquet at the Plaza Hotel for the successful merger of America Online and Time Warner. Although preoccupied with finalizing Gravity, Eric noted that Showtime's headquarters was also in New York. The Firefly Group had signed the deal, and while there remained much handover work to be completed, he decided to personally travel to New York to discuss matters with the head of Showtime. taking a quick flight amidst his busy schedule. As he neared the Plaza Hotel by Central Park, the day was still bright, and countless glamorous figures began gathering at the venue. By the time Eric arrived in Manhattan, it was already 5 p.m. After taking a break at Cindy's place, he showed up with the stunning lady on his arm. After getting out of the car, she affectionately linked arms with Eric, passing through the media area. After signing a photo wall, they headed directly into the hotel's grand ballroom. As they entered the banquet hall, Steve Case came right over to greet them. Eric politely extended his hand. "Steve, congratulations." "Thank you, Eric. I'm glad you could make it tonight," Steve replied with a flawless expression. After chatting briefly with Cindy, he moved on to greet other guests. After catching up with familiar faces, Eric and Cindy settled down at one of the dining tables. After taking 2 glasses of red wine from the server's tray, once he left, Cindy leaned in and whispered to Eric, "I had a checkup last week, and the doctor said it's likely a boy." Eric took a sip of his wine and asked with a smile, "But it's only been 2 months. How can they tell?" "I hope it's a boy," Cindy replied with anticipation in her gaze. "Maybe the doctor just picked up on my thoughts. Either way, I like hearing it." "Well, if it's a girl, let's see what you do then." "Then I'll have another one." Cindy shot back immediately, then looked worriedly at Eric. "Eric, can I have another?" Of course, having 2 would be fine. Eric's casual response caught Cindy by surprise, and she instinctively said, "I meant your child." Eric playfully pinched her delicate chin. "If you dare have someone else's child, I'll toss you into the Hudson River." Realizing she'd misspoken, Cindy shyly retracted her neck, then defiantly placed a hand on her belly. "It's definitely a boy. Boys don't suffer when they grow up." Chuckling, Eric asked, "Have the arrangements for America's Next Top Model been made?" "Already set. Stephanie is taking over my job. I don't think she's the right fit." "Exactly." Cindy nodded, rolling her eyes at Eric. "But you have secretly auditioned for her. What else can I do?" "You could pretend you didn't know. I don't want to be a jerk like you. Besides, her personality fits the show perfectly. It's not really about selecting supermodels. Grabbing viewers' attention is what matters." "Oh, really? What kind of personality? I didn't notice anything." "Who knows how you gauge that?" "Hey, that's not good. Be careful our child hears this." Seeing Eric's awkwardness, Cindy laughed and added, "I asked about how things were with Joan. I've been learning from her, but I haven't finished even 1 book yet. I'm planning to hire a couple of Ivy League graduates to be my lifestyle assistants to read them to me." Though Eric thought this idea seemed pointless, he didn't oppose. "You can call Kelly and let her help pick. I'll choose myself, but the bills are getting sent your way. Definitely a girl, though." Make sure she's not a knockout." "Don't. They say what a mother sees a lot while pregnant can influence how the child looks." "I'm not listening to your nonsense. How could my child not be beautiful? If it's a boy, just don't let him be too pretty. Just a bit less than me, all right?" "Ha ha." Perhaps because they had just mentioned Stephanie Seymour, the model strolled over with her husband. Eric and Cindy stood to greet her. With her long-desired return to the spotlight as host of America's Next Top Model, Stephanie Seymour appeared even more radiant. Yet when her gaze fell on Eric, there was an accidental hint of flirtation which made one want to pin this beautiful woman down for a good time. So, during an intermission to the restroom, Eric quickly pulled the beautiful figure trailing behind him right into the bathroom. Having not expected Eric to be so forward, Stephanie was relieved there was no one else inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do, as Eric pushed her into a stall. Stumbling against the toilet, she finally reacted, her voice shaky yet tinged with thrill. "Eric Williams, you can't do this." Smack! Her body immediately relaxed, collapsing against the toilet lid, and with a muffled cry, she complained, "Ugh, you hit me again. Last time we almost got caught." "Shut up and lie down." "I won't," she protested, trying to rise, but received another smack that sapped her resistance. She quietly pleaded, Dirty the dress. You need to let me take it off first." Chapter 1152, Encounter. The next day, rain began to fall. Manhattan, enveloped in rain, seemed infused with a sense of time, a distinct era marked by the weathered touch of years past. Carmen Cass parked her car in front of a towering building at the entrance to 6th Avenue. Stepping into the fine rain with her high boots, she lifted her petite face to gaze at the gloomy sky before entering the high-rise apartment. Riding the private elevator to Eric's penthouse, she initially thought she would find him alone. However, upon entering, she discovered 3 other women in the apartment: Giselle Bundchen, Alessandra Ambrosio, and another familiar yet unfamiliar girl with a doll-like face. She almost turned to leave, but upon hearing Eric personally ask, "Why didn't you bring an umbrella?" with genuine concern, she decided to stay. She sat dazed on the shoe bench, her gaze instinctively drifting to the 3 other girls in the living room, their expressions equally surprised. Silently, she pressed her short lips together, fiddling with the zipper of her high boots, until he returned holding a towel. A bit more alert now, she subconsciously accepted the towel and gently wiped her already damp face. Blocking her eyes, she thought, "Cover your eyes so that you can't see the outside world." As he began to unzip her boot, she stiffened momentarily. Yet, she complied, lifting her leg slightly, allowing him to help her remove the high boots. She heard him remind her that she shouldn't wear such heavy boots in the summer. That familiar sensation rushed back to her. She nodded lightly. Tears unexpectedly fell from the corner of her eye. Quickly, she wiped them away. How could she be so helpless? Determined, she forced herself to pull the towel aside and offered him a faint smile, though she couldn't find the words to say. "Giselle and the others just arrived," Eric explained as he stood up and helped her to her feet. "I know you don't always get along, so please do me a favor and keep it civil." This meant they had made the effort to come, while she had only responded to his call. A little smug feeling swelled in her heart. She didn't hold such resentment towards him anymore. After all, it was not entirely his fault. Settling down next to the sofa, he asked a few questions before heading to the kitchen to make coffee. She wanted to join him, but glancing at the 3 silhouettes by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, she knew that would make her look like a child clinging to adults. So she forced herself to stay put. As Eric walked into the kitchen, the 3 girls exchanged glances. Giselle was the first to approach her, extending her hand. "So, shall we reconcile?" Caught off guard by the unexpected offer, she relaxed a bit. Remembering Eric's earlier words, she didn't want him to think of her as petty, so she reached out and shook Giselle's hand, forcing a smile. "Sure." Giselle and Carmen Cass shook hands, then comfortably sat beside her. "I was just too upset last time. Your company used me for publicity, which wouldn't have felt good for you either. But, honestly, that's just how agencies are. They don't consider our feelings at all." Having spent years alone in the industry, she naturally became quite sociable. Still, she couldn't bring herself to genuinely connect with the other women he was involved with, and settled for surface-level chatter. After chatting for a while, Giselle glanced towards the kitchen and continued, "Eric is actually a great guy." Recalling all their encounters since they met, she nodded lightly. "Yeah, people often think he's too dominant, but that's not true," Giselle added. "I saw him on the Oprah Winfrey show last time, and I was moved to tears. He's always been a considerate man towards women, totally different from those wealthy types who have kids and then ignore them." She certainly had seen that Oprah episode and felt a similar way to Giselle. Yet, listening to him discuss his 3 children made her heart feel empty. During this time, she had occasionally thought about leaving. She always hoped to find a complete love in her life. Now, Giselle's mention of it stirred those feelings again, dulling her gaze. Oblivious to her mood, Giselle sounded a bit lost as she added, "The thing is, Eric often tells us that if we're unhappy, we can leave him. He's never one to force a woman to stay. But it's really tough to make that decision, so we just end up sticking around. You didn't know this, but the first time I met him, I was only 14 or 15, just like a clueless baby bird, and now so many years have passed." After saying this, Giselle glanced at the expressions of the other girls nearby, quickly deciding to stop, throwing a quick look at Alessandra and Miranda, who were eavesdropping. She spotted Eric approaching with a pot of coffee and hurried to greet him. "Eric, let me help." Noticing Giselle rising to help, Eric handed her the coffee pot and smiled. "What were you all chatting about?" "Oh, nothing. Just that I apologized to Carmen." "Oh, Carmen forgave you? She's quite the jealous type." "Hee hee, not really. How could you say that about a girl?" She had been pondering Giselle's recent comments, and Eric's offhand remark made Carmen glare at him, feeling indignant as she wasn't jealous at all. Eric joked around, settling down on the sofa. Alessandra and Miranda joined him, playfully squeezing in from each side. Feeling Miranda's delicate frame pressing against him, Eric quipped, "All right, if you keep clinging like this, I might just have to throw you out." "Eric, we want to go to California for a few days. When are you coming back?" "I'm busy. I'll be back in Los Angeles this afternoon. Can we come along? I want to be your personal flight companion." "Sure." Hearing Eric's agreement, Miranda lit up and leaned in to whisper a few words to him. After listening, he laughed and playfully patted her waist. "Stop it. If you turn into a fairy on the plane, I'll have to drop you off." Miranda twisted her waist and teased, "You wouldn't dare." Eric took the coffee that Giselle handed him, turning to Carmen. "How did that Dior perfume ad go?" Noticing Giselle and Miranda snuggled against Eric, she felt a twinge of jealousy but replied, "It aired in France, and it did pretty well." "It should have been stunning," Giselle said, putting down the coffee pot and sitting next to Carmen. "Carl mentioned the Golden Goddess ad in his interview last month. He's the head of Chanel, so it's rare for him to speak well of Dior." Karl Lagerfeld's name had become almost a buzzword in the industry, yet it showcased his powerful influence in fashion. His endorsement carried significant weight. After chatting with the four girls for a while, as 11 o'clock approached, Eric informed Giselle and the others that they could head directly to Long Island Airport. He would take Carmen out for lunch. Following Eric down to the parking lot and settling into his car, she found her mood better now that Giselle and the others were no longer around. "Do you want to come to Los Angeles this afternoon too?" A large hand reached out to grasp hers, and Eric's voice came close. She hesitated, quickly shaking her head. "I have work." Realizing she sounded a bit harsh, she quickly added, "It's a media event for Dior on Friday." "Oh, then never mind." Feeling his hand still holding hers, she wanted to withdraw but felt reluctant. Giselle's words from the living room echoed in her mind. Yet, she wasn't a naive girl. She was quite clever, in fact. With a sudden realization, she understood Giselle's intent behind her previous remarks. And she was certain Giselle had been quite deliberate. A hint of anger flared up inside her. Biting her lip, she glanced at the man beside her, hesitating for a moment before murmuring, Giselle and Alessandra. They're really lesbians. I saw it with my own eyes in Paris last time." Eric paused, then suddenly laughed. "Very nice. You've learned to report." Her face turned to a bright shade of red as she turned away, forcibly pulling her hand back, feigning anger. Inside, however, she felt extremely anxious. He must think she was a gossiping woman. After all, Giselle had started it. Eric's arm wrapped around her shoulders with gentle pressure. She leaned into him, yet dared not look into his eyes. They stayed like that for a while until she finally broke the silence, her voice soft. "Eric, if I were to leave, would you mind?" "Of course, I'm a man. How could I not mind? Would you want me to leave?" "I wouldn't want that. You can only leave when the scar on my arm disappears. I'm not joking." "Okay." She nodded, accepting her fate. Then, she pulled his arm over to examine it. The bite mark was still there, clear as day. The car traversed through Manhattan streets for a while before coming to a stop beside a tall building near Rockefeller Center. The rain continued to pour outside, showing no signs of letting up. Eric helped Carmen out of the car, taking an umbrella from the bodyguard and shielding them both as they entered the building, heading inside to a high-end restaurant. Showtime's headquarters was nearby Rockefeller Center. As a standalone subsidiary of Viacom, Showtime operated almost independently and had its dedicated office space. After Firefly Group took over, Showtime fell under the Cable Operations Department. However, the company did not plan significant changes to Showtime's office location. It merely took over the lease from Viacom, and only some managers opted to leave. Other employees would remain unaffected for the time being. Eric was scheduled to meet with Showtime CEO, Matthew Blank, a former HBO executive who had switched to Showtime in the early 90s and had worked his way up from president of operations to now the CEO. Before Viacom's headquarters revamped its cable operations strategy, Showtime's performance was lukewarm at best. Its recent growth wasn't clear whether it was due to Viacom's disentangling or other factors. Eric held high hopes for Showtime and naturally aimed to meet the person responsible without delay. Upon entering the reserved restaurant, Matthew Blank had already arrived. As Eric had seen in the materials, Blank was a middle-aged man wearing rimless glasses, appearing far younger than his age, probably in his 40s. with a clearly fit physique indicative of a strong workout routine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them sat at the dining table. Seeing that Eric had brought a companion, Matthew assumed he had misunderstood their meeting's intent and promptly apologized for coming alone. This was a rather formal business meal. Eric had not initially intended to bring Carmen, but it felt unreasonable to leave her in the apartment with Giselle and the other women, prompting his last-minute decision to bring her along. Having explained himself briefly, Matthew relaxed. Since there was still some time before ordering, they only requested a few appetizers. Then Matthew ventured. "Eric, can I first understand your vision for Showtime's future? You know, Firefly has FFM. Although it's still behind HBO, it significantly surpasses Showtime in terms of stature." Eric didn't immediately answer, tossing the question back. "I wouldn't position Showtime in direct competition with FFM. Given that perspective, what are your thoughts?" Clearly prepared, Matthew replied. "In that case, I think it's possible to follow HBO and its affiliate Cinemax's model. Showtime can take a path of more adult-oriented content. However, Eric, pursuing such a direction might waste the foundation Showtime has built over recent years. After all, Cinemax's softer approach has turned off many paying viewers. They could just subscribe to the Playboy channel if they wanted that content." Eric nodded in acknowledgement. "So you're only half right. Showtime will indeed take a more adult-oriented direction, but not in the way you think. Rather, it embraces a broader spectrum of sensitive topics, not just adult themes." Matthew seemed to grasp that, though he expressed concern. "Eric, this could very well spark controversy. I mean, some topics are better left untouched by a network like us. For instance, racial discrimination. That is definitely a minefield. I obviously know that. In fact, what I want to pursue is a greater scope within the framework of political correctness. Furthermore, this scope will starkly differ from FFM's positioning. Simplistically put, FFM strives for depth and Emmy awards, while Showtime's focus will be on breadth. Beyond adult content, it will encompass themes like homosexuality, mental illness, violence, and so forth. Yet these elements won't be depicted without boundaries. It's challenging to explain this merely with a few sentences. It has to manifest through creating television programs. I will take some time to personally select a few projects to illustrate this. Chapter 1153, Planning. In recent years, Showtime had produced 1 or 2 original series each year, while also increasing the acquisition of film content. However, overall, the channel still hadn't developed the style it was later known for. As Eric flipped through Showtime's programming schedule, he noticed 2 original series aired last year. One was the sci-fi show Total Recall 2070, and the other was the African-American comedy Lynx. The movie content seemed more like a patchwork of whatever was available. Yet, despite this, Showtime had already improved significantly compared to the early 90s when it had no original programming at all. However, there was still a considerable gap between what Eric expected and the current state of the network. In his memory, Showtime gained popularity around the turn of the millennium with the gay-themed series Queer as Folk, but that later pigeonholed the network with the label of a gay channel. While attitudes towards homosexuality became more open in the West, it remained a relatively marginalized group. A show could feature gay elements, but it wouldn't be a good thing for a network if that element became its core focus, affecting how viewers perceive the channel overall. In reality, many of Showtime's most successful series over the years didn't have much to do with LGBTQ themes. Now that it was 1999, Eric could easily find the Queer as Folk project if he wanted to, but he didn't plan on taking Showtime down that old path. After all, as a thoroughly straight man, he had no genuine interest in shows targeted toward gay audiences. With the network's upfront season just wrapping up in May, Showtime had already set its programming plans for the coming year. However, after a deep lunch conversation with Matthew Blank, Eric made the decision to cancel Showtime's original annual plan, scrapping the likes of Total Recall 2070, which didn't align with the channel's intended style, and reestablish a clear vision for the network's programming and identity. With 3 months to make adjustments before the fall season in September, Eric felt he had enough time to reshape Showtime. By the time they left the restaurant, it was already 2 in the afternoon. As they stepped outside, it had started to rain heavily. Eric accepted the umbrella passed to him by his bodyguard, and found himself not wanting to head toward the waiting car. Instead, he turned to the girl next to him and asked, "Where do you live?" Carmen Cass appeared a bit distracted as she replied, "Upper West High D. I just moved recently." "Is it far?" Eric asked. "What if we just walk over?" Thinking Eric was going to leave soon, she felt a little empty inside. When he suggested walking, however, she quickly nodded, saying, "Sounds good. It's not far." Under her guidance, they started heading west from 49th Street. Since it was still working hours, the rain-soaked streets of Manhattan were relatively empty, and Eric kept the umbrella low to avoid being recognized by hurried pedestrians. Carmen enjoyed walking in the rain with Eric, casually, discussing recent happenings. She tried to avoid glancing back at the two cars trailing them, feeling grateful for the man's consideration, yet also embarrassed for being a bother. After walking for a while, they reached Broadway. Carmen pulled him away from the crowded Hell's Kitchen and headed north. Manhattan wasn't too large. Within half an hour, they arrived at Carmen's apartment on 9th Avenue. Carmen's apartment was in a 30-story red building. Upon opening the door and ushering Eric inside, she took the umbrella from him and hung it in the small closet by the entrance. Turning back, she said, "Eric, it's fine. You don't have to change your shoes." Looking at the spotless apartment, Eric shook his head with a smile. "Even if you don't mind, I do." He slipped off his leather shoes and stepped onto the polished floor. Carmen quickly kicked off her high boots, rushing to find some slippers. She hadn't anticipated him being at her place, so she hadn't prepared any slippers for him. Thinking about it, she found a pair of fluffy pink slippers, the largest size available. However, upon glancing at Eric, who had already plopped down on the sofa, it was clear those slippers would be too small. Embarrassed, she approached him, intending to sit beside him. A pair of strong hands encircled her slim waist, and she obediently lowered herself onto his lap, avoiding eye contact as her face flushed with color. Having been caught in the rain, although they had the umbrella, their clothes were still somewhat damp. Eric wasn't used to the feeling, planting a gentle kiss on the soft lips of the girl in his arms. After a moment of warmth, he softly asked, "Shall we take a shower together?" She nodded, though she hesitated to bring up a certain topic. "When do you have to leave?" "I definitely have to go back today. I'm busy finishing up my new movie's final cut," he replied. Feeling a bit disappointed, she stood up, pulling him with her as they headed to shower together, eventually laying down on the big bed in her bedroom. Time seemed to slip away. The bedroom felt quiet. Though they were on the 17th floor, and the sound of rain hitting the ground below wasn't audible, they could hear the gentle patter against the glass windows. Leaning against Eric's chest, Carmen wished time would stand still. But things seldom went as planned. The sudden ring of the doorbell caught both of them off guard. "You invited guests?" "No." She shook her head, thinking for a moment before adding, "Maybe it's some of my friends coming over to hang out." Eric tenderly caressed the girl's smooth back and said with a smile, "What if we pretend no one's home?" "Yeah." Just as she had answered, she immediately shook her head. "That won't work. Cora has a key. If I don't open the door, they'll just let themselves in." Eric jokingly complained, "I don't even have a key to your place." She merely smiled, hurriedly slipping into a dress. Just as she was about to step out, she remembered something and bent down to plant a kiss on Eric's face. "Could you please stay in?" Eric stroked her petite face and replied, "You're not going to introduce me to your friends?" Rubbing her cheek against his hand, she nodded, "I won't act like them." "All right," Eric smiled. "I'll take a nap. Call me when you've sent them away." "Thanks." Eric could hear the doorbell stop ringing outside. "You should go. They might come in by themselves." Remembering the leather shoes he had left by the entrance, she jumped off the bed. However, once she reached the living room, it was obviously too late. Several beautiful girls clustered at the entrance, like they had discovered something shocking. Karolina Kurkova was holding up the expensive custom leather shoes, and the chatter ensued. "There's no label. This must be custom-made. There should still be a label. But it's definitely a man's. It wouldn't be Eric Williams, would it? The chances are slim they are not his, but that would be the worst-case scenario. If he finds out, Carmen is going to be in big trouble." As one girl remarked, the chatter abruptly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Carmen, who had just stepped out of the bedroom. Some things were secrets to the outside world, yet everyone in the modeling circle was well aware of them. Like any industry, Insiders typically kept quiet about the private affairs of their circle. It was a common, unspoken rule. Of course, these rules were often easier to break, especially in the current situation. Months earlier, Carmen had suddenly risen to become one of the 5 Victoria's Secret angels. Amid envy and jealousy, when given the chance, no one would miss an opportunity to pull someone they viewed as above them down a peg, even if it was impossible to replace them. If news of Carmen dating a man other than Eric Williams spread, not only would she risk losing everything she had just gained, but she could also be completely ostracized from the modeling world. The group was silent for a moment, and Carolina awkwardly set down the shoes she was holding. She mustered up the courage to say, "Carmen, don't worry, we won't say a word. But you have to seriously consider how to keep us quiet." "Wow, Eugene, you pinched me." Sorry." Carmen couldn't show any particular emotion. She walked over to pick up the leather shoes Carolina had set down and carefully placed them on a nearby shoe rack before asking, "What brought you guys here?" "Eugene and I had a leak in our apartment. It was awful," Carolina explained, watching Carmen's actions. "So, we rounded everyone up to see if we could crash here for the night. We'll leave soon." Carmen nodded. "All right, I can walk you out. Sorry about today. Let's hang out tomorrow instead." The girls sensed Carmen's lack of intent to entertain them, and they all prepared to leave. Although they felt reluctant, a few couldn't help but cast glances toward the bedroom. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and a shirt-and-pants-clad Eric appeared, saying, "Carmen, let them stay a while longer before they leave." Initially, Eric hadn't planned to make an appearance, but after overhearing the girls' chatter from the bedroom, he didn't want Carmen to get into any trouble. So he stepped out. Seeing Eric, the girls who were about to exit stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with expressions of surprise, incredulity, and excitement. They quickly turned to Carmen. Realizing he must have heard the girls' conversation to come out, Carmen felt a warm flutter in her heart and nodded obediently, saying, "Sure, everyone come in and sit." There were 6 girls in total. Once they composed themselves, despite some inner thoughts, they put on polite smiles, greeted Eric, and upon seeing him and Carmen barefoot, they all took off their shoes to walk into the living room. As models handpicked by WM Company, their lack of shoes didn't hinder their impressive heights. Eric took a seat on a single sofa in the living room, observing the girls. He immediately recognized Carolina Kirkova, but he couldn't place the names of the other 5 girls. "Eric, this is Cora, Eugene, Angela, Isla, Erin, and Bridget." Carmen introduced the girls quickly before saying, "I'll go grab some drinks for everyone. Cora, can you help me?" "Sure." Carolina intended to plop down on the couch and had her sights set on the spot nearest to Eric. Hearing Carmen's request, she followed her to the large fridge in the corner. Although the girls were a bit dissatisfied with Carmen's brief introductions, they didn't feel the need to hold back any longer and settled in. The girl named Eugene took the seat Carolina had been eyeing, angled her body towards Eric, resting her arms on the couch's armrest, and initiated conversation. "Mr. Williams, what brings you to New York?" "I'm here for a few things," Eric said casually, picking up on the girl's accent. "Are you Russian?" "I'm from Kazan." Eugene glanced over at Carmen, knowing she wasn't fond of Russians, and emphasized, "My name is Eugenia Volodina." She enunciated her full name clearly, but Eric just smiled and replied, "Kazan Psychiatric Hospital. I know that place." Eugenia chuckled in response. "Actually, it's not as terrifying as everyone says. I went there with friends when I was a kid." Eric studied her youthful face and asked, "Oh, you don't look that old yourself." "I'm not. I'm 19, she stated confidently. Her claim opened the floodgates for the other girls to call her out. "You're lying, Eugene. You said you were 16 last time. Wasn't it?" 17. "I think it was 15. Eugenia dismissed their teasing. "What's wrong with looking 19? Carmen returned with a few cans of drinks alongside Carolina. Seeing Eugenia in her chosen spot stirred her slight frustration. She stuffed a can of Coke into Eugenia's hands. "You don't even look that age. You're just a kid. You were born the same year as me. So what gives you the right to say that?" As Carolina distributed the Coke cans, she couldn't resist going back and forth with Eugenia. "I'm not trying to pretend I'm 19. Eric characterized the group, noting that most girls were well over 5 feet 7 inches. If it weren't for that lingering youthful look on their faces, it'd be hard to guess their ages. Carmen handed Eric a can of Coke and settled beside him on the armrest, her eyes wary as she quietly listened to the girls debate their ages. The concern of inadequacy crept into her mind. At 20, she still felt older compared to these beautiful girls who typically began modeling at 13 or 14. New York offered a bit of leniency, but in Europe, the age restrictions for models were even more relaxed. She recalled Giselle mentioning her first meeting with Eric and felt a wave of anxiety about whether he would find these girls attractive. Unlike Giselle and her three friends, Carmen didn't possess the outgoing demeanor that would allow her to casually cluster around Eric. If Eric desired that, she would definitely remove herself, even if it angered him. Maybe it wasn't an absolute. Yet, it was something she couldn't bear. In the living room, the girls exchanged playful banter before quickly turning their focus back to Eric, engaging in animated chatter. Chapter 1154, The Future. After chatting with everyone for a while, Eric checked the time and saw it was already 5 in the afternoon, so he stood up to say goodbye. Upon hearing that Eric was leaving today, the girls looked even more disappointed than Carmen Cass. Eugenia Volodina boldly interjected, "Eric, it's already quite late. Why don't you stay until tomorrow? There will be things to do tomorrow," Eric said as he slipped on the shoes Carmen handed him. Standing at the entrance, he smiled at the group of girls who had gathered to see him off. "We can chat again next time. It's raining outside, so you all don't need to come out." With Eric saying so, the girls obediently stayed in the living room, but Carmen insisted on following him downstairs. Although summer nights were long, the rain made it feel like dusk outside. 2 cars were already parked by the side of the road. A bodyguard saw Eric and Carmen come out of the apartment and got out to open the car door for them. As they reached the car, Eric noticed the reluctant expression on the girl's face and gently nudged her waist, saying, "Get in. Take me a bit further." They climbed into the car, and Eric watched as the woman handed the umbrella to the bodyguard. She sat down, feeling a bit anxious. She hoped Eric wouldn't just take her straight to Los Angeles. It seemed like he would take Giselle and the others with him. That couldn't happen. Once Eric was settled, he noticed Carmen's eyes flickering and smiled. "I can only take you to the Hudson River. I'm flying from there to Long Island Airport." With that, she relaxed a little but felt a twinge of disappointment still lingering. If he forcibly took her to Los Angeles, she wouldn't be able to resist. One of Eric's hands reached over to gently cup her face, prompting her to close her eyes and feel the softness of the kiss he laid on her lips. He let go, whispering, "Don't overthink it, and don't worry too much. I prefer you when you pounce on me to bite." Her cheeks flushed, and she leaned against him, asking, "When can you come back next time?" "That's uncertain," Eric replied, wrapping his arm around her waist. "But I will definitely be coming to New York more frequently. Plus, you can visit Los Angeles anytime. There's usually a Gulfstream V at the Long Island Airport. Call the number I gave you, and they'll make arrangements. And it's not just Los Angeles. You can go wherever you want. Just keep in mind that private jets rust if they sit idle for too long, so think of it as helping me out." As she leaned on him and listened to his comforting words, she felt warm. Inside, unable to hold back a smile. She had never thought of using his private jet before, even though she understood that to him, those were just like regular cars. However, without him by her side, she was sure she would feel very nervous. But on the surface, she nodded. "Then I can visit my mom anytime. A Gulfstream V can definitely reach Eastern Europe. But if you want to go back, I can lend you the big plane. It's more comfortable for long distances." "Okay." Eric leaned in to brush against her soft long hair and added, "I just saw them and suddenly thought about something." "Have you thought about the future?" She repeated in confusion. The future? She had some small plans for her future previously, but too many things had happened recently, leaving her life in disarray. There was hardly any time to think about tomorrow. "Exactly." Eric faced her lovely face. "As a woman of the Williams family, you can certainly choose not to work for the rest of your life. However, I hope you can still do something." Hearing the way he referred to her, her body stiffened momentarily before softening again as she replied, "But I don't know what to do." Firefly is going to have plenty of arrangements in Eastern Europe, with a temporary focus on Finland. Estonia is right next to Finland, and since you're there, perhaps you could set up some things over there. When the time comes, you can be in charge of some tasks. Eric suggested, pausing before continuing. Of course, it might be a bit early for you. How about this? I'll take some time and talk to Paul Rowland about investing in WM and making you a partner in this agency. While you work as a model, you can learn how to manage the company. Okay, I'll listen to you. She nodded, hesitating before adding. Actually, I could invest my own money into WM, the endorsement fees from Victoria's Secret and Dior, plus some others. After saying that, she glanced at Eric nervously. Although WM wasn't on the same level as industry giants like Elite and IMG, as a contracted model wanting to take a stake in the company, she would surely be turned away without mercy. However, with Eric's backing, the situation would definitely be different. The shareholders at WM wouldn't mind the money from a model, but would love to connect with the towering Firefly empire. Eric had merely intended for Carmen to gain some experience and was not interested in small companies like WM. Hearing her say that, he nodded without much thought. All right, just don't get upset if you lose money. The Firefly Empire's annual marketing budget was in the billions, with ample funds allocated for models, not to mention the entire Hollywood scene. Even forgetting about all that, simply getting a few more angel slots for Victoria's Secret would be enough to keep WM thriving. How could it possibly incur losses? Thinking this through, she added, maybe you could invest a bit in WM as well. If the Firefly Empire completely withheld investment, it would still feel somewhat unbalanced. Eric chuckled. Good idea. You've begun to think strategically. In that case, you should talk to Paul Rowland yourself. Tell him Firefly is only looking for 10% equity, and whatever you can negotiate for yourself, it's all up to you and him. I'll just foot the bill in the end. Hearing this, she felt somewhat bashful, but her mind also started to race with ideas. Model management companies didn't have the same antitrust restrictions as Hollywood management firms, but competition was fierce due to the low entry barrier. Even after the emergence of the Victoria's Secret Angels, the commercial value of top supermodels had skyrocketed, yet the multinational agencies like Elite only made around $400 to $500 million a year, with even lower profit margins. In comparison, WM felt like a small fry next to the Firefly Empire. However, it could provide her with a valuable platform beyond just catwalks. She had never been one to accept mediocrity. Previously, she just hadn't had a chance. Now, with the support of the man beside her, she was feeling more eager than ever to prove herself. Considering future travels between Long Island and Manhattan, Eric had even built a helicopter pad by the Hudson River, right at the end of 66th Street, which directly accessed the ABC headquarters in the Upper West High D. As they talked, the car rolled into the closed private helicopter pad gate. A black VH-60 helicopter was waiting by the river. Just like the East Coast, there were also two VH-60s stationed at Long Island Airport. The rain showed no signs of stopping today. After getting out of the car, Eric exchanged a few words with Carmen before hurriedly boarding the helicopter with his entourage, flying towards Long Island Airport. Holding the umbrella, she stood by the pad, tilting her face up. Her gaze followed the large black helicopter as it circled north along the Hudson River before speeding eastward until it disappeared from sight, and then she retreated under the umbrella. The mixed emotions of parting blended with earlier excitement, leaving her feeling somewhat downcast. Two black Mercedes cars remained parked nearby, their drivers also part of Firefly's security department. They would take Eric's personal vehicles back to the company garage, where they would be maintained until his next visit. Following the previous incident involving eavesdropping, security measures around Eric had become even stricter. Carmen wasn't the type to bother others. After the helicopter's shadow vanished completely, she noticed the two cars waiting for her and quickly walked over. The driver opened the door, took her umbrella, and then helped her into the car. The two cars left the pad one after the other. A few minutes later, back at her apartment, opening. The door felt like the magical pumpkin carriage's gown disappearing all at once. Fortunately, he could surely find her without a glass slipper. The girls had not left. Seeing her return, they rushed over, giggling and asking questions. Although she was about to become one of their bosses, she wasn't in a hurry to reveal this and quickly discussed where they should all have dinner. While driving from Manhattan to Long Island's private airport took at least 2 hours, the helicopter made it in just half an hour. Giselle and the three girls had already been waiting at the airport for a few hours. When Eric finally arrived, They couldn't help but complain a bit. But once on the Boeing 747, excitement took over. Since Carmen had gotten things started, on the way back to Los Angeles, Eric also invited Giselle to his study for a detailed chat. Among the three girls, he had always valued Giselle the most. Giselle's contract was still with Elite, and unlike Carmen, Eric didn't want Giselle to take a stake in Elite. Compared to WM, Elite was already a publicly traded company. Although he could easily buy out Elite based on its market value, Giselle was clearly not at a level ready to participate in Elite's management. After a discussion, Eric made a call to Cindy on the plane, temporarily arranging for Giselle to work at Cindy's production company. As for Alessandra and Miranda, Eric didn't have plans for them. They didn't have Giselle's ambition and always needed a few pure trophies around. The arrangements for Carmen and Giselle were not whims of Eric's. With the Firefly Empire at its current scale, it certainly needed to pursue global expansion. It wasn't that Firefly's growth in North America had hit its limits. In fact, aside from the initial Hollywood layout being completed, various technology companies under Firefly were still in the early stages of rapid growth. However, whether it was Yahoo, Cisco, or Nokia, these companies were destined to become global giants. If expansion only occurred after North America reached saturation, it would undoubtedly be missing the best timing. On the other hand, given Firefly's current scale, to smoothly execute overseas expansion, it needed substantial investment arrangements abroad to avoid significant obstacles. Take Europe. In the coming years, North America would shift from a continuous anti-monopoly investigation of global tech giants like Microsoft to a more laissez-faire attitude of fostering them, while the increasingly expanding European Union would continue to suppress these companies by various means. Thus, establishing Firefly's influence in Europe ahead of time would greatly reduce future troubles. Of course, at present, if Firefly aimed to foster allies, it often meant targeting entire countries or even multiple ones, not merely investing in some politicians. After all, only country-level support could provide substantial assistance to the massive Firefly empire. In reality, with Nokia's significant role in Finland's economy and Firefly holding absolute control over this mobile giant, the empire already had considerable influence in Finland. As a member of the EU, if the future EU tried to suppress Firefly's interests, involving not just Nokia, but also other companies like Yahoo and Cisco, Finland would inevitably stand by Firefly. However, relying only on Finland was clearly insufficient. Among the major EU member states, fostering ties with Germany and France posed significant challenges. Both countries, having reached peak economic development, were nearly stagnant and were not part of Eric's ideal target. In contrast, the support from News Corporation could provide great assistance to Eric in the UK, but he couldn't bank on Murdoch, especially since the UK had consistently maintained an ambiguous relationship with the EU. Thus, self-reliance was the key. In Europe, the focus would naturally be on the rapidly developing Eastern European nations, perhaps even including Russia. Pursuing comprehensive economic and political penetration throughout Eastern Europe would not only open a massive market of hundreds of millions of people for the Firefly Empire, but also ensure that even if the EU later sought to economically confront the US, Firefly would not be a casualty caught in the crossfire. Outside of Eastern Europe, Eric's other target was Latin America. In the 70s and 80s, Latin America's economy experienced rapid growth, quite similar to that of Southeast Asia in the early 90s. However, due to various developmental strategy errors and the clear unwillingness of the U.S. to allow a competing economy to emerge in its backyard, Latin American economies began to decline in the late 80s. This presented another golden opportunity for Firefly's overseas expansion. After all, despite its long-term malaise, Latin America was still a vast market with over 500 million people. Moreover, beyond straightforward expansion, establishing Firefly as a standalone economic entity, independent of any state-level influence, was Eric's ultimate goal. Therefore, both Carmen Cass and Giselle were regarded as seeds Eric was nurturing. He didn't expect too much from the two girls, but if they succeeded, as his women, Eric would be more than willing to see them play an important role within the entire Firefly system. Chapter 1155, The Crazy Surroundings. Eric returned to Los Angeles on June 10th, just as Firefly Group's second summer film, Cars, finished its first week of screenings. While Cars maintained Pixar's usual production quality, it was widely regarded by critics as targeting a younger audience, making it less appealing to adult viewers. In its opening week, Cars earned $83.32 million, slightly below the expectations of the distribution department. However, the toy line developed around Cars saw significant success following the film's release, far exceeding Firefly Group's projections. In just 1 week, merchandise sales for Cars surpassed $200 million, easily outpacing the merchandise figures from the release of Star Wars Episode I, The Phantom Menace at the end of the previous year. Firefly Group's consumer products division even produced an ambitious report predicting that the overall sales of Cars merchandise during its life cycle could only be second to the Star Wars franchise. Based on initial sales data, the total merchandise sales from Cars for the year were expected to reach between $2.5 billion to $3 billion. Coupled with the successful merchandise lineup for Iron Man, Firefly Group's consumer products revenue was projected to double, reaching about $6 billion. With an average net profit margin of about 15%, the $6 billion in merchandise sales would potentially yield $900 million in net profit for Firefly Group. According to first-half financial data, even without considering substantial non-operating profits from the Clover Fund, Firefly Group's net profit for the entire 1999 fiscal year was on track to exceed $4 billion for the first time. This meant the consumer products division alone would contribute over 20% of the total net profit for Firefly Group, a figure that had usually hovered around just 10% in previous years. Although Firefly Group was quietly raking in profits and showed no inclination to publicly promote the strong sales of Cars merchandise, the media quickly uncovered the story, with some in-the-know outlets even accessing the division's prediction report. Last year, in an effort to gain more leverage during its merger with America Online, Time Warner had carefully designed its annual financial report, barely exceeding $1.9 billion in profits. Now, Firefly Group's consumer products division was already close to contributing half of that. It was no wonder the entire Hollywood was feeling envious. Although Pixar Animation Studios had established a technological barrier similar to that found in digital domain, key personnel at Pixar quickly became targets for headhunters. Even John Lasseter had been approached, with offers that made Eric himself feel a bit tempted. To prevent talent attrition, Firefly Group had to initiate another round of salary increases at Pixar. In the original timeline, Eric had often wondered how studios like Blue Sky Studios and Illumination Entertainment could keep their animation production costs down to around $60 million, while Pixar's production budgets routinely reached $200 million. Now he fully understood. The primary expense in animated films was labor costs. With a production team of 500 over 2 years, a team with an average salary of $100,000 versus another with an average salary of $50,000 could drastically differ in production budgets. Pixar not only had a much larger animation production team than smaller studios, but its staff's average salaries also exceeded those of competitors, leading to higher production costs. Aside from Cars, Amblin Entertainment's The Matrix 3 chose June 9th for its release date. In Hollywood, a common unspoken rule was that films releasing on days other than Friday typically indicated a lack of confidence in the film's box office prospects. By spreading the initial release week over more days, producers hoped to achieve higher earnings in the early stages. The Matrix 3 clearly adhered to this rule, as last year's The Matrix 2 had already depleted much of the fan enthusiasm. Although Amblin chose not to expedite the release of the finale by the end of last year, waiting till summer had made many viewers lose interest in the series after the lengthy year-long wait. After a wave of negative reviews post-release, The Matrix 3's box office earned a decent $35.15 million after 2 days, but saw a rapid decline afterward. The second week's earnings from June 11th to June 17th fell to just $62.53 million, with the following third week witnessing a staggering drop of 67%. It was expected that the film wouldn't even meet its $150 million production budget in North America. The failure of The Matrix 3 had become the final straw leading to the unraveling of Amblin Entertainment. Industry whispers indicated that David Geffen, Steven Spielberg, and George Lucas had begun discussing potential splits, and Microsoft had already ceased funding support for the film company, which initially seemed poised to replicate the miracles of Firefly Group and become another major player in Hollywood. Now, it was clear to many that the future of Hollywood would not see another contender among the current Big Seven. Despite the series of new releases, Iron Man continued to perform steadily at the box office. In its seventh week, it brought in an additional $10.60 million, bringing its North American total to $359.11 million. Though it would likely dip below the $10 million mark the following week, the approaching $360 million domestic total was already close to Eric's previous directorial work, Casino Royale, which had reached $370 million. However, based on current trends, the likelihood of Iron Man reaching $400 million in North America seemed slim. That $400 million mark appeared to be a barrier. Even so, no one felt particularly disappointed. At the same time, with increasing box office numbers, Iron Man's overseas earnings effortlessly broke through $500 million. Although it was also nearing its conclusion, it was no stretch to predict that Iron Man's global box office would surpass $1 billion in the coming months, including North America. Unknowingly, many suddenly realized that although Iron Man was Eric's starring project, along with Jurassic Park and Casino Royale, this was already the third film he had been directly involved in that achieved over $1 billion in global box office. When a filmmaker managed to create a film that grossed over $1 billion globally, they would immediately be celebrated as a Hollywood superstar. But when a filmmaker produced 3 consecutive films surpassing the $1 billion mark, it could only be described as a miracle. Moreover, with more information about gravity surfacing, many started to realize that it could likely be another $1 billion box office miracle for Eric Williams. After quickly attending the celebratory dinner for the merger of America Online and Time Warner in New York, Eric returned to Los Angeles and devoted most of his energy to the final editing of Gravity. Gravity's production was done concurrently with its post-production, with the Digital Domain's 3D conversion studio already working on transforming relevant 2D footage into 3D, including for IMAX 3D. Eric's approach was a way to continually refine the 3D conversion team during production while optimizing 3D and IMAX technology based on his previous experiences. Having completed the 3D conversion of Gravity, the Digital Domains team had begun working on a 3D version of Underworld. Although the 2D version of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring had already been completed, Eric still hoped the conversion team would have some experience from Underworld before diving into the Lord of the Rings project. The release date for The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, was set for December 17th, allowing ample time. Busy with work, June flew by without notice. As noon approached, Bill Gates stepped out of his car in the Firefly Studio parking lot. Although he had little expectation, seeing only Eric's blonde, tall assistant waiting by the parking lot left him feeling slightly dissatisfied. "Mr. Gates, hello?" Marissa Meyer politely greeted him, seemingly oblivious to his demeanor, shaking his hand and adding, "Please, follow me." As they walked out of the parking lot together, Gates couldn't help but ask, "Is Eric very busy?" Marissa Meyer nodded. "Mr. Williams is currently in the final edit of his new movie." Listening to Marissa Meyer's corporate tone, Gates recalled a recent mishap with a woman and chose not to make things awkward by speaking up. Still, he couldn't help but think Eric Williams had probably encountered far more romantic pitfalls than he had. Why had he never faced anything as unfortunate? Arriving at the Digital Domain studio, Gates had just settled into the lounge under Marissa Meyer's guidance when Eric entered with a few others, laughing and joking. Gates hesitated for a moment, but stood up nonetheless, smiling as he approached. "Bill, great to see you again." Eric shook Gates' hand, then introduced the group beside him. "This is Jim, Michael. You know him for sure. And Peter, the director of the Lord of the Rings series." Microsoft had always harbored ambitions of breaking into Hollywood, and despite their recent failure with Amblin, Gates had not abandoned that idea. At that moment, seeing prominent directors like James Cameron and Michael Bay, he greeted everyone politely, exchanging handshakes and pleasantries before jokingly asking, "Eric, are you planning something big again?" Eric, settling into his chair, replied, "It's still about 3D movies. Digital Domain has had some new technological breakthroughs, so we wanted to bring everyone in to take a look. In fact, over the past 6 months, to further advance 3D IMAX film technology, a series of directors within the Firefly network had frequently visited Firefly Studios. Eric had even personally approved a budget of $20 million specifically to have these core directors produce 3D short films to familiarize themselves with all aspects of 3D and IMAX technology. The core technology for 3D and IMAX lay in the hands of Digital Domain, so Eric wasn't worried that these directors would switch to another studio after mastering 3D IMAX techniques. After enjoying a coffee and a casual chat for a while, knowing Eric and Bill Gates had business to discuss, Cameron and the others decided to leave. Eric then led Gates to the Big Ship's restaurant. After placing their orders, the two quickly transitioned into the day's main topic. 5 years ago, to make Yahoo browser the default on Microsoft, along with a series of other collaborations, Yahoo and Microsoft signed a long-term equity purchase agreement. The terms stated that after 5 years, Microsoft could acquire up to 30% of Yahoo's shares. That agreement's expiration date was next month, followed by a 3-month hesitation period for Microsoft to decide whether to exercise this purchase option. Gates had initially envisioned acquiring 30% of Yahoo's shares first, then gradually increasing that stake through open market strategies, eventually controlling the company. But now, the situation had evolved far beyond his original expectations. With the ongoing explosion of tech stocks on Nasdaq, Microsoft's current market value had soared to $560 billion, while Yahoo's recent value had reached $170 billion. Under the terms of the original agreement, Microsoft had the option to acquire shares through stock swaps or cash payments. Now, Yahoo's 30% stake was worth over $50 billion, making it impossible for Microsoft to offer that much cash. On the surface, it seemed that Microsoft could simply provide 10% of its shares to get a 30% stake in Yahoo, which could give the impression that Microsoft was getting an excellent deal. However, many understood that Microsoft's 10% share was inherently worth much more due to its already established monopoly in the industry compared to Yahoo's 30% shares. Moreover, should a stock swap occur, the Firefly network would instantly become Microsoft's second-largest shareholder and potentially the largest due to Gates' continued sell-offs. Since Microsoft had not adopted a dual-class stock structure, if the Firefly network were to become Microsoft's largest shareholder, it could threaten Gates' control over Microsoft. On the other hand, even with a transfer of 30% of Yahoo's shares, the shares directly held by Firefly would still exceed 48%. As long as the Firefly network was willing, it could easily control Yahoo, making it impossible for Microsoft to gradually take control as Gates had originally envisioned regarding Yahoo. Thus, the current situation was that the once promising long-term equity purchase agreement had become a bit of a headache for Microsoft. Chapter 1156, Bill Gates Conditions. 5 years ago, Microsoft was eager to partner with Yahoo primarily because it recognized the potential impact of Yahoo's groundbreaking browser software on promoting its new generation of desktop operating systems. However, after the tremendous success of Windows 95 and Microsoft's dominance in the operating system market, Bill Gates gradually felt that Microsoft had made a significant mistake in its collaboration with Yahoo. The Yahoo browser capitalized on the momentum from Windows 95 to quickly monopolize the graphical interface browser market, while Microsoft only received a promise that could not be fulfilled in the short term. As a result, Microsoft harbored thoughts of tearing up the contract on more than one occasion. Initially, influenced by the 30% deferred stock purchase rights proposed by Eric, Bill Gates held on to the idea of acquiring Yahoo, hesitating to sever ties with them. In the ensuing years, with the explosion of the internet wave, Microsoft increasingly realized that the original contract had become a hindrance to its efforts to expand its business on the internet. Although the Yahoo browser was the default browser for Windows, control over the software remained in Yahoo's hands. Thanks to the traffic directed through the Yahoo browser as a network portal, Yahoo dominated more than 70% of the internet portal market, resulting in a staggering market value exceeding $170 billion. In contrast, Microsoft's MSN portal garnered almost no benefits from the Yahoo browser. However, by the time Microsoft fully understood this, it was already too late to sever ties with Yahoo. Through a technological alliance and thousands of patent barriers, Yahoo's advantages in the internet business had become deeply entrenched. 5 years prior, had Microsoft refused to partner with Yahoo and developed its own graphical interface browser independently, even if it fell behind Yahoo by a year or so, it could still have leveraged its widely established operating system platform to create a new standard to rival Yahoo. But now, Yahoo's series of technological standards had been implemented on millions of websites, and Microsoft, no matter how powerful, could not regain the initiative in the internet space where it lagged 5 years behind. One could say that the partnership with Yahoo, agreed upon 5 years ago, constituted the most significant decision-making blunder for Microsoft, which had otherwise been riding high and unchallenged in those years. Even within Microsoft, there were many who criticized Bill Gates for having personally championed that partnership. Many felt that if Microsoft had developed its graphical interface browser independently, leaning on its monopolistic advantages on the operating system platform, much of what Yahoo enjoyed should have belonged to Microsoft. As they engaged in mutual probing, when Amy Adams brought in their lunch, Bill Gates picked up his utensils, cutting a piece of steak in front of him, gradually revealing his intentions. Although the 30% deferred stock purchase agreement had become a non-issue, Microsoft was unwilling to give it up without ensuring it could gain sufficient advantages from Yahoo and the Firefly organization. Eric, you really don't want to sell Yahoo shares to Microsoft, do you? Bill Gates inquired. Of course not, Eric replied, nodding with a smile. However, after the deal, whether I receive $50 billion in cash or 10% of Microsoft shares, it still favors me. Seeing Eric smile, Bill Gates suddenly thought back to years ago when he took advantage of a loophole in a contract with Apple and was sharply criticized by Steve Jobs. Though their attitudes were vastly different, the uncomfortable feeling in Gates was remarkably similar. He looked away from the food momentarily, but still couldn't find the right words to accurately describe Eric at that moment. As Bill Gates cut another piece of steak, he raised his head and said, Eric, Microsoft has a 3-month hesitation period. However, given the current situation, the Nasdaq index is unlikely to hold for another 3 months. Once the Nasdaq crashes, Yahoo's stock price will certainly plummet. By then, Microsoft won't need $50 billion to acquire 30% of Yahoo shares. For Microsoft now, raising $10 to $20 billion in cash is quite easy. Even if there is $10 to $20 billion, that's still pretty good. Eric shrugged, momentarily losing his smile, and stated seriously. Bill, in my view, collaboration between Yahoo and Microsoft is the best win-win model. So just tell me what you want. Bill Gates hesitated but quickly replied, Eric, Microsoft can give up the stock purchase agreement, but on the condition that Firefly Electronics must cease the development of the iOS system. In compensation, Microsoft can customize an operating system platform specifically for Yahoo's mini music store. Since 1996, Yahoo had begun developing the iOS system based on initial operating system ideas from Steve Mitnick and the mobile operating system concept proposed by Eric, with Y being the first letter of Yahoo. Although this project was transferred to Firefly Electronics before Yahoo went public, the system name remained unchanged. After 3 years of quiet development, combined with concurrent projects like ARM chips and capacitive touchscreens, Firefly Electronics now possessed a very mature set of tablet computer technology. Due to many details not meeting Eric's satisfaction, Firefly Electronics was in no hurry to release the tablet product, striving for perfection. However, the mini music store based on their series of technology achievements was already being promoted. In fact, when discussing the mini music store plan, Firefly executives had considered how Microsoft might react to this new operating system. As expected, Microsoft had indeed grown vigilant about iOS, and not just casually. Moreover, their vigilance was precisely accurate. The iOS system was central to Eric's strategic positioning in the future mobile internet industry. Even if he were to lose 30% of Yahoo's shares and instantly turn against Microsoft, Eric would never halt the development of the iOS system. At that moment, in the restaurant, Eric only smiled non-committally and said, It seems you truly have done your homework in advance. Of course, Bill Gates nodded. Microsoft never underestimates any competitor. Given that, Bill, you should know that this is an integrated hardware and software electronic device, and Microsoft can't possibly provide a customized system for Firefly Electronics' mini music store in the short term. We can't afford to wait for Microsoft, Eric continued. Microsoft had clearly considered this situation. Bill Gates said directly. Eric, Microsoft can acquire Firefly Electronics' iOS development department, so your mentioned problem wouldn't arise. I suspect Firefly Electronics intended to adopt the integrated hardware and software development model like Apple did, but history proves that such a closed model is fundamentally unworkable. I don't agree with Steve's closed model of integrated hardware and software either. However, I also believe that paths are created by people, and your disagreement doesn't mean this business model cannot succeed, Eric replied, steadfastly shaking his head. So, Bill, Firefly Electronics won't stop work on iOS, nor will we sell the iOS system to Microsoft. I genuinely hope to continue collaborating with Microsoft, but that condition is unacceptable. Perhaps you could consider some other requests. What about the Yahoo browser? Bill Gates focused intently on Eric. Eric, the restrictive terms in that contract expire next month. Microsoft can launch its own browser at any time, excluding Yahoo's browser from the Windows system. Eric smiled and said, Bill, what you mean is that if I agree to transfer iOS, Microsoft will continue to keep Yahoo as the default browser? Absolutely, Bill replied. Eric raised another question. You intend to completely abandon MSN then? Bill Gates hesitated before answering. If a new contract is signed, Yahoo's browser will definitely shift traffic toward MSN. Eric shrugged. So, that's another matter. Bill, I know Microsoft can launch its own graphical interface browser without hurdles after 5 years of technical digestion, but it technically cannot compare to Yahoo's browser. Also, Microsoft is already facing enough antitrust lawsuits. I'm sure you wouldn't want to add another lawsuit for browser monopolization. Hence, continuing to collaborate with Yahoo remains the best choice. Gates finally showed signs of impatience, saying, Eric, you keep talking about cooperation, but I only see Yahoo's unilateral demands, and your words lack any genuine intent to collaborate. That's because you've presented conditions I simply cannot accept. So let's discuss alternatives, such as Yahoo browser. As long as it remains the default browser for Windows, I could agree to Yahoo browser directing traffic to MSN. Moreover, Yahoo can pay Microsoft an annual software pre-installation fee. What do you think? Continuing their browser collaboration and charging Yahoo a software pre-installation fee was, after all, within Microsoft's consideration range. But now that Eric proposed it first, it became a cooperation condition proactively offered by Yahoo. Bill Gates felt increasingly vexed, knowing in his heart that due to past mistakes, Microsoft was now in a passive position. Eric was entirely disregarding the stock purchase agreement in Microsoft's hands. Regardless of whether it was executed, Yahoo wouldn't suffer losses. In his view, the only true bargaining chip Microsoft had was the Windows platform pre-installation rights for the Yahoo browser. However, internally, Microsoft also had significant divisions about continuing the partnership with Yahoo. Many executives advocated cutting all ties with Yahoo immediately in favor of launching their own browser to fully support their MSN portal business. Though having maintained control of Microsoft, Bill Gates' control over the software company wasn't as strong as the outside world perceived. The most obvious sign of this was that Microsoft was showing clear signs of big company syndrome, characterized by bureaucratic slowdowns, sluggish responses, and internal power struggles. If Bill Gates had maintained absolute control over Microsoft, many of these issues could have been avoided. Eric, you need to understand. After a moment of thought, Bill Gates continued, Windows is Microsoft's platform, and on this platform, how the rules are set is always up to Microsoft to decide. This was a clear threat. Eric remained poised, nodding softly. Of course, Bill, I understand, which is why I want to continue our collaborative relationship. Bill Gates could no longer contain his raised voice, but you show no genuine readiness to cooperate. Hearing Bill Gates' sudden outburst, Eric frowned slightly while glancing at his food. Although he didn't see spit flying, he found his appetite entirely gone, dropping his utensils. Bill, We're adults. Can we not act like children throwing tantrums when they don't get their toys? Other executives from Firefly Systems, who were also dining nearby, heard Bill Gates' sudden outburst alongside Eric's instructive tone. Despite their attempts to restrain themselves, some couldn't help but laugh. Bill Gates instantly felt embarrassed, also setting down his utensils, looking displeased. Eric, it seems we need not continue this discussion further. Eric nodded. Why don't you take a moment to calm down? Perhaps we could reconvene tomorrow? Bill Gates grimaced, coldly responding. I'll be returning to Seattle this afternoon. The remaining matters will be handled by Microsoft's personnel in communication with Yahoo. Eric was agreeable. That works too. Feel free to call me anytime. You know my number. Watching Bill Gates storm out, Frank Wells, who had been seated nearby, approached with a cup of coffee and smiled. That didn't go well. Eric contemplated the rectangular dining table for a moment, called Amy over to request a new lunch, then replied to Frank Wells. Gates has been dominant for so long, trying to leverage insufficient bargaining chips to obtain what Microsoft desires. Do you think I could agree to his terms? As a contract that was essentially useless, even should Yahoo decline every condition posed by Microsoft, the odds were still over 90% that Microsoft would proactively abandon it. Regarding the Yahoo browser, as user habits formed and its inherent advantages persisted, unless Microsoft completely banned it from the Windows platform, even without its default browser status, the Yahoo browser could maintain a market edge for a long time. In a few years, as Yahoo continued to expand its presence in the internet space, the Yahoo browser's role as a portal would become less critical. Even now, the browser dependency of the Yahoo portal and Google search engine had already significantly diminished. Though he was the president of Firefly Group, Frank Wells was also aware of the collaboration nuances between Yahoo and Microsoft. If that's the case, is there a possibility of complications ahead? Chapter 1157, A Simple Job. That equity subscription agreement isn't going to cause Yahoo any trouble, Eric said, shaking his head. What worries me more is how Microsoft's response could impact Yahoo's stock price and even drag down the entire Nasdaq market. Although Eric only shared half of his concern, Frank Wells immediately understood. In recent days, the Nasdaq index had skyrocketed to 4,700 points, and the tech stock market was so seriously bloated that even a slight trigger could lead to a full-blown market collapse. While Firefly Investments' new tech companies had prepared for the bubble to burst, Clover Fund still owned tech stocks that would take at least 2 weeks to liquidate completely. At current stock prices, the total value of this batch of tech stocks exceeded $6 billion. Even though Clover Fund had successfully cashed in most of its shares, Eric certainly didn't want this massive sum to evaporate due to an early collapse of the index. Due to Eric's strict confidentiality measures, Frank Wells wasn't fully aware of the specifics surrounding Clover Fund's situation. However, he understood that the longer the Nasdaq index held up, the better it would be for Clover Fund's restructuring efforts. While he too was curious about Clover Fund's operations, Frank refrained from asking. Instead, he said, "Given that, Eric, you really didn't need to argue with Gates earlier. Even just giving him the runaround for a while would have been better." "That was my intention," Eric shrugged. "However, Microsoft has been sailing smoothly for years, and it just so happens they've taken a big hit with Yahoo. Gates has probably been bottling up his frustration for a long time, and after his latest demands went unmet, it's no wonder he exploded." Frank thought for a moment and replied, "I believe Microsoft wouldn't want to see the Nasdaq crash either. They probably won't react too dramatically." Eric nodded in agreement. Gates is a smart man. I subtly implied that Yahoo wants to maintain their partnership, and now that he's calmed down, he wouldn't willingly give up that equity subscription agreement without something to show for it. So, this is definitely going to drag on for a while. Just then, Amy brought another lunch for Eric. Frank picked up his coffee cup and waited for a moment, then continued, "Eric, given the current trends, how far do you think the Nasdaq can really go?" "The Nasdaq has already hit its limits," Eric replied, picking up his utensils. "What's lacking now is a catalyst to pop the tech stock bubble." Having said that, Eric suddenly paused. If Yahoo and Microsoft couldn't reach a further cooperation agreement, Yahoo would lose its status as the default browser on Windows systems. This would surely be a major blow for Yahoo and would undoubtedly trigger a decline in its stock price. As the leading stock in the new tech sector, a drop in Yahoo shares could easily lead to a chain reaction of falling tech stocks. This was one of the potential catalysts Eric wanted to avoid as much as possible today. Moreover, in the coming July and August, if the second quarter financial reports released by new tech companies showed widespread losses, that could very well serve as another trigger for the Nasdaq's collapse. Eric had already prepared for this. Yahoo intended to be the first among most new tech firms to announce its second quarter financial results before July 15th. With Yahoo's strong financial data as backing, the losses of other tech companies wouldn't stand out quite as markedly. However, Eric suddenly recalled one of the most critical potential triggers for a Nasdaq crash: Microsoft's antitrust case. For the past 2 years, the U.S. Federal Justice Department had been investigating Microsoft for antitrust violations. By this point, the department had outlined several major charges against Microsoft: illegally erecting barriers to keep competitors out of the market, tying the sale of Windows systems to other Microsoft software, and forcing computer manufacturers to sign exclusive agreements, among others. Recently, Bill Gates' mistress, Stephanie Jewell, had suddenly come forward, claiming that Microsoft incentivized corporate users to exclude competitors through what was being dubbed reverse bounty. A kinder term for this would be kickback, but the harsher truth was that it was essentially bribery. Moreover, the reason Stephanie was able to come forward was that Gates had taken her to a very confidential meeting regarding Microsoft's reverse bounty program. Despite being surrounded by many women, Eric had always carefully positioned women around him like decorative vases, never letting them touch the core secrets of the Firefly system. So, upon hearing the news, Eric found himself questioning whether Stephanie was arrogant or foolish. The recent North American media even went so far as to put Clinton and Gates side by side, teasing them as the two unfortunate Bills who fell due to their lovers. Stephanie's testimony undoubtedly helped push the Justice Department's investigation of Microsoft forward significantly. Sorting through his memories, Eric gradually recalled that in the original timeline, one of the key catalysts for the Nasdaq crash was a federal judge, Thomas Jackson, presiding over Microsoft's antitrust case, who, at a critical stalemate moment, suddenly announced he possessed key evidence of Microsoft's monopoly and would soon render a final judgment. Thus, at that sensitive moment when the Nasdaq index had already soared past 5,000 points, Jackson's statement became the straw that broke the camel's back. In the wake of Jackson's statement, Microsoft's stock price plummeted, which in turn triggered an overall market crash for the Nasdaq. Subsequently, as new tech companies began releasing a series of massive financial losses in their annual reports, the Nasdaq index continued to decline over the next year, even dipping back to the 1,000-point mark. Due to the detrimental impact this had on the entire Nasdaq market, Thomas Jackson was eventually removed from his position. For the sake of the greater good, the federal government ultimately announced a settlement with Microsoft, canceling the antitrust investigation, allowing Microsoft to avoid being broken up. At that moment, Eric began to realize many inconsistencies within the situation. Despite the risk of violating judicial procedure that could end his entire career, Jackson had suddenly leaked details about the Microsoft antitrust case to the media. Soon afterward, Microsoft's stock began to decline, leading to the overall crash of the Nasdaq index. It seemed like a coincidence at first, but was just too coincidental to be dismissed as such. Even if the federal court issued a judgment to break up Microsoft, the company could appeal. Thus, in order to destroy the entire Nasdaq index, when Judge Jackson released that negative news about Microsoft, there surely had to be a considerable number of sell orders applying pressure to drive Microsoft shares down to achieve that final goal. Now, with the Nasdaq index approaching the 5,000-point mark, while many investors who had previously been bearish were starting to buy tech stocks, more short-selling funds were still entering the fray, looking to make a profit once the Nasdaq crashed. According to the nature of capital's pursuit of profit, the prospect of potentially earning billions would definitely drive some to take proactive steps to destroy the Nasdaq index. In thinking this through, Stephanie Jewell's emergence was clearly not an accidental event, much like the Lewinsky scandal. After all, even if the affections had waned, it's incredibly rare for a lowly employee to risk their career to testify against a former boss without any push from powerful sources or financial incentives. While Stephanie's testimony did lead to a drop in Microsoft's stock price, it didn't create the outcome some desired. So what next? Thinking quickly, Eric finished his lunch and called Kelly Haynes, asking her to gather information on the Microsoft antitrust case and hurry to Firefly Studios. A few hours later, Eric was discussing some musical adjustments for Gravity with composer John Williams when there was a knock at the studio door. Kelly, dressed in a light gray business suit, peeked in, greeting Eric in a soft voice. Eric nodded in response and spoke for a moment with John Williams before stepping out of the studio. As soon as he exited, Kelly stood up from the sofa in the outer room and walked over to hand Eric a folder, saying, "Eric, time is a bit tight. I don't know if this is enough." Eric took the folder, replying, "Let's talk in my office." Kelly nodded and followed Eric out of the post-production center and into his office in the administrative area. Once inside, Eric gestured for Kelly to make herself comfortable, then sat down behind his desk and opened the materials he had in hand. Kelly didn't mind Eric's casualness. In fact, she found it endearing. She knew that Eric only behaved that way with those closest to him. After their unforgettable evening together all those years ago, the two maintained a particularly affectionate relationship. And due to the lingering shadow of her previous marriage, Kelly had no intention of seeking another partner, unconsciously channeling her emotional attachments onto the man before her. Carefully, she brewed a pot of coffee and quietly placed a cup beside the focused Eric before sitting across from him, studying him as he perused the materials. The information Kelly had gathered in such a short time wasn't extensive, but it was sufficient for Eric to get all the information he needed. Historically, not much had changed. The judge overseeing the Microsoft antitrust case was still Thomas Jackson, an experienced federal judge. From the materials at hand, he didn't seem to be a hardline advocate for breaking up Microsoft. Thus, this information undoubtedly confirmed some of Eric's suspicions. Once he finished reading the last page, Eric looked up and caught Kelly's gaze. He smiled, teasing, "Am I looking handsome again?" Caught in the act of admiring the man before her, Kelly's face flushed. "I just thought you must have forgotten to shave these past few days." Eric rubbed his noticeably rough chin, chuckling. "What can I say? The life of a bachelor is awfully lonely. Nobody bothers to look out for me." "Not much I can do," Kelly replied, giving him a light-hearted glare. "So, what exactly do you need these materials for, Eric?" Eric picked out Jackson's information and passed it to Kelly, saying, "Have you noticed the recent situation regarding Stephanie Jewell?" "I have. It seems similar to the Lewinsky incident," Kelly said, taking the sheets from Eric. After a moment, she glanced back, her tone teasing yet cautioning. "So, Eric, you'd better be careful about these things." "Of course, I'd never do something as foolish as Gates did." "Who knows? You guys are all the same," Kelly said with an amused shrug before lifting the materials again. "So what's wrong with this person?" "I'm not sure," Eric replied, shaking his head. "That's why I wanted to see you. I want to find out if there's anything suspicious about this person or if they might cause issues." Kelly understood Eric's intent, but was somewhat puzzled. "Eric, I've been keeping an eye on any potential investigations from the Justice Department and SEC into the Firefly system. So far, nothing unusual has come up. We really shouldn't be intervening in Microsoft's case, should we?" "We certainly won't be intervening in Microsoft's case," Eric nodded. "I'm just worried that Thomas Jackson might end up being another Stephanie Jewell. Just imagine, if in this sensitive period, Thomas Jackson were to suddenly release some negative statements about Microsoft, coupled with some behind-the-scenes cooperation, what kind of results could that lead to?" Kelly's thoughts whirled around, and she blurted out, "The Nasdaq crashing?" "Exactly," Eric agreed. "Those who brought Stephanie to light consequently didn't achieve their goals, and they'll likely make another move. I believe this breakthrough point is vital to the Microsoft antitrust case, and Thomas Jackson is indeed a key player in that." Eric explained plainly without concealing anything. "So, I hope you can arrange a complete monitoring operation on Thomas Jackson. If we can gather useful intel, it could not only prevent an early Nasdaq crash that would harm the Firefly system's interests, but also give us a negotiating chip with Microsoft. I really want Yahoo's browser to keep its status as the default browser on Windows." "Eric, monitoring a government official is highly sensitive. To do it right requires at least a week's preparation. Given your timeline, we might not have that kind of time left." Eric sensed there was more beneath Kelly's words. "So, what do you propose?" Kelly responded. "Cromwell recently acquired a batch of listening and counter-listening devices. You should have seen the procurement list. If you trust him, he should find this to be quite a simple job." Chapter 1158, Shameless. From their initial interaction, Eric could sense that Robert Cromwell's identity was certainly more than just an officer from the London Metropolitan Police Service's Special Operations Unit. He likely had experience working in more confidential intelligence agencies, such as MI6. During this time, Eric's investigations had generally confirmed this suspicion. Moreover, Robert had openly expressed his desire to transform Firefly's security department into an integrated agency for both security and intelligence collection. With that in mind, it was clear that he was the best candidate to monitor Thomas Jackson. After all, if they sought an external private investigation firm, Firefly could only keep itself hidden. Even if an unexpected incident arose, they wouldn't suffer any repercussions. However, outside detective agencies were still not part of their inner circle. If they uncovered any intelligence that could hugely benefit them, who could say they wouldn't be tempted to act otherwise? After contemplating for a moment, Eric asked Kelly, "You've been in contact with Bob quite a bit lately. Do you think he could handle this matter? This isn't exactly a dignified job." Kelly thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. "Bob is one of those very straightforward people. He has his own code of conduct. From the information I've gathered about his past, he wouldn't feel any moral guilt about this kind of work. Plus, Bob has been wanting to involve Firefly security in intelligence collection, so this task should fall within his domain. Given that, why don't you feel him out first?" Eric weighed the options for another moment. "If he's on board, I can make time for a chat with him tomorrow." Kelly nodded in agreement. After discussing a few more topics, the female assistant took her leave, and Eric returned to the post-production center to focus on the final cut of Gravity. As the workday ended, Kelly called to inform him she had already spoken to Robert about the matter from the afternoon, and he had agreed without any special reservations. Just after Kelly hung up, Robert promptly called Eric's cell phone, and they quickly arranged a meeting for the following morning. The next morning, Eric arrived at Firefly Studios at 9 o'clock, where Robert had already arrived ahead of time. As they exchanged pleasantries, the twins, whom he hadn't seen in a while, drove up together as well. After the awkward incident that night, the shy Eve had been avoiding Eric, and Natasha seemed embarrassed in front of him as well. After Eric had introduced them to Robert Cromwell as his students, aside from occasionally helping manage some personal affairs at Liberty City Estate for Eric, the two girls rarely appeared in front of him and usually resided at Truesdale Manor. Noticing Eve's still flushed cheeks and evasive eyes, combined with Robert's presence, Eric simply greeted the two before leading them all to his office. Once seated in the meeting area of the office, the twins took the initiative to brew coffee. Instead of rushing into the main topic, Eric chatted with Robert about the establishment of Firefly security, which was ultimately his primary concern. Since obtaining Olivia's introduction last month and gaining Eric's approval, Robert had thrown himself into the groundwork for Firefly security. With years of experience from the British Security Intelligence Agency, Robert quickly took on a leading role within the trio that Eric had established comprising him, Kelly, and Carter Moan. Within just a week, Robert submitted a detailed proposal and swiftly began the practical implementation of the project. Now, under 2 months later, Firefly Security, which had registered as part of the Firefly system, had already chosen a 1,000-acre land near Palm Valley in northern Los Angeles to build the company's training base. In addition to reformulating security regulations for the entire Firefly system and training Eric's bodyguard team, Firefly Security also initiated a discreet recruitment plan. To prevent infiltration by career spies and other external forces, the recruitment process was entirely proactive. The various companies within the Firefly system first collected personnel data under the guise of talent recruitment from North American universities, headhunting firms, and veteran organizations. From there, they filtered out suitable candidates, and Firefly Security would then proactively invite them to apply. Firefly Security offered compensation and benefits that far surpassed those of the U.S. Secret Service. Thus, while the selected candidates often felt puzzled about receiving unsolicited job invitations, most proactively contacted Firefly Security, hoping to undergo further interviews. Eric previously believed that bodyguards should be selected from special forces or similar military professionals. However, following Robert Cromwell's explanation, he realized that this wasn't the reality. Many everyday individuals were actually better suited to be trained as bodyguards than those locked into rigid behavioral patterns from military training. Furthermore, in North America's education system, which prioritized sports, many elite individuals, like Laura Spencer, an ABC News anchor with a history as a national-level diver, often excelled as athletes. This put them on par physically with professionals, making them capable of undergoing rigorous security training. The main concern now is manpower, Robert elaborated. To support the training plan for 2,000 individuals at the Palm Valley training base, we will need at least a team of 100. We can only recruit from various security firms or military training centers, which will likely take about 3 months. Of course, this time will also allow us to conduct background checks, physical assessments, lie detector tests, and psychological evaluations on the interview participants up front. I'm proposing a training cycle of a year, with the eventual goal of selecting 200 qualified candidates from those 2,000 individuals. This means, Eric, that you probably won't have a fully operational Firefly security team until the end of next year. As for the future plan, it will continue using these initial 200 individuals as the core, so we must be very cautious in selecting this group. You also need to be patient during this time. I will closely monitor the current state of your security team to ensure that no issues arise. After listening to Robert's account, Eric said, "Robert, Firefly Security is not just responsible for my personal safety. It also needs to maintain the entire Firefly system. I don't seem to see your plans in this regard." "I only handle the training of the core team," Robert Cromwell clarified. "As long as you don't have problems, the entire Firefly system won't have issues. Therefore, Carter can handle the outer team. All I expect from them is that they can provide cover for the core team and make Firefly security seem ordinary, nothing too conspicuous." Eric pondered this for a moment and nodded. "That works for me. So, Robert, what about the issue from yesterday?" "It's just a minor matter," Robert chuckled and shook his head, glancing over at the twins sitting quietly beside him. "I won't delve into the specifics, but if it's just monitoring one person, the twins can handle it." Eric frowned. "Them?" "Eric, Natasha, and Eve have more talent than you think. Although they've only been by my side for a little over a month, their learning abilities astonish me. I'm already convinced I have good successors. I, of course, believe in Natasha and Eve's capabilities," Eric nodded but then shook his head. "It's just that they're both my women. I don't want them personally involved in these unscrupulous tasks." At Eric's words, the twins blushed simultaneously. Robert Cromwell, however, didn't react much. He merely joked and then turned serious. "If that's the case, Eric, you should give them enough room to excel instead of having them serve as little maids, folding your blankets all day long. That would be too much of a waste of their potential. Besides, secret monitoring requires the most trusted people around you. With me guiding them, this small task can be ensured without fail. Moreover, even if they get discovered, it's not the end of the world. Didn't you earlier face monitoring that led to some findings which ultimately went nowhere?" Eric recognized Robert's point and then turned to the twins. "Natasha, Eve, are you willing to do this?" Natasha nodded. "Of course, Master." "Eric, I must insist on something here. I really don't want my promising students to refer to someone using such objectifying terms, so they both must use a different title moving forward." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Eric replied, "All right then, from now on, Natasha and Eve can just call me Eric." "Then it's settled for now," Robert nodded, satisfied. He stood up and said, "As for the ongoing business, just instruct the two of them. I need to fly to Minnesota shortly. There's a well-established private bodyguard training center near the Canadian border, and I hope to recruit a few reliable people from there." Eric stood up, accompanying the twins to the parking lot to see Robert off before returning to the office. Pulling out Thomas Jackson's file from the safe, he looked at the two girls before him who were dressed in shirts and pants with ponytails, resembling two slender green onions. Eric hesitated again. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Natasha nodded once more. "We can do it, Master." Eric peered discreetly at the door, shaking his head. "You should really change how you address me. If Robert finds out, I'm going to hear it again." "Got it," Now, this is the target you need to monitor. He currently resides in Washington, and your task over the next 2 weeks is to closely observe everything he does and says, documenting as much as possible. After Eric finished, he reminded them, and the most vital point, protect yourselves. Make sure not to get discovered. Even if you fail, it's okay as long as you're safe. Natasha took the file folder without immediately opening it, and, with bright eyes, she looked back and asked, "So, Master, is there anything else?" Eric rubbed his nose, realizing it would be tough for the twins to change their way of addressing him, and he replied, "That's all for now." Natasha stood up, "Then we'll get to work." As Eric stood to send the twins to the door, he thought about how they might be in Washington for the next 2 weeks. Just before they stepped outside, he gently pulled Natasha back, embracing her and kissing her on the lips. Natasha's face turned a deep red, momentarily frozen. After a brief moment, she shyly responded but quickly realized her sister was standing right beside her. She pushed Eric away gently, whispering, "Master, I need to prepare some things first. Eve can stay behind." With that, Natasha departed from Eric's embrace and walked out the door. Eric watched as Natasha's figure quickly disappeared down the hallway. Turning back, he noticed Eve, who looked trapped like a small animal. He approached and cooped her face with his hands, kissing her gently, saying, "This time, I won't let you squeeze me." Eve's normally fair face turned a captivating shade of rosy red as she softly murmured, "Master, I didn't do it on purpose." Seeing the girl's alluring demeanor, Eric can't help it, scooping her up and heading to the lounge next to his office. After their moment of joy, perhaps because it was daytime, Eve secretly slipped away while Eric was showering. When Eric emerged from the bathroom, the air was left with just a hint of the girl's sweet scent. Back in his office, recalling the work schedule for the day, he picked up the phone and checked with the secretary outside. He learned that Paul Abbott had arrived and had been waiting outside for an hour, so he instructed to let him in. Paul Abbott was a screenwriter from Britain, and his most notable work in history was the critically acclaimed television series, Shameless, which garnered significant attention in both the UK and the US. Having secured a deal with Showtime, Eric had been looking into scripts suitable for Showtime style during this period. The original Shameless, notably, didn't begin production until 2004 in the UK. However, since this script was based on Paul's childhood experiences, the script had already been drafted for years. Paul Abbott was nearly 40 years old already, and far from being an unknown in the screenwriting industry. With targeted searches, Eric quickly obtained the Shameless script. Upon receiving Eric's notice, a cultured middle-aged man promptly entered Eric's office. After standing up to shake hands with him and engaging in some brief pleasantries, Eric instructed the secretary to prepare coffee for both of them, and then he settled down with Paul Abbott on the couch in the reception area, script in hand. The work schedule was tight, and Eric didn't waste time chatting. He dove right in. "Paul, I've read the Shameless script. The current issue is you need to change the story's setting from Manchester to an American city within a month, and the details must not vary too much. So, is there any problem with that?" Paul Abbott received his coffee from the secretary, politely thanked her, and asked, "Mr. Williams, may I ask which American city you intend to set the story in?" Chapter 1159, The Calm Before the Storm. Eric posed the question, "Which city do you think is appropriate?" "Chicago," Paul Abbott replied, clearly prepared. Like Manchester, Chicago is also an industrial city. However, due to the gradual decline of heavy industries and the rising unemployment rate, there's a severe class divide in this city, leading to a large impoverished population. "Then Chicago it is," Eric nodded in agreement. He added, "Also, regarding the script, I want this story to have a more intense dramatic conflict, highlighting the stark contrast between morality and reality. You need to emphasize the sharply contrasting personalities of most characters in the script, allowing the audience to feel both disdain and empathy for this group of people, maybe even find them endearing." What Eric took away from Shameless was the notion that even if life felt like a pile of dog crap, it was still worth persevering. Yet, after that perseverance, life still remained a pile of dog crap. Speaking of which, most of the shows on Showtime after they matured had given off a similar feeling. Countless men and women stumbled through scenes of wild and provocative lifestyles, which appeared enviable but always teetered on the edge of collapse. There would be fleeting moments of calm and warmth, hinting that a greater disaster was just around the corner. Throughout this process, viewers experienced a torturous ride, unable to step away. Despite scrapping the original plan for 3 shows on Showtime, Eric temporarily intended to have the channel focus solely on Shameless, with other time slots filled with a selected batch of movie content. The main task for Showtime in the latter half of the year was to reorganize the channel's programming lineup and devise a new marketing plan. After a detailed discussion with Paul Abbott, the writer of Shameless, the project was officially confirmed. In the following days, the production team from Showtime, together with Paul Abbott, traveled to Chicago to start modifying the script based on on-site investigations and selecting suitable filming locations. Casting for the series also commenced simultaneously in both New York and Los Angeles. On the other hand, although the negotiations with Eric ended poorly, a displeased Bill Gates still refused to give up the equity subscription agreement. Therefore, Microsoft did not immediately cut ties with Yahoo. Steve Ballmer, Microsoft's president and destined successor to Gates, quickly took over the negotiations and continued contacting Yahoo. Despite both parties maintaining a low profile, once July rolled around, news about Microsoft's impending acquisition of a 30% stake in Yahoo began to spread rapidly and became one of the hottest topics in the tech industry, which was already in its final frenzy phase. The industry was unclear about the details of that distant equity subscription agreement, but general guesses were made. Additionally, a significant number of media outlets focused their attention on whether the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission would approve this acquisition. After all, Microsoft's monopoly in desktop operating systems was glaringly apparent, while Yahoo was the largest firm in the emerging internet sector. If these two industry giants formed a powerful alliance across these two fields, it would undoubtedly create an even stronger monopoly. Soon after, officials from the U.S. Department of Justice announced at a press conference that they would closely monitor any potential transactions between Microsoft and Yahoo and intervene if necessary. However, with the successful merger of AOL and Time Warner as a precedent, and even with Microsoft under a series of antitrust investigations, the industry still generally believed that the deal between Microsoft and Yahoo could very well happen. Speculation quickly reflected in the stock prices of both giants. Typically, when a corporate merger is rumored, the acquirer's stock price tends to drop, while the target company's stock price skyrockets. However, due to the tech sector's vivacity, Microsoft's stock price did not drop, it merely slowed its rate of growth, while Yahoo's stock surged. In the first week of July, from July 5th to July 9th, Yahoo's stock rose continuously by 27% over 5 trading days, pushing its market value from $182.5 billion before the opening on July 5th up and over the $200 billion mark, eventually reaching $231.7 billion. In contrast, Microsoft saw only a 3.9% rise in its stock price during the same week. Nevertheless, with a final market value of $588 billion, it still outpaced the encroaching Cisco. Meanwhile, by the close of the Nasdaq index on July 9th, it had reached a high of 4,911 points. Barring any setbacks, it was set to break the 5,000-point barrier the following week. In the face of the frenzy in the tech stock market, although some savvy investors resisted temptation and began selling off their stakes, it was clear that the majority of investors in the market had completely lost their grip on reality. After all, just as with the rise in Yahoo's stock price, investing $100 million could yield a 27% increase in just 1 week, bringing in a hefty $27 million profit, something that usually takes a year or even several years to achieve. Investors who had fully immersed themselves in the tech stock bubble were certainly not willing to walk away. The phenomenon even spread beyond professional investors. Driven by the allure of gigantic stock profits in the new tech arena, there had been a noticeable trend of amateur stock trading surging to unprecedented levels among ordinary Americans over the past few months, a rare occurrence in North American history. It's worth noting